The awakening of talent. Bai Ying clenched her fists, the palms damp with perspiration, as she gazed at the imposing closed door before her, a mixture of anxiety and trepidation swirling within. What manner of beast-controlling talent would she awaken? She fervently hoped it would be either attributeless or of the wood element, akin to her father or mother. Lost in her thoughts, the door ahead swung open, and a young man of her age emerged, his face marred with disappointment, suggesting that his own awakening had not met his expectations. Bai Ying scarcely had time to observe the interaction between him and his rushing parents before a man clad in a white lab coat stepped out behind the boy, clutching a list. He called out, "Is Bai Ying present?" Bai Ying tightened her grip, inhaled deeply, and stepped forward, declaring, "I am here. Please enter for testing," the man in the lab coat instructed, turning on his heel and leading the way inside, with Bai Ying trailing closely behind. Under the guidance of the white coat professionals within the room, Bai Ying was ushered into a medical pod-like chamber, though she was required to stand rather than recline. The lab-coated man secured the door, and Bai Ying focused on the transparent screen before her, where melodious, anthropomorphic mechanical voice resonated. "The awakening process is commencing. Please close your eyes and meditate." Bai Ying obeyed, shutting her eyes and embarking on her meditation. This practice was a simple endeavor. She had learned it under her teacher's instruction when she was identified as having beast-controlling potential at the tender age of 8. Although she had yet to ascertain the specifics of her beast-controlling talent since graduating from elementary school, her beast-controlling level had already attained the impressive milestone of level 10, qualifying her to form a contract with her first beast at present. She is 16 years old and on the cusp of awakening her unique beast-mastering talent. In her meditation, a deeper-hued sun emerged within her grayish-white beast space. In an instant, the sun exploded, sending a surge of information into Bai Ying's mind. Beast Mastery Talent. Path of Evolution. Path of Evolution simulates the evolutionary direction of pet beasts with a certain failure rate. This brief line of text caused Bai Ying's breath to quicken. After 6 years of studying beast mastery, combined with her life experience, she was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of this talent that in their world. While the innate talents of pet beasts are undoubtedly significant, they are not immutable. Throughout their recorded history, there are numerous examples of remarkable individuals who have evolved their otherwise ordinary beasts into legendary, fearsome, and even mythical entities of astonishing potential. A brief introduction. The levels of pet beasts are categorized from 1 to 10, differing from beast masters, who are classified at levels 1 to 100, with those above 100 being SE, mid-divine, or divine. The potential of pet beasts is ranked into 7 categories: ordinary, rare, super rare, mysterious, legendary, fearsome, and mythical. A beast master can contract a pet beast for every 10 levels gained, and prior to surpassing level 100, a total of 10 pet beasts can be contracted. What is the relationship between potential and the level of a companion beast? The greater the potential of a companion beast, the more likely it is to attain a higher level. For instance, a beast of mythical potential has a 100% likelihood of reaching the 10th tier as long as it remains alive, whereas a beast of ordinary potential approach has an infinitesimal chance of achieving the same. However, a companion beast of low potential does not imply that it lacks the opportunity to reach the 10th tier. Transforming a low-potential beast into one of high potential embodies the very essence of a beastmaster's existence. The beastmaster and their companion beast fight side by side. The beast safeguards the beastmaster, while the beastmaster, through innate talent and acquired resources, continually elevates the beast's level and potential. After perhaps thousands of years of evolution, any beast that has formed a bond with a human exhibits superior growth compared to feral beasts that remain unbound. Yet, evolution is an arduous endeavor. Most of the existing, stable methodologies capable of enhancing low-potential beasts to high-potential levels are predominantly classified as national strategic achievements. Should Bai Ying's path to evolution, as a beastmaster, offer methods devoid of randomness, revealing her innate talent to the state would render her a high-priority protected individual. However, this would likely preclude her from venturing into realms rife with feral beasts, as the state would probably oppose such endeavors. With this understanding, Bai Ying knew precisely how to proceed. Upon opening her eyes, the melodious voice of the mechanical entity resonated, proclaiming, "Awakening successful. Noah." Tributes. The hatch opened automatically, and Bai Ying stepped out. The lab-coated individuals did not inquire about her awakening talent, for it is a secret that belongs to each son, and outsiders have no reason to pry. They merely recorded that Bai Ying's awakening talent was of no attribute. Subsequently, one of the lab-coated individuals handed her a booklet, saying, "This contains information on the contracted beasts suitable for those with no attribute talent. You may wish to review it with your family, discuss, and once you have made a decision, you can proceed to the beast raising garden to purchase the companion of your choice." Bai Ying nodded and expressed her gratitude before departing. Now, she was the sole occupant of her home. Fortunately, her parents had left her house and some savings, and the government had allocated a substantial amount of compensation, sufficient for Bai Ying to acquire a beast of rare potential. However, should she choose to purchase a beast of rare caliber, it would necessitate her earning an income before entering university, for while the compensation was ample, the expenses of caring for a beast could be considerable. Previously, before awakening her talent, Bai Ying had leaned towards acquiring a beast of rare potential as her first companion. Yet now, her gaze was drawn to the ordinary potential beasts listed in the booklet. Ordinary potential beasts possess an additional evolutionary path compared to their rare counterparts, and whether this extra step is worthwhile depends on the nature of the evolutionary methods available. Moreover, ordinary potential beasts are significantly more affordable than those of rare potential, as aspiring beast masters newly entering the middle school division. It is typical for individuals like her to contract with young beasts. This choice is driven by the uncertainty of a young beast's growth potential and the ease of management they offer. Some companion beasts possess a volatile temperament. Should they escape the control of their beastmaster, they may inflict irreversible harm, or even death, upon them. Bai Ying was not entirely unprepared. She had conducted thorough research well in advance. According to her findings, 3 types of companion beasts captured her interest. The first was the rare Suzhue cat, a creature of the wind attribute. In the early stages, it exhibited impressive agility and commendable offensive capabilities, rendering it a free indly an adorable companion for novice beastmasters. The second was the ordinary Shuiyao worm, which possesses no inherent attributes. Prior to its metamorphosis into a butterfly, it boasts virtually no offensive power. However, the cocoon formed during its transformation serves as an exceptional material. Classified as rare, if evolved appropriately, it can develop considerable combat prowess or other abilities post-metamorphosis. This creature follows a distinctly defined evolutionary path, recognized as one of the nation's strategic achievements. Naturally, Bai Ying was reluctant to choose the Shuiyao worm unless absolutely necessary, for she had little inclination to engage with insects. The final option was the ordinary Mudivine, a creature of the wood attribute. The Mudivine is a rather conventional companion beast, possessing balanced offensive and defensive abilities, along with the ability to protect its beastmaster. Although it lacks any particularly remarkable traits, its versatility is noteworthy. The merit of having no specific attribute lies in its adaptability. While it does not possess unique abilities, it harmonizes well with any elemental attribute, which greatly satisfies. Bai Ying. Chapter 2. Mudivine 3 Varieties of Pet Beasts. Bai Ying hesitated for a moment before finally turning her gaze towards the introduction of the Mudivine. The Mudivine enjoys considerable popularity among ordinary pet beasts, as it is known to possess 3 stable evolutionary paths, thus earning its status as a beloved national companion. Were it not for this, the breeding facility in the small third-tier city where Bai Ying resided would not be able to accommodate numerous Mudivines at once. The Mudivine can evolve into the rare wood-type beast, the 10,000 Mudivine, which is known to reach an ultra-rare endpoint. It can also evolve into the rare wood-type beast, the Diamond Vine, with a similarly ultra-rare endpoint, and it can transform into the rare fire-type beast, the Fire Vine, whose ultimate evolution remains shrouded in mystery. Within the savings left to Bai Ying by her parents, there lie resources of the wood attribute. Along with a rare spatial resource, these are the most precious and valuable legacies her parents bestowed upon her. Considering these factors, Bai Ying ultimately resolved to select the Mudivine. Eager to test her own talents and explore the possibility of discovering a new evolutionary path. The following day, Bai Ying set out to the breeding facility with her funds and identification. Under the guidance of a sales representative, she arrived at a place reminiscent of a botanical garden. Standing outside a glass wall, she listened as the sales representative elaborated. Within, you will find a total of 34 seedlings of the muti vine. The tallest reaches 2 meters, while the shortest stands at 1.2 meters. Look, they are all quite healthy. The smallest one is not flawed in any way. It has merely just arrived at the seedling stage and has been transplanted here. Bai Ying meticulously observed the muti vines, noting that the one closest to her exhibited a deep green hue, adorned with 3 tendril-like vines, the longest of which measured approximately 1.5 meters, while the shortest was around 1 meter in length. Bai Ying furrowed her brows as she gazed at the wooden vines before her. To the naked eye, she could discern no distinction among them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. She discreetly summoned her innate powers, cloaking her eyes with her gifted energy, and resumed her scrutiny of the wooden vines within the glass chamber. To her astonishment, she discovered that there were indeed differences. The vine closest to her revealed several lines of text. Wood vine, attribute. Wood element level, late stage of first rank growth period. Seedling stage potential, ordinary, excellent, evolvable, evolution path, unknown compatibility, extremely high. Upon examining the other vines, she noted that similar inscriptions adorned their tops, with most being at the late stage of first rank. The most robust vine was at the peak of first rank, while the shortest was at the early stage of first rank. Then there was the variation in compatibility. Strangely, apart from the vine she had first noticed, which possessed ordinary, excellent potential and extremely high compatibility, the others, even the one at the peak of first rank, merely exhibited ordinary, good potential with only high compatibility. This revelation left Bai Ying astounded. The classification of potential along the path of innate evolution was far more detailed than the current standards they employed. She cast a glance at the sales representative, who was still enthusiastically extolling the virtues of the products. Concealing her astonishment, she addressed him. "Excuse me, I would like to acquire this particular vine." With that, she pointed to the vine with extremely high compatibility. The sales representative beamed with delight, recognizing the boost to his sales performance. He nodded vigorously and replied, "Certainly. Please complete your payment and proceed to the contract room to await your delivery. Our caretaker will bring this vine to you." Bai Ying nodded in affirmation and, under the guidance of the sales representative, proceeded to settle the payment before heading to the contract room to wait. Before long, a caretaker adorned with some beastly tattoos approached, effortlessly carrying a transparent glass box containing a unique vine with one arm. Bai Ying, utilizing her innate talent, first verified that the caretaker had made no errors. Naturally, he had not. With a sigh of relief, and under the watchful gaze of the caretaker, she activated the contract, materializing the summoning array to touch the vine. As a pet beast, the vine possessed self-awareness and sensed the power of the contract, instinctively resisting. Within mere seconds, Bai Ying was drenched in sweat. However, as a level 12 contract master with a first-tier pet beast cultivated by humans since its infancy, failure was not an option. Ultimately, she succeeded, the contract was completed, and she acquired a late-stage, first-tier pet vine. A palpable joy illuminated Bai Ying's face as she delved into her beast-taming space, perceiving that the vine was thriving splendidly in its new environment. From the emotions emanating from the vine, it was evident that the initial instinctual resistance had dissipated. It had grown fond of this place, which provided most of the energy necessary for its growth. The caretaker, observing Bai Ying introspecting her pet, did not linger and departed with the empty box. Bai Ying scrutinized the current status of the vine. Vine attribute: wood level, late stage first tier growth stage, seedling potential, ordinary, excellent, evolvable, evolution path, unknown skill 1, primary, absorb, upgradable. The vine can take root in the earth, drawing energy from the ground to nourish itself, sustaining its growth in daily life, and enhancing endurance during battles. Skill 2, primary, entangle, upgradable. Vines can ensnare enemies, hindering their movements and potentially strangling them. At present, she possessed only these 2 skills. Upon returning home, Bai Ying eagerly retrieved the resources left to her by her parents. She even took out a flower pot to plant a vine that would reside in her beast space. She first unwrapped a resource of the wood attribute, a 4th-tier honey fruit. As soon as the honey fruit was revealed, the vine beside her began to stir, its 3 tendrils reaching out eagerly toward the fruit, its consciousness conveying a profound desire to Bai Ying. The vine's innate instinct informed it that consuming the honey fruit could propel it into its growth phase, offering immense benefits. However, Bai Ying withheld the fruit, instead activating her own talent. Evolution path: ordinary, excellent, vine, contracted, 4th tier honey fruit rare, excellent, spirit vine, success rate 92. Mutation rate 2, mutation status unknown, spirit vine, new skill condensation upgradable, capable of condensing with spirit liquid at the tip of the vine. This liquid can be consumed to enhance the absorption of wood attribute energy. Bai Ying gasped in astonishment. She had never encountered the spirit vine in her textbooks or online, suggesting it might be an entirely new type of pet beast, and likely an exceptionally outstanding supportive one. Given that Bai Ying's mother awakened a wood attribute talent, she was familiar with the wood spirit liquid. This liquid promotes the body's absorption of wood attribute energy, benefiting not only pet beasts but also humans. Wood attribute beast tamers who consume wood spirit liquid can accelerate their cultivation speed and enhance their bond with their pet beasts, making it an extraordinarily valuable and useful resource. Currently, it is known that even a mere 10 milliliters of low-grade wood spirit liquid can fetch nearly 10,000. If Bai Ying were to evolve the wooden vine into the spiritual vine, it is quite possible that by the end of high school, she could amass enough funds for her university expenses. However, Bai Ying furrowed her brow, not captivated by this seemingly exceptional early-game supportive companion. While the wood spirit essence is indeed valuable, it is of no use to her as she does not possess the wood attribute. Even if she were to exchange the wood spirit essence for resources, those resources would remain unutilized for the time being, considering that she can only contract one companion before reaching level 20. Should she lean towards a supportive role, achieving a high rank in the high school entrance examination would prove quite challenging. Chapter 3. Is this truly a talent or merely a cheat? Her talent description indicated that the spiritual vine could produce wood spirit essence, yet it did not mention any new offensive skills for the spiritual vine. The skills of absorption and entanglement are commendable, but relying solely on these two commonplace abilities would make it exceedingly difficult to secure a favorable rank in the entrance exam. Consequently, Bai Ying set aside the honey fruit and turned her attention to another box containing spatial resources. Upon opening the box, the wooden vine, which had been expressing its dissatisfaction by waving its tendrils, suddenly froze and then erupted with a new wave of enthusiasm. Had it not been for Bai Ying's unwavering dedication to physical training and her absolute mastery over her companions, she might have succumbed to the wooden vine's attempts to seize the object from her grasp. What her parents left her was the corpse of a third-tier pursuing bee. Although it is merely a third-tier creature and a ferocious beast at that, this remains more valuable and rarer than the 4th-tier honey fruit. The box is not large, and the pursuing bee within is similarly modest in size, measuring about half an arm's length, its body entirely black, with 3 brownish-yellow ridges on its abdomen. Its fangs and tail stinger present an intimidating appearance. Although the attack power of the pursuing sky bee is not particularly high, it never engages in one-on-one confrontations. They always swarm to overwhelm a single target, making it nearly impossible to fend them off or escape, as they possess an unfair advantage. The pursuing sky bee belongs to the spatial category, allowing for short-range teleportation. However, each individual can only teleport once in its lifetime. Once a pursuing sky bee has utilized its teleportation ability, it will swiftly perish, leading to a decrease in its value. The pursuing sky bee before us still retains its teleportation capability, as evidenced by the intact stinger. Bai Ying brushed aside the writhing vines with a hint of surprise, having assumed that the allure of the honey fruit would surpass the appeal of the pursuing sky bee's carcass. To her astonishment, she was mistaken. Harnessing her abilities once more, Bai Ying's gaze brightened. Evolution path: ordinary, exceptional, vine, contracted, tier 3 pursuing sky bee, deceased, rare, exceptional, sky vine. Success rate 87 sky vine. New skill, pursuit, upgradable. The vine can execute short-range spatial pursuits, usable once every 24 hours with no stacking. Despite the considerable limitations of this pursuit ability, it bestows a strategic advantage, particularly for low-level individuals around level 10. As Bai Ying contemplated evolving the vine into a sky vine, her peripheral vision caught sight of the honey fruit placed at a distance, leading to a sudden epiphany. Her talent had not specified that each evolution could only utilize a single resource. Enlightened by her own cleverness, she pondered briefly before approaching and retrieving the honey fruit once more, activating her talent. The path of evolution: ordinary, excellent, wood vine, contracted, 3rd order pursuing bee, deceased, level 4 honey fruit rare, excellent, ethereal vine, success rate 69, mutation rate 7. Mutation status unknown. Ethereal vine. New skill, condensation, upgradable. Capable of condensing with spirit liquid at the tip of the vine, which can be consumed to enhance the absorption of wood attribute energy. New skill, pursuit, upgradable. The vine can perform a short-distance void pursuit with a limited range. Usable once every 24 hours, non-stackable. Bai Ying was ecstatic. It truly was possible. These resources can indeed be stacked, albeit with a significantly reduced success rate and an increased mutation rate. Only 3 items remained. One was the honey fruit, another was the pursuing bee, and the last was the second order wood attribute resource, sheepgrass. The path of evolution, ordinary, excellent, wood vine, contracted, third order ordinary, pursuing bee, deceased, level 4 honey fruit second order sheepgrass rare, excellent, ethereal vine. Success rate 71, mutation rate 11, mutation status unknown. The skills remained unchanged, still those 2. The sole purpose of this sheepgrass was to enhance the success rate of evolving into an ethereal vine and slightly increase the mutation rate. A success rate of 71 is quite commendable, though not overwhelmingly high. However, Bai Ying was resolute. She glanced at the wood vine, which was still anxiously fidgeting beside her, and communicated, "Would you be willing to consume these 2? A simple communication was still achievable for the wood vine, which understood Bai Ying's intent and was instantly exhilarated, nearly uprooting itself from the pot in excitement, watching Bai Ying with twitching lips. Thus, this mutual agreement was reached. As one passes by, one must not let the opportunity slip away. Calculations may falter, yet today is paramount. 3 resources are placed atop a pot adorned with wood vines, whose roots emerge and draw the resources into the soil. Bai Ying swiftly channels her talent, enveloping the wood vine in a shroud of grayish-white energy. After 2 hours, the grayish-white power is wholly absorbed by the wood vine. Bai Ying gazes intently, her eyes sparkling with joy, her smile stretching almost to her ears. Transcendent vine, attributes, spatial. Wood level, late stage 1 growth phase, seedling potential, rare excellent, evolution possible, evolution path, unknown skill 1. Basic, absorption, 0-100, allows the vine to surpass certain limitations, rooting deeply into the earth to absorb its energies, facilitating personal growth and enhancing sustainability during combat. Skill 2, basic, entangle, 0-100, the vine entwines around enemies, capable of hindering and strangling them. Skill 3, basic, condensation, 0-100, wood spirit liquid can be condensed at the vine's tip, which is consumable and promotes the absorption of wood attribute energy. Skill 4, basic, pursuit, 0-100, the vine can briefly surge through the air for a short-range pursuit. Usable once every 24 hours, non-stacking. Not only have 2 additional skills emerged, but a careful examination reveals a transformation in the absorption skill, evolving from merely rooting into the earth to now breaking through certain restrictions to take root. It is understandable, as training grounds or competition arenas in the city are constructed from special materials, which inevitably isolate them from the soil. Lacking soil, it was absurd for the wood-type beast to seek to absorb and enhance its endurance during battles. However, this was no longer mere folly. It was indeed possible now. Suppressing her overwhelming excitement, Bai Ying hopped in place a couple of times, rubbing her slightly stiffened smiling face, and curiously gazed at the parentheses following the skill. With eager eyes fixed on the 0-100, she pondered, how does one transcend 0? As her thought stirred, the panel of her beast in her mind transformed. Basic, absorption upgrade method. Devour beasts or fierce creatures possessing the same absorption skill, or engage in training. Basic, entanglement upgrade method. Devour beasts or fierce creatures possessing the same absorption skill, or engage in training. Basic, condensation upgrade method. Basic, pursuit upgrade method. Bai Ying was taken aback. An intelligent panel? Is this truly possible? Goodness. Are you sure this is a talent and not a cheat? Glancing once more at the evolutionary shortcuts provided by her talent, Bai Ying fell into contemplation. Chapter 4. This seems less like a cheat and more like a bottomless pit. Training can indeed enhance abilities, as substantiated by scientific research, but could devouring also suffice? Bai Ying's heart raced at the thought. Yet, upon observing the remaining 6-digit sum in her savings, she fell silent. It had once been a 7-digit figure, but purchasing a wooden vine had reduced it to 6. The crux of the matter was that while she could effortlessly devour fierce creatures in the secret realm with the ethereal vine, the idea of specifically purchasing beasts for the ethereal vine to consume was something Bai Ying could not bring herself to do. Each carefully nurtured pet beast serves as a vital resource for the continuation and flourishing of humanity, ever under the predatory gaze of fierce creatures. Such waste of resources, particularly in the context of lavish expenditure, is not something Bai Ying can afford to engage in or even consider. However, she soon reconsidered her stance. Was it not permissible to consume the deceased? It is essential to recognize that the cultivation of pet beasts is not devoid of mortality. On the contrary, the death rate is alarmingly high. After all, these creatures are the result of generations of breeding from ferocious beasts cultivated by humans. Each cultivation cycle often yields inferior specimens or those with undesirable mutations, and sometimes even leads to the sudden demise of a pet beast. Living pet beasts command a high value, while the value of their deceased counterparts diminishes significantly, at least when compared to the worth of similarly ranked ferocious beasts. Gazing at her savings and then at the diligently condensing with spirit liquid from the hollowwood vine, Bai Ying decided to contact the vendor whose business card she had received. "Hello, good day. Is there something I may assist you with?" "Yes. I would like to inquire whether you have any corpses of wood vines, dodder, or adamant grass available for purchase, provided the price is reasonable." "Indeed, madam. Currently, we have the corpse of a first-tier wood vine that met with an unfortunate demise, as well as the corpse of a first-tier dodder with inferior mutations. Which one would you prefer? And the price?" The value of a first-tier pet beast corpse is not insignificant, especially in the hands of those in need. Thus, one specimen would be priced at 5,000, while the other at 2,500. Would you like to take one of each? That's not feasible. I could simply opt for online shopping. Good madam, the total amounts to 12,500. Would you prefer cash on delivery, or would you like to settle the payment now? I shall pay now. Bai Ying procured 5 first-tier beast corpses: Mukong, Cascuda, Jianmu, Mimiwa, and a grape seedling. Indeed, there is a grape seedling. You did not missee it. Do not underestimate the grape seedling. While it possesses only one meager attack skill, it is a nourishing treasure. Do you know how exorbitantly priced the grapes from a 5th-tier grapevine can be? The amount Bai Ying just spent could scarcely procure 2 of them. Do not dismiss the grape seedling lightly. The unexpected demise of the goods sold to Bai Ying included Mukong and the grape seedling. While Mimihua was a subpar breed lacking a primary skill, the remaining 2 were of inferior mutation. That very night, the goods arrived, and observing the breeding facility bustling with urgency to dispatch their wares, Bai Ying fell into contemplation. Why did it feel as though she had been shortchanged? Never mind. She resolved to try for 2,000 next time. The 5 seedling corpses stood as tall as half a door of Bai Ying's home and were quite hefty, requiring considerable effort to haul inside. Sweating profusely, Bai Ying cast a lingering gaze at the corner, where the ethereal vine was laboriously condensing the wood spirit liquid. Should it fail to prove itself, she would have no choice but to preserve it as a specimen, relegating it to be a mere addition to this little family of beasts. The ethereal vine, sensing Bai Ying's scrutinizing gaze, froze momentarily, as if perceiving an invisible aura of menace from the void, and redoubled its efforts to manifest its worth. Otherwise, dire consequences loomed. As Bai Ying placed the 5 lifeless seedlings before the ethereal vine, its 3 tendrils trembled in a rigid quiver. What could this mean for the Beastmaster? Was it a foreboding warning that failure would lead to demise? How terrifying! The child was striving with utmost effort. "Look at me, Beastmaster," Bai Ying exclaimed, glancing at the ethereal vine, which quivered even more violently. She approached it, and one of its tendrils seemed on the verge of trembling loose. Bai Ying cast a puzzled glance at the vine, pondering internally. Could it be that the highly compatible and exceptional seed recommended by the system harbored some flaw? Or was it necessary for the spirit wood essence to manifest in such a manner? After all, she felt no emotional transmission from the ethereal vine. Never mind. She was unfamiliar with the intricacies of beast nurturing, so she disregarded it for now. She merely conveyed to the vine that they would pause and attempt to strengthen themselves first. Instantly, the vine's quaking tendrils stood upright, no longer trembling nor feeling fear. Instead, it perceived Bai Ying as endearing and amiable. Even though it had been domesticated by humans, its wild instincts had nearly vanished. Yet the drive to grow stronger was ingrained in its very essence. With a delightful sway, it awaited Bai Ying's enhancement. Bai Ying observed the ethereal vine and the 4 lifeless bodies piled at her feet, contemplating for a moment before lifting the smallest and lightest of the seedlings, the flower, to place it in the pot. As she pulled the entire flower down towards the vine's roots, she activated her talent, and the skill of absorption pulsed momentarily. Upon meticulously examining the detailed description of the absorption skill, she found that, apart from the notation in parentheses, not a single word had changed. It remained at the primary level, somewhat expected yet still disheartening. Bai Ying, after a brief flutter of her eyelids, cast another grape seedling into the fray. This time, under her meticulous observation, the skills of absorption and entanglement stirred slightly, yet their status remained at a disheartening 1/100. A foreboding sensation washed over Bai Ying as she subsequently tossed in the daughter, sword wood, and wooden vines. The skills flickered again, but yielded no further response. A sharp intake of breath escaped Bai Ying's lips. What is this? What is happening? Is this a glitch? No, it cannot be. It is an abyss. Today, the 4 low-tier specimens, which included inferior varieties, cost over 10,000, and yet the skills refused to even respond minimally. How much would it take to elevate the primary skill of the ethereal vine to intermediate or advanced levels? It seems doubtful that even the yield of a 5th-tier grapevine could support such an expense. Well, perhaps the grapevine could still be sustained. However, Bai Ying possesses no 5th-tier grapevine, only a modest dwelling and savings that barely approach 7 figures. With a heavy heart, Bai Ying cast a lingering glance at the ethereal vine, smirking coldly. You best train hard. If you cannot elevate your absorption skill to intermediate during your seedling phase, I shall turn you into a specimen as a warning. The tendrils of the ethereal vine stiffened. Although it could not comprehend Bai Ying's words, it sensed her murderous intent. Its beast master seemed utterly enraged and intent on destruction. Help! Yet, there would be no salvation for it. Trembling with trepidation, the ethereal vine, feeling wronged, wiped away its tiny tears with a handkerchief, absorbing the essence of wood spirit liquid, realizing that to survive, it must redeem itself through merit. It is still young. Yet to conquer the world and unwilling to perish, it must strive to grow stronger. First, let us set a modest goal to condense 100 million drops of wood spirit liquid. Charge forth. Chapter 5. Dazzling Bai Ying crouched before the ethereal vine, gazing wistfully at the 3 drops of wood spirit liquid that had taken an entire night to coalesce. The thought of needing 25 drops to barely yield a milliliter of low-grade wood spirit liquid weighed heavily on her mind, each drop fetching merely a few hundred. Although this pace was commendable, the memory of the tens of thousands spent yesterday caused her heart to ache. Her eyes glimmered with envy as she regarded the ethereal vine, which, through their bond, expressed its loyalty to Bai Ying, albeit hesitantly. This reassurance somewhat quelled her yearning for the vine of blades. With a stoic expression, Bai Ying dug a pit in her yard and planted the ethereal vine within, surrounding it with several wooden figures purchased online the day before, allowing the vine to practice its absorption and entanglement techniques. During its time in the beast cultivation garden, the longest tendril of the ethereal vine measured 1.5 meters, while the shortest stretched to 1.2 meters. After a night's growth, the longest tendril now reached an impressive 1.9 meters, and the shortest had grown to 1.5 meters. As a wood vine, it would be considered to have achieved the first stage of completion upon reaching 2 meters in length, with a minimum of 5 tendrils indicating it had entered the growth phase. At present, when Bai Ying glanced at the attributes of the ethereal vine, she noted that it remained in the late first stage and chose to leave it to its exercises in the yard. Although she found the pace of condensing 3 drops of wood spirit liquid in one night somewhat sluggish, she recognized that she had established a stable means of generating income. In the span of a week, approximately 1 milliliter of low-grade wood spirit is consumed, equating to 4 milliliters over the course of a month. The market price for 1 milliliter of low-grade wood spirit can reach a maximum of 9,000, thus making 4 milliliters worth 36,000. While this is a considerable sum, it is not exorbitant. Therefore, Bai Ying must make a significant investment in the ethereal vine at this juncture. She contemplated the completely unusable 3rd-tier wind attribute resource remaining at home, along with the several 100,000 in her bank account, and then glanced at the ethereal vine diligently laboring in the yard. With a heavy sigh, she acknowledged the challenges of nurturing and the need for caution. As she perused the evening's materials, she found herself particularly enticed by the skills of the 10,000 wood vine's division and the diamond vine's indomitable physique. The former possesses the remarkable ability to bifurcate its tendrils, potentially multiplying its form exponentially, creating a visually stunning spectacle. The latter also boasts impressive capabilities. When the diamond physique is fully activated, even the claws of ferocious beasts cannot inflict harm upon the tendrils themselves. Both skills would greatly augment the combat prowess of the ethereal vine. However, the pressing issue remains financial constraints. The resources she could locate online that would facilitate the evolution of the wood vine towards either the 10,000 wood vine or the diamond vine are predominantly 3rd and 4th tier, with Bai Ying capable of barely affording one resource. Yet, when combined with the requisite 1st and 2nd tier resources, she finds herself truly unable to purchase them. However, Recalling her previous success in utilizing her talent to obtain matching results for evolution pathways, an idea sparked within Bai Ying's mind. She glanced at the diligent, gold-devouring beast basking in the sun, narrowed her eyes, and resolved to set it into motion before proceeding in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Ying found herself alone at the entrance of the department store. After a brief glance at the directory, she discovered that the resources for pet evolution, as well as those utilized by beast tamers, were located on the 4th floor. Resolutely, she made her way upwards. Observing a happy family of 3 nearby stirred a bittersweet sensation within her, yet she swiftly cast aside such feelings. A more pressing matter awaited her attention. It is widely acknowledged that the timing of sales significantly influences success. During prosperous periods, goods sell swiftly and abundantly at elevated prices, while during less favorable times, sales dwindle and prices inevitably drop. The scene before her was clearly not conducive to buyers, as evidenced by the radiant smiles of the slender, graceful saleswomen behind the glass displays. With determination, Bai Ying ascended the stairs. The department store's interior was elegantly elliptical, with several wavy pathways ingeniously maximizing the available space. The resources near the entrance were of a lower tier, but as one ventured deeper into the establishment, the quality of resources improved. Bai Ying did not overlook the low-tier offerings. Upon entering, she activated her innate talent to seek out resources suitable for the ethereal vine. Alas, the first-tier resources fell short of meeting the ethereal vine's evolutionary requirements. As she explored, every first-tier resource displayed a success rate of no more than 10 under the evolutionary path talent, with some poorly matched resources plummeting to a mere 3. After half an hour of searching, Bai Ying finally stumbled upon a barely viable resource at the tail end of the second-tier offerings. Evolutionary path, rare, excellent, ethereal vine contracted, second-tier ordinary, longstrider falcon. Rare, excellent, ethereal vine, success rate 36, mutation rate 8, mutation status unknown. New skill, sharpness, upgradable. This ability allows for localized sharpening, akin to steel. With a mere 10 success rate, achieving 36 is indeed remarkable and conspicuous. Naturally, Bai Ying has not lost her sanity to purchase it outright. Instead, she has taken out her phone to document the ferocious beast known as the Longi Falcon. There are still third-tier resources yet to be explored, so there is no need for haste. Upon reaching the third-tier resources, the success rates and a plethora of skills will manifest along the path of evolution. Several skills have piqued Bai Ying's interest, yet they are not currently paramount, and she has managed to restrain herself. Patience is a virtue. These skills will one day be within her grasp. With that thought, she wipes her drool and presses onward. Hard work pays off, and at last, Bai Ying glimpses the dawn of evolution. Evolution path, rare, excellent, ethereal vine, contracted, third-tier ordinary, earth dragon dry rare, excellent, ethereal vine. With a success rate of 61 and a mutation rate of 23, though the specifics of the mutation remain unknown. New skill, clone. By severing a vine, one can create a clone that inherits 50 of the original's attack power. This clone persists until either it or the original is vanquished. Though this clone is not identical to the original, it undeniably serves as an effective means to enhance attack power. Note it down, note it down. Chapter 6, Direction of Mutation. She continues to delve deeper. It must be said, although Yongying City is merely a second-tier small city, this department store is but one of the 3 major department stores in Yongying City. However, the resources pertaining to beast masters are truly abundant, which can be attributed to the proximity of a second-tier secret realm and a third-tier secret realm not far from Yongying City. In the realm of third-tier resources, Bai Ying felt a tinge of regret for not having fully explored her options. However, she realized that she no longer possessed the means to advance further. Before her lay 2 third-tier resources. One was Dragon Spittle Grass, priced at 720,000, and the other was the Thunder Beast, valued at 750,000. These meager possessions constituted her entire wealth. Thus far, she had only observed 4 types of resources: the second-tier resource, Long Flight Falcon; the third-tier resources, Earth Dragon Dry; the third-tier resource, Crocodile Turtle; and the third-tier resource, Qianshan Dragon Branch. The skills of the Long Flight Falcon and Crocodile Turtle bore a striking resemblance. One employed sharpening, while the other utilized localized hardening. The skill of Earth Dragon Dry was duplication, whereas Qianshan Dragon Branch exhibited differentiation, showcasing a similarity between the latter two. From a cost-performance perspective, Bai Ying aspired to acquire the Qianshan Dragon Branch, perhaps due to its classification as a plant-type creature, which contributed to its rarity, boasting a success rate of 82. Yet, the Qianshan dragon branch posed two significant challenges. Firstly, it was the most expensive of the four resources, priced at 510,000, surpassing that of a wooden vine. Secondly, the mutation rate following the success rate soared to an alarming 31. The likelihood of absorbing mutations from the Qianshan dragon branch approached one-third, with the nature of these mutations remaining uncertain. Mutations could manifest as either advantageous or detrimental. The former would be a cause for celebration, while the latter would leave Bai Ying in despair, uncertain of whom to confide in for solace. Alternatively, she could invest approximately 600,000 to procure the crocodile turtle and long-flight falcon. The potential for their combined evolution would likely increase. However, the success rate for the crocodile turtle stood at 50, while that of the long-flight falcon lingered at just over 30, suggesting that the cumulative success rate might not surpass the impressive 82. After much contemplation, Bai Ying decided to approach the front desk. "Greetings. May I assist you with anything, dear guest?" The receptionist, with a warm and sweet smile, looked at Bai Ying, showing no signs of neglecting her simply because there were no adults accompanying her. "After taking a brief stroll, I found myself uncertain about certain resources. Might I request to see the second-tier resource, Longstrike Falcon, the third-tier resource, Crocodile Turtle, and the third-tier resource, Qianshan Dragon Branch?" "Certainly, dear guest. Please hold on for a moment." Bai Ying exhaled in relief. Indeed, it was possible. If she could examine these two resources and activate her talent, she could ascertain the situation and make a decisive choice regarding her purchases. 3 boxes were opened before Bai Ying, who activated her talent and placed her hands on the boxes of Crocodile Turtle and Longstrike Falcon, scrutinizing the information provided by the evolution path, her brows knitting together. Evolution path: rare, excellent, ethereal vine contracted, second tier ordinary, Longstrike Falcon third tier ordinary, Crocodile Turtle rare, excellent, ethereal vine, success rate 41, mutation rate 20. Mutation status unknown. The combination of these two resources not only failed to enhance the success rate, but even diminished the success rate for Crocodile Turtle. This revelation took Bai Ying by surprise. Clearly, these two resources were not her optimal choices. She turned her gaze to Qianshan Dragon Branch. The receptionist observed Bai Ying's expression clearly and approached her to introduce the Qianshan Dragon Branch. "Dear guest, the Qianshan Dragon Branch is regarded as one of the finest resources among the third-tier offerings. Though it is costly, it can only be found in the realms where dragons thrive, having long been accompanied by these majestic creatures, and it contains a trace of dragon might within. Another 3-tier resource, Dragon Spittle, in our family also exhibits similar characteristics. If a guest's pet possesses exceptional innate talents, it is highly probable that they may awaken new skills while absorbing this resource imbued with dragon might." Bai Ying instantly grasped this notion and addressed the receptionist. "Could you kindly show me the Dragon Spittle as well? I wish to determine which is more suitable for me, the Qianshan Dragon Branch or the Dragon Spittle." This statement was rather nonsensical. The Dragon Spittle was inherently unsuitable for Bai Ying. She had examined it previously, and while the success rate was fairly high, it failed to yield any new skills or enhance her racial potential. However, perhaps combining the Qianshan Dragon Branch with the Dragon's Spittle might yield different results? Evolution path: rare, excellent, ethereal vine contracted, Tier 3 Qianshan Dragon Branch, Tier 3 Dragon Spittle ultra rare, excellent, ethereal vine. With a success rate of 87 and a mutation rate of 50, directed towards dragon lineage. New skill differentiation, upgradable during combat. The vine can differentiate, inheriting 52 of the original's abilities. Post-battle, the differentiation dissipates. Bai Ying merely glanced at the success rate and new skills. Yet the mutation rate and dragon lineage direction caused her heart to race significantly, akin to a tempest raging within her. The dragon lineage is one of the most formidable races among all known ferocious beasts and pets. Possessing a pet closely related to dragons essentially places one within the top 10 among beast tamers of the same level. At that moment, Bai Ying resolved to purchase both resources. "I would like to acquire these two resources. May I inquire about the total cost?" The Qianshan Dragon Branch is priced at 510,000, while the Dragon Spittle is priced at 720,000, amounting to a total of 1,230,000, upon reaching a consumption of 1 million. A discount of 5 can be applied, resulting in a total of 1.16 million after rounding down. The elder sister gazed at Bai Ying with a smile. After a moment of silence, Bai Ying realized that she had only 825,000 remaining in her card, yet fortunately, she was prepared. I possess a third-tier wind attribute resource. Do you acquire such items here? Bai Ying inquired, retrieving a box from her backpack. Indeed, we do acquire it. But we must first present the resource to the master at the back for inspection. Please hold on, the elder sister replied, cradling the box Bai Ying had given her. She opened it, allowing Bai Ying to see her item resting within, untouched. This is a rare third-tier wind attribute resource, red color bird. We are willing to purchase it for 540,000. The customer needs to pay an additional 620,000. Bai Ying nodded, filled in her address, and followed the elder sister to complete the payment. That evening, Yuansheng department store would send someone to deliver these two resources. Chapter 7. An exceptional pet must learn to self-sustain in the evening. The ethereal vine continued to practice its various skills. Upon receiving the goods, Bai Ying instructed the ethereal vine to rest and prepare for evolution. The resources, valued at 1 million, represented all her possessions. A gamble on fortune had arrived. Bai Ying cast the two resources beside the ethereal vine and activated her talent, enveloping it once more in a grayish-white glow. As the light faded, the evening had deepened into night. Bai Ying stared in awe at the ethereal vine, which had transformed from its initial smooth, flexible, deep green appearance. The shortest of its three vines had already reached over 2 meters, exhibiting a dark green hue, with its roots displaying a deep brown color. The entire surface is covered with palm-sized wooden scales, which feel somewhat coarse to the touch and are quite rigid when struck. However, it remains uncertain what level of hardness they possess in actual combat. The base is the thickest, comparable to a bucket, while the tip tapers to a thickness akin to that of an adult thigh. They present a striking contrast in appearance. It is only then that Bai Ying glanced at the information. Dragon scale vine attributes, dragon, space. Wood level, first order great perfection growth stage. Seedling potential, extremely rare, excellent, capable of evolution, evolution path. Unknown skill 1. Basic, absorption, 12100. This skill allows the vine to root itself into the earth, absorbing the planet's energy to nourish itself, facilitating growth in daily life and enhancing endurance during combat. Skill 2. Basic, entanglement, 2100. The vines wrap around enemies, serving to hinder and potentially strangle them. Skill 3. Basic, condensation, 12100. The vine tips can condense with spirit liquid, which is consumable and promotes the absorption of wood attribute energy. There is a 1 in 10,000 chance to condense a low level with spirit liquid imbued with faint dragon energy. Skill 4. Basic, pursuit, 0100. The vine can execute short-range pursuits through the air, with a limited distance. This skill can be utilized once every 24 hours and does not stack. Skill 5. Basic, division, 0100. During combat, the vine can divide, with the resulting segments inheriting 52 of the original's abilities. The segments dissipate after the battle concludes. Skill 6. Intermediate, dragon scale protection, 1000. The surface of the vine is adorned with dragon scale-like patterns, enhancing its defensive capabilities. When the dragon scales unfurl, their sharp edges can be used for cutting. Bai Ying's laughter blossomed like flowers. Although she did not acquire the skill of dragon might that the elder sister had whimsically promised, she obtained other abilities, yet was hindered by insufficient funds and a lackluster evolution path that prevented her from obtaining intermediate skills even more formidable than hardening. She has come to comprehend that the preliminary and intermediate skills may yield advanced levels in the future, reflecting the evolution path's assessment of these abilities, while the brackets denote the proficiency of said skills. However, she remains uncertain whether the initial evaluations will elevate in tandem with the increase in power. Furthermore, during her previous visit to the marketplace, she did not observe any indication that the pre-evolution of the ethereal vine would lead to the dragon scale vine. Yet the mutation rate had reached 50. This implies that the dragon scale vine was obtained through mutation, specifically a favorable mutation. She senses that through several utilizations of her innate talents, she has begun to grasp certain nuances. When employed independently, the mutation rate of the Qianshan dragon branch near 20. Although the direction of mutation remains unknown, perhaps this is due to the meager draconic energy contained within the Qianshan dragon branch, making it arduous for the evolution path to yield significant results. However, upon incorporating another draconic resource, the draconic energy reached the minimum requirement for evolution, clearly indicating the direction of transformation. Nonetheless, the potential remains modest, hence it does not explicitly define the resultant evolution, with a mutation rate of only 50. With this newfound understanding of the principles at play, Bai Ying feels a surge of potential. Her previous desire to enhance the attack power of the dragon scale vine has now been realized. With the capabilities of the dragon scale vine, she is confident that in the freshman entrance examination of Yanging No. 1 High School, she will undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3. After all, in the past 5 years at Yanging No. 1 High School, the best performer in the entrance examination possessed merely an adult-stage ultra-rare first-tier pet beast, which was not even comparable to the exceptional dragon-type potential of the dragon scale vine. As long as she cultivates the dragon scale vine to adulthood or elevates it to the second tier within the next 2 months, or raises her own level to 20, it should not pose a significant challenge. The seedling stage dragon scale vine still has one opportunity for evolution, and Bai Ying truly feels powerless this time. Her savings have dwindled to merely 177,000, evolving what seems almost impossible. This amount of money is only sufficient for Bai Ying to enhance the skills of the dragon scale vine, and she is uncertain whether this investment will suffice to upgrade its binding and absorption skills. Currently, her ability to earn money hinges entirely on the low tier with spirit liquid. It is noteworthy that the 2/3 tier resources not only allow the vine to evolve into a new race with greater potential, but also enable the skills of absorption and condensation to break through the double digits, a cause for celebration. With mixed feelings of joy and concern, she slept through the night. Upon awakening the next day, Bai Ying, as usual, first checked how much low-tier wood spirit liquid had condensed overnight. To her delight, the quantity had indeed increased. Of course, the minuscule 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining wood spirit liquid imbued with dragon energy was absent, but the amount had risen from 3 drops to 6 drops. Bai Ying felt reassured that she would not starve. The dragon scale vine, now possessing an intellect akin to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Since Bai Ying's gaze upon it, it realized that it was not merely a useless pet, but rather a valuable companion capable of ensuring its master's sustenance. With a sense of pride, its tendrils swayed gently. Each day, the dragon scale vine diligently practiced techniques such as entanglement, division, pursuit, and the protective dragon scale, while at night it focused on condensing spiritual essence. Concurrently, Bai Ying exerted herself in her training, striving to elevate her rank at the earliest opportunity. Thus, a month passed. The 2 evolutions of the dragon scale vine provided Bai Ying with a substantial amount of energy, and through her own efforts combined with this feedback, she ascended to the rank of a level 15 beast master. Meanwhile, despite the relentless training, the dragon scale vine remained at the peak of the first tier. Still in its seedling stage, however, most of its skills had undergone significant advancements. Basic, absorb, 3100, basic, entangle, 2100, basic, condense, 19100, basic, pursue, 4100, basic, divide, 9100, intermediate, dragon scale protection, 1000. All skills had improved by 1 or 2 levels. Nevertheless, Bai Ying's remaining funds dwindled from 177,000 to a mere 20,000, rendering her financially strained. With her funds nearly depleted, it became imperative for her to venture out to earn money. She set out with the dragon scale vine to engage in business. Chapter 8. New Student Entrance Assessment at Yuanxing Department Store. Once again on the 4th floor, a month had elapsed, and the crowd was not as numerous as before. A few scattered customers meandered through the aisles. Bai Ying, with a clear objective in mind, proceeded directly to the front desk. Once again, it is the familiar and enchanting elder sister, adorned with her sweet, charming smile. Hello. Greetings, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today? Behold, the same well-remembered phrases. I wish to sell some low-grade wood spirit essence. Would you be interested in purchasing it? Indeed, we are. Have you brought it with you? We must first assess the quality of the wood spirit essence. I have. Bai Ying produced a meticulously prepared vial containing merely 1 milliliter of the essence and handed it to her. After 10 minutes, the elder sister returned, holding the vial of wood spirit essence. This is indeed low-grade wood spirit essence of commendable quality and high concentration. Our purchasing price is 10,000 per milliliter. May I inquire how much you possess? Although it exceeded my initial expectations, that is not the crux of the matter. Are you planning to purchase this consistently over the long term? At this, the elder sister's demeanor shifted, becoming even more enthusiastic. Low-grade wood spirit essence is a highly sought-after commodity, and our establishment is certainly willing to procure it regularly. How much do you have at your disposal? I can provide 8 milliliters of the essence each month, potentially for 6 months, and the quality will remain consistent. The elder sister pondered for a moment before responding. If you are willing to supply us with 8 milliliters of this quality each month for the next 6 months, we would be prepared to pay 90,000 each month. What do you think? It's a deal. Excellent, dear guest. Please accompany us to the back for a brief moment while we draft the contract. Certainly. Sipping the fruit tea provided by the elder sister, Bai Ying reveled in the delightful taste. Half an hour later, the contract was finalized, with payment exchanged for goods. However, Bai Ying did not leave, clutching the money she had just received along with a membership card offering a 5% discount. She approached Sister Zhang at the front desk to request a list of resources of the wood attribute, specifically those of the second and third tiers. A glance at the third-tier resources revealed they were largely unaffordable, so she bypassed them and focused on the second-tier options. By afternoon, the second-tier resources arrived. Bai Ying tossed the items at the base of the dragon scale vine and activated her talent. As the gray-white light faded, she eagerly glanced at the information card and exclaimed, "It worked. Dragon scale vine, attribute, dragon, space. Wood level, early second-tier growth stage, mature potential, super rare, excellent, evolvable, evolution path, unknown skill 1, beginner, absorption, 41-100, can transcend certain limitations to take root in the earth, absorbing its energy to nourish itself, sustaining growth in daily life and enhancing endurance during battles. Skill 2, beginner, constriction, 27-100, vines entangle the enemy, capable of hindering and strangling them. Skill 3, beginner, condensation, 25-100, can condense with spirit liquid at the vine's tip, which is consumable and promotes the absorption of wood attribute energy. Skill 4, beginner, pursuit, 9-100, vines can chase over short distances, usable once every 24 hours, non-stacking. Skill 5, beginner, division, 11-100, during combat, the vines can divide, inheriting 52 of the main body's abilities. The division disappears after the battle concludes. Skill, intermediate, dragon scale shield, 8-1000. The surface of the vine is adorned with dragon scale patterns, enhancing its defensive capabilities. When the dragon scales unfurl, their sharp edges can slice through obstacles. Skill 7, beginner, photosynthesis, 0-100. Engaging in photosynthesis, it can gradually mend injuries under sunlight. The dragon scale vine has experienced remarkable growth, with the shortest vine now reaching 8 meters, a significant increase from its initial length of less than 2 meters, while the longest vine extends to an astonishing 10 meters. Moreover, it has transformed from 3 vines to 5, with the shortest among them measuring 5.6 meters. This once slightly intimidating creature has evolved into a form that is far from adorable, taking Bai Ying over a month and expending more than 1 million resources. Raising a pet beast is indeed an expensive endeavor. However, the investment of over 1 million resources has not been in vain. The current dragon scale vine possesses formidable attack power for its level, commendable endurance, and a degree of self-healing capability. During non-combat moments, it also has the ability to autonomously generate resources for supplementary training. Bai Ying has cultivated an awe-inspiring, versatile pet beast with 1 million resources, rendering it nearly invincible against ordinary beasts. Subsequently, Bai Ying, now devoid of resources, engaged in a relentless and rigorous training regimen with the dragon scale vine to hone and enhance its skills. Otherwise, possessing unrivaled potential and skills would be laughable if one were to be easily overpowered. In the following month, after receiving the admission notice from Yangying No. 1 High School, Bai Ying, accompanied by the dragon scale vine, took advantage of the school's training facilities to refine their skills, a privilege granted to Bai Ying due to her ranking in the top 1% citywide. On the eve of the new semester, Bai Ying emerged from the training room, drawing in a deep breath. The next 6 months would either be a disheartening existence of monotonous meals or an extravagant endeavor to nurture her second beast companion. The outcome awaited the dawn. At 8 o'clock the following morning, the grand auditorium of Yangying No. 1 High School was filled with the fresh faces of the class of 2022. Bai Ying, clad in her school uniform, chose a seat towards the front. The previous day, upon her exit from the training room, she had observed the class distribution within the school and discovered that she was assigned to Class 1. Yangying No. 1 High School exclusively admits students with the innate talent of beast tamers, and this year welcomed a total of 538 students, divided into 14 classes. Class 1 comprised 40 students, representing the top echelon of the grade based on rankings, while Class 14 languished at the bottom. Bai Ying ranked 23rd within her class, placing her in the mid-lower tier. Reflecting on her near-perfect scores in the humanities, she sighed inwardly, acknowledging the strength of her peers. After the principal concluded his address, He warmly invited the stern-faced and serious-speaking director of education to take the stage. The director's demeanor contrasted sharply with that of the principal, where the latter had inspired enthusiasm for the promising future of Yang Ying No. 1 High School with their presence. The director doused the excitement with a cold splash of reality. With a countenance as stern as his words, his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the youthful faces in the audience, and he coldly declared, "Today, we welcome 538 students into our fold, but 3 years hence, not all will walk out of this institution." What was this? Why start off with such a chilling warning? Bai Ying quietly listened to the whispers of those around her, neither echoing their sentiments nor contradicting them. Yet, she understood that the words of the director on stage were indeed accurate. The educational approach of Yang Ying No. 1 High School diverged significantly from that of other institutions. They preferred a harmonious blend of theory and practice, encouraging students to cultivate their skills in the mystical realms. Graduates from Yang Ying No. 1 often garnered the attention of prestigious universities. However, not every student emerged unscathed. Last year, 2 students faced dire fates. One perished, while the other was left disabled. Across all who ventured into these mystical domains, numerous lives were lost annually. Students who defied directives and dismissed their teacher's counsel, believing themselves invincible, risked meeting their demise within the depths of the realms, rendering even the most vigilant safety personnel ineffective. Apart from the first semester of their freshman year, students were routinely organized by the school to train in a nearby mystical realm in Yangying City, teeming with dangerous beasts ranging from levels 1 to 4. Even upperclassmen faced a notable risk of casualties, with one ear attuned to the speaker on stage and the other to the murmurs below. Bai Ying soon shifted her focus entirely to the address being delivered. This afternoon, you, the new cohort of students, will embark on a journey to Yiyang County, subsequently entering the 713 mystical realm to commence your entrance examination. The format and ranking specifics of the examination will be elaborated upon by your respective class teachers this afternoon, so I shall refrain from reiterating them here. Now, I invite the student representative, Yu Xiangchen, to deliver a speech. Upon the stage stood a tall, slender young man wearing glasses, who, despite being deserving of the audience's full attention, found himself overshadowed by the astonishing revelation just disclosed by the director of education. The students seated before him were astounded to learn that their entrance examination would not take place within the confines of the school, but rather outside, within the enigmatic realms of the secret domain, such as the formidable reputation of Yang Ying No. 1 High School. Chapter 9. Acquaintance after a midday meal. Bai Ying lingered in her classroom for merely half an hour, during which she encountered her homeroom teacher and the new student representative, Yu Xiangchen. However, encountering him in class 1 of Beast Tamers was not particularly surprising, considering he was the top student of the current cohort. The homeroom teacher, a short and stout middle-aged man with a fair complexion, modest eyes, and a bald head, wore a smile that made him resemble a benevolent steamed bun. "Greetings, students. I am your homeroom teacher and also your instructor for practical lessons. My name is Pai Shu. We will share the next 3 years together, during which you will come to understand both my personality and teaching methods, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Allow me to introduce the new student entrance examination, which will commence this afternoon and span 3 days within the 713 secret domain." He surveyed the classroom and inquired, "Is there anyone among the 40 classmates who has yet to form a contract with a beast?" As he scanned the room, no one rose to respond. All 40 students had already secured their own beasts. Pai Shu nodded with satisfaction and declared, "Since everyone possesses a beast, you are all qualified to participate in the new student entrance examination. Now, allow me to provide a brief introduction to the enigmatic realm of 713, which surrounds Yang Ying No. 1 High School. It is essential for all students attending this institution to be acquainted with this low-tier, secluded domain, inhabited by ferocious beasts classified from levels 1 to 4. The upcoming entrance examination for new students will take place in the periphery of this realm, where the resident beasts predominantly belong to the first and second tiers, posing a certain degree of danger to all participants. It is imperative that you prioritize your safety during the assessment, for while the entrance examination is a singular event, life itself is irreplaceable. The examination will revolve around a singular objective, to amass resources of higher levels and greater quantities, as this will determine one's ranking. Resources of the first tier are valued at 1 point, those of the second tier at 10 points, the third tier at 100 points, and the fourth tier at 10,000 points. Furthermore, slaying beasts will also contribute to your score, adhering to the same point system. Pishu paused momentarily, took a sip from the cup on the podium, and remarked, "That is the gist of it." Do you have any questions? A tall boy seated in the back, sporting a small braid, smirked and inquired, Teacher Pishu, does the fact that resources obtained and beasts slain are calculated separately imply that we can seize resources from our competitors? This question, while significant, carried a certain sensitivity, prompting the attention of his classmates, some of whom regarded him with less than amiable expressions. Pishu offered a slight smile and replied, naturally. A murmur of hushed conversation spread through the classroom. Although Pishu had not explicitly mentioned this unspoken rule, it undeniably existed, indicating that Yanging No. 1 High School encourages competition among its students. Pishu observed the hushed whispers circulating throughout the classroom. Glancing up at the clock, he raised his voice slightly and declared, "All right, you may compete for resources among your classmates, but violence is strictly prohibited. The time has come for you to embark on your journey. Our class bus is XXX. Oh, and I almost forgot, we still need a class monitor. Yu Xiangchen, would you please take on the role of class monitor for Class 1 and organize the group? Off you go." With that, Pishu swiftly departed without allowing any further inquiries. Yu Xiangchen adjusted his glasses, furrowing his brow slightly, perhaps displeased with the teacher's abrupt assignment. Nevertheless, he quickly took charge. The students, being astute individuals, though not entirely thrilled with this impromptu leadership, refrained from causing a scene or opposing the decision. Class 1 boarded the bus in an orderly fashion. Despite having just met, the group of 40 had already formed small clusters, both male and female. Bai Ying, sitting alone, retrieved an eye mask from her backpack as she prepared to don it. The journey to the 713 secret realm would require at least 2 hours, and she intended to catch some rest and rejuvenate her energy. However, someone approached her. Yu Xiangchen was the last to board the bus and, after surveying the surroundings, made his way directly to the vacant seat beside Bai Ying. Bai Ying, may I sit next to you? He inquired, lowering his gaze. Bai Ying paused momentarily, her hand holding the eye mask, then nodded in assent, saying, "Feel free." Previously, I had always wished to engage in a friendly exchange with you during the new student assessment, but I was somewhat disheartened to discover that the format of the evaluation had changed. The expressions and words of Yu Xiangchen resonated with Bai Ying, who could sense the shared sentiment. Although I too felt a twinge of regret, I consoled myself with the thought that the new assessment content might be more intriguing. Bai Ying and Yu Xiangchen were not childhood acquaintances, they became acquainted within the confines of the school. Recently, during Bai Ying's visit to the training room at the school, he happened to cross paths with Yu Xiangchen, who had arrived early to train. Through their encounters, they gradually became familiar with one another. As their friendship deepened, Bai Ying discerned that Yu Xiangchen was an exceptionally straightforward individual. His affluent background was evident, especially given that his first pet beast exhibited rare potential. Yet, beneath this privilege lay a simplicity of desire. He solely aspired to grow stronger, harboring no ulterior motives. For Bai Ying, spending time with someone so unpretentious was quite delightful, whether through conversation or sparring. However, they had yet to find an opportunity for a proper duel, as the school's combat arena remained closed prior to the commencement of classes. Thus, they had arranged to spar during the entrance assessment, only to find that the format had been altered. Yu Xiangchen nodded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and remarked, "Indeed, I also find this assessment exceedingly interesting. Shall we compete during this event?" Bai Ying smiled and replied, "That sounds splendid. However, if we are to compete, shouldn't there be some stakes involved?" "What sort of stakes?" Yu Xiangchen inquired. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Bai Ying suggested, "How about the loser agrees to fulfill a reasonable request from the winner?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiangchen nodded affirmatively. All right. Having reached an agreement, he contentedly closed his eyes to rest, while Bai Ying donned her eye mask and drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, the delightful exchange between her and Yu Xiangchen had captivated the attention of many observers. Yu Xiangchen's reputation far exceeded her expectations, not only due to his status as the top contender of the current cohort but also because of his distinguished lineage. His contracted pet, a rare and potent ice bat monkey, is a humanoid creature capable of short flights, placing it among the more formidable beings within the realm of rare potentials. Yu Xiangchen's family predominantly contracts ice bat monkeys, and his grandfather, a level 72 beastmaster, has a pet that evolved into the enigmatic and highly coveted ice speed spirit monkey, a paragon of strength in Yanging City. Consequently, he garnered considerable attention from both students and teachers alike. Some individuals from Class 1 had previously attended the same school as Yu Xiangchen and were familiar with him. Yet they had no acquaintance with Bai Ying. It was evident that she was not from their institution. Rather, she had recently become acquainted with Yu Xiangchen, having known him for no more than 2 months. Their burgeoning camaraderie piqued the curiosity of those around them regarding this seemingly obscure figure. Regrettably, in stark contrast to Yu Xiangchen's lofty status within the school, Bai Ying had maintained an exceedingly low profile in her previous institution. While there were individuals who recognized her, none were truly familiar with her. Thus, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped the two of them. Chapter 10. Entering the secret realm after 2 hours, the vehicle came to a halt, and the driver beckoned the students of Class 1 to disembark. Bai Ying tucked her eye mask into her backpack and followed the crowd off the bus. Class 1 stood at the forefront, and Bai Ying noticed their homeroom teacher mingling among a crowd, laughing and chatting, completely oblivious to their presence. Once all 14 classes had assembled, the teachers leisurely made their way to the front of each class. A procession of nearly 500 students advanced towards the tallest building within a 100-mile radius. Upon reaching the entrance of the square, Bai Ying and her peers observed the principal conversing briefly with a meticulously dressed woman and a soldier on duty. After a 10-minute wait, they were granted passage. Once inside, Bai Ying and the others spent an additional half-hour verifying their identities before being escorted through the main building towards the rear square. While only 2 soldiers stood guard at the entrance, numerous military personnel patrolled the premises beyond the main structure. In this gathering of nearly 500 individuals, not a single word was uttered. Even whispers were stifled, as the youth, under the scrutinizing gaze of the soldiers, dared not act out. At 2:50 p.m., the group halted at an entrance that appeared akin to a black hole. Beside the principal stood a commanding man in military attire, exuding strength. Bai Ying appreciated such succinct individuals, valuing their time. The principal, evidently an old acquaintance of this middle-aged man, displayed no hint of surprise as he took the lead, stating, "Enter as a class unit, Class 1, proceed." As the principal stepped aside, Class 1 formed an orderly line and ventured into the expansive, cavernous opening before them. Enveloped in silence and a tinge of trepidation as they were consumed by the darkness, Bai Ying felt a sudden darkness envelop her vision, only to be followed by a bright light, revealing an entirely unfamiliar location. "Wow, I'm truly in a different place," she exclaimed. This setting was a jungle. It turned out that the terrain of the 713 secret realm belonged to a lush forest. How could wooden attribute beast companions not find this amusing? My verdant frog is indeed of the wood attribute. It seems that I shall advance a few more ranks this time. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Those above, come down. The ones behind, wait." Bai Ying turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a man clad in military attire. Not only was the army stationed at the entrance of the 713 secret realm, but they also maintained a presence within its depths. However, the true spectacle was not the man in uniform, but rather the towering figure of a giant ape that loomed behind him, standing over 5 meters tall. This colossal creature dwarfed the muscular man, rendering him akin to a frail child. Yet, the surrounding soldiers displayed no signs of alarm or apprehension. This was evidently the man's beast companion. As Bai Ying gazed further, she could discern other massive beast companions lurking within the shadows of the trees. The members of Class 1 were taken aback by the sight of the giant ape, their expressions shifting in unison. Without uttering a word, they hastily descended from the platform. Observing the military base-like environment, Bai Ying noted its relative simplicity compared to the entrance, yet the number of soldiers had multiplied several times over. The soldiers regarded the sudden appearance of the students with indifference, leaving a small contingent to guide them while the majority continued with their own tasks, patrolling and maintaining vigilance. They served as the first line of defense against the ferocious beasts that roamed within the 713 secret realm. As Bai Ying listened to the introductions of the 2 soldiers, she cast her gaze towards the distant jungle, then glanced down at the watch handed to her by the school. Choosing a direction, she vanished from sight. The jungle presented a significant advantage for Bai Ying, particularly since her contracted dragon scale vine possessed wood attributes. However, given that she had contracted a plant, she was ill-suited for agile combat. She had devised a plan to locate a defensible position where she could unleash the dragon scale vine and then wait patiently for her prey. To successfully wait for her quarry, she needed to position herself where rabbits might be found. It was implausible to wait outside for several miles. Those soldiers were not to be underestimated. At the very least, within a 50-mile radius, there would be no formidable beast to attract Bai Ying's interest. She would need to venture approximately 80 miles inward. The jungle was perilous. Bai Ying's innate talent could broadly be classified as auxiliary, rendering her devoid of offensive capabilities without the assistance of a pet. Traversing 80 miles alone would be challenging, yet not impossible. Currently, Bai Ying was at level 19, nearing level 20, and her physique was significantly stronger than that of an average person. Over the past 2 months, while the dragon scale vine had been training, Bai Ying had also been honing her own skills. She moved silently over the decaying leaves, swiftly navigating through the trees. With the occasional chirps of insects and birds ringing in her ears, some close and others distant, the sounds she could perceive were not alarming. Rather, the true terror lay in the unseen presences lurking in the shadows. She sensed that something in her vicinity was fixated upon her, yet after a moment of careful observation, she discerned nothing amiss. In the fleeting moment when Bai Ying's gaze swept across the area, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, moving with an uncanny swiftness. It leapt stealthily in the blind spot of Bai Ying's sight, fixated intently on the seemingly oblivious girl ahead. Humans, fragile, weak beings. A flicker of greed glimmered in its eyes. After traversing approximately 30 miles, Bai Ying came to a halt. The path ahead was obstructed. A massive tree lay across her way, its girth considerable, standing at least 2 to 3 meters tall. Surveying her surroundings, Bai Ying noted the disheveled vegetation on the ground, suggesting that a fierce battle had recently taken place. Such a sturdy tree could not have been felled easily. It likely involved formidable opponents, possibly of the second tier. Bai Ying felt a fleeting urge to involve herself, however. With the tail following closely behind her, she hesitated. Yet, after a brief moment of indecision, she resolved to pursue the matter further. At that instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As she shifted her position, a glimpse of a dark figure darted toward her from the corner of her eye. It was the elusive tail that had evaded capture. Bai Ying instinctively crouched down, simultaneously summoning her pet. A grayish-white luminescence erupted from beneath her feet, enveloping her in an instant. The shadow was on the verge of making contact with what it perceived to be a vulnerable human girl, but it was merely a hair's breadth away. Its sharp claws sank forcefully into an equally unyielding object, for bristling as it emitted a sharp yowl. Using the sudden emergence of this solid barrier to spring back to the ground, warily eyeing the imposing creature that had materialized before it. Chapter 11, however. The dragon scale vine had no intention of sparing the black cat that attempted to ambush its beast master. 3 tendrils formed a wooden cage, encasing Bai Ying within, while 2 tendrils launched an assault from either side against the black cat. Indeed, Bai Ying's accomplishment after over a month of practice was the ability to summon instantaneously. When the dragon scale vine descended, it unleashed a rapid entanglement that ensnared not the enemy, but Bai Ying herself. With the formidable defense of the dragon scale vine, as long as Bai Ying remained enveloped within, she was virtually impervious to harm. After this bout of practical experience, Bai Ying felt a sense of satisfaction with the effectiveness of her strategy. Although it might have seemed somewhat cowardly to play it safe, after all, she was merely a support-type beast master, and without caution, opportunities for survival would be scarce. The black cat, having missed its strike, recognized the formidable defense of the dragon scale vine and dared not confront it directly. Yet, it was unwilling to let the prey it had pursued escape effortlessly. With a low, plaintive mew, it transformed into a shadow, akin to a streak of black lightning, charging towards Bai Ying. Calmly, she stood within the cage formed by the tendrils, directing the dragon scale vine. The prey approaches, dismantle 1 tendril and ensnare it. 2 tendrils positioned themselves behind the black cat, while 1 advanced in front. In the face of the cat's terror-stricken gaze, the 3 tendrils intertwined to form a new cage. But this time, it was designed not to protect Bai Ying, but to ensnare and eliminate the black cat. The tendrils converged into a nearly impenetrable prison. Once they confirmed the black cat was trapped, the tendrils constricted and executed the skill dragon scale protection. The scales unfurled, working in concert with the entanglement to divide the black cat. Bai Ying heard a piercing scream, and soon observed the 3 tendrils of the dragon scale vine, parting to reveal the gruesome sight of a nearly 2-meter-long, blood-soaked black cat, corpse crashing to the ground. This black cat, a first-tier wind-type ferocious beast, lay lifeless before her. Bai Ying approached, her expression devoid of emotion as she inspected the remains, pondering whether her second contracted beast should possess a water attribute. The dragon scale vine had unfurled its scales, which were sharp and capable of constricting, rendering the corpse a horrific spectacle. Were it not for the fact that this corpse counted as a credit, she would have allowed the dragon scale vine to absorb it on the spot. With a sigh, Bai Ying retrieved her father's storage pouch and carefully placed the cat's remains inside. After briefly attending to the bloodstains, she retracted the dragon scale vine and checked her watch, noting the additional 1 before setting off once more. Unbeknownst to her, her inaugural combat experience had already been observed by her homeroom teacher, the academic director, and an officer. A mere half-hour prior. "Old Xie, your school is becoming increasingly audacious," You dare to toss freshmen into the secret realm even before their enrollment? Xueqingyi, seated before the screen, accompanied by Hefty and Peter, closely monitored the situation of the 495 students. Although there were a total of 538 freshmen this year, only 495 participated in the entrance examination, with 43 lacking their own contracted beasts, thus disqualifying them from this assessment, placing them jointly at the bottom. This year, the admissions situation at universities has become more stringent, and we are powerless to change that. Moreover, with you overseeing the 713 secret realm, it remains relatively secure. Hefty sighed, expressing a sense of helplessness to Xueqingyi. Xueqingyi rolled his eyes and glanced at the individual screens, his gaze eventually settling on a small display, from which he let out a soft exclamation. You have quite a promising specimen here, having contracted a rare potential Junyao. After stating this, he enlarged the small screen. Hefty and Peter looked over, recognizing Peter as the boy from their class with a small braid at the back of his head. The Junyao flew low, keeping a vigilant watch over its surroundings. Its eyesight was exceptional, capable of spotting prey even from a distance of 1,000 meters. However, the intricate terrain of the jungle hindered its line of sight, thus affecting Qisui's progress, which had only covered 40 miles thus far. Nevertheless, despite the visual impediments, Qisui's distance traveled still ranked first among the new students. After observing for a moment, Xueqingyi minimized the screen and opened the one featuring Yuxiangshan, remarking, "This one is also commendable, a scion of the Yu family, right? Ah, the ice bat monkey, I envy it." The ice bat monkey was more suited to the jungle than the Junyao, yet Yuxiangshan's pace was slower than Qisui's, placing him in second for the time being. In the monitoring room, there were 20 individuals present, homeroom teachers from 14 classes, a director of education, and 5 officers. The officers, who appeared taciturn and stern in the presence of students, were now the most talkative in the monitoring room. This is also impressive. Such a rare beast. Oh, it seems one of your students is rather unfortunate, judging by her trajectory. She is about to collide head-on with a second-tier ferocious beast, the iron rhinoceros. After a brief moment of silence, Xueqingyi's gaze fell upon the screen displaying Bai Ying. Observing it for a while before speaking, Hefty turned his head to glance at the screen Xueqingyi was focused on, noticing an unfamiliar young girl, particularly since she had yet to summon her companion beast. A frown creased his brow. Which class is this student from? He inquired. The 14 class teachers raised their heads to look towards Bai Ying, and Peter remarked, "She is from our class, Bai Ying. A student of the class of 2019 specializing in beast mastery." Hefty relaxed his brow slightly, gazing at Bai Ying in surprise. Is she really in the class of 2019? That rascal Yuxiangshan is also from that class, isn't he? Peter affirmed with a nod. Xueqingyi, standing nearby, asked, "What is her background? I haven't heard of any high-ranking beast master from Yongying City with the surname Bai." Peter was quite familiar with Bai Ying's circumstances. Not only did she excel academically, but she was also a privileged student, being the daughter of a martyr whose parents perished on the front lines. Xueqingyi's expression shifted, and the mockery in his eyes faded upon realizing her identity as a martyr's child. He let out a nearly imperceptible sigh. If anything were to happen in the 713 secret realm, as the second line of defense for 713, any unforeseen event could render his child a figure akin to Bai Ying. Just as he contemplated minimizing the screen, his finger hesitated, and his gaze fixated on a particular point on the display, his brow furrowing. Bai Ying was in trouble. Peter and his companions once again focused their attention on Bai Ying. Their keen eyesight, complemented by the high-tech watch adorning Bai Ying's wrist, allowed them to observe a full 360 degrees within a 50-meter radius. The black cat managed to elude Bai Ying's scrutiny, yet it could not escape the watch's advanced capabilities. "Did you discover anything?" Hefty inquired. "What sort of pet is this?" Bai Ying summoned the dragon scale vine, and the confrontation with the black cat was swift, lasting less than a minute. Nevertheless, the watch recorded the data and transmitted it to the monitoring room. Xueqingyi paused at the moment the dragon scale vine ensnared the black cat, magnifying the scene to review the recorded metrics. A second-tier initial stage pet, in its growth phase, with a combat power index of 7,000? Could this vine possibly possess ultra-rare potential? Xueqingyi nearly leaped from his seat in astonishment. Beast tamers have been present for many years, and a highly scientific method for assessing the combat power of companion beasts has long been established. The power tiers are categorized as follows. First tier, 0 to 5,000. Second tier, 5,000 to 10,000. Third tier, 10,000 to 100,000. Fourth tier, 100,000, 100,000. Fifth tier, 1 million to 5 million. Sixth tier, 5 million to 10 million. Seventh tier, 10 million to 30 million. Eighth tier, 30 million to 50 million. Ninth tier, 50 million to 80 million. And 10th tier, 80 million. It is noteworthy that the indicators for the first and second tiers predominantly encompass the combat power of ordinary and rare potential companion beasts. However, when it comes to those of ultra-rare potential, their indicators may be elevated. For instance, the companion beast of Bai Ying possesses an unusual metric, with a combat power of 7,000 even in the early stages of the second tier. This indicates either an exceptional rare potential companion beast or one of ultra-rare potential. Peter observed more meticulously than Xueqingyi, carefully scrutinizing the plant-like companion beast that bore a resemblance to a vine. He inquired of Xiefeijiak. This must be a plant companion beast evolved from a vine. Have you encountered anything similar? Xiefeijiak shook his head, responding, no. It differs from the known types of ultra-rare potential companion beasts that have evolved from vines. Xueqingyi overheard their conversation and, with a deft motion, utilized his superior access to enter a website. He compared the appearance of the dragon scale vine with the data in the database. The search yielded a few results. Upon examination, he noted that the similarities were at most 3 or 4 points, with no exact matches. Concluding the search, Xueqingyi asserted emphatically, this represents an entirely new evolutionary direction for a vine species, though its replicability remains uncertain. Peter's eyes lit up at the mention of a novel evolutionary path. Moreover, the data regarding this creature was exceptionally impressive, arguably among the best in this cohort. A promising specimen. Xueqingyi pondered deeply, while Peter rejoiced in Bai Ying's formidable prowess. From both a personal and institutional standpoint, Bai Ying's growing strength delighted them all, as they observed Bai Ying conclude her battle and gather her spoils. They also collected the dragon scale vine. This was a necessary measure. Although Bai Ying's vine was remarkably powerful, being a plant creature, it lacked the ability to burrow, making further progress inconvenient. Hence, the only option was to store it away. However, the clever girl had demonstrated remarkable skill during the recent battle. Her rapid responses indicated diligent practice. Xueqingyi remarked, to which Peter and the others nodded in agreement. With the battle concluded, their attention shifted from Bai Ying to assess the situation of others. Moments later, they heard the homeroom teacher exclaim, "Oh, 2 individuals have crossed paths. Will they engage in combat?" To their surprise, no confrontation ensued. Are these students unusually well-behaved this year? A tumultuous brawl erupted, reminiscent of a schoolyard skirmish, with each participant exchanging blows. An observant homeroom teacher approached, ostensibly disinterested, yet captivated by the spectacle, nearly indulging in the act of snacking. Bai Ying cautiously advanced another 25 miles before halting. The night had descended, and she estimated her journey to have reached approximately 50 miles. Lacking the protection of her beast companion, she deemed it unwise to venture further alone. Selecting a relatively open area, she released the dragon scale vine and nestled into the unique enclosure it had crafted for her, resting upon one of its tendrils. Thus, Bai Ying experienced her first night outdoors. Awakened the next morning by the gentle prodding of the dragon scale vine, Bai Ying skillfully retrieved a transparent tube to collect the essence of wood spirit that had accumulated overnight. After completing her task, she was prodded again, and upon turning her head, she beheld the dragon scale vine lifting 5 first-tier ferocious beasts that had attempted to ambush her the previous night. Now lifeless due to the vine's timely intervention, Bai Ying was utterly bewildered. Had such a thrilling encounter transpired while she remained blissfully unaware? Her sleep quality must have been extraordinary. While she slumbered soundly, the lurking beasts had not even approached before the vigilant dragon scale vine detected their presence. Dramatically expanding from a modest length of merely 10 meters to an impressive 20 or 30 meters, swiftly vanquishing the unsuspecting foes. Skill differentiation can not only diversify quantity but also augment length. However, the combat prowess of the elongated tendrils pales in comparison to that of the original entity. Nonetheless, such capabilities are more than sufficient to contend with first-tier ferocious beasts. I wonder if this peculiar vine is related to Bai Ying's innate talent. If her second pet beast possesses similar uniqueness, this girl harbors immense potential. Who could argue otherwise? It's perplexing that she belongs to Peter's class. Hee. That sound must have originated from Peter. When Bai Ying awoke, only a few individuals were observing her screen, with Xueqingyi being the exception. As Xueqingyi watched Bai Ying deftly retrieve an object from the tip of the dragon scale vine, he instinctively sensed that this pet beast bore some distinct qualities. Yet he refrained from disclosing this to others, opting instead to observe closely. Venturing 50 miles deep, Bai Ying felt apprehensive about proceeding alone. She cradled the dragon scale vine, traversing 1 mile to allow it to root and absorb nutrients before carrying it another mile to root again. By midday, she had advanced 20 miles further into the depths. Now, she was merely 30 miles from the outer perimeter. Bai Ying paused, noticing an increase in the number of ferocious beasts around her. Along the way, she had already encountered 7 visible beasts, with countless more lurking unseen. Bai Ying gently patted the dragon scale vine and said, "Let us set up camp here. I will arrange the area while you keep watch." In a few swift motions, she completed her preparations. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a small vial of low-grade with spirit liquid she had accumulated over the past few days, a modest 10 milliliters. With a gentle motion, Bai Ying extracted a leaf. One she had observed in the jungle yesterday, the enticing aroma leaf. A single drop of its essence, when added to certain plant extracts, could enhance their fragrance and broaden their reach. With utmost care, Bai Ying squeezed a drop of the aroma leaf's juice into the low-grade with spirit liquid, allowing a scent imperceptible to human senses to waft through the wind into the depths of the jungle. The decision to use the low-grade with spirit liquid as bait was made after careful consideration. This concoction held a significant allure for beasts of the first, second, and third tiers. However, she was still at least 20 miles away from the territory of third-tier beasts. No matter how potent the aroma leaf was, it could not carry that far. Thus, she would likely attract only first and second-tier beasts. As for the first and second-tier beasts, as long as they did not attack in hordes of 10, Bai Ying and the dragon scale vine would be more than capable of handling them. 10 minutes passed, and Bai Ying cautiously capped the bottle, aware of the need for restraint. Recklessness could lead to disaster. Just as she secured the bottle, she noticed birds taking flight in the distance, signaling the approach of a formidable creature. The first beast drawn by the low-grade with spirit liquid exhibited no attempt to conceal its presence, barreling through the underbrush. Bai Ying could track its precise location and speed simply by observing which birds were startled into flight. It appeared to be quite large, moving swiftly, definitely a fierce contender. She pondered whether it was a second or third-tier beast. Soon, the creature revealed its full form, a second-tier beast, the rain ox. Bai Ying and several instructors in the monitoring room exclaimed in unison. The rain ox, with its eyes resembling the size of bronze bells, quickly fixated on Bai Ying, who was holding a vial of low-grade with spirit liquid. Its legs moved restlessly, abruptly changing direction and charging towards her. Bai Ying, witnessing this mass of beef hurtling towards her, remained utterly unperturbed. If this beast, relying solely on its weight, could not be bested by the dragon scale vine, she would resort to hanging herself with its tendrils in this world of clarity and light. Indeed, while the dragon scale vine held great confidence in the defensive capabilities of its tendrils, it had no intention of allowing the rain ox to collide head-on with its beast master. Suddenly, the flat terrain heaved, and a thick tendril surged forth to obstruct the rain ox's path. With little time to alter its course, the creature's eyes widened in panic as its hooves struck the tendril with force. Letting out a bellow of terror, its front legs stumbled, and, propelled by its own momentum, its head collided with the ground in a spectacular display. Under the influence of the tendril's calculations, the rain ox was forced to change direction and crashed violently into a nearby protruding boulder. One of its sharp and fearsome horns snapped, shattering the unfortunate stone into fragments. The resulting debris struck the intricately woven cage crafted from the dragon scale vine, causing Bai Ying to wince as she thought to herself, "How fortunate I am to have devised such a cage. Otherwise, even if I were not directly trampled by this ferocious beast, I would surely have sustained grave injuries from the aftermath of the battle. Humanity is truly fragile. I shall continue to endure." The combat awareness of the dragon scale vine was exceptional. It did not grant the rain ox a moment to regain its footing, instead launching a surprise attack from behind while the injured creature was still disoriented. Divide and conquer. Entwined. Dragon scale shield. Moo. The battle has concluded. Quite impressive, indeed. The combat awareness is commendable, and the combat skills have formed a coherent system. This girl has the potential to rank among the top 3, remarked one of the homeroom teachers. The other instructors nodded in agreement. In truth, some believed that Bai Ying might even seize the first position. But upon reviewing the data of the other competitors, they refrained from voicing such claims. After all, Yu Xianchen had already slain 9 second-tier ferocious beasts. Bai Ying is impressive, yet her speed remains insufficient. The dragon scale vines entwined the massive body of the rain bull, bringing it before Bai Ying, signifying for her to collect the carcass, just as she had done on several occasions prior. However, Bai Ying did not comply. The low-level wood spirit liquid is indeed a valuable substance. Yet it primarily attracts wood-affiliated ferocious beasts or herbivorous creatures, possessing little allure for the more ferocious varieties. Nonetheless, the modest appeal of the low-level wood spirit liquid does not diminish the rain bull's desirability. It is a favored delicacy among certain carnivorous beasts. The sin of blood permeated this seemingly windless jungle faster than anticipated. Mere moments after the offering was laid out, Bai Ying keenly detected an unusual disturbance in the distance. She signaled the dragon scale vines to prepare, awaiting the emergence of their quarry alongside her beast companion. The approaching entity was difficult to track. It was a cunning beast that had concealed its presence well, leaving Bai Ying uncertain of its nature. The only discernible conclusion was that it likely was not a ferocious beast. After a brief interval of waiting, Bai Ying observed two ferocious beasts. One on the left and one on the right burst forth simultaneously from the concealed underbrush. The second-tier ferocious beast, the armored lizard, and the second-tier ferocious beast, the violet lightning spider? Bai Ying swiftly matched these two emerging beasts with her knowledge. As she uttered the name of the violet lightning spider, a moment of hesitation flickered within her, not due to a lack of confidence in her knowledge, but because the presence of this spider seemed incongruous in the jungle. The violet lightning spider's natural habitat should encompass electric currents, shocks, or even thunderstorms. Thus, this seemingly ordinary jungle appeared ill-suited for its existence, which struck her as peculiar. Could it be? Thoughts stirred within Bai Ying's mind, yet she momentarily suppressed them, directing the dragon scale vines to confront these formidable beasts. The armored lizard possessed extraordinarily high defenses, making it difficult for even the dragon scale vines to breach its armor, while the violet lightning spider wielded a particularly troublesome skill. Excluding the two vines that shielded Bai Ying, the dragon scale vines launched simultaneous attacks against the two adversaries. The vines surged toward the armored lizard, aiming to ensnare it. But the lizard's agility surpassed the vine's expectations, its massive body slipping through the gaps with uncanny precision. It charged directly towards Bai Ying. Attack from the ground. Entangle. Bai Ying commanded with composure. The dragon scale vines obeyed her directive, splitting to ensnare. A cage sprang forth, with the vines extending from the lizard's abdomen, wrapping around its limbs, binding its body tightly. They maneuvered around the lizard's ferocious jaws, attempting to encircle its neck to restrain its attacks. The lizard's jaws were formidable. If it were to strike with its full might, it could shatter armor, while the divided vines risked being severed altogether. Fortunately, the dragon scale vine possesses the abilities of absorption and photosynthesis to heal its wounds. Otherwise, its consumption would outweigh its recuperative powers, and the battle would not remain favorable for the dragon scale vine. However, just as it was on the brink of seizing the fate of the iron-armored lizard by the throat, a vast net shimmering with a pale violet hue soared towards the iron-armored lizard and the vine, enveloping nearly the entirety of the lizard with its grasp. The electric spider web. This web, infused with a potent electric current and possessing a formidable adhesive quality, ensnares foes and briefly paralyzes them. The vine fell into a momentary state of rigidity, while the iron-armored lizard, largely unaffected, seized the opportunity to violently gnaw at the vines encircling its neck, its limbs and tail thrashing in frantic struggle. The vines near its neck were nearly severed, and those on its body were on the verge of being torn apart. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the dragon scale vine managed to recover from its localized paralysis. Bai Ying sensed the furious emotions emanating from the dragon scale vine but refrained from speaking. They had been careless, failing to anticipate that, despite their overwhelming disadvantage, these two ferocious beasts, seemingly disparate, would come to each other's aid. The lizard's scales flared open, no longer attempting to mend the fragmented vines that had been gnawed upon, but instead directly generating new vines, most of which surged towards the electric spider. Just moments ago, the pressure on the electric spider had been alleviated, granting it the chance to meddle in this battle. They had underestimated its idleness. The differentiated tendrils, though lacking the strength of the main body, were numerous. Dozens surged toward the thunder spider. While they might not be capable of delivering a fatal blow, they would certainly prevent the creature from finding the opportunity to unleash its webbing in this direction. One of the three primary tendrils was firmly coiled around the core of the armored lizard, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. Even the creature's bites merely dented the exterior without posing any threat to its substantial form, which remained unfazed by its flailing limbs. Another tendril ascended from the body towards the lizard's neck, gradually constraining its movements. The open scales proved ineffective against the lizard's hide. which possessed greater resilience than even that of the dragon scale vine. Observing the struggle of the doppelganger tendrils against the thunder spider, the primary tendrils found themselves perplexed. The third tendril seized the base of the armored lizard's tail, and with a concerted effort, lifted the creature off the ground, with its limbs dangling helplessly. The armored lizard hissed in panic, flailing within the confines of the tendrils, its tail thrashing as if it might take flight. Bai Ying watched in bemusement, wondering whether the plan was to terrify the ground-bound lizard by lifting it high or to drop it from such a height. Surely, the dragon scale vine's tendrils, no matter how lengthy, could not accomplish such a feat. Lost in her thoughts, she then observed the dragon scale vine as it gauged the weight of the armored lizard, determined it was within its capacity, and then swung it forcefully toward the fleeing thunder spider, which was ensnared by the onslaught of numerous doppelganger tendrils. Bai Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! The tetrastigma employed the formidable, 4-meter-long tail of the armored lizard, replete with its rugged scales, as a flail, lashing out at the meddlesome violet lightning spider. The spider, already taxed by evading the multitude of tendrils that posed a threat, found its vision obscured by the massive vines. Unaware of the lizard being hoisted aloft, it remained oblivious to the perilous and uncanny situation it was entering. By the time it registered the danger, it was too late. Its 8 eyes could only perceive a colossal shadow descending upon it with alarming speed. Then, with a convulsive twitch, its slender legs were struck by the whiplash, sending the entire arachnid hurtling through the air to crash into the distant thicket. Seizing the opportune moment, the tetrastigma's tendrils elongated swiftly, closing in on the fallen violet lightning spider. Discovering the creature, now with 7.5 legs severed and 4 eyes extinguished, in a state of near death, it mercifully delivered the final blow, leaving Bai Ying vulnerable during this interlude, defended by only 2 remaining vines. The tetrastigma, basking in the throes of victory, and Bai Ying, bereft of defenses, presented an irresistible opportunity for ambush. A lurking predator, poised in the shadows, perceived this propitious moment. It seized this rare chance, erupting from the gloom like a bolt of lightning, charging rapidly towards Bai Ying. As Bai Ying caught sight of the ambusher, the fetid stench of unbrushed teeth and devoured flesh already filled the air. A rank 3 fiery crystal leopard, Bai Ying could discern the fangs within its gaping maw, and the nascent fireball gathering in its throat. The impending incineration burst. As her pupils contracted, she realized that the defensive capabilities of the dragon scale vine might not suffice to withstand the impending assault of a third-tier ferocious beast. The proximity was perilous, leaving her no time to retreat. It was only when the fiery crystal leopard approached Bai Ying that the dragon scale vine became aware of its presence. Too late to diversify and thicken the cage. However, the tendrils binding the iron-armored lizard lashed out violently. The moment the fire explosion spell was unleashed, the fireball detonated almost upon contact with the dragon scale vine. Upon impact, the wooden scales of the vine carbonized and disintegrated, moisture within evaporating, causing the tendrils to wither and snap. The 30-centimeter diameter fireball retained much of its potency, penetrating layer after layer of defense until it reached a metallic armor. In a critical moment, the dragon scale vine hurled the iron-armored lizard, positioning the cage around Bai Ying at the lizard's abdomen, its strongest defense, the back, facing the fiery crystal leopard. The lizard's dorsal armor shifted from a soil brown to a reddish-brown hue, fine cracks appearing in the concave sections as the third-tier beast strike successfully breached the armor. Feeling the scorching wave emanating from the surrounding air, fine beads of sweat formed on Bai Ying's brow. Releasing the cage, a tendril lifted her into the air, creating distance from the fiery crystal leopard. One tendril penetrated the iron-armored lizard's posterior, neutralizing it before she could turn her attention to the leopard. The iron-armored lizard lay lifeless. Elevated in the air, Bai Ying commanded the movements of the dragon scale vine from her vantage point. The several newly sprouted tendrils had little effect on the fiery crystal leopard, which moved with such swiftness that it became nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. A mere blur in motion. On several occasions, Bai Ying found herself almost suspended in mid-air, unable to move. Fortunately, the dragon scale vine, with its keen agility, deftly altered Bai Ying's position in advance. The sharp-fire crystal flower leopard consistently identified the weak points in the encircling net, even leveraging the vines themselves to adjust its trajectory in the air. If it encountered a strong enclosure, it would create its own vulnerabilities. The primary vines of the dragon scale vine had already been scorched, severing 2 of them by the fiery explosion technique. Bai Ying furrowed her brow as she surveyed the battlefield below, glancing towards the distant rustling in the forest, where ferocious beasts had been drawn by the commotion. If she did not conclude the battle swiftly, they would face significant trouble. With a flicker of thought, she established a connection with the dragon scale vine. urging it to seek an opportunity. The obstructive vine sprang into action, and just as the sharp fire crystal flower leopard landed on all fours, a vine erupted from the ground, targeting its abdomen. The leopard's body twisted eerily, resembling liquid as it evaded the sudden assault. Observing the oncoming vines, it emitted a low growl and propelled itself off a vine to redirect its momentum, launching towards Bai Ying once more. The dragon scale vine swung more tendrils in an attempt to intercept the leopard, yet it skillfully evaded them, drawing closer to Bai Ying. The dragon scale vine seemed oblivious. As the vine coiled around Bai Ying's waist remained utterly still, a flicker of cruel delight gleaming in its eyes. The sin of human offspring was exceptionally enticing. Once more, the leopard harnessed the strength of the vines, lunging forward with its mouth agape, poised to strike. Just moments ago, the area had been teeming with vines. But as the sharp-fire crystal flower leopard leaped, its form became unable to alter direction mid-air, and all surrounding vines abruptly vanished. The vine that had been coiled around Bai Ying's waist suddenly loosened, causing her to plummet freely onto the prepared vine below. The sharp-flame crystal flower leopard, observing the vine approaching with increasing proximity, instinctively felt a twinge of unease. It resolved to unleash its skills preemptively to quell its anxiety. Just as the fireball poised to erupt from its throat, it noticed the emerald tip of the vine extending abruptly towards it. The leopard twisted its supple body, expecting to evade the attack as it had before, but in the next instant, a searing pain radiated from its abdomen. The agony did not dissipate instantaneously. The vine, which had ominously pierced its midsection, writhed within its body with reckless abandon, and before it could reach the ground, life slipped away. Bai Ying heard a heavy thud nearby, followed by an unsettling silence, which brought her a sense of relief. The vine that should not have been in its abdomen was wielding a pursuit skill, an ability that defied spatial constraints to hunt its prey, a definitive killing technique, a trump card deployed perfectly against this third-tier sharp-flame crystal flower leopard. Retreating towards the forest's edge meant encountering second-tier ferocious beasts. The presence of a third-tier beast was still quite formidable. Indeed, traversing this route, she encountered no formidable creatures. Bai Ying sought refuge in a cave, once the den of a wildcat that had fallen victim to the dragon scale vine, now claimed by her. Upon reaching a relatively safe haven, she finally found the energy to connect with the dragon scale vine in her beast control space to aid in its recovery from injuries. The dragon scale vine's injuries were not severe, and the pet space is an exceptionally suitable environment for pet beasts to recuperate. In approximately 1 hour, the dragon scale vine's injuries should be completely healed. Bai Ying was relieved. The nearly 2 million resources were well invested, as this pet beast is remarkably resilient. Bai Ying rested in the cave, hydrating himself with some water and consuming some dried provisions, while awaiting the dragon scale vine's recovery. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the teachers were on the verge of a heated argument. What skill is that? It appears to be a spatial type skill. Does this vine actually possess a spatial type skill? How formidable. They were extremely anxious for Bai Ying when they discovered that the one ambushing him was a third-order ferocious beast. The Ember Crystal Leopard is a well-known nocturnal assassin among third-order ferocious beasts. They are swift, adept at concealment, and possess potent skills. Once fully grown, they can become overlords among their peers. In short, it is a formidable beast in the third order. During the battle, the Ember Crystal Leopard lived up to its fearsome reputation. Even the Dragon Scale Vine, renowned for its exceptional defense, could not withstand the Ember Crystal Leopard's flame burst technique. Bai Ying narrowly escaped the leopard's jaws on multiple occasions, in what could be described as a series of perilous escapes, especially during the scene where Bai Ying and the Dragon Scale Vine set up a trap, luring the foe into an ambush. The officers and teachers who were unaware that the Dragon Scale Vine possessed such a lethal technique felt cold sweat trickling down their spines. However, the reversal came swiftly and unexpectedly. In their eyes, the Dragon Scale Vine, with its comprehensive skill set and immense potential, actually possessed a spatial type trump card. This was entirely unforeseen. A homeroom teacher cast a wandering gaze towards Peter, pondering whether this girl truly possessed any extraordinary background. What were her grandfather or great-grandfather engaged in? Peter reflected upon Bai Ying's utterly unremarkable lineage, opened his mouth, shook his head, and fell silent. Xue Qingyi held a position of prominence and capability within the monitoring room, and his words garnered widespread agreement. They had never encountered such a creature. Bai Ying's might be the sole specimen of its kind. Rather than convincing them that Bai Ying had cultivated a new evolved species, it would be more plausible to suggest she had fortuitously obtained it through the utilization of unique resources. Although the truth differed slightly, they had managed to piece together some semblance of understanding. Should the spatial abilities of this creature impose no significant restrictions, the identity of the one who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. A teacher chuckled, and the others nodded in concurrence. Yu Xianqian had 10 second-tier ferocious beasts and 13 first-tier ferocious beasts, accumulating a total of 113 points, all of which he had personally hunted, resulting in a doubled score of 226 points. Qi Sui had 21 first-tier ferocious beasts and 7 second-tier ferocious beasts, totaling 91 points, which also doubled to 182 points. In the following 2 days, if Bai Ying could slay 9 second-tier ferocious beasts or 1 third-tier ferocious beast each day, she would secure her ranking. However, the teachers in the monitoring room were unaware that Bai Ying, being selective, extracted the carcass of the highly defensive armored lizard and released the dragon scale vine to consume it, incurring a deduction of 10 points. Compared to the mere 10 points represented by the corpse of a second-tier ferocious beast, Bai Ying was far more concerned with the resources contained within the second-tier carcass itself. Ever since acquiring the skill of the Dragon Scale Guardian from the Dragon Scale Vine, no matter how much Bai Ying and the Dragon Scale Vine struggled, the unwavering numeral 1 behind the skill remained unchanged. Bai Ying speculated that to enhance the skill, one would either need to provide materials associated with dragons or feed it substances with exceptionally strong defensive properties. While purchasing such materials would undoubtedly be a costly endeavor, capturing and consuming them would require nothing more than a bit of effort, rendering it entirely free of monetary expenditure. Indeed, the iron-armored lizard perfectly fulfilled the latter requirement. Boasting formidable defense, rather than retaining those 10 points, it would be far more prudent to enhance oneself and subsequently confront third-tier ferocious beasts. This, Bai Ying mused, was the true path to empowerment. Feeling invincible in her strategic prowess, she reveled in her thoughts. Chapter 16. Escape. 3 days flew by swiftly, and Bai Ying dared not squander a moment. Once the dragon scale vine had recovered, she ventured once more to the borders where third-tier ferocious beasts roamed, armed with a vial of tainted low-grade with spirit liquid and the corpse of a second-tier beast to continue her fishing enforcement. Upholding her commendable habit of capturing one beast and then making a hasty retreat, she had navigated the previous 2 days without mishap. By the dawn of the 3rd day, her total score had accumulated to 1184. Initially, there had been an opportunity to reach 1,200 points. However, aside from the iron-armored lizard, 3 other second-tier beasts with respectable defenses had been sacrificed to nourish the dragon scale vine. Yet still, the dragon scale guardian skill remained utterly unchanged. Bai Ying expressed satisfaction, noting that the 3 fierce beasts sold outside commanded a rather high price. Within a mere 3 days of the new student assessment, she had already made a modest profit of 500,000. She hoped such opportunities would arise more frequently. Once she became stronger, she could delve deeper into the secret realms and confront more third-tier beasts within. Upon rising, Bai Ying did not choose to return but opted to venture further into the depths. The third-tier beast and 2 second-tier beasts she had slain the previous day, using the dragon scale vine, were of the lightning attribute. Recalling the purple electric spider from before, she suspected that there might be resources of the lightning element in this area, at least not beneath the 3rd tier. Driven by curiosity, she wished to explore. Even if she could not handle the beast this time, she could always return to the 713 secret realm. Perhaps the beasts in this vicinity had been largely cleared out by the dragon scale vine, as Bai Ying encountered no third-tier beast along her path. Nevertheless, she remained cautious. Should there be a jungle predator akin to the leopard lurking nearby, a moment of inattention could cost her dearly. After winding her way approximately 2 kilometers inward, Bai Ying could ascertain her location. She was indeed progressing deeper. However, the vegetation had become sparse, and according to the feedback from the dragon scale vine, the energy and nutrients in the soil were diminishing. Without hesitation, she pressed onward until she arrived at the edge of a pit roughly the size of 3 football fields. Lightning strike? Bai Ying murmured to herself. The pit was not particularly deep, measuring about 50 meters, its interior charred and suffused with a rich aura of lightning elements. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this potent presence of lightning energy stemmed from natural forces or was of an unnatural origin. With a mere glance, she discerned the dozens of lightning attributes beasts resting within the deep pit. A sweeping gaze revealed creatures predominantly of the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Even if she summoned a single dragon scale vine, or even 2, it would be unlikely to vanquish all the visible beasts lurking within that pit. This place was ill-suited for her current state, Should she engage, it would necessitate a methodical approach, striking each foe one by one rather than charging in recklessly. A tactical retreat was in order. However, today was not opportune for venturing out. Having just distanced herself about 50 meters from the edge of the pit, she noted that the nearest area concealed by foliage lay approximately 200 meters ahead. Cautiously, she dared not make the slightest error when a sound reminiscent of an eagle's cry echoed from behind her. Above the pit, a crimson figure circled, rising and falling rhythmically while emitting sharp calls. Bai Ying swiftly concluded that this creature was likely a contracted beast belonging to someone, seemingly provoking the beast within the pit, a strategy reminiscent of a different variant of entrapment. She watched in astonishment as a commotion arose from the pit. Two dark purple figures streaked, like lightning, towards the crimson silhouette. One flying beast, closer to Bai Ying, hesitated upon spotting the dragon scale vine, then emitted a high-pitched screech before darting after the retreating crimson figure. Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she commanded the dragon scale vine to propel her deeper into the forest, and she swiftly dashed into the cover of the trees. With the dragon scale vine retracted, Bai Ying sprinted into the forest at a speed of 50 meters per second. Almost instantaneously upon her entry, several ground-dwelling ferocious beasts, unable to fly, surged forth from the deep pit. Some of them darted towards the two airborne creatures, while others pursued Bai Ying with fervor. Damn it! If I find out which fool is fishing for trouble in front of me, I swear I'll have the dragon scale vine hoist you up for a good thrashing. Bai Ying cursed as she fled for her life. However, it seemed that her luck had turned. While she had encountered no beasts on her way here, now a horde of second and third-tier monsters had gathered behind her, and occasionally, one or two equally frantic beasts would leap out in front of her. Unlike the camaraderie shared by fellow misfortunes, these creatures were merely contemplating how delightful it would be to indulge in a tender morsel during their escape. Upon seeing the beasts charge at her without hesitation, Bai Ying wasted no time in unleashing the dragon scale vine, delivering a harrowing lesson to them, educating them to be more courteous towards the delectable snacks found by the roadside in their next lives. The skirmish, while not overly time-consuming, still delayed her escape slightly. The rustling sounds behind her and the resounding roars of the beasts made Bai Ying feel that such fortune should not be hoarded alone. Good things are meant to be shared. Thus, she decisively made her way towards the main group. Naturally, the beasts within the jungle were swifter than Bai Ying on her two legs, and the first to catch up were three agile third-tier monsters. Unable to escape, Bai Ying let out a sigh and crouched down, unleashing the dragon scale vines with a decisive intent. There was no time to linger. If she delayed, the remaining three-tiered ferocious beasts would surely catch up, leading to dire consequences. Responding to Bai Ying's command, the dragon scale vines immediately activated their pursuit skill, striking down the foremost three-tiered purple-eyed rabbit in a single blow. The two electric-tailed mice that followed abruptly halted, their blood-red eyes revealing profound trepidation. Observing their hesitation, Bai Ying wasted no time in issuing her orders. Attack, but be wary of their tails. They can emit electric currents that induce paralysis. The dragon scale vines unleashed their full might, sprouting numerous tendrils to form an intricate web, deftly evading the most dangerous strikes from the electric-tailed mice. They ensnared and constricted, enveloping the creatures in a lethal embrace. In swift succession, the three rapid yet defensively weak three-tiered beasts were eliminated. Bai Ying then applied the collected blood of a leopard onto herself, swiftly retracting the dragon scale vines to accelerate her escape. While she intended to draw the pursuing beasts towards her main group, Bai Ying was acutely aware that not every first-year student possessed the capability to contend with three-tiered ferocious beasts. Even a collective of 10 might falter against a single one. Leading them into an ambush could result in unforeseen casualties. Despite the varying degrees of camaraderie among her peers, Bai Ying had no intention of risking their lives. The distance to her main group was approximately 30 miles. With another 10 miles of progress, she could very well encounter them. The three-tiered ferocious beasts trailing her might reconsider their pursuit, especially upon witnessing the demise of 3 of their kind at her hands. Encountering individuals while pursued by 2 or 3 ferocious beasts is indeed a remarkable feat in such moments, regardless of whether one encounters a novice or a master. As long as they can divert a modicum of the beast's attention, Bai Ying can wear them down. The plan is flawless, without a doubt. First, a sprint of 50 meters must be executed to traverse the perilous 10 miles. Chapter 17. A convergence with Yu Xiangchen proceeded cautiously. His white long-sleeved attire now tainted by an array of mysterious liquids in hues of green, brown, and purple, rendering it less than pristine. Upon closer inspection, one could discern several tears in his clothing, a testament to the trials faced by this exceptionally capable top student over the past 3 days. The trees ahead emitted a distinct creaking sound, signaling imminent danger. Yu Xiangqun fixated on the path ahead, his expression grave. His pet, the ice bat monkey, vocalized a warning, indicating peril in their vicinity. After a moment of contemplation, Yu chose not to advance towards the concentrated group, but instead halted midway, opting for a circular approach to encounter formidable second-tier beasts, thereby augmenting his score. The ice bat monkey, a rare and exceptionally potent second-tier companion, even in its current novice state, would not issue such warnings lightly in the presence of mid-tier adversaries. Its evident trepidation suggested that what lay ahead was beyond a straightforward confrontation. However, the ice bat monkey's call was merely a cautionary note, lacking urgency, implying that if you wished to retreat, the impending danger would not impede his escape. He summoned the ice bat monkey to descend, intending for it to scout ahead. When it comes to aerial beasts, even second-tier ones, they would not approach closely. However, the terrestrial creatures were another matter entirely. With a playful tease, the ice bat monkey flapped its obsidian wings, leading Yu Xiangqun towards a perilous location. After advancing a mere mile, the monkey's cries grew frantic. He found it difficult to stand idly by in the face of danger, nor would he willingly march towards certain doom. However, his curiosity was piqued by the tenacity of the individual being pursued, seemingly unfazed by the relentless chase of 3 formidable beasts. Upon closer inspection, he froze in surprise. Bai Ying? How could it be her? Torn between a desire to assist and a penchant for observation, Yu Xiangqun hesitated, especially as he witnessed Bai Ying on the brink of capture by the foremost of the pursuers, the thunderweb spider. A flicker of urgency sparked in his eyes, and he was poised to instruct the ice bat monkey to intervene. In that moment, Bai Ying executed a deft maneuver, curling into a roll to evade the electric net launched by the spider. At the same time, a pale luminescence emanated from beneath her feet, summoning forth a colossal vine that surged upward with resolute strength, forming a barrier between her and the advancing beasts, thwarting their assault. As she sprinted forward, a gust of wind stirred above her. Her gaze sharpened, instinctively scanning the sky for any aerial threats. Just as she tilted her head upward, she heard someone calling her name, Bai Ying. The voice was familiar. A figure descended from the air, albeit unsteadily, as the uneven terrain proved challenging for a graceful landing. Bai Ying, are you all right? My pet can barely manage to carry you. That's splendid. Big brother, I knew you were a good person. Quickly, have your creature assist the dragon scale vine in distracting those beasts, and let us strive to keep all 3 of them here. These 3 scoundrels have pursued me relentlessly. Yu Xiangqun found himself in a moment of confusion. He intended to clarify that he did not mean for his pet to charge in for assistance. Yet he also wanted to ridicule Bai Ying for being so flustered while audaciously suggesting they could capture all 3 of the 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Noticing his hesitation, Bai Ying instantly grasped his implication. I understand your concern. Rest assured, we can handle these 3 beasts. You take 2, and I take 1. How does that sound? Fair enough? No, that is not what I meant. What I wanted to convey is that the 2 of us may not be able to contend with these 3 beasts. So we should make a swift retreat. Yu Xiangqun, genuinely frightened, spoke at a pace that rivaled a machine gun, articulating his thoughts clearly for the first time. Bai Ying's expression shifted to one of realization. She had misinterpreted his words. She patted Yu Xiangqun's shoulder and proposed, how about you trust me just this once? Our pets can surely handle those 3 rascals. Even if we struggle, my pet will ensure that yours remains unharmed. When the battle commences, just have your pet hold off the violet lightning spider while I manage the other 2. As Yu Xiangqun gazed at Bai Ying's sincere and confident visage, and then at her pet, which had thus far effectively thwarted any ferocious beast from crossing their path, he found himself nodding unexpectedly. Bai Ying exhaled in relief, sharing her strategy with Yu Xiangqun. In the next moment, an ice bat monkey, stationed by Yu Xiangqun's side, charged into the fray. The dragon scale vine responded to Bai Ying's commands, coordinating well with the ice bat monkey. The ice bat monkey, utilizing the tendrils of the dragon scale vine, leaps and harasses its adversary. The defense of the purple lightning spider is relatively commendable. However, the claws of the ice bat monkey, lacking in force, fail to penetrate its defenses. Yet, incessantly pestered and confined to a distant battlefield, the purple lightning spider becomes visibly agitated. It opens its maw and unleashes a net of electricity towards the ice bat monkey, but fortunately, the monkey retreats swiftly, with the dragon scale vine shielding it from the electric trap. On another front, the dragon scale vine confronts a pair of 3rd-tier thunder beasts. Resembling rhinoceroses but devoid of horns, they possess only a pair of menacingly protruding tusks. While lacking a hard shell, their thick skin offers superior defense compared to conventional armors. Thus far, the dragon scale vine has only managed to inflict minor wounds upon the two thunder beasts, which have already scabbed over, rendering them inconsequential to the battle's outcome. With formidable defense and great strength, their movements are somewhat sluggish, a characteristic that the dragon scale vine finds appealing in such ferocious creatures. One tendril suddenly ensnares the tail of a thunder beast, which, in its agitation, thrashes wildly. Seizing the opportunity, another tendril strikes from behind, resulting in a piercing shriek. The once ferocious gaze of the ensnared thunder beast falters, revealing a flicker of fear. It struggles more vigorously to break free. Not by advancing but rather retreating to where it came from, seeking escape. The purple lightning spider shares this desire for flight. Upon realizing that the duration of paralysis inflicted by the electric net on the dragon scale vine is diminishing, and that the irritating second-tier monkey has inflicted increasing wounds upon it, it begins to waver in its resolve. Upon hearing the agonizing, deathly cries of the formidable third-tier beast pursuing him, he resolved to retreat. Chapter 18. A Powerful Alliance. Bai Ying and Yu Xiangchen attentively observed the unfolding battle. Upon witnessing the appearance of the two beasts, they instinctively recognized their retreat. Simultaneously, Bai Ying and Yu Xiangchen commanded their respective companions. Hold them back. Increase your speed, unleash another strike, and eliminate these scoundrels. Yu Xiangchen's pupils constricted. His body tensed as he regarded Bai Ying with a grave yet somewhat fearful expression. Unbeknownst to Bai Ying, she was exhilarated. Her mind consumed with the desire to vanquish these two rascals who had pursued her relentlessly, finally allowing her to vent her frustrations. 10 minutes later, the Zydian spider, unable to escape, emitted a reluctant hiss before collapsing. Bai Ying exhaled in relief and beckoned Yu Xiangchen, who stood 2 meters away, impeccably upright and exuding an air of innocence. Come, let us inspect our spoils. When Yu Xiangchen met Bai Ying's excited gaze, his face alight with fervor. He suppressed the urge to retreat, nodding in agreement as he followed her towards the battlefield. The ice-bet monkey bore some bloodstains, yet suffered minimal injuries. The dragon scale vine fared worse. Of its 5 tendrils, only one remained relatively intact, while the others displayed varying degrees of damage. Bai Ying pointed towards the corpses of the 3 beasts and instructed Yu Xiangchen, as we discussed earlier, choose 2. Yu Xiangchen shook his head and remarked, "The peach has hardly contributed much. To overcome 3 fierce beasts and emerge victorious relies primarily on your dragon scale vine. I feel rather reluctant to claim 2 of the beasts. Could you grant me just one? I would like the purple lightning spider." Considering Peach has been entangled with it for quite some time, Bai Ying, without any hesitation or idle pleasantries, nodded her chin in agreement and replied, "Very well, take it. And handle it yourself." As Yu Xiangchen gazed at the corpse of the third-tier beast lying on the ground, he felt a surging excitement. This was indeed the first third-tier beast he had encountered in 3 days, and likely the only one. With this third-tier beast in his possession, even if he were to fall short against Bai Ying, securing second place seemed assured. Lost in thought, Yu Xiangchen suddenly recalled the wager he had made with Bai Ying prior to the assessment and chuckled softly, realizing that he was destined to lose. Just as he was about to inquire whether Bai Ying had settled her demands, he noticed the dragon scale vine dragging 2 thunder beasts to the ground. With a sweep of soil, one of the thunder beasts vanished beneath the surface. His smile faltered, and he questioned, "What are you doing?" Bai Ying turned to him and explained, "Oh, this thunder beast is beneficial for my pet. It is currently being absorbed." "You're absorbing a third-tier beast worth 100 points just like that?" Yu Xiangchen asked in astonishment. Bai Ying inquired, "With the spoils you currently possess, how many points do you have in total?" Yu Xiangchen calculated and, with no intent to deceive, replied, 524 points. Bai Ying nodded calmly and remarked, "Even if I divide my score by 2, it still surpasses yours. You currently possess a third-tier fierce beast. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are certainly in second place. Even if I were to allocate all my resources to nourish the dragon scale vine, I would still likely secure first place." With a cheerful smile, Bai Ying added, "It's merely 5 beasts after all." Yu Xiangchen closed his mouth and inwardly cursed, labeling her a pervert. Although he wished to ignore this eccentricity, Bai Ying was not inclined to reciprocate. With a hint of frustration, she said, "Hey, Yu Xiangchen, why are there so few plant-type fierce beasts in this jungle ecology secret realm? I haven't encountered a single one. I was hoping to find some plant-type fierce beasts to nourish my vine, yet I've come across none." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's eyes lit up. "Hey, let's discuss something. You could give me your plant-type resources, and in return, I will provide you with fierce beasts of the same level. Considering your willingness to trade with me, how about I also offer you 3 first-tier fierce beasts? Yu Xiangchen, coming from a wealthy background, found the disparity between them too significant to exploit Bai Yin's generosity. Observing Yu Xiangchen's endearing nature, Bai Ying could only smile inwardly as she awarded him a good person card, once the dragon scale vine had absorbed all the resources Yu Xiangchen had provided. Bai Ying glanced at the vine's latest status panel and beamed with delight. Dragon scale vine attributes: dragon, spatial, wood level, early stage 2 growth period, maturity stage potential, extremely rare, excellent, evolvable, evolution path, unknown skill 1, basic, absorption, 5100, roots itself into the earth. Drawing energy from the ground to nourish itself, this sustains its growth during peaceful times and enhances endurance in combat. Skill 2, basic, entangle 42100, vines ensnare the enemy, capable of hindering movement and constricting life. Skill 3, basic, condensation, 29100, can condense wood spirit liquid at the tips of the vines, which can be ingested to facilitate the absorption of wood attribute energy. Skill 4, basic, pursuit, 13100, the vine can briefly pierce through space to pursue a target over a short distance, usable once every 24 hours, non-stacking. Skill 5, basic, division, 19100, during combat, the vine can divide, inheriting 52 of the original's capabilities. The division dissipates after the battle. Skill 6, intermediate, dragon scale shield, 10,000. The surface of the vine is adorned with dragon scale patterns, enhancing defense. When the scales unfurl, their sharp edges can slice through. Provides resistance to lightning, with a 10 immunity to electric attributes. Skill 7, basic, photosynthesis, 19100, engages in photosynthesis, gradually healing injuries under sunlight. In recent days, amidst intense battles and abundant resource supply, the dragon scale vine has experienced significant enhancements across all attributes. The most delightful news for Bai Ying was undoubtedly the addition of a lightning resistance attribute to her dragon scale shield, now rated at level 2. Although it only offers a mere 10 resistance, it is likely upgradable. For the present, it stands at 10, but the future remains uncertain. Even if it does not reach a full 100, a 90 resistance would certainly leave any lightning-affiliated foes lamenting their misfortune while crying out for assistance. Yu Xiangchen could not perceive the interface of the dragon scale vine. Yet by observing Bai Yin's expression, he discerned that the dragon scale vine had indeed reaped considerable benefits. Once the dragon scale vine had fully absorbed its nourishment, the two companions continued their journey together. Bai Ying and Yu Xiangchen were in perfect harmony. Deciding that it would be unwise to forego the opportunity for gain, they circled the area in search of resources, whether due to Bai Yin's misfortune or fate. Prior to meeting Yu Xiangchen, she had encountered not a single classmate. However, after partnering with him, they consistently came across classmates whenever they engaged with first- and second-tier ferocious beasts, regardless of the intentions these classmates had harbored before their encounters. Upon witnessing the duo's robust state and formidable pets, they sheepishly stepped aside. Whenever a suitable target presented itself, Bai Ying absorbed nearly everything. And they neither quarreled over resources nor competed. It was a seamless exchange of one for the other, resulting in a most enjoyable collaboration. Chapter 19. Retribution. On their way back, they naturally spotted classmates dragging or hauling their catches. After observing their spoils, Bai Ying expressed her satisfaction. Throughout their journey, the most prey she had seen was merely 3 first-tier beasts being dragged, with several classmates appearing empty-handed. While it was possible that they, like Bai Ying and Yu Xiangchen, possessed spatial storage, such instances were rare. Noticing the puzzled look in Yu Xiangchen's eyes, Bai Ying remarked, "Have you forgotten? One can still seize the spoils of battle. Without your companion beast by your side, one is likely to suffer losses." Yu Xiangchen nodded, subsequently allowing the ice-pet monkey to trail closely behind him. Upon reaching the designated gathering area, Bai Ying summoned the dragon scale vine, disregarding the wary gazes of her classmates, and ensconced herself within the cage constructed from the vine. Awaiting the impending chaos of battle, she had yet to catch sight of the crimson figure hovering above the vast pit, and she remained in anticipation, eager to deliver a well-deserved lesson when the time came. As the final half-hour approached, a melodious cry resonated from above, causing Bai Ying to abruptly open her eyes. The sound bore a striking resemblance to that of the bird. Looking upwards, she witnessed a figure darting out from the woods, heading towards the source of the avian call. Moments later, the familiar cry echoed again, albeit this time it was brief and laced with panic. Subsequently, they heard the voice of a middle-aged soldier, who, having a monkey as his contracted companion beast, addressed them. Flying companion beasts are prohibited from soaring above 1 kilometer in altitude, lest they face attack. A smile tugged at the corners of Bai Ying's mouth. It was delightful, for although she had not been able to reprimand that fool, he had indeed received his comeuppance. Approximately 5 minutes later, a boy, still adorned with remnants of unkempt grass and bearing a disgruntled expression, came into view. Ah, it was a familiar face, her classmate. Chi Sui. So you have indeed played the fool, haven't you? Bai Ying tapped the dragon scale vine and commanded, seize him. The dragon scale vine, equally displeased with the instigator, promptly divided itself, swiftly ensnaring the culprit with remarkable speed. Chi Sui never anticipated that there would be a beast bold enough to confront a human in this place. Caught off guard, he found himself ensnared by the tendrils of the dragon scale vine. Bai Ying, while speaking, cast a fleeting glance at him from behind the middle-aged man but made no attempt to intervene. Chi Sui felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His pet beast, the vermilion bird, had only just managed to escape from a third-tier flying predator. Now, after being battered by the guardian of this realm, he was compelled to approach, only to be bound the moment he stepped forward. What are you doing? He thought, realizing he was at the mercy of his captors. It was too late to summon his beast, and doing so might provoke them further. What am I doing? You were brazenly causing trouble over there, leading me to be chased and nearly killed by a ferocious beast. So, I ask you, what are you doing? Bai Ying retorted with a cold smile. Initially, he believed this man was doomed, certain that even if he were rescued by a teacher, he would lose his chance in the assessment. Yet, he was taken aback to find that the man was not only alive but seemingly thriving, at least better off than himself. Your predicament was merely a stroke of bad luck. Encountering a beast beyond your capabilities, Chi Sui conceded, not denying his circumstances. Bai Ying nodded with a smile, stating, you are indeed correct. Now, however, it is your turn to face misfortune. I present you with a choice. Surrender all your plant-type beasts, or if you possess none, hand over all your third-tier beasts. Chi Sui retorted stubbornly, you won't get anything from me. His expression shifted as he inwardly cursed, viper-like femme fatale. Then, with a fierce tone, he demanded, release me. I will comply. The dragon scale vine remained still as Bai Ying remarked, you are not Yu Xiangchen, so how can I ascertain the validity of your words? Here is the deal. I will release your hand, but first, you must provide me with the resources, and only then will I let you down. Chi Sui, filled with resentment, felt humiliated. Having entered Yongying No. 1 high school as second in rank was already a disgrace in his eyes. He had hoped to seize the opportunity during the assessment to claim the top position, demonstrating who the true first place was. To his dismay, he found himself outmaneuvered by an obscure woman who happened to have a favorable relationship with Yu Xiangchen and accused him of lacking integrity compared to you. It was a profound humiliation. He barely managed to utter the word, fine, through gritted teeth. He surrendered 6 first-tier and 7 second-tier resources from the plant category to Bai Ying, who delightfully permitted the dragon scale vine to absorb them. Subsequently, a vine flung Chi Sui away, landing him precariously at the edge of the gathering point, his face paling in color. The look he cast at Bai Ying was one of sheer loathing. Nonetheless, despite his seething anger, he had no intention of recklessly confronting her. Bai Ying's pet beast was evidently extraordinary, and his own pet had already sustained injuries. The earlier conflict had taken considerable effort to resolve, even at the cost of his own discomfort. If he were to foolishly provoke her now, he risked losing the remaining resources in his possession. Thus, the students, devoid of any intent to engage in conflict, gathered around the dragon scale vine, watching it absorb the resources gradually, while those with ulterior motives began to scout for their own prey. Upon encountering several groups intent on causing him harm, Chi Sui coldly snorted and summoned the slightly recovered Zhu Niao, imparting a lesson to those who overestimated themselves and seizing a modest amount of resources to mitigate his losses. After a few such encounters, no further obstinate individuals dared to trouble him. As for Yu Xiangchen and Bai Ying, it was evident to all that if they could not contend with Chi Sui, they certainly stood no chance against Bai Ying, who had bested Chi Sui. A fleeting half-hour passed. The soldiers, who had been spectating, began to move, ushering out the assembled classmates. Bai Ying stowed away the dragon scale vine and stepped outside, immediately noticing nearly 50 dejected classmates standing behind the homeroom teacher, some bearing injuries likely incurred during their perilous encounters in the secret realm, having been rescued yet disqualified. 50 was no small number. Chapter 20. Rankings. Next, under the organization of the teachers and officers, all resources they possessed were to be exchanged for points. Even if one wished to retain some resources, only 10 could be kept, and this portion would not count towards their points. Furthermore, The teachers would not disclose other scores until the final rankings were released. Under such a system, those ranked higher, unless possessing absolute confidence in themselves, would strive wholeheartedly. However, Bai Ying was not one of those individuals. The teacher responsible for tallying Bai Ying's resources twitched at the corners of his mouth upon seeing what she produced, incredulously inquiring, "Is this all?" Bai Ying calmly nodded, replying, "Indeed, this is all." Bai Ying amassed a total of 142 points. Having retained the carcass of a third-tier ferocious beast and a second-tier ferocious beast, leaving her with 1,032 points. The teacher, unaware of Bai Ying's dragon scale vine absorbing the resources plundered from Chi Sui, only witnessed the latter reluctantly relinquishing his resources. Consequently, the teacher conducted a thorough inspection of Bai Ying's storage space and, upon confirming the presence of the two resources she had mentioned, permitted her to leave. After Bai Ying exited, the teacher shook his head, muttering to himself, "This girl is indeed suited for this secret realm. If she stays a while longer, her pet may very well evolve." Bai Ying was unconcerned about her space being inspected by the teacher. It was merely a procedural formality. She mused that with over 1,000 points, she was undoubtedly in first place. If not, there must be some hidden machinations at play. Absolutely. She then stepped out, eagerly anticipating the announcement of the rankings and rewards for the top contenders. At Yanging No. 1 High School, there was no room for formalism. As soon as the statistics were compiled, the results were announced in the grand square. First place, Bai Ying, with 1,032 points. Second place, Yu Xiangchen, with 530 points. Third place, Chi Sui, with 502 points. Fourth place, Malevolent, with 386 points. Fifth place, Guan Hongyang, with 385 points. Additionally, 48 students who sought or received assistance during the assessment were tied for second to last place, while those unable to participate due to personal reasons shared the last position. With the new student assessment concluded, arrangements would be made for everyone to return to school, and regular classes would commence the following day. The top 5 remain. While the others follow the homeroom teacher onto the vehicle, the dean instructs. The 5 individuals left behind follow the dean into a building they had passed by but never entered. They step into a modest conference room, greeted by the stern-faced officer. The dean nods towards Xue Qingyi, who reciprocates the gesture. He then turns his gaze to the top 5 performers, pausing briefly on Bai Ying's face, who responds with a smile. Xue Qingyi is momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat before speaking. At the 713th Mystic Realm, the 33rd Legion is exceedingly pleased with your performance. And in collaboration with your esteemed institution, we wish to reward you. Bai Ying's eyes widen with excitement, especially upon learning that as the first-place winner, she would receive a reward of 1 million. Is this money? No, this is a stepping stone for her beast's advancement. This is her lifeline. The 33rd Legion, is it? She would remember them, truly benevolent individuals. Unaware of having been bestowed the title of a Good Samaritan, Xue Qingyi watched the 6 depart. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. Indeed, the 33rd Legion intended to offer rewards to the top performers of this new student assessment. However, the original prize was not as substantial, with first place typically receiving only 300,000. After discussing Bai Ying's achievements and background with his superiors, the reward was increased. Naturally, such matters need not be disclosed to them. He hoped that this 1 million would afford the daughter of the martyr a better life. The sum of 1 million indeed proves to be of great assistance to Bai Ying. Over the past 3 days within the confines of the 713 Secret Realm, she has ascended to level 20, thereby enabling her to contract a second pet beast. She has already contemplated the nature of her desired companion. She wishes to forge a bond with a flying creature. As an ambitious youth, her initial life goal has been subtly established to dominate the realms of land, sea, and sky. However, the vicinity of Yanging City lacks an ocean, and even lakes are scarce. Thus, she will initially focus on contracting a beast capable of soaring through the skies. This decision stems from the lessons learned during her recent experiences in the 713 Secret Realm. Nonetheless, the memory of her frantic escape lingers in her mind, compelling Bai Ying to devise a plan to rectify this vulnerability. This was merely a preliminary assessment for new students, and the most formidable adversaries encountered were merely Tier 3 ferocious beasts. Should she encounter a Tier 4 beast in the future, and if the dragon scale vine fails to grant her sufficient time, her fate would be dire. One must not possess weaknesses. With 1 million, she could even procure a relatively impressive and rare pet beast of considerable potential. However, subsequent resources might be somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, the dragon scale vine can provide several 100,000, which should suffice. Over the last 2 days, she has successfully secured the 1 million in her possession. The 33rd Brigade awarded her 100,000, and Yanging No. 1 High School granted 50,000 to the first-place winner, bolstering Bai Ying's confidence. On Friday afternoon at 6 o'clock, the homeroom teacher announced the end of classes. The Academy for Beastmasters differed markedly from conventional high schools. The neophyte Beastmasters, predominantly around level 15, irrespective of their individual talents, were required to attend theoretical lessons in the forenoon and engage in physical conditioning in the afternoon. It was a universally acknowledged precept that while combat was primarily the domain of the tamed beasts, inadequate physical prowess or constitution on the part of the Beastmaster could lead to fatal consequences from stray attacks. This understanding motivated them to approach their training with diligence. Bai Ying had little to prepare, having already secured permission to reside at the school throughout the week. Her roommates regarded her with undisguised envy as they packed their belongings. Malevolent, with palpable languor, lamented, "Bai, I envy you. You can just lie down. I wish I could do the same." Bai Ying, similarly prostrate on her bed, responded with equal listlessness, "What is there to envy? You'd be better off envying those with the synergy talent." They emerged from training unscathed, full of vim and vigor. Malevolent, her eyes brimming with tears, conceded, "Indeed, why was I not born with the synergy talent? Cease your lamentations. Such pronouncements are permissible only within the confines of our dormitory. To utter them elsewhere would invite accusations of hypocrisy. Is the enhancement talent not advantageous?" retorted another of their partially incapacitated dorm mates, rolling her eyes. Malevolent sighed, desisting from further complaints, and departed with her 2 roommates. Soon, silence descended upon the dormitory, leaving Bai Ying in solitude as twilight approached. Chapter 21. The duck that was nearly in hand vanished before it could be tasted the following day. Bai Ying once again found herself at the beast nursery. First, she presented her credentials for acquiring a second pet to the staff at the entrance, after which the salesperson escorted her to view the first tier of flying pets. Regrettably, the breeding garden contained no rare flying pets, only those of ordinary potential. Bai Ying surveyed the surroundings and employed her talent to assess the condition of the pets, which caused her to furrow her brow. Jin Shan Wu attribute: water level. Initial stage of Tier 1 growth stage. Cub potential: ordinary, non-bondable. Evolution path: unknown compatibility. Extremely low, LV Huang Feng attribute: fire level. Initial stage of Tier 1 growth stage. Cub potential: ordinary, non-bondable. Evolution path: unknown compatibility. Extremely low. The breeding garden featured only 5 types of flying pets. Bai Ying examined each one, finding them all non-bondable and exhibiting extremely low compatibility. A sense of foreboding arose within her, and she said to the somewhat perplexed salesperson, "Please take me to see other types of pets. They need not be flying ones." Though the salesperson felt regret that Bai Ying had not found any flying pet to her liking, he nonetheless guided her to explore other varieties, showcasing various attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, along with flying, insect, plant, and reptile types. After a thorough examination, however, all displayed pets were non-bondable and revealed extremely low compatibility. Bai Ying realized that the issue did not lie with the breeding garden. It was likely a reflection of her own circumstances. Beast taming talent. Evolution path. The path of evolution. The simulation of pet evolution possesses a certain degree of failure rate. One cannot contract a second pet until the evolutionary path of the previous one is known. Bai Ying fell into silence, recalling that when she first awakened this talent, there was no mention of that subsequent phrase. When was it added? Was it the authoress' intention to vex her? A sense of despair washed over Bai Ying. Why did you not mention it earlier? Now that you do, I have wasted an entire morning here. With a furrowed brow, Bai Ying exited the breeding garden and made her way to the Yuansheng department store. The familiar 4th floor greeted her, along with the familiar face of a charming young lady. "Bai Ying, what brings you here? It's not the delivery time today." Su Xiantong smiled as she observed Bai Ying approaching. Bai Ying returned the smile and replied, "Sister Su, I have a 2nd-tier ferocious beast resource and a 3rd-tier ferocious beast resource. Do you accept them?" Su Xiantong's eyes sparkled with delight, and without questioning the origins of the resources, she nodded, "We certainly do." Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief and followed Su Xiantong to assess her 2 resources. She selected 2 lightning-type resources, as they were quite rare and commanded a higher price. As expected, the 2nd-tier resource sold for 300,000, while the 3rd tier fetched 650,000. instantly adding 950,000 to Bai Ying's funds. However, before she could fully relish her newfound wealth, it was swiftly spent. Sister Su, do you have any dragon-type resources that might suit me? Su Xiantong pondered for a moment before nodding. If I am not mistaken, we do have some. Albeit they are rather expensive. There are 2 portions of Dragon-S spittle grass available. In the realm of 4th-tier resources, there exists a dragon-related resource known as dragon fruit. However, dragon fruit is exceedingly expensive, with a single piece priced at 2 million, complemented by dragon spore at 720,000. As you are a valued patron, I can extend a generous discount of 10%, bringing the total to 2.45 million. Bai Ying calculated the costs and found herself left with nothing. The 1 million from the 33rd Legion, 500,000 provided by the school, and the recent acquisition of 950,000 combined to form a perfectly fitting sum. Though her heart ached at the expenditure, Bai Ying maintained a smile as she addressed Su Xiantong. Please wrap everything up. I shall take it all. Dragonvine, you shall be my triumph. Even if I cannot immediately unveil the path of evolution, I must at least awaken that ostentatious dragon might. Otherwise, I might be tempted to stew these vines in a pot. Upon the arrival of her items, Bai Ying took a deep breath and placed the 2 resources before her. Activating her innate talent. Path of Evolution. Ultra-rare. Excellent. Dragonvine contracted. 4th-tier dragon fruit. 3rd-tier dragon spore. Ultra-rare. Excellent. Dragonvine. With a success rate of 92 and a mutation rate of 40, with the mutation direction leaning towards the dragon attribute. Bai Ying gazed expressionlessly. Noting that the racial potential had not increased, it remained an ultra-rare potential dragonvine. However, with an astonishing mutation rate of 40 directed towards the dragon attribute. Her earlier hypothesis proved correct. When a particular attribute is abundantly present in the resources for advancement, the direction of mutation ceases to be uncertain, instead aligning closely with that attribute. Moreover, this attribute is not arbitrary, but rather the one with the most potent potential among the resources. For instance, the most potent attribute contained within the Void Hunters at that time was the spatial attribute, thus guiding the evolutionary trajectory of muting towards the domain of space. The previous resources, the Thousand Mountains Dragon Branch and the Dragon Saliva Grass, were imbued with the dragon attribute, hence the extracted evolutionary path gravitated towards the dragon lineage. Bai Ying decided to withhold these 2 resources, instinctively sensing that the moment was not opportune for their absorption. What if she were to discover additional dragon-related resources and amalgamate them for the dragon scale vine to absorb? The most formidable attributes extracted for evolution would yield a higher success rate, and perhaps even an elevated degree of evolution. The unknown evolutionary path referred to by the innate talent might indicate that the current racial potential of the dragon scale vine was insufficiently low. The evolutionary direction for her dragon scale vine was already quite apparent, primarily dragon, with an emphasis on reinforcing the spatial aspect. If the dragon scale vine could evolve towards a mysterious potential, perhaps its evolutionary journey would transform into something known. With this in mind, she resolved to swiftly seek out more dragon resources to enhance the racial potential of the dragon scale vine to a mysterious level. Having clarified her thoughts, Bai Ying carefully stored the 2 resources and locked them away in a cabinet before washing up and retiring for the night. The following day, she found herself in contemplation upon observing a bottle containing a pale golden low-grade wood spirit liquid. Raising her gaze, she looked at the dragon scale vine with incredulity, questioning, is this truly the wood spirit liquid imbued with a trace of dragon essence that can only be produced with a 1 in 10,000 chance? The dragon scale vine nodded its tendril, eagerly beseeching for a reward within Bai Ying's level 20 beast master space. Bai Ying cast a glance at the wooden spirit liquid, which possessed a faint draconic aura, barely coating the bottom of the vial, and the corners of her mouth twitched. At this rate, how long would it take to accumulate a single milliliter? Sealing the test tube, she stowed it away in her spatial storage and ventured out with her dragon scale ivy to earn a livelihood. Chapter 22. Combat in the arena. Humankind is a peculiar species. Absent of external threats, they are inclined towards internal friction and strife. However, when faced with an external invasion, they exhibit unparalleled solidarity. They may be subdued, yet they persevere, repeatedly overcome, yet they continue to strive, never conceding, never compromising. Bai Ying was unaware of humanity's state before the advent of the savage beasts into their world, but she recognized that when these beasts lunged and roared, threatening human civilization, the vast majority of humans coalesced into a unified force. Under the menacing gaze of the savage beasts, humanity discovered a path to resistance, arming themselves with every available resource to enhance their strength and ensure their survival. Children like Bai Ying were nurtured from a young age to become the future backbone of humanity. Beast mastery could not remain confined to theory. Practical combat was essential. Within every city, there existed arenas suitable for beast masters of all levels to engage in combat. Bai Ying was now headed to such a place, the arena. Within the arena, beast masters were permitted to battle with their pets. In other parts of the city, pet battles were generally prohibited. Those discovered faced fines or, in severe cases, detention. The arena was a bustling hub, not only because it was an excellent venue for enhancing a pet's combat prowess, but also because it was a place to earn quick money. Presenting her identification to the administrators and registering an identity, Bai Ying entered to seek out a competition suited to her abilities. The training ground in Ying City is divided into 3 distinct zones: the primary martial arena for levels 1 to 19, the intermediate martial arena for levels 20 to 39, and the advanced martial arena for levels 40 to 59. There is no arena for levels beyond 60, as battles among pets of that caliber are beyond the control of the training ground. The residual energies from such confrontations can effortlessly devastate the surrounding environment, resulting in significant destruction. Some secret realms have remained scorched earth for millennia, others are filled with toxic gases, or are perpetually engulfed in flames. These phenomena are not of natural origin, but rather the consequence of the chaotic aftermath of battles, which is utterly terrifying. Bai Ying, at level 20, has met the minimum requirement for the intermediate martial arena, which is where she intends to compete. The arena is vast, adopting a coliseum style, with each platform comparable to the size of a football field, and there are a total of 10 such platforms. None of the platforms are unoccupied. The stands are filled with an enthusiastic audience, the air buzzing with cheers and gasps of awe. Rather than rushing to register for a match to earn money, she first took the time to observe the events unfolding. She witnessed a fierce battle between a gorilla and a 2-headed serpent, a clash between a large lizard and a small kitten, and a duel between a butterfly and a vine. There were fire breathers, ice shard throwers, air slashers, and even those who flirted with their opponents. The array of spectacles was overwhelming, and Bai Ying felt her visit was worthwhile. After sufficient observation, she approached the staff to register. Bai Ying, registration, level 20. The staff, upholding a commendable standard of professionalism, made no remarks regarding Bai Ying's age, gender, or level, and simply inquired, "What is the deposit amount?" Bai Ying handed over the money to the staff, who promptly registered her. "Very well, should you emerge victorious, your deposit of 1,000 will be refunded, along with an additional 1,000 from your opponent. However, if you lose, your deposit will be forfeited to them." Bai Ying did not wait long before she was successfully matched. The staff presented her with a number plate inscribed with the digit 3 and directed her to Arena 1 to prepare for battle. As it was her first fight, Bai Ying felt a twinge of nervousness and conservatively opted to wager 1,000. In Arena 1, a battle was already underway, and once it concluded, Bai Ying would face another opponent. Each match was bound by a time limit of 15 minutes. If the battle extended beyond this duration, the referee would declare it a draw, resulting in each participant losing half of their deposit. Time swiftly passed, and upon hearing the referee call for number 3, Bai Ying squeezed her way in. Upon stepping onto the stage, she noticed a young man standing opposite her, only slightly older than herself. He regarded her with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, though this expression quickly faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. At that moment, Bai Ying was no longer perceived as a mere child, but as an adversary. At the referee's command, both Bai Ying and the young man found themselves standing upon summoning circles, both shades of grayish-white. However, the circle beneath the boy appeared a deeper white. Neither of them had surpassed level 30. From beneath Bai Ying, enormous dark green vines surged upward. She stood atop one of these vines, gazing down at her opponent from above. The young man summoned 2 beasts, one resembling a wolf and the other a butterfly. The second-tier pet, Frost Giant Wolf, possesses rare potential. The second-tier pet, Frost Fine Powder Disc, also exhibits rare potential. Oh, what splendid fortune! In my very first battle, I encounter a contract with 2 rare potential ice attribute prodigies. However, Bai Ying's self-admiration does not cloud her judgment. She believes that her dragon scale vine can indeed prevail against them. Lu Wenmao furrowed his brow. After waiting for a considerable time, he observed that Bai Ying had yet to summon her second pet. Is she underestimating me? This thought flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He contemplated that Bai Ying appeared even more juvenile than himself, surmising that she had yet to contract a second pet. having only recently reached level 20. At such a tender age to have attained level 20 is indeed a mark of genius, albeit unfortunate for her to encounter him. The opponent specialized in plant attributes, with limited attack range, and Lu Wenmao could not afford to engage in a war of attrition here. He commanded his two pets to attack while standing at a distance, directing their movements. The two ice attribute pets launched their offensive against the dragon scale vine, one positioned above and the other below. Bai Ying, standing atop the vine, refrained from allowing it to split its tendrils at the onset. Premature division would lead to a stalemate if the two pets did not draw closer, which would be a waste of time. However, Bai Ying felt a twinge of regret as Lu Wenmao's battle awareness proved commendable. Although he issued the command to attack, he did not recklessly advance until he had gauged the dragon scale vine's strength. The frost fine powder disc initiated its assault from 30 meters above the dragon scale vine, targeting Bai Ying, while the frost giant wolf attacked the closest tendril of the dragon scale vine. The dragon scale vine, while safeguarding Bai Ying, mounted its resistance. The dragon scale vines displayed remarkable courage. Instead of evading the formidable frost giant wolf's minions, it chose to confront them head-on. Bai Ying observed the battle between the two beasts with keen interest, particularly curious about the defensive prowess of the dragon scale vines. The giant claws struck fiercely against the vines, yet contrary to Lu Wenmao's expectations, there was no eruption of green sap nor were the vines shattered. His eyes widened in astonishment as the vines quivered under the immense force, revealing slight fissures in the scales beneath the claws. Yet, that was the extent of the damage. He had not anticipated such resilience from the dragon scale vines, though his expression remained relatively unfazed. Hope for victory still lingered. The frost giant wolf's claws harbored a powerful strike skill, Frost Impact. Where the claws met the vines, a blue mist emerged, and alongside the minuscule cracks in the scales, a thin layer of ice began to form. Chapter 23. The True Shortcut. The ice spread from the center of the giant claws, swiftly enveloping almost an entire vine in the blink of an eye. Lu Wenmao smirked. Frost Impact possessed remarkable adhesive and controlling properties, a racial talent of the frost giant wolf, emblematic of its strength. The lower-tier frost giant wolves could only induce temporary paralysis, halting their foes for a brief moment, whereas higher-tier frost impacts could freeze opponents solid with a mere glance. While Lu Wenmao's frost giant wolf was unlikely to achieve such devastating effects, it could still provide a momentary paralysis, creating an opportunity for his other beast. Above the dragon scale vine, a butterfly dances gracefully. In a fleeting moment when the tendrils of the vine are momentarily paralyzed, it flutters its wings, causing the delicate powder on its wings to shimmer like stars. A sight of exquisite beauty. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lies a grave peril. The frost crystal butterfly wields the skill of icy crystal powder, which, when enveloping objects frozen by ice attributes, exhibits a corrosive effect. The target of the frost crystal butterfly is the tendril ensconced in frost, naturally positioned 30 meters above. Achieving precise coverage of the icy crystal powder on that tendril to inflict severe corrosion is nearly impossible. Thus, before Bai Ying and the dragon scale vine can react, Lu Wenmao urges the frost crystal butterfly to swiftly approach the frost-laden tendril, striving for a single, devastating blow. The dragon scale vine possesses 5 tendrils in total. By designating one to protect Bai Ying and sacrificing another, only 3 remain. His frost giant wolf and frost crystal butterfly still have 2 skills at their disposal, and Lu Wenmao is confident in his ability to wear down the last tendril. He casts a regretful glance at Bai Ying. Her dragon scale vine boasts formidable defenses, and its ability to thwart adversaries is indeed remarkable among its peers. Alas, it has encountered him, and regrettably, she has yet to contract a second companion beast. Even more lamentable is her apparent lack of combat experience, as she unwittingly strides toward defeat. This young girl has yet to take any action. Is she paralyzed by fear, uncertain of what to do? Bai Ying is oblivious to Lu Wenmao's thoughts. She merely gazes silently at the approaching frost crystal butterfly. Soon, they were about to enter the trap's domain. Here it comes. A smirk danced on Bai Ying's lips, almost mirroring the smile of Lu Wenmao, while she observed the long-hidden dragon scale vine swallowing the 2 unsuspecting lambs whole as danger loomed. When the referee announced Bai Ying as the victor, Lu Wenmao remained utterly bewildered, grappling with the surreal events that had just unfolded. He could not comprehend how everything had adhered to his meticulously crafted plan, only to unravel in the final moment when the seemingly outnumbered opponent, wielding a mere 5 vines, suddenly commanded a multitude of them. How could the vines, initially only 10 meters in length, have surged to an astonishing 20 meters in the blink of an eye? He watched, helpless, as his frost giant wolf writhed in agony. ensnared by the vines, while the frosty powder butterfly, evading left and right, was still mercilessly struck down, losing half a wing and crashing to the ground. And thus, he was defeated. Wait, is there something you need? Bai Ying spoke cautiously. Lu Wenmao found himself momentarily speechless, pondering what he had intended to convey. It seemed he had no clear words, merely a reflex to call out to her. The bright confusion in Bai Ying's gaze caused Lu Wenmao's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, "What is your name?" Bai Ying's expression shifted to one of wariness. What was his intention? Lu Wenmao's face contorted slightly before he quickly spoke, his tone dry. "I simply wish to know who you are. I cannot accept losing to someone whose name I do not even know." "Oh," Bai Ying suddenly realized, then turned to Lu Wenmao and said, "There is no need for that. You'll get used to it. It's not a big deal." Lu Wenmao, feeling somewhat frustrated and reluctant as the sharp-tongued individual before him resolutely refused to reveal his name, replied, "When will you come next?" "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." Bai Ying gazed intently at the boy, her smile revealing dimples that danced in and out of sight. "I come every Sunday. If you wish to challenge me, then bring it on." With that, Bai Ying left him behind in pursuit of her next opponent for battle. From morning until 4 in the afternoon, Bai Ying engaged in 3 matches, despite her efforts to hasten her pace. Perhaps due to the novice bonus, none of her 3 adversaries had reached level 30. With the highest being Lu Wenmao from the first match, she emerged victorious in all 3 encounters, although the reward of 3,000 was indeed modest. When not spent on pets, but rather on Bai Ying herself, it sufficed for her meals for an entire month. Entering Yanging No. 1 high school as the top scorer in the freshman assessment, she was exempt from 3 years of tuition, and the school also covered her textbook expenses. Her only financial concern was her sustenance. Yanging No. 1 High School proudly stood as the finest institution in Yang City, and within just a month of enrollment, Bai Ying had already attained the rank of a level 21 Beast Master. Her proficiency in utilizing the beast space had significantly improved, allowing her to summon the dragon scale vine with greater efficiency. Nonetheless, this past month had also brought her considerable joy, as her dragon scale shield had leveled up once more. Currently, at intermediate, dragon scale protection, 15-1000, having acquired resistance to lightning. I have now also gained resistance to ice, both at a commendable 10. I must express my gratitude towards that benevolent Lu Wenmao every weekend at the training ground. I encounter this headstrong youth who invariably extends a challenge to battle, only for the dragon scale vine to decisively thrash his pet. For an entire month, he has not achieved a single victory. However, contrary to Bai Ying's expectations, the dragon scale vine has indeed reaped benefits from these encounters. On the contrary, it has gained ice resistance. She has attained further enlightenment. The consumption of fellow beasts is not the shortcut to upgrading the dragon scale protection. Rather, enduring punishment is the true path. Chapter 24. Friendly match. Listening to the principal's words, Xiefei pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Inkai High School wishes to engage in a friendly match with our freshmen?" The principal's squad nodded in affirmation. Xiefei felt a twinge of confusion. If a match was the intention, why seek out the newly admitted freshmen rather than the sophomores or juniors? The principal rapped his fingers on the table and responded, "It is said that this year's freshman class at Inkai High boasts a prodigious talent, recruited from another city. They likely hope to leverage this extraordinarily gifted individual to salvage their long-standing image as perennial runners-up. As for the sophomores and juniors, they have never emerged victorious. Hence they would not seek a match with them." Xiefei frowned and asked, "Do you possess any information regarding this talent? Yu Xiangqin and Qi Swike are both at our school. They cannot be unaware of this, and yet they have the audacity to challenge us. What caliber of talent does this prodigy possess?" The principal shook his head, a hint of curiosity and surprise evident in his brow, saying, "They are quite secretive. I am unaware of the circumstances surrounding that genius. However, their willingness to challenge us suggests they are well prepared." Upon hearing this, Xiefei nodded, a smile gracing his face despite the gravity of the situation. "So, has the principal agreed to their challenge?" The principal, unperturbed, responded with a gentle demeanor. "After discussions with several vice principals, we naturally accepted their challenge. When others extend a challenge, how could we possibly refrain from responding?" Xiefei nodded again, reassuringly stating, "There is no need for concern, principal. Over the past month, both Xiangqin and Qi Sui have made remarkable progress. Furthermore, although Bai Ying has yet to contract a second beast, her growth is nothing short of astounding." Upon hearing of Bai Ying's significant advancement, The principal's eyes crinkled with a smile. If they believe they can surpass Ying first high school with that genius, we shall ensure they receive a thorough lesson. The perennial second place will remain just that. Next Wednesday and Thursday, we will not hold classes, as our grade will engage in a friendly match against Inkai High School at the practice field. All beast tamers at level 15 and above are required to participate. The preliminary round will follow a knockout format, where the victors advance and the vanquished are eliminated. In the draw, it is unlikely that students from the same school will face each other. However, it is not impossible, given that the number of participants from both institutions may vary. Regardless of whether your opponents hail from their school or our own, you must give your utmost effort. Do you understand? Peter cast a serious glance at the students below. Satisfied, he nodded slightly, just as the bell rang to signal the end of class. He announced the conclusion of the session and summoned Bai Ying to leave. Why was Boss Bai called away? Inquired a plump boy sitting behind Bai Ying, prodding his desk mate, without lifting his gaze from his book. The desk mate adjusted his black-framed glasses and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't it obvious? The head of the agents must be briefing Boss Bai on the details of next week's friendly match. After all, our mission is to eliminate as many students from Inkai High as possible, while Boss Bai's objective is undoubtedly to secure first place." The plump boy pondered for a moment, conceding that his desk mate was indeed correct. But why is Inkai High seeking to compete against our year this time? Turning a page in his book, the desk mate remarked, "Because the second and third years cannot hold their ground. It is well known that our sophomore and junior classes have a fearsome reputation, seldom losing in various competitions. Naturally, they dare not seek misfortune with the second and third years." The plump boy suddenly understood, exclaiming, "So we are seen as easy targets in their eyes?" The deskmate's silence was a tacit agreement. The plump boy grinned and said, "How unfortunate for Inkai High, unable to contend with the second and third years, now trying to find their footing with us freshmen. Yet, we have Boss Bai. At the very least, our class leader and vice class leader are formidable as well." Ironically, the vice class leader, Chi Sui, who was rather unimpressed, sat just 2 rows behind the plump boy. Upon overhearing his remarks, she lifted her head, casting a foul expression at the back of his head. In their class, 3 individuals have now reached level 21, Bai Ying, Yu Xiangchen, and Chi Sui. Additionally, 7 more have attained level 20, with no one in the class below level 15. All members are expected to participate in the competition next Wednesday. Unlike Bai Ying, both Yu Xiangchen and Chi Sui have already contracted their second pet beast. Currently, aside from their homeroom teacher, no one knows what kind of pet beasts they have contracted. However, given their backgrounds, it is reasonable to assume that they possess at least rare potential beasts. This reassured Bai Ying, reality diverges from the novels, where Chi Sui might have been portrayed as a malicious antagonist, serving as a stepping stone for Bai Ying. In truth, he is diligent in class and actively engages in training, without leveraging his family status to trouble Bai Ying. He is, indeed, a commendable young gentleman. Aware of Chi Sui's intelligence, Bai Ying chose not to focus on him. When called out by the teacher, Bai Ying, along with his classmate, a chubby boy, surmised that the homeroom teacher's summons was likely related to the upcoming competition. Their assumptions were mostly correct, though with slight variations. Peter looked at Bai Ying with a kind expression and inquired, "Have you not yet contracted your second pet beast?" Bai Ying nodded. "Is it due to a lack of funds, or have you not found the beast you desire?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ying paused for a moment, then shook her head, saying, "Neither. Considering your concerned gaze, I must confess that I have certain limitations regarding my talent. Until my dragon scale vine matures, I cannot contract a second pet beast." Peter furrowed his brow deeply. He, along with several other teachers, was aware that Bai Ying had not formed a contract with a second pet beast. They had always assumed that Bai Ying was facing some difficulties, perhaps struggling to find a pet she truly adored, preferring quality over quantity. However, what they did not anticipate was that there was a flaw in Bai Ying's talent, rendering her incapable of contracting a new pet beast at this moment. Undoubtedly, Bai Ying had nurtured her pet into one with formidable potential, which would serve as an advantage in the early stages. Yet, if Bai Ying remained unable to contract a second pet after reaching level 40, her advantage would evaporate entirely. After all, her opponents could employ a strategy of overwhelming her with sheer numbers, exhausting her resources. When will this limitation cease to exist? Bai Ying fell silent for a moment before responding. "I am uncertain, but I believe that specializing in a single pet beast is not a disadvantage for me. After all, my first pet is of the plant type." Peter observed the confidence radiating from Bai Ying's face and chose not to press further, considering that she was only at level 21. Chapter 25, Fate. A Twisted Fate. Since you are currently unable to contract a second pet beast, strive to cultivate your dragon scale vine diligently in the coming days. The training rooms will not require points before the friendship match next week. Peter offered a few more words of encouragement, to which Bai Ying responded affirmatively before taking her leave. The training rooms were a rare resource unique to Yongying High School, where students could enhance their pet beast's abilities. Throughout the entire first-year cohort, only 3 training rooms were available for use. The training chamber is capable of simulating various extreme conditions, such as flames, thunder, and underwater environments. However, access to this training chamber is not available to every first-year student. Each session requires 10 points, which are earned by Bai Ying and her companions through defeating ferocious beasts in the 713 Secret Realm. Within the school, there exists no avenue to acquire points, although they may be transferred. Bai Ying's class schedule offers considerable flexibility. As first-year students, their mornings are filled with theoretical courses, followed by collective training until 3:30 in the afternoon. From 3:30 to 6, they enjoy free training time, and evening study sessions commence at 8:30, allowing them to review the theoretical lessons of the day. Each experience of being charred from electric shocks, endured continuously for a month, proves quite beneficial. Nevertheless, Bai Ying has discerned that only through frequent combat with other pets or ferocious beasts and enduring elemental impacts will the dragon scale shield acquire elemental resistance. Merely relying on the training chamber, despite attempts to utilize ice shards and fire, yields no resistance. However, the training chamber does enhance resistance, given that it is free. She resolves to remain in the training chamber indefinitely. Time flies swiftly. A total of 374 students from Yongying No. 1 High School are participating in this friendly competition, while 338 students from Yingtai High School are also involved. At 7 o'clock in the morning, students from both schools gather at the practice field. Observing this familiar place, Bai Ying experiences a moment of clarity. In the city, combat is prohibited in public spaces, and schools cannot withstand the continuous destruction caused by powerful pets. Thus, with such a large number of participants, official, durable venues are essential for combat. For the next 2 days, these 2 high schools have reserved the venue exclusively. Outsiders are barred from the stage for battles, but are permitted to observe from below the arena. Upon noticing the diverse assembly of onlookers from outside their institutions encircling the arena, the initially jovial students from both schools underwent a palpable shift. Their amiable countenances were replaced by expressions of solemn resolve. To expedite proceedings, all 20 platforms within the primary and intermediate martial grounds were activated. Students from both academies attentively heeded the announcements, promptly proceeding to their designated platforms upon hearing their names called. A brisk pace was necessitated by the expansive dimensions of the training grounds, as tardiness could result in forfeiture. It was not long before Bai Ying's name echoed through the speakers, summoning her to platform number 7 in the intermediate martial grounds. After informing the presiding official of her arrival, she was immediately ushered onto the stage, where her adversary awaited. With both combatants in position, the official signaled the commencement of hostilities. 60 seconds elapsed. Bai Ying of Yongying High School, Beast Mastery Class 1, accrued 1 point. Remaining in close proximity to Platform 7, Bai Ying awaited her subsequent summons. Her subsequent engagements predominantly transpired on this very stage, requiring only that she heed the call of her name. Before the 4th hour of the afternoon had tolled, the preliminary rounds concluded. Bai Ying distinguished herself by eliminating 10 individuals from Yingtai High School, amassing a total of 10 points, the highest tally within Yongying High School. From both institutions, a total of 116 individuals advanced, with Yongying High School contributing 63 and Yingtai High School 53. The second round also employed an elimination format, wherein each participant engaged in 3 encounters. Advancement was granted to those securing victory in 2 bouts, with 2 points awarded for each triumph and 2 points deducted for each defeat. The following morning, without a shadow of a doubt, Bai Ying achieved another triumphant victory, accumulating a total of 16 points. As soon as the morning's semifinals concluded, Bai Ying emerged as a prominent figure in 2 high schools. It was inevitable. Not only had she remained undefeated, but each battle was brief, the longest lasting no more than 5 minutes, with her teammates merely observing for 4.5. Equally renowned was the concealed prodigy from Yingtai High School, who also boasted an unblemished record, albeit with 2 points less than Bai Ying. Having only vanquished 8 opponents during the preliminary rounds, it was only at this moment that Bai Ying became aware of his identity. Lu Wenmao, 17 years old, a level 27 beast master, possessing a rare frost giant wolf of second tier and a frosty dust moth of second tier. Bai Ying felt a peculiar sense of familiarity with this lineup, reminiscent of that perennial challenger who sought defeat every Sunday. His name was indeed Lu Wenmao. She had never inquired before, but it seemed plausible, considering those two beasts were not representative of Yongying City. What a curious twist of fate. In the afternoon of the second day, the champion battle commenced. Among the 57 contenders who advanced, the top 10 ranked individuals served as champions, while the remaining 47 took turns challenging them. The victors would ascend as the new champions and accept challenges from newcomers. The former champions were granted one opportunity to challenge, but could only contest against the next lower-ranked champion. Once the champions were re-established, the 10th champion challenged the 9th, determining the ultimate victor. Bai Ying, with the highest score, became the first champion, with Lu Wenmao occupying the second champion's position. Although the distance was considerable, when Lu Wenmao ascended the second platform, Bai Ying was still able to discern his visage clearly. Ah, is that truly the paragon of virtue? Lu Wenmao turned his gaze towards Bai Ying, who had previously eluded his sight, perhaps due to an ill-chosen position or mere misfortune. He was filled with curiosity regarding the appearance of this opponent, who, like him, maintained an impeccable record. Upon finally discerning Bai Ying's visage, however, his previously composed and proud expression was utterly frozen in disbelief. That formidable fiend, that notorious villain is Bai Ying. What a calamity! Chapter 26, Yu Xiangshan vs. Qi Sui as the champion of the first arena. Bai Ying was assigned a total of 9 challengers. 7 hailed from Yingtai High School, while 2 unfortunate souls were from Yongying No. 1 High School. Each bout concluded swiftly. Bai Ying encountered an array of peculiar beasts alongside Long Linting. Had Long Linting's defenses been slightly inferior, it might have found itself at a disadvantage. Alas, none of these beasts had transcended to the 3rd tier. No matter how bizarre, they proved futile against absolute strength and impenetrable defenses. The battles in the second arena also reached swift conclusions, regardless of whether the contestants were from Yongying No. 1 High School or Yingtai High School. Their beasts succumbed to the devastating synergy of the frost giant wolf and the frosty fine powder butterfly, rendering them feeble and easily vanquished. 3 hours passed, and all 10 arenas concluded their defending matches. The champions of arenas 10, 7, 4, and 5 changed hands, while the other 6 remained unchanged. The champions were Bai Ying for the first arena, Lu Wenmao for the second, Yu Xiangshan for the third, and Qi Sui for the 6th. What followed was the champion battle. Bai Ying sat cross-legged atop the first arena, engrossed in her phone as she observed the skirmishes unfolding in the other arenas, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Qi Sui, possessing 2 fire attributes second-tier rare beasts, along with his unique fusion talent, decisively overcame the 5th and 4th champions. After a brief respite of half an hour, he commenced his challenge against Yu Xiangshan. Bai Ying and the majority of the audience awaited in eager anticipation for the impending duel, particularly the students from Yongying No. 1 High School. Although Bai Ying firmly held the position of the leading figure in her school, the question of whether the second place belonged to Yu Xiangshan or Qi Sui sparked a divergence of opinions among the students. While it is true that Yu Xiangshan entered as the first in the rankings and had previously outperformed Qi Sui in the freshman assessments, Qi Sui nonetheless garnered a considerable number of supporters. They believed that a month had elapsed, and Qi Sui's progress, bolstered by his fusion talent, would surpass Yu Xiangshan's auxiliary talent. However, neither had engaged in direct combat within the school, leaving the true measure of their strengths unknown. Now, the opportunity presented itself. The second and third ranks were set to clash. Would Qi Sui ascend to prominence, or would Yu Xiangshan successfully defend his long-held position as the perennial second? As they locked gazes, both Qi Sui and Yu Xiangshan exhibited identical expressions of excitement and combativeness. The summoning arrays materialized almost simultaneously beneath their feet, and 2 figures emerged behind each of them. Both participants entered the fray with unwavering determination. Yu Xiangshan's first contracted beast was a second-tier intermediate rare potential ice bat monkey, while his second was a second-tier early rare potential ice scorpion. Qi Sui's first contracted beast was a second-tier intermediate rare potential vermilion bird, and his second was a second-tier early rare potential black sand tiger. Go. Defeat him. At a command from the 2 individuals, 4 majestic beasts sprang into action, pairing off against one another. The black sand tiger unleashed its skill, Black Sandstorm, a wide-range technique that enveloped a 20-square-meter area in dense black sand, obscuring visibility and capable of penetrating to attack internal organs. The ice bat monkey soared into the sky, deftly avoiding the grasp of the black sand, while the ice scorpion lay in wait, poised to counter the black sand tiger's ambush. Unyielding, Yu Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, a thought igniting within him. The ice-bat monkey spread its wings wide, resembling a great primate as it emitted an inaudible sonic wave, a skill known as ultrasound, which disrupted hearing and unsettled the mind, temporarily stunning its foes. Within the confines of the black sand tiger found its movements hindered, revealing an opening. And the ice scorpion seized the moment, launching its tail stinger forcefully towards the black sand tiger, utilizing its mastery over the black sand. The black sand tiger broke free from its daze just in time to narrowly evade the stinger's strike. Meanwhile, the soaring vermilion bird was not to be outdone. It unleashed its skill, fire-wind feathers, as its feathers, propelled at high speed, became razor-sharp and imbued with flames, resulting in a searing effect. The ice-bat monkey, unable to withstand the onslaught, resorted to evasive maneuvers, ultimately being forced into the treacherous black sand. Anticipating this very moment, the black sand tiger pounced as the ice-bat monkey entered its domain. On Qi Sui's face, there was no triumphant smile. He cast a glance at Yu Xiaochen, aware that this individual had yet to unleash his full potential. As if cognizant of its impending doom, the felled ice-bat monkey shuddered its membranous wings, executing an uncanny alteration in its flight path, thereby evading the direct assault of the black sand tiger. Nevertheless, its wing was grazed by the tiger's colossal claw, causing it to be flung out of the sandy domain like a fleeting phantom. However, in the instant the black sand tiger ascended, bereft of purchase, the ice scorpion, hitherto lurking within the sand like a spectral assassin and proving impervious to the tiger's advances, seized the opportune moment. Its caudal stinger darted forth, viciously piercing the black sand tiger's abdomen, the latter unable to alter its posture. By the rules of the contest, a pet that has re-entered the pet space is not allowed to fight again in the same battle. The black sand tiger has been eliminated. Devoid of the black sand tiger, the black sand, deprived of its power, gradually descended, blanketing the arena. Now, with one combatant temporarily incapacitated and another eliminated, the 2-on-2 confrontation has devolved into a solitary duel. The vermilion bird vanished into the firmament, supplanted by the amalgamated Qi Sui, endowed with immense wings, crimson tresses, and vertical pupils. Qi Sui flapped its wings, swiftly advancing toward Yu Xiaochen, who had already hastened to the side of the ice-bat monkey. The ice-bat monkey, staggering, conveyed Yu Xiaochen away from their prior location, evading the fire-infused wind feathers launched in their direction. Despite the grievous injury to its wing, the ice-bat monkey was capable of both brief aerial maneuvers and rapid terrestrial locomotion. Pet's resilience is remarkable. Although the ice-bat monkey was presently incapable of sustained flight, expeditious ambulation remained within its capabilities. One pursued from above, while the other fled below. One advanced in serpentine fashion, while the other unleashed a relentless barrage of feathers from behind. Observing the skirmish, and noting the encroaching proximity of Yu Xiaochen's two pets, coupled with the conspicuous failure of Qi Sui's firewind feather to strike its mark even once, Bai Ying discerned the impending victor. Indeed, despite Qi Sui's persistent yet futile endeavors, Yu Xiaochen, the ice-bat monkey, and the ice scorpion converged. Talent, attribute enhancement. Yu Xiaochen placed a hand on each of his ice-bat monkey and ice scorpion, imbuing them with an azure luminescence. Suspended in midair, Qi Sui's countenance shifted. In the ensuing moment, the ice scorpion's caudal stinger rose menacingly, aimed directly at the airborne Qi Sui. Qi Sui scoffed, questioning Yu Xiaochen's ability to strike a flying target when he himself had been unable to hit the perpetually moving Yu Xiaochen. Yet, such a feat proved feasible. Ice Scorpion, Ice Attribute Enhancement Skill, Ice Arrow. The caudal stinger, augmented, launched a projectile akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, retaining its original potency as it hurtled towards the adversary. Chapter 27. End of the exhibition match. Rendered immobile, Qi Sui could only watch as the piercing attack drew nearer. However, a sanguinary outcome was averted by the intervention of the referee. Yu Xiaochen was declared the victor. Thunderous applause erupted from the spectators, a tribute not only to Yu Xiaochen's triumph, but also to Qi Sui's commendable performance. The bout was a rare spectacle of skill, eliciting enthusiastic acclamation from students and onlookers alike. In half an hour, Yu Xiaochen would face Lu Wenmao. Bai Ying rose to stretch, disinterested in the upcoming match, the outcome of which seemed predetermined. Regardless of Yu Xiaochen's recovery from the preceding battle, Lu Wenmao would likely emerge as the victor even if both combatants were at their peak. The frosty powder butterfly, though imbued with ice attributes, serves as the nemesis to all entities of its kind. The more potent the ice attribute, the more effective the butterfly's corrosive capabilities become. As anticipated, after a mere 10 minutes, Yu Xiangqian was defeated. His countenance had never appeared so dismal. Although the new student assessment had cast a formidable shadow over him due to Bai Ying's immense pressure, the burden had lessened upon contracting a second pet beast. Even without having engaged in combat with Bai Ying, he had believed himself capable of enduring at least half an hour against her without faltering. However, he never expected to succumb in less than 20 minutes to someone he had never even heard of before. He gazed at the butterfly, gracefully dancing in the sky, and clenched his fists before exiting the arena. Below, Qi Sui also wore a troubled expression, having lost to Yu Xiangqian. The realization that Yu Xiangqian could not endure even 20 minutes against this enigmatic opponent led him to doubt his own capabilities. Yet, he discerned that this individual's pet beasts were particularly effective against Yu Xiangqian. Perhaps with his own beasts, he might have fared better. Nonetheless, he pondered the strength of Bai Ying. Could she possibly triumph over Lu Wenmao? It was uncertain. Bai Laoda's vine was indeed formidable. Yet it seemed that she had not yet contracted any additional beasts. Engaging in a 1 versus 2 scenario was hardly guaranteed. However, despite Bai Laoda wielding only a single vine, it was no ordinary one. It was capable of contending with third-tier ferocious beasts. No matter how formidable Lu Wenmao may be, could his 2 pets truly surpass a third-tier ferocious beast? Moreover, Lu Wenmao's strategy is primarily aimed at countering ice attribute beasts, while Chief Bai does not possess such attributes. If one were to interview Lu Wenmao regarding his emotions at this moment, he would undoubtedly express discomfort, saying, "My stomach hurts," as a means to evade confrontation. With heavy footsteps, he ascended the steps of the first arena, each step taken with great reluctance. Observing Lu Wenmao's silent and rigid demeanor, the students from Inkai High School mistakenly perceived him as composed and unflappable. Proudly, they remarked to one another, "Look at Lu Wenmao, so valiant and self-assured, radiating confidence." It is evident he possesses a well-conceived strategy. However, despite the weight of his burdens and the turmoil within, he could not shy away from the battle, nor could he concede defeat. Standing opposite Bai Ying, Lu Wenmao managed a wry smile and remarked, "I see you are a student from Yanging No. 1 High School." Bai Ying replied with a smile, "I hadn't anticipated that we were in the same year. I thought you were in the 2nd or 3rd grade." Lu Wenmao shook his head and sighed, "Let us conclude this swiftly." 10 minutes later, witnessing the frosty powder butterfly, flung helplessly to the ground and unable to rise. Alongside the frost giant wolf, ensnared and immobile by several tendrils, Lu Wenmao's face darkened as he uttered, "I concede." Throughout his encounters with Bai Ying, he had never emerged victorious. Yet, during their initial battle, he had managed to endure for over 20 minutes. Unfortunately, as time progressed, his endurance diminished, and now, he found himself defeated in a mere 10 minutes. Despite enduring inhumane training over the past couple of months, and having experienced considerable hardship and remarkable progress, I find myself perpetually trailing behind this monstrous figure, growing increasingly distant. Oh, the heavens are blind. You believe your sacrifices are the greatest. Do you have any idea what I have invested? 3 to 4 million. And for what? For a mere 2nd-tier status, I've already expended that much. Is my contribution insignificant? Each individual harbors their own sorrows. Meanwhile, at Yanging No. 1 High School, there is not a hint of sadness. Aside from a few like Yu Xiangqian and Qi Sui, who earnestly pursue the footsteps of Bai Ying, the rest revel in jubilation. Even Peter was taken aback by how swiftly and effortlessly the battle concluded. Bai Ying, the first-place holder, has no delusion of merit. Her accomplishments are of substantial value. As she aided Yanging No. 1 in clinching first place, CFAGA regarded her with an exceptionally gentle and warm gaze. Sitting beside the homeroom teacher and behind the director of education, Bai Ying rubbed her goosebumps and leaned towards the homeroom teacher, whispering in a breathy tone, "Is there a monetary reward for winning? How much? Are you in dire need of money?" Bai Ying cast a puzzled glance at her homeroom teacher, questioning from the depths of her soul, "Aren't you lacking?" Peter concurred with Bai Ying's sentiment. Nevertheless, Bai Ying proceeded to explain that dragon scale vine is quite an expensive endeavor. Upon hearing this, Peter, intrigued, inquired, "How much did it cost?" He looked at Bai Ying with sympathy, saying, "I will advocate for you." "Thank you, teacher. Good night, Makabaka." Chapter 28 Training Session. On Friday, the prize for Bai Ying's first place had already been credited. The school administration was indeed generous, awarding her 50,000. She felt quite content, having secured nearly 1/12 of the coveted dragon saliva grass. There was little to articulate about her academic life. A month had passed. and the first-year students received a new announcement. The registration for the National Beastmaster competition for high school students was now open. This competition allows every high school student to participate, and those who rank among the top 50 will earn a guaranteed admission to Whaling University, the foremost institution in the nation, exempting them from the college entrance examination. The allure of securing a place in such a prestigious university has led nearly all high school students to eagerly pursue this competition, though some may not aspire to attend Whaling University. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the competition's value, as the top 50 are granted the freedom to choose any university they desire. So why has this news reached the first-year students? Because they too are eligible to register. Reflecting on the history of the national competition, there have indeed been prodigies from the first and second years who have managed to break into the top 50, becoming qualified university students even before completing their high school journey. Such instances are rare, akin to finding a phoenix among the ashes. Despite their scarcity, the organizers do not wish to overlook any potential talent, hence the inclusion of registration for first and second-year students. However, not every student from these grades is eligible. Only the top 2% from each grade may register, meaning that the top 10 students from Yanging No. 1 High School have the opportunity to participate. CFAG assembled the top 10, elucidating the particulars of the national competition. Given its competitive nature, inherent perils existed. The national competition carried a certain mortality rate, and as the least formidable among the registrants, their risk factor was substantially amplified. They possessed 10 registration slots, though participation of all 10 was not mandatory. Those who deemed their abilities insufficient or possessed an aversion to combat were advised against participating. The 9th ranked among the 10 withdrew, as he was, in the instructor's assessment, ill-suited for battle and would merely serve as fodder. The remaining 9 opted to participate, reasoning that even if they failed to clear the initial hurdle, the experience would be worthwhile. Bai Ying remained. Lacking parental figures, she personally signed both registration forms in Xia Hongfei's presence. Upon exiting the cultivation chamber, Bai Ying encountered a classmate, luggage in hand, preparing to depart from the school. The classmate greeted her with a shout, "Boss Bai?" Bai Ying nodded in acknowledgement. Watching him depart, the 9 of them arrived at their destination at 10 o'clock in the evening. Gazing upon the familiar locale, the well-known edifice, and the unfamiliar military figure stationed at the entrance, 8 of the 9 participants twitched at the corners of their mouths, while one beamed with unadulterated joy. The sole individual radiating unadulterated joy was Bai Ying, who found the place agreeable. Aside from all else, the dragon scale vines thrived here, well-fed, well-housed, and at minimal expense. The 713 secret realm was a sanctuary for dragon scale vines. However, the instructors were not so fiendish as to thrust them into the secret realm in the dead of night. The cherished 9 bivouacked overnight on the Grand Plaza. At 4 o'clock the following morning, the plaza teemed with activity, and the 9 were roused by CFAG. Upon emerging, Bai Ying was taken aback to see a gathering of over 100 individuals. In total, there were 137 participants from the 3 grades of Yanging First Middle School. The first-year students numbered 9, the second-year students 7, while the third-year students accounted for 121 participants. Although the total enrollment for the third year exceeded 500, only these 121 had chosen to register. This select group comprised the most capable students among the third-year cohort. The remaining 400 opted out, prioritizing their preparation for the college entrance examination. After all, the national competition for high school students spanned 2 months from preliminary rounds to the finals. Those lacking confidence in their abilities could ill afford to squander 2 months, as both the competition and the college entrance exam hung in the balance. Their training regimen was straightforward and intense, characterized solely by combat and rigorous practice. For the first 15 days, training took place within a secret realm, where each student pursued their individual objectives. Bai Ying's daily goals varied. On the first day, she aimed to accumulate 400 points. These points were solely awarded for combat, excluding any resources obtained. Thus, on her first day, Bai Ying needed to defeat either 42nd-tier ferocious beasts or 4th or tier ones. Upon entering the secret realm, Bai Ying did not hastily seek her prey. Instead, she retrieved from her backpack both nutrient-rich soil and a half-meter-wide flower pot. Over the past 6 months, the dragon scale vine had nearly drained her resources, but the outcome was gratifying. The vine had acquired a poignant auxiliary skill, meticulously prepared by Bai Ying to facilitate her movement within the secret realm. Skill 8. Beginner. Shrink. 3/100. As the skill level increases, the shrinking ratio escalates, resulting in a proportional decrease in strength. Embracing the 1-meter-high dragon scale vine, Bai Ying ventured into the forest. Presently, she found herself utterly destitute, having sacrificed everything for the sake of this shrinking skill. Initially, when her skill level displayed a modest 0-100, Bai Ying found herself ensnared in silence as she gazed upon the towering dragon-scale vine. Contemplation and a tinge of despair enveloped her. Acquiring skills was indeed a costly endeavor. After a series of expenditures that could evoke silent tears, the dragon-scale vine had transformed into its current petite form, over a meter long. Fortunately, all of this proved worthwhile. She had specifically inquired about the direction of the plant-based fierce beasts from Yushanshan, who gestured towards a particular way before his departure. Thus, she ventured forth in pursuit of these formidable creatures. Over the course of 15 days, Bai Ying thrived, deftly dispatching all plant-based fierce beasts of the third rank and below. Yet, she did not emerge unscathed. Her troubles stemmed not from the beasts, but from her fellow students at Yang Ing No. 1 High School. After all, Bai Ying was not the sole student with a plant-type companion. Upperclassmen also sought resources from this category. While they could not evolve their skills through consumption or devouring, such resources were invaluable for enhancing the racial potential of their companions. Among the current senior class, some had reached level 40, yet the majority lingered in their 30s, desperately in need of first to third rank resources. However, the resources that fell into Bai Ying's hands were hardly up for sharing. With such a domineering lower-classman in their midst, it was only natural for dissent to arise, leading to clandestine machinations against her. Nevertheless, the dragon-scale vine had consumed nearly 5 million of Bai Ying's resources. Was it unreasonable to declare it third-rank invincible? Whether it was unreasonable remained uncertain, but those who dared to act against her had never emerged victorious. No one can match Bai Ying, and naturally, Bai Ying does not take any rumors to heart, eating as one pleases. It is laughable. Do you have any idea how much long linting has consumed over the past 15 days? To speak candidly, if placed outside, it could easily consume a Bai Ying. Without meticulous calculation, it would amount to approximately 5 million or so. Chapter 29, Preparations for the Preliminary Round, Long Linting, Attributes, Dragon, Space. With level, early stage 2 growth phase, mature potential, extremely rare, excellent, capable of evolution, evolution path, unknown skill 1, intermediate, absorption, 112-1000. This skill allows long linting to break certain limitations, rooting itself in the earth to absorb its energy, thereby nourishing itself for growth and enhancing endurance during battles. Skill 2, primary, entanglement, 8100. Vines entwine around the enemy, capable of hindering movements and constricting. Skill 3, primary, condensation, 5100. At the tip of the vines, it can condense with spirit liquid, which is consumable and promotes the absorption of wood attribute energy. Skill 4, primary, pursuit, 32-100. The vine can briefly pierce through the air to pursue, with a limited range, usable once every 24 hours, not stackable. Skill 5, primary, division, 67-100. During battle, it can split the vines, with the divided vines inheriting 52 of the original's capabilities. They vanish after the battle concludes. Skill 6, intermediate, dragon scale protection, 39-1000. The surface of the vines is adorned with dragon scale-like patterns, augmenting defense. When the dragon scales unfurl, their edges become sharp and capable of cutting. This skill also enhances resistance to lightning, granting a 15 resistance against lightning attribute attacks. Enhancing ice resistance grants a 10 immunity against ice attribute attacks. Skill 7, basic, photosynthesis, 84-100, allows for gradual healing of injuries under sunlight. Skill 8, basic, shrink, 27-100, increases the shrinking ratio with skill level, proportionately diminishing strength. After 15 days of intensive training and approximately 5 million resources, the dragon scale vine has made significant progress. Its basic absorption skill has evolved into an intermediate level through continuous consumption. The photosynthesis skill is also on the verge of advancing to intermediate. The endurance and self-healing capabilities of the dragon scale vine have greatly improved. After 15 days, Bai Ying and her companions emerged from the secret realm. Under their teacher's guidance, they engaged in battles across various grades. Bai Ying experienced her first taste of defeat during this training session. The dragon scale vine is undeniably powerful, indeed invincible at the 3rd tier, with few able to best it in one-on-one combat. However, battles are not solely about duels. There are no restrictions against multiple beasts engaging a single beast. During a confrontation with a senior from the 3rd year, who unleashed a 3rd tier fire attribute Scarlet Crystal Rhinoceros, a third-tier fire attribute Flame Mooncat, and a third-tier fire attribute Sacred Flame Kingbird, Bai Ying felt an ominous premonition. Ultimately, her fears were confirmed as the dragon scale vine was defeated. Xiaofeigjie observed Bai Ying's battle throughout. While Bai Ying is currently the strongest among the first-year students, her weaknesses are glaring, as long as she cannot contract a second beast. The advantages she has established in the early stages will dissipate. Among her peers, Bai Ying may be the strongest. Yet who dictates that battles must only occur among the same grade? In this national competition for high school students, Bai Ying faced opponents 2 years her senior, possessing greater experience, more refined combat skills, an abundance of companion beasts, and higher levels. Xiaofeigjie observed the expressionless Bai Ying as she descended from the stage, lost in thought, and sighed inwardly, hoping this defeat would not inflict too great a blow on her. What was the expressionless Bai Ying contemplating? She completely disregarded the various hostile glares directed at her, instead drifting into her own thoughts. Her lack of expression was not due to her defeat shattering her undefeated myth among peers, but rather she was pondering how to ensure that the senior on stage continued to train her dragon scale vine. Currently, her dragon scale vine lacked fire resistance. It had not frequently encountered fire-type beasts or companions. If this confrontation allowed it to battle fire-type companions consistently, it would gain fire resistance, enhancing its defensive capabilities and overall strength. Sighing, she wished that the seniors in the second and third years would be as supportive as the senior. Delivering numerous blows to the dragon scale vine, the more painful, the better. While she was still contemplating how to achieve her goals, she glanced up and noticed Xiaofeigjie gazing in her direction. Bai Ying's eyes gradually brightened. After all, Xiaofeigjie was the head of the grade, so a little leniency to let her endure more fire-type strikes should be permissible, right? As Xiaofeigjie contemplated how to comfort this young girl should she break into tears, Bai Ying approached and spoke. "Teacher Xia, could you do me a favor?" Xiaofeigjie's words lingered on the tip of his tongue as he observed Bai Ying, who displayed no semblance of sorrow or distress. It seemed that the situation had taken a rather peculiar turn. "What is the urgency? Are there many fire attribute beasts at our school?" he inquired. "Why do you ask this?" Upon hearing her response, Xiaofeigjie felt a surge of caution. He suspected that Bai Ying might be seeking his assistance in evading the fire attribute beasts, perhaps even to cheat. If that were the case, he certainly could not oblige her. "Could you arrange for me to encounter more fire attribute beasts?" she requested. Becoming stronger has no shortcuts. Avoiding battle is not the optimal choice. Let me tell you, if you keep hiding. "What did you say?" Xiaofeigjie paused mid-sentence, suddenly realizing what Bai Ying had uttered. He asked her to repeat herself. Bai Ying complied, and Xiaofeigjie regarded her with incredulity. He had witnessed the defeated, the disheartened, but never had he encountered someone like Bai Ying, who, despite her defeat, seemed eager to embrace the challenge. For a moment, he was left speechless. Observing Bai Ying's earnest expression, tinged with a hint of excitement, Xiaofeigjie fell silent. Ultimately, Bai Ying achieved her desires through clandestine arrangements. She encountered the majority of the fire attribute beasts. Following that, she never faced defeat again, at worst achieving a draw. After the one-on-one battles concluded, she reviewed her record and noted that she had only lost to that senior once, which she deemed acceptable. It was later that Bai Ying learned that this senior was ranked among the top 10 in her grade, making her loss far from shameful, as Bai Ying had wished. Although the other seniors were not as formidable as that one, the dragon scale vine still acquired fire resistance. In the final 3 days, the competition was not a series of one-on-one duels. Rather, the school organized a chaotic battle involving groups of 50, devoid of any specific rules. The objective was simple: to emerge as one of the last 10 standing on the stage. Longlin Ting vividly showcased Bai Ying's prowess as the top first-year student to the upperclassmen, securing his position among the last 10 contenders in this tumultuous skirmish. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the announcement was made. What format would it take? 100-person melee, with 10 advancing. Some teachers furrowed their brows, questioning why this year seemed particularly arduous. A preliminary round commencing with such disorder? Contrary to many expectations, the melee offered scant opportunities for those less skilled to thrive. It was unkind to weaker competitors, but it also posed challenges for the stronger ones. A reasonably adept contestant could find themselves eliminated if targeted by several slightly inferior opponents. Thus, the melee favored only those of exceptional skill or extraordinary luck. Although Yongying one high school was the finest institution in Yongying City, their senior class boasted no superlative prodigies. Among them, only one student had attained level 40. a feat that was commendable within Ying City but hardly remarkable on a national scale, where historically, the top 100 competitors had nearly all achieved level 40. Chapter 30. The Beastmaster Tournament Preliminary Round commences. The preliminary round, being a chaotic battle, was not particularly welcome news for the teachers and students of Ying One High School. Nevertheless, they could only accept this reality in silence. The teachers, substituting for the students, grumbled a few complaints, sighed, and then diligently began to compile the duel lists, as each school was entitled to a complete and separate list. In Ying City, a total of 15 universities registered, with 985 participants competing in the national high school competition. CFAG observed that among the 137 students from his school, they were evenly distributed across 15 groups over 3 days of competition, with approximately 7 to 8 students participating in each chaotic match of 100. He discovered that 9 students from his grade, including Bai Ying and Chiswei, had been assigned to the second arena on the third day. The preliminary rounds were held in the city, admitting the top 1%, which meant Ying City had 20 spots available. A secondary competition would be conducted locally. The 200 students selected in the preliminaries would be divided into 2 groups of 100, with 10 advancing from each group. The 20 chosen students would be escorted to the capital, Hang City, for subsequent matches. The teachers predicted that perhaps 5 students from Ying One High School would reach the capital. The preliminaries were scheduled for the third day. As the 3 days swiftly passed, enveloped in mist, all students from Ying One High School participating in today's competition were taken to the training ground, as it was the only venue in Ying City capable of accommodating hundreds of battle pets simultaneously. Other students who were scheduled for competition on different days were arranged by teachers to observe the live broadcast of the first day's battles from a large classroom. 5 classrooms corresponded to 5 distinct arenas, and Bai Ying casually chose one classroom to enter and watch. The training ground depicted in the live broadcast was a stark contrast to Bai Ying's memories. Previously, there had been 10 arenas in the primary, intermediate, and advanced martial fields. Now, the vast training ground contained only 5 arenas. Each arena boasts an astonishing expanse, capable of accommodating well over 10,000 spectators, yet currently, a mere 100 individuals occupy the stage, with only 10 destined to remain by the culmination. 5 arenas, each hosting a single match per day, will stage the competition over 5 days. Bai Ying intends to observe from her classroom for 2 days, patiently preparing to glean insights into the intricacies of larger-scale MLE combat through the livestream. The national tournament holds paramount importance in their nation of Hong, rivaling even the significance of university entrance examinations. However, the opening proceedings are surprisingly straightforward. At 6 in the morning, contestants enter, and by 8, they stand upon the arena, warily surveying their surroundings, poised to summon their pet beast for battle. Before the referee signals the start, they can still discern familiar faces in school uniforms. But once the match commences, they are effectively blinded. The live stream proves underwhelming, a sentiment shared by both Bai Ying and others. This is not due to substandard direction or inadequate camera resolution, but rather to the excessively flamboyant and bewildering combat exhibited by the contestants on the platform. At the referee's signal, Bai Ying perceives a kaleidoscope of vibrant explosions before her eyes, layered and repetitive, utterly chaotic and glaring. Bai Ying surmises that the live stream organized by the teachers may fall short of their anticipated objectives. However, Bai Ying's assessment is misguided. The teachers, with years of experience guiding students, are well versed in such scenarios. The initial stages of a large-scale free-for-all may indeed lack visual appeal, but this does not render the entire live stream devoid of merit. Approximately 3 hours had elapsed, and the stage, once teeming with over 100 individuals and 200 to 300 pets, had dwindled to around 50 people. Some, like Bai Ying, were observing the various creatures, while others focused on their classmates, cherishing the bonds of camaraderie. Look, I see Senior Zheng Ruxin. Where? Over there, in the right corner of the arena. Wearing blue and white attire, the one with wings on her back, the stunning redhead. Oh, I see her now. Wait, Senior Qiu Xiuda is over there too. And Bian Liangkai. Oh no, our seniors are being targeted. What? Damn, it's those pesky little brats from Fian High School again. How repulsive. Why are they everywhere? And those troublemakers from Qishan No. 3 High School have joined forces with them. Our seniors are in danger. Bai Ying observed with indignation that most of these agitated individuals were second and third-year students. They seemed acquainted with the students from the other 2 high schools collaborating against them. From their conversation, it was evident that Ying One High School had likely suffered a similar fate before. Bai Ying surveyed the situation on stage. two third-year students and one second-year student were in a precarious position. The students from Fian High School and Chishan No. 3 High School appeared to have reached a consensus, relentlessly targeting those from Yongying No. 1 High School. Although Bai Ying was unaware of the enmity between the two high schools, the strained expressions of the seniors valiantly resisting and the teachers present etched the identities of those relentless adversaries in her memory. The teachers at the school are quite benevolent towards their students. Regardless of any internal conflicts, they stand united against those who would bully them. The students silently observe their senior classmates valiantly resisting the onslaught. However, Bien Liangkai soon finds himself overwhelmed, succumbing to the relentless assault of 6 creatures. Although 2 other seniors wish to assist, their intentions are futile. Witnessing their senior retreat repeatedly, many students clench their fists in anger. And as one of the seniors nears defeat, a few students' eyes glisten with tears of rage. Those watching the live broadcast are equally incensed by the scene. Their eyes aflame with indignation as they vow to ensure that the students from the rival high schools will face repercussions the following day. Bai Ying holds no objections to the actions of the students from those 2 institutions, for chaos often breeds unpredictable outcomes. It may involve one person confronting a multitude or a group overwhelming an individual, all within the bounds of the established rules. Nevertheless, this does not prevent Bai Ying from deeming their actions despicable, nor does it deter her resolve to confront them if the opportunity arises the day after tomorrow. Only 2 students remain from Yongying No. 1 High School, and they wisely position themselves along the edge of the arena, striving to avoid being surrounded. Their best course of action now is to bide their time, as neither revenge nor mutual destruction is feasible. As each second ticks by, they persist in their defense. Ultimately, the students from the rival high schools falter first. Whether due to a miscalculation in executing their skills or an intentional blunder, one creature inadvertently strikes its own ally, causing their already fragile alliance to shatter. In a peculiar turn of events, 2 high schools clashed, resulting in a brief respite for the upperclassmen. Bai Ying initially found the brawl between the students of the 2 schools utterly perplexing. They had yet to vanquish their common adversary, yet here they were, embroiled in infighting. However, a sudden recollection of Zheng Ruxin's intriguingly disruptive beast stirred her thoughts. Gradually, the number of participants on stage dwindled and the arena expanded. With patience and strategy, the 2 upperclassmen finally secured their positions on the platform, determined to eliminate the remaining stragglers from both schools. A delicate equilibrium was established as they eyed each other with enmity, yet remained composed and inactive. While one side regained its composure, the other ignited with genuine fervor. Ultimately, at 4 in the afternoon, the last 2 surviving representatives of Yongying No. 1 High School advanced to the next round, met with cheers from their classroom. Chapter 31. By Yin's competition, many participants sustained injuries, ranging from minor to severe, for chaotic skirmishes ranked just below actual combat in terms of casualties. Bai Ying and her peers observed that the 3 upperclassmen who had held their ground on stage bore significant wounds. They would need to recuperate substantially over the next 2 days. Otherwise, their injuries could jeopardize their performance in the final day's rematch. No one wished to reach this critical juncture only to falter due to prior wounds. The following day, the competitors learned from the first day's experiences. The students of Yongying No. 1 High School approached the contest with heightened caution and resilience, resulting in nearly 10 more participants advancing to the rematch compared to the previous day. On the 3rd day, before 6 in the morning, Bai Ying and her companions were summoned by their teachers to the practice grounds. Xiefei gazed at the drowsy Bai Ying and sighed inwardly. Even at this hour, the girl had yet to satiate her slumber. One could only wonder if her carefree demeanor stemmed from a light-hearted spirit or sheer naivety. As he glanced at Chi Sui beside him, whose complexion appeared slightly paler than usual, it seemed evident that he was apprehensive. Would his nerves lead to a mishap? Perhaps ignorance would be more favorable in this instance. Bai Ying was undoubtedly the most formidable competitor among the 9 participants representing Yongying No. 1 High School in today's match. Though not as conspicuous as the others, Xiefei held a firm belief in her potential to advance to the next round. The dragon scale tongue was an exceptionally suitable beast for chaotic skirmishes, and with the support of the other 8, they could certainly prevail. Seated outside the arena, Bai Ying glanced at the time and let out another deep sigh. The competition was set to commence at 8, yet she had arrived at 6. Left to endure 2 hours of idle waiting, how much better it would have been to linger in her bed a while longer. At 7:30, after a lengthy wait, Bai Ying and her fellow competitors bid farewell to their teacher and ascended the No. 2 arena. A perceptive senior from the 2nd year spotted the 2 rival schools. with whom their institution had long-standing grievances, and advised Bai Ying, "Let us keep our distance from them." Bai Ying followed his gaze, smiled, and replied, "Let us head over there." "Over where?" he inquired. "To their side," she declared. "What do you intend to do? It could complicate things during the match." Chi Sui, harboring a disdain for those individuals, attempted to dissuade her, reasoning that, despite his surly temperament, he was not devoid of intelligence. "If we don't approach them, they will surely seek us out. It's better to take the initiative." Thus, the members of the rival schools were taken aback to witness Yanging No. 1 High School, which had been evading them, boldly advancing toward them today. They harbored a sense of indignation at the perceived insult to their own strength, while simultaneously suspecting deceit among the individuals from Yanging Yizhong. After a brief, hushed exchange, they opted to remain stationary, observing the unfolding situation. "Chi Sui, Qinzhua, and senior sister Bao Meng Tao, do you not possess flying pets?" Bai Ying inquired. "In a moment, I shall unleash the dragon scale vine. If they too have flying pets, you must maneuver those creatures into the attack range of the dragon scale vine. Do you understand?" "All right. Do you have confidence in this plan?" Chi Sui asked. "Indeed, as long as they do not deploy a level 40 Beastmaster, they are doomed." "Are you certain? Last time, you were besieged by a dozen third-tier ferocious beasts and ultimately lost," Chi Sui remarked skeptically, touching on Bai Ying's past defeat. "That was because we were fighting separately, wasn't it? Are you suggesting that when you join the fray, you will merely stand by and watch as I endure the blows?" "Surely not." Chi Sui and the others found themselves rendered speechless. "Enough, enough. Trust me," Bai Ying urged, her voice laced with an enticing allure. "Do you not wish to avenge your seniors who fell before? Consider the delicate and beautiful senior sister, now bedridden due to the bullying she endured. Can you bear to stand idly by? Are you not incensed? Do you not feel a surge of righteous fury? Let us do it," was the first response from a young girl in the first-year group, her fists clenched in determination. With the agreement of the young lady, the older gentleman naturally followed suit. "Splendid," Bai Ying exclaimed with delight. As the clock struck 8, the referee issued the command. The students from the two high schools, wary of treachery, hastily summoned their respective pets. Bai Ying swiftly summoned the dragon scale vine, commanding it to eliminate those within its striking range, destroy them. The robust, terrifying branches sprang into action, charging towards the unsuspecting individuals. These individuals, seasoned in experience, calmly directed their own beasts towards Bai Ying's position. Over 30 beasts carelessly surged forward, disregarding the impending attack from the dragon scale vine. Bai Ying smiled, relishing their audacity and lack of caution, akin to those who were blissfully unaware. She did not squander their efforts, noticing that the beast masters closest to her were the ones whose creatures were advancing most rapidly. She promptly commanded the dragon scale vine to ensnare and strangle them. The beasts and their masters were unprepared for the astonishing speed of the dragon scale vine, as well as its formidable defense and offensive capabilities. Chi Sui refrained from hastily drawing the enemy's flying beasts into the dragon scale vine's range. Instead, he directed the Zhu bird to exploit the vulnerabilities in the defenses of the opposing beast masters. What is the swiftest way to eliminate an adversary? Undoubtedly, it is to strike at the heart and eliminate the enemy's masters, a strategy known as capturing the king by seizing the thief. Caught off guard, the two high schools found themselves in disarray, losing 3 members in a swift and embarrassing manner. This event bolstered their morale. The opposing team quickly recognized that Bai Ying was the core of their strategy, aiming to focus their fire on her and the dragon scale vine. Yet the individuals from Yanging No. 1 were resolute in thwarting their efforts. Upon her arrival, Bai Ying found an advantageous position. Behind her stood the arena, while before her lay the adversaries. The dragon scale vines were firmly entrenched, ensuring her presence on the stage would not falter. With her classmates' assistance, the onslaught from the enemies was not solely directed at Bai Ying. The opposing team was compelled to bear the pressure from both Bai Ying's side and the chaotic skirmish behind them. They sought to engage while retreating, yet amidst the tumult, it was evident that the strain on Bai Ying's side was comparatively lesser. The small team leader across gritted his teeth and urged his comrades to retreat from the range of the dragon scale vines, targeting the weaker individuals from Chaoyang High School, aiming to eliminate them one by one. Bai Ying and her companions chose not to entangle themselves with the enemy, focusing instead on self-preservation and conserving their stamina. They instructed Chi Sui and 2 others, who possessed flying companion beasts, to remain vigilant against unforeseen occurrences. While guarding the edge of the arena offered the advantage of avoiding attacks from both sides, it also posed a significant risk in the event of a severe impact. They would be the first to fall from the stage, thereby losing their qualification for the competition. This was the scenario they sought to avert. Observing the chaotic melee in the center of the arena, Bai Ying sighed softly, reflecting on the merits of the dragon scale vines, albeit their inherent inconvenience. She had once possessed a portable flower pot, yet the Beast Master tournament forbade the use of auxiliary tools, deeming it cheating. Had she been allowed to carry the flower pot, or if the dragon scale vines could move freely, she would have ventured into the heart of the fray rather than remain confined to her designated area. Chapter 32. Ruthlessness. Just as Bai Ying found a moment of respite, the arena was far from peaceful. Soon, the onlookers, embroiled in a fierce struggle, became acutely aware of the imposing dragon scale vine standing proudly, seemingly unapproachable yet exuding an irresistible allure. Many among them, filled with indignation, launched an assault in its direction. The two high school students, harboring ulterior motives, eagerly joined the fray, along with the others, transforming the dragon scale vine into a target of collective ire. How shameless they are, resorting to a group attack. The students observing the battle from their classroom were in a state of turmoil, their hearts racing with anxiety. The dragon scale vine was undeniably formidable, and the competitors, wary of its prowess, naturally conspired to besiege it. One student remarked below. The teachers wore grave expressions. The student was correct. Standing out in a chaotic melee would inevitably attract hostility. Bai Ying, unfazed by the various assaults directed at her, turned her gaze to the relatively vulnerable beast masters and their companions, instructing them, take refuge behind the dragon scale vine. Perhaps due to the planned affinity of the dragon scale vine, most of the attacks were of the fire attribute. Contemplating her own companion's 10% fire resistance, Bai Ying smirked. Fire attribute, indeed, was the least of her concerns. From a distance, some competitors observed the scene shrouded in smoke, while others, unable to contain their eagerness, unleashed their beasts, intent on exploiting the opportunity. Under the command of their beast masters, the creatures surged toward the dragon scale vine. Two flying beasts calculated the height of the dragon scale vine, aiming to circumvent it and strike at the beast masters concealed behind. However, as they ventured into the attack range of the dragon scale vine, thick fog enveloped them, and suddenly, robust and menacing dark green tendrils lunged forth. Misfortune seemed to compound, as one side's cherished beast lay gravely injured while a gap in defense appeared among the beast tamers, who were swiftly overwhelmed by opportunistic onlookers, resulting in severe injuries and disqualification from the competition. As the haze dissipated, the dragon scale vine, barely wounded, emerged before the crowd. Even the alumni of Bai Ying gasped in astonishment at the vine's formidable defenses. Despite a concerted assault from over a dozen individuals, utilizing attribute advantages, they failed to inflict significant harm upon the dragon scale vine. Its defenses were nothing short of astonishing. This was a wood-type beast, not a turtle type. Why was it so resilient? It left many baffled. Some began to waver in their resolve, and the onlookers from the two universities, sensing the dire situation, steeled themselves and shouted, "Let us attack together." With over 30 Tier 3 beasts, how could they fear a single wood-type beast, no matter how strong it was? It was merely Tier 3, not Tier 4. Surely, it must be at the end of its strength, merely holding on. Hesitantly, the remaining individuals acquiesced, deploying one or two more beasts to launch an offensive. Bai Ying addressed the 8 individuals beside her, saying, "Utilize every means to confine these beasts within my attack range. Hold for 3 minutes. Can you manage that?" "Yes," they replied. "Let us move." The 8 not only surrounded the beasts but also, with the guidance of Chi Sui, deployed several agile creatures to help divide the battlefield and alleviate the pressure on the dragon scale vine. Before the horrified gaze of the competitors, the dragon scale vine, which had always presented itself as 5 main tendrils, began to differentiate, its vines multiplying, lengthening, and becoming more grotesque. It dragged nearby pets into its attack range, ensnaring and strangling them, leaving almost no one unscathed upon initial contact. Competitors observing the battle from afar seized this opportune moment, eliminating all the incapacitated beast masters. In this battle, no one from either college remained standing on the arena, thus settling scores and avenging grievances. Was there improvement? Advancement was certainly a major factor. Another was that Bai Ying issued an order to the dragon scale vine: disregard life and death, just go all out. Upon hearing from its master that it didn't need to worry about the lives of the opposing pets, the dragon scale vine fearlessly launched its attack, no longer hesitant. Its ferocious and terrifying demeanor quite unlike its timid appearance at school, where it feared causing too much damage and having to pay compensation. It was an overwhelming advantage. With the attacking beast masters fallen, no imprudent competitors or pets dared approach this area. Bai Ying noticed two fighting pets approach, pause briefly, and shift their position to ensure they were outside the dragon scale vine's attack range before resuming their fight. He rubbed his temples, wondering if it was really necessary. Chapter 33, The Flame Dragon Bone. Later, Bai Ying gave no one else on the arena a chance, leading the Yongying High School students to clear out all those who remained. Thus, all 9 students from Yongying High School advanced. Upon returning to school, Bai Ying was met with fervent, adoring gazes and the repeated cry of "Boss Bai," which he acknowledged with a smile and a bow. The teachers at the school had not anticipated that the seemingly suitable for chaotic combat dragon scale vine would prove to be so formidable without any constraints. Not only did it enable Bai Ying to advance successfully, but it also allowed others to partake in the spoils. As the initial round concluded on the 4th day, the teachers tallied the results, revealing that a total of 42 students from Yongying No. 1 High School had progressed. That night, the list for the semifinals was released, with the 42 participants evenly distributed across 2 arenas. Bai Ying had an inexplicable connection to Arena 2, and it was indeed her turn. In the early hours, the teachers summoned all the students who were to compete, brainstorming strategies. The teacher responsible for Bai Ying's side had a plan, suggesting that everyone initially encircle Bai Ying to clear the battlefield before considering other tactics. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Bai Ying had no objections. During the semifinals, Bai Ying spotted a familiar face, Lu Wenmao from Inkai High School. The two exchanged a distant glance, with Lu nodding in acknowledgement but showing no intention of approaching. Bai Ying returned the gesture and chose to focus elsewhere. As the referee issued the command, Bai Ying, although still at the edge of the arena, was suddenly besieged from all directions. However, this time, she did not allow the dragon scale vine to stand alone in defense. She had 20 classmates by her side, who would not merely stand idly by. Indeed, her fellow students did not hide behind the dragon scale vine as they had previously. Instead, they launched a proactive offensive, charging toward the adversaries. The opponents seemed to regard Bai Ying and her companions with disdain, focusing solely on her. The battlefield resembled a meat grinder, and even the smallest skirmishes were no exception. Within less than 2 hours, only around 50 individuals remained on the battlefield, and Yongying No. 1 High School had suffered losses, dwindling from 21 participants to just 11. The athletes who had already been eliminated lingered behind their teacher, exchanging glances filled with mixed emotions of joy and disappointment. While it was indeed favorable to assist their junior in collecting her belongings, they were not devoid of spirit. They would prefer to fight their own battles. If they failed, it would simply be a testament to their inferior skills. Moreover, they were acutely aware of their own capabilities, even if they had advanced past the preliminary rounds. It held little significance, especially considering they were only in their sophomore year with another opportunity ahead. This time, they would yield to the seniors. On stage, the students from Yongying No. 1 High School subtly distanced themselves from Bai Ying. In this arena, Bai Ying represented a formidable force, and no one was keen to provoke her. However, if they all clustered around her, even those who wished to avoid confrontation would find themselves compelled to engage. Given the limited slots available, with all the spots occupied by Yongying No. 1 High School, the others would have no choice but to fight fiercely for their chance. They held great admiration for this junior and believed she could advance further. They did not wish for her to falter at this juncture. Initially, Bai Ying was perplexed, but she soon comprehended the intentions of her seniors. After a brief pause, she accepted their goodwill without diminishing their pride. However, when one of the seniors fell victim to a concerted attack and lost their qualification, she instructed the dragon scale vine to retaliate against those responsible. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the battle on the second arena concluded. 5 students from Yongying No. 1 High School advanced: Bai Ying, Zheng Ruxin, Yu Xiangxin, Qiu Xiuda, and Qi Sui. Lu Wenmao also progressed. Out of the 10 competitors, 5 were familiar faces, which added an intriguing twist to the competition. Upon returning to school, everyone initially anticipated a scolding from their teacher. However, to their surprise, the teacher who had offered them guidance merely sighed with a smile, muttering a playful rascal and little girl before saying nothing further. They exchanged silly grins and followed the teacher to the hospital. "Doctor, please take a look at them. They must not suffer any lingering effects." "What?" "There are 2 types of external injuries. One that is somewhat painful but effective, and the other." No. Let us go with the one that is a bit painful." "All right, let us proceed with that." The room soon echoed with cries and lamentations, which the teacher found quite satisfactory. After spending a night recuperating at school, the next day, the 5 of them were summoned to the principal's office. With a beaming smile and a rosy complexion, the principal addressed Bai Ying, saying, "You have the honor of representing Yongying City in the national high school competition. Both Yongying City and our school will reward you for your efforts. Each of you will receive 5 million. It is advisable to convert these funds into usable resources within 5 days to further enhance your abilities. In 7 days, they would set off for the capital to participate in the competition." Bai Ying accepted the card with joy and hurried off to acquire resources. She had heard from an older sister that the Source department store had received a shipment of 4th-tier dragon-type resources, and she was eager to check it out. If her funds were sufficient, perhaps the dragon scale vine could enhance its potential before their journey to the capital. 4th-tier resource, Flame Dragon Bone. According to the older sister's introduction, this was a fragment of the spine of the 6th-tier ferocious beast, the Heavenly Eye Flame Dragon. Due to its broken state and limited length of half a meter, it was classified not as a 6th-tier resource, nor a 5th tier, but rather downgraded to the 4th tier. However, even though it is classified as a 4th-tier resource, the power it embodies is indeed that of a 6th tier. If Bai Ying can utilize it, it would be a fortunate find. If not, this resource could be deemed rather superfluous. Can the dragon scale vine be of use? Certainly. The elder sister smiled gently and stated, 723,000. Bai Ying's excitement was doused with a bucket of cold water. Observing Bai Ying's despondency, the elder sister stifled a chuckle and remarked, "Original price." Bai Ying cast a resentful glance at the sister who was teasing her and asked, "Sister Tong, please tell me. How much is it really? I'm dying of anxiety here." Su Xiantong inquired playfully. "Is little sister Bai Ying going to the capital to participate in the Beastmaster competition?" Bai Ying nodded, not questioning how she knew this. After all, the preliminary round of the competition was broadcasted citywide, and anyone interested could easily find out. Su Xiantong smiled and said, "Our boss is thrilled to know that little sister Bai Ying will represent Yongying City in the contest, especially since you are one of our valued customers. She instructed me to enhance your VIP treatment and mentioned that I should offer you a discount. Now, when you shop with us, you will receive a 15% discount. And for this dragon bone, we shall grant you a 50% reduction. Consider it a gesture for little sister Bai Ying." Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. She swiftly completed her payment and inquired of Su Xiantong, "Who is your boss?" "Mr. Su Diyao." Chapter 34. The Transformed Dragon Scale Vine. Su Diyao. Bai Ying was familiar with him, an 83rd level beast master who commanded an 8th tier pet, the falling dust blood claw tiger. It was rumored that he single-handedly subdued half of a secret realm. In essence, he is a legendary figure. However, she was not entirely aware of certain facts. For instance, she was oblivious to the reality that he was the owner of Yuanxing department store. She did not doubt that the Su Diyao mentioned by Sister Tong was indeed the same person, for had he not been, Sister Tong would surely have said something. She etched this name into her memory, promising herself that when she possessed the means, she would find a way to repay this favor. But for now, she was utterly destitute. What could a person of such stature desire that she could not afford? Surely, in the future, she would be able to repay him. Upon returning home, the courier arrived promptly, delivering the originally valued 7 million yen Hong bone. She then brought forth the dragon-related resources she had previously gathered. The Path of Talent Evolution, ultra-rare, excellent, dragon scale vine, contracted, 4th tier yen Hong bone, 4th tier dragon fruit, 2 3rd-tier dragon whisker grass, and 4th tier Jilin Jiao muscle. Mysterious, excellent, dragon scale vine, boasting a 92 success rate and a 67 mutation rate, with the mutation directed towards the dragon lineage. A 92 success rate and a 67 mutation rate signified an exceptionally high margin for error. Had it not been for this national competition, or had she not advanced to the next round, she might have waited longer. However, time was no longer on her side. Although the cultivation of the dragon scale vine had progressed commendably, participating in the preliminary round felt somewhat daunting. There was no time to wait. She had to devise a method to enhance the strength of the dragon scale vine. A gamble, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. A radiant white light enveloped these resources, as well as the patiently awaiting dragon scale vine. Aside from her teacher, no one recalled that the dragon scale vine was a 2nd-tier pet. Even individuals like Yu Xiaoqin gradually became lost in the seemingly invincible facade of the dragon scale vine at the 3rd tier. Even during the competition, other contestants would exclaim, "It is merely a 3rd-tier pet beast, not a 4th tier, so what is there to fear?" This sentiment is not entirely unfounded, as it is indeed challenging for outsiders to assess the level of a pet beast. Evaluations are predominantly based on combat prowess. In its normal state, the combat power metric of the dragon scale vine approaches an astounding 10,000. In its differentiated state, this metric skyrockets to 80,000. It is only reasonable that people would gradually forget it is merely a second-tier pet beast. Bai Ying contemplated that this time, the resources might enable the dragon scale vine to reach the late second tier. However, she did not anticipate that the evolution would consume 3 days. When the white light faded, Bai Ying scarcely had the opportunity to observe the current status of the dragon scale vine. Instead, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was fortunate that she had spent the money as soon as she received it. Had she hesitated and waited 2 more days, she might have missed the capital competition. There is nothing wrong with being a sun worshipper. She reassured herself with a gentle pat on her chest. After comforting herself, she finally turned her attention to the panel of the dragon scale vine. Dragon scale vine attributes: dragon, space, wood. Fire level, late second tier growth stage, growth phase potential, mysterious, excellent, evolution possible, evolution path, dragon skill 1, advanced, heavenly burden, 20110. 000, absorbs the power from soil, sunlight, and air to nourish itself, possessing self-healing abilities and enhancing sustainability. Skill 2, intermediate, dragon binding strangulation, 97-1. 000, vines entwine like dragons, constricting and strangling. Ability 3, novice level coagulation, 60-100, capable of condensing wood spirit essence at the tip of the vine. The wood spirit essence can be ingested to facilitate the absorption of wood-attributed energy. Ability 4, novice level pursuit, 78-100, the vine can execute short-range, rapid pursuits. The distance is limited, and it can only be used once every 24 hours. The effect is non-stackable. Ability 5, novice level division, 53-100, during combat, the vine can divide, with each divided vine inheriting 52 of the original's capabilities. These divisions dissipate after the battle concludes. Ability 6, advanced level Inferno Dragon Bulwark, 219-10,000, the vine's surface is adorned with dragon scale-like patterns, augmenting its defensive capabilities. Protected by the Inferno Dragon's breath, the edges of the scales are enveloped in flames, creating a burning effect. It enhances fire resistance, granting 50 resistance to fire-attributed attacks, 15 resistance to lightning-attributed attacks, and 10 resistance to ice-attributed attacks. Ability 7, novice level miniaturization, 36-100, as the skill level increases, the degree of miniaturization increases, with a proportional decrease in strength. A skill is missing. Bai Ying noticed this first, but she was not angry at all. She discovered that some of the dragon scale vine's novice and intermediate skills had actually transformed into advanced skills. This saved her several million. Heaven have mercy. After a brief moment of excitement, Bai Ying carefully analyzed the dragon scale vine's abilities. The novice and intermediate skills of absorption and photosynthesis had merged into an advanced skill, sustaining heaven and earth. After reading the description of this advanced skill, Bai Ying felt that the millions spent were well worth it. This seemingly singular skill integrated the characteristics of wood and spatial attributes, preserving the dragon scale vine's comprehensive and coordinated advantages. The advanced skill was exceptionally sensible. Let's examine another significantly altered ability, Advanced Flame Dragon Wall, formerly known as Dragon Scale Armor. It retains the high defense of Dragon Scale Armor while augmenting the skill with fire resistance and attack power. At first glance, Bai Ying knew that this Flame Dragon Wall would become the core skill in the Dragon Scale Vine's combat repertoire. It's quite peculiar how she managed to cultivate a wood attribute pet to derive dragon, space, and fire attributes. Nevertheless, it's worth it. Several million, absolutely worth it. Glancing at the other meager, basic skills on the Dragon Scale Vine's panel, Bai Ying could only sigh. It wasn't that she didn't want to upgrade these basic skills, but she simply couldn't afford it. Space attribute resources were about as expensive as dragon attribute ones. Bai Ying had spent half a year scraping together the money to upgrade the dragon attribute potential. The thought of illuminating the space attribute made her shudder. She'd have to wait for another opportunity. Now wasn't the time to worry about that. Bai Ying steadied herself, taking 10 deep breaths before closing her eyes and looking at her talent introduction. Path of evolution. Simulate the evolutionary direction of pets with a certain failure rate. Before the potential level of the previous pet reaches the level of mystery, a second pet cannot be contracted. It's changed. It really changed. She could now possess a second pet of her own. Chapter 35, Flying Pet. Despite the setback last time, Bai Ying didn't plan to abandon her idea. For her second pet, she still intended to contract a flying one. Let the dragon scale vine dominate the land, and the sky would be entrusted to her second pet. However, Bai Ying didn't intend to go to the beast nursery to find her second pet. Although it was a stroke of luck last time, there really wasn't one that caught her eye or pleased her. She intends to venture to the capital in hopes of fortune. For now, she must concentrate and thoroughly absorb the energy bestowed upon her by the dragon scale vine. 3 days later, when Bai Ying reappears before everyone, she has ascended to the rank of a level 28 Beastmaster. As Xiefei escorts Bai Ying and her companions to the city hall, his emotions are a whirlwind of excitement. However, upon witnessing Bai Ying and the others wave goodbye and turn away, his feelings become complex, especially when he gazes at Bai Ying. The first training room houses a combat power measuring device. Bai Ying has enlisted Peter's assistance to ascertain the current combat power level of the dragon scale vine. Typically, the first training room is not open to students. Only teachers have access. Naturally, Peter agrees, and upon learning this, Xiefei accompanies them. Upon arrival, both teachers are left in a state of bewilderment. What do they behold? A second-tier pet's normal combat index has reached an astounding 20,000. In a moment of explosive power, the combat index even surges past 100,000, attaining the level of the weakest fourth-tier pet. Is this some sort of jest? Surely, the machine must be malfunctioning. Their incredulous gazes towards Bai Ying are laden with disbelief, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Has it reached the third tier? Xiefei inquires. His voice dry. Bai Ying shakes her head, replying, not yet, still in the late second tier, a little shy of the pinnacle of the second tier. Would you be so kind as to inform the teachers of your dragon scale vine's potential level? Rest assured, they will keep it confidential, Peter adds. Casting a glance at Xiefei, Xiefei exchanged a glance with Peter, immediately assuring Bai Ying that even if he were to learn the truth, he would never divulge it to outsiders. Both Xiefei and Peter were momentarily rendered numb by Bai Ying's revelation regarding a second-tier pet beast endowed with mysterious potential, something nurtured by Bai Ying herself. Xiefei's gaze towards Bai Ying shifted. No longer did he see her merely as a student, but rather as a treasure, akin to a mountain of gold. Although Peter harbored his own speculations, the mere act of Bai Ying articulating such a concept left him in disbelief. A high school student, and a first-year one at that, capable of cultivating a second-tier pet beast with mysterious potential? It was utterly astonishing. Observing Peter's flushed face and Xiefei's peculiar demeanor, Bai Ying felt a twinge of fear despite knowing they would not harm her. Was she on the brink of madness? The weight of such a revelation was profound. The two educators, striving to maintain their professional composure before Bai Ying, gradually relaxed. After some contemplation, Peter advised her, even if you deem this matter inconsequential, it is prudent to keep it to yourself. The reality in Hongguo is not as safe as many believe. You must take care of yourself out there. Do not push yourself too hard in the competitions. If it becomes too challenging, it's perfectly acceptable to withdraw. This year may not be your time, but certainly, in the following years, you will ascend to stand amongst the highest ranks. Xiefei, possessing greater insight than Peter, nodded in agreement and regarded Bai Ying with seriousness. Recognizing the genuine concern of her two teachers, Bai Ying acquiesced. She too had no desire to share everything with the outside world. The three reached a consensus, and it was this complexity that colored Xiefei's gaze as he watched Bai Ying depart. As an educator, he naturally yearned for his students to achieve unparalleled success. Yet, he also wished to shield them from peril. Alas, in the current climate, extraordinary brilliance often conceals abysmal depths and terrors, devoid of any sanctuary, rife with lethal intent. With a shake of his head, Xiefei realized his thoughts had wandered too far into the realm of conjecture. Regardless, Bai Ying's participation in the national competition was unlikely to involve any mortal danger. After all, this was a national-level competition of great significance to the country, and the authorities would not permit any disruptive elements to tarnish the nation's reputation. While Hongguo had made commendable strides in technology, possessing aircraft and even mecha-like high-tech devices, long-distance travel typically favored the use of flying pets over airplanes. After all, one could never be certain of encountering formidable beasts in the upper atmosphere, or even falling into a mystic realm should spatial instability occur. No matter how swift an airplane might be, it could not ensure the safety provided by a flying pet. Their assembly at the municipal government was due to the city's responsibility for their long-distance transportation. However, Bai Ying had not anticipated that the mayor himself would be escorting them to the capital. Mayor Zhuang Liang, beaming genially, addressed the assembled 100 exceptional high school students, offering words of encouragement before leading them to a vast plaza. Beneath their feet, A crimson summoning circle materialized, making it clear to Bai Ying and the others that their mayor was a level 70 beastmaster. A resounding cry echoed across the plaza, stirring up a gust of wind that nearly swept Bai Ying off his feet. "Settle down," a soft yet authoritative voice murmured, belonging to the mayor. Bai Ying lowered her arm that had been shielding her face, finally directing her gaze towards the mischievous entity before her. It was a large avian creature, its form elusive and majestic. Draped in resplendent plumage, crowned with a splendid crest, its elongated eyes glimmered with a sharp intellect, and its talons were remarkably fierce. Bai Ying silently activated her innate talent to scrutinize the creature before her. Colorful phoenix bird. Attributes: phoenix type, wind. Space level: late stage 7 growth period. Adulthood potential: legendary, excellent, non-bondable. Evolution path: colorful phoenix compatibility, extremely low, non-bondable. Hiss. A phoenix type. This was Bai Ying's first encounter with a living beast of the phoenix lineage. It was immensely powerful. This was, without a doubt, the avian of her dreams. She felt as though tears of envy would spill from her lips. Ever since their mayor took office, he had personally escorted the competitors to the capital each year. All for this very moment. As subordinates, they could hardly voice their concerns, for the mayor was diligent in his duties. A slight lapse in judgment could be overlooked to fulfill his whims. After all, it was not he who would bear the brunt of the ostentation, so what did it matter? Chapter 36. The initial battle in the capital city, Hank City. In front of the Starry Hotel. The Starry Hotel was designated for the accommodation of competitors. Bai Ying and her companions arrived at the front desk to check in, as they would be residing here for the next 2.5 months. After receiving their room keys, Bai Ying settled her belongings and sought out the approachable Mayor Zhuang Liang, who was still in the lobby. Upon noticing that the individual conversing with him had departed, she approached him politely to extend her greetings. Zhuang Liang turned to Bai Ying with a hint of curiosity but smiled as he inquired, "You are a student from Yongying No. 1 High School, correct? How may I assist you?" Bai Ying nodded and inquired, "Mr. Mayor, are you familiar with the situation in the capital? I would like to ask you where the beast breeding garden is located." Zhuang Liang paused momentarily and asked, "Are you planning to visit the beast breeding garden? Do you wish to purchase a pet beast?" At this time, Bai Ying honestly nodded. Previously, while riding on the back of a bird, the mayor had mentioned that if anyone encountered problems or troubles in the capital, they could seek his assistance, and he would find a way to help. Bai Ying felt that she had indeed encountered a dilemma, such as not knowing which beast breeding garden in the capital would be most suitable for her. Zhuang Liang contemplated asking Bai Ying why she was only now considering acquiring a contracted pet beast but ultimately refrained from doing so. Instead, he asked, "What kind of pet beast are you seeking?" As Zhuang Liang observed the earnest expression of the young girl before him, he could not help but chuckle. "Are you looking for something akin to a kai-feng bird?" Yes, she replied eagerly. "However, if you desire a creature similar to a kai-feng bird, I fear you would not find one even if you searched the entire Han City," Zhuang Liang said, suppressing his amusement. Bai Ying frowned, undeterred as she remarked, "It doesn't have to be an exact match. Just something that resembles it by 70 to 80% would suffice. I can take care of it and nurture it further." Zhuang Liang shook his head, observing the scrunched-up expression on Bai Ying's face, and smiled as he replied, "Even something that resembles it closely is unlikely to be found. The kai-feng bird is not a pet beast cultivated by the breeding garden. It was once a fierce beast that I tamed and contracted." Bai Ying was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a sudden insight. Taming a fierce beast? Contracting a fierce beast? What a lucrative endeavor. If she wished to have an exceptional and visually appealing flying pet beast, one could not even speculate whether it could be found in the breeding garden. And even if it did exist, the price would undoubtedly be exorbitant. Any pet beast with a unique bloodline or lineage commands a price that cannot simply be described as doubled or tripled. However, capturing one oneself is an entirely different matter. If one were to tame a ferocious beast in the wild and forge a contract with it, a substantial sum could be saved, funds that could be invested in enhancing potential or upgrading skills. This is not merely a matter of small gains snowballing into greater wealth. It is a veritable cascade of fortune. How had she not considered this before? Zhuang Liang assumed that the young girl before him would be disheartened by his words. Yet to his surprise, her expression brightened as if a sudden epiphany had struck her. Had he not been standing right there? He would have sworn she was about to leap with excitement. Before Zhuang Liang could utter a word, Bai Ying dashed away in a flurry. He could only watch her retreating figure with a mix of amusement and exasperation, shaking his head in resignation. Clearly, He was out of touch with the whims of today's youth and decided it best to seek the company of old friends over tea in the capital. Bai Ying had indeed dabbled in capturing ferocious beasts before, having previously fed a deceased one to the dragon scale vine to enhance its skills. However, the notion of capturing a living creature had never crossed her mind. This reflects a shortcoming in the education provided by the system. They were taught that ferocious beasts were barbaric and cruel, invaders to be exterminated upon sight, and they had acted accordingly. Yet, ferocious beasts possess thoughts, emotions, and the capacity for choice. While some may be inherently savage, indulging in the consumption of humans, others are not. Bai Ying had heard whispers of ferocious beasts that favored peace and had aided humans, though such instances are exceedingly rare. Domesticated creatures are the result of generations of human breeding and taming. Given that their ancestors were fierce beasts, why then can they not contract and tame these formidable creatures? Such thoughts, once considered, evoke a vast expanse of possibilities. She resolved to abandon the notion of seeking a compatible pet in a breeding facility. Instead, she aimed to capture a favored flying beast, tame it, and forge a contract, saving money while earning it. She eagerly anticipated the forthcoming competition, fervently wishing that the preliminary survival match in the capital would come to fruition. At 2 o'clock the following afternoon, the team leader informed them that the first battle in the capital would follow a survival mode. Upon hearing this news, Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback. Had her prayers been answered? Surely, it wouldn't shorten her lifespan, would it? Perhaps not. Hee, the heavens are on my side. Emma, is it too late for her to pray for a compatible flying beast amidst the survival match? Oh dear, could the heavens grant her a special favor? Author's note, the heavens cannot do it, but I can. The preliminary competition in the capital is set to follow the survival battle mode. The rules stipulate that points are awarded based on resources obtained. First-tier resources yield no points, second-tier resources earn 1 point, third-tier resources yield 10 points. Fourth-tier resources grant 50 points, fifth-tier resources provide 100 points, sixth-tier resources offer 1,000 points, seventh-tier resources yield 10,000 points, and eighth-tier resources yield 100,000 points. This is an individual competition with no teams allowed. If 2 participants do not part ways after half an hour of encounter, one will be eliminated. Resources may be plundered, but those who intentionally kill will face elimination. Contestants wear survival necklaces, should they encounter an insurmountable foe. They may call for help, but the one seeking assistance will be eliminated. The survival necklace cannot be removed. Those who attempt to do so will also be eliminated. In the competition, the use of personal resources is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified. The survival battle will span 15 days, with real-time fluctuations in the scoring rankings. Ultimately, the top 5,000 contestants based on total points will advance, while the remainder will be eliminated. In the event of tied scores, resources will be taken into account, with those possessing higher resource levels ranked above others. The competition is scheduled from January 14th at 8 o'clock a.m. to January 29th at 8 o'clock a.m. Held at the 226 Mystical Realm. All 24 participants are required to register at the 226 Mystical Realm before 6 o'clock a.m. on January 14th. The entire event will be broadcast live, so contestants should remain vigilant. At 4 o'clock the following morning, the team leader, accompanied by Bai Ying and others, departed from the Starlight Hotel, making their way towards the outskirts of the 226 Mystical Realm. A military presence also occupied the area surrounding the realm, with buildings that, while similar in structure, differed in style and layout. Few among Bai Ying's companions took the time to scrutinize these surroundings. The square was vast, comfortably accommodating over 10,000 individuals without feeling congested. Bai Ying and her group stood at the back, limited by the fact that Yanging City is merely a moderately sized town, lacking in fame and prior prowess, thus attracting little attention. Some members of the team expressed dissatisfaction with their treatment, yet Bai Ying remained indifferent, adhering to the adage that one must wear shoes that fit their size. Discontent was futile, one's strength dictated their circumstances. As the group gradually advanced, given the limited size of the mystical realm's entrance, it was impossible for all 10,000 participants to enter simultaneously. During this movement, Bai Ying overheard discussions among contestants from other cities, noting that certain names surfaced with remarkable frequency. The envious or jealous tones and gazes of those individuals unmistakably conveyed to Bai Ying that the person they spoke of was likely the most favored contender for victory in this competition. The names were all unfamiliar to her. Clearly, none hailed from her city. As she walked and listened, Bai Ying could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Goodness! That individual named Jiang Yuyun is said to have already reached level 45. It is conservatively estimated that he possesses 4 beasts, with each at least at the 3rd tier, and possibly 1 or 2 even at the 4th tier. How disheartening it is to compare oneself to others. Bai Ying reflected on her solitary beast, which had yet to ascend to the 3rd tier and was merely at the late 2nd tier. However, she felt no pressure. Her intention was not to compete for a place among the top 5,000 out of over 10,000 participants. Her primary goal this time was to acquire a suitable flying fierce beast and, in the process, gather resources needed for the dragon scale vine within this 226 secret realm. The participants exhibited a commendable level of quality and obedience. Within less than an hour, Bai Ying and her companions entered the 226 secret realm. Once they oriented themselves, Bai Ying proceeded directly south. The previous night, they had researched the fundamental information regarding the 226 secret realm, and the mayor had also provided them with some essential data. The terrain of the 226 secret realm was rather intricate, featuring a volcanic range at its easternmost point, transitioning from magma to scorched earth, to desert, to lakes, and to jungles from east to west. Consequently, the variety of fierce beasts here was diverse, granting Bai Ying numerous options, which naturally delighted her. The southern region was characterized by jungles, and it was rumored that deeper within lay lakes. Here are unique cliffside vistas. This topography, if nothing else, should be abundant with avian life. In other terrains, formidable flying beasts are also likely to be prevalent. However, akin to the volcanic crater, the majority of aerial predators there are expected to be of the fire element. Desert aerial predators might encompass various elemental affinities, yet their appearance is likely to be less than aesthetically pleasing. Regarding aesthetics, Bai Ying laments that she has inadvertently cultivated an unrefined appearance in her dragon scale vine. She harbors the aspiration for her second pet beast to possess a more agreeable countenance. Furthermore, the jungle terrain is more conducive to the dragon scale vine's flourishing, facilitating easier acquisition of necessary resources. Having rarely ventured to the capital, Bai Ying desires for the dragon scale vine to indulge in a lavish, high-caliber buffet. Therefore, in conclusion, the southward direction is the chosen course. A poignant aspect of possessing a plant-type pet beast is the inability to rely on external provisions. Consequently, Bai Ying is compelled to proceed at a languid pace, punctuated by frequent pauses, all while maintaining acute vigilance. She vividly recalls the mayor's pronouncements that within the 226 secret realm, 4th and 5th tier ferocious beasts are commonplace occurrences. Currently, the dragon scale vine is at most invincible at the 3rd tier, with the 4th tier already presenting considerable challenges. And the 5th tier would necessitate an untimely curtailment of her 15-day sojourn within the 226 secret realm. Thus, circumspection is paramount. After less than half a day, Bai Ying emitted a prolonged sigh, acknowledging the veracity of the secret realm's reputation adjacent to the capital, where the caliber of ferocious beasts demonstrably surpasses that of the 713 secret realm in Yangying City. Having been within the realm for half a day, and traversing a limited distance, she has yet to encounter a single 1st-tier beast, with the most inferior being of the 2nd tier. Currently in her possession are 37 points. Suitable resources are directly consumed, while unsuitable ones are deposited in the storage space provided by the organizers. The vegetation is luxuriant, the atmospheric humidity is progressively intensifying, and the jungle is characterized by a sweltering, oppressive dampness. Bai Ying donned long sleeves and trousers, perspiring profusely, yet daring not to relax in the slightest. Not to mention shedding an outer layer, she hesitated even to roll up her sleeves. Within the secret realm, it was not only the ferocious beasts that posed a threat. Even lesser creatures could be perilous. Taking a few sips of water, Bai Ying leaned against a mountainside, preparing to rest momentarily while releasing her dragon scale vine for defense and vigilance. However, before she could even close her eyes, a distant roar of a beast, accompanied by a distinctly audible cry for help, echoed through the air. Bai Ying furrowed her brow, disinclined to investigate the scene, choosing instead to observe from her position. As the commotion intensified, drawing ever closer, she sighed. It seemed her respite would be short-lived. The dragon scale vine coiled tightly around her waist, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the large screen monitoring the contestants had fixated on her. Having grown accustomed to the fervent battles of several frontrunners, the audience was now intrigued by the unfolding of an enigmatic scheme, eagerly anticipating its climax. The beast's roar and the cry for help that Bai Ying heard were no mere coincidences. They were but a self-scripted performance. Long before Bai Ying entered this forest, An observer had set their sights upon her. Yet this individual maintained a semblance of caution, refraining from immediate action and instead scrutinizing Bai Ying's familiar creature. Upon noticing that she had only summoned a single, seemingly unremarkable companion, he felt considerably more at ease. While those who made it past the city-level preliminaries were undoubtedly formidable, Bai Ying appeared to be one of those fortunate individuals, did she not? After much contemplation, he finally decided to proceed. He released 3 of his beast companions, instructing the most fearsome and powerful among them to pose as a savage beast. He then mounted one of the beasts and galloped toward Bai Ying, while another beast feigned a rear guard. The distance closed rapidly. Help! Help! That third-tier bloodsnapper bear is chasing me. Classmate, please help. Bai Ying remained unmoved, standing still as she awaited the unfolding events. The dragon scale vine waved its tendrils, exuding an aura of warning to keep away. The man gritted his teeth and shouted, "Classmate, save me. I have resources worth 72 points. All of it is yours." 72 points was not an insignificant sum, he thought. Even if Bai Ying initially had no intention of assisting him, the lure of resources should prevent her from allowing him to be eliminated. His keen gaze, despite the undulating ride atop his beast, caught a glimpse of the cold-hearted classmate seemingly smiling. Chapter 38, A Double Loss Indeed. Bai Ying smiled as she patted the tendril of the dragon scale vine. Bring the person over, incapacitate the others, and bind them. Her voice was soft, and the man failed to hear her. He could only see her defensive beast spring into action the moment the blood snapper bear charged out of the forest. As he was merely 30 meters away from the dragon scale vine, the man and his 2 beasts witnessed the seemingly ordinary vine suddenly transform, revealing a fearsome visage. They had no time to react, no opportunity to change course, and were swiftly subdued by the dragon scale vine with remarkable ease. The bear attempted to resist, but the vine imbued with dragon's breath coiled around its body, unleashing an innate aura of intimidation and terror that instilled fear within it. Unable to unleash its skills in time, it succumbed to capture. Both the individual and his 2 pets were subdued. Bai Ying did not allow the man to approach her too closely. The bindings rendered him immobile. Hand over your storage space, Bai Ying commanded. The expression on the man's face was a mixture of shock and fury. Disregarding any pretense, he glanced at his 2 loyal beasts and his own pitiable condition. Realizing he was in no position to recover quickly, unable to contain his emotions, he exclaimed, "Why are you so ruthless? We are all competitors. Why must you strike so hard?" Bai Ying frowned, suppressing the urge to retort, "Are you out of your mind?" She was unwilling to entertain his words and instead reiterated, "Where is your storage space? Do not make me ask a third time." With a mere thought, the dragon scale vine sprouted a slender tendril that grasped the survival necklace around the man's neck, its threatening intent palpable. The man's face turned pale as he recognized he had encountered a formidable opponent, and he could only concede. Despite his myriad plans, he found himself at a disadvantage, as she neither engaged nor played along. With the storage space acquired, which was unclaimed and accessible to all competitors, Bai Ying discarded him and his severely injured pet, binding the bear instead. Is this a ferocious beast? Then I shall slay it. As the summoning array beneath the man activated, a pet sprang forth, seizing his shoulder in a bid to escape. Simultaneously, the bear entwined in the dragon scale vine vanished from Bai Ying's sight. "Wait for me," he declared, even as the other person was already 50 meters above in the air. Witnessing the individual preparing to escape, Bai Ying gently tapped the dragon lattice vine, remaining silent yet smiling faintly. In the next instant, a vine shot forth from the sky, piercing through the wings of the soaring creature, which resembled a cross between a bird and a rodent, letting out a mournful cry as it tumbled earthward. The man's innate talent was unknown, but it evidently prevented him from plummeting to his demise. In a panic, he dared not gamble with his life and hastily activated the survival necklace around his neck. Just 10 meters from the ground, a pale yellow bubble materialized out of thin air, enveloping him and allowing for a gentle descent, sparing him from any harm. Subsequently, a mechanical voice emanated from the survival necklace announcing contestant eliminated. Please remain at your location for rescue. Uncertain of how many others were present, Bai Ying surmised that any perceptive creature would have taken notice of the tumultuous scene. Such a perilous place was ill-suited for lingering. As the adage goes, the best strategy is to withdraw. Yet, despite her thoughts, she grasped the newly acquired resources, letting out a long sigh. Lamenting how she could not even indulge in a moment's rest, truly, her existence was one of incessant toil. The spectators had witnessed an engaging spectacle. Although it lacked heart-stopping thrills or fervent passions, it was undeniably entertaining, with an ending that bore a hint of surprise. The orchestrator of the drama ultimately failed to direct the events as he had envisioned. reflecting on the unfortunate soul who lost resources, endured a beating, and was ultimately eliminated. One could only exclaim, "Ah, what a tragic loss, both in resources and in dignity." The layman revels in the spectacle, while the connoisseur discerns the subtleties beneath the surface. Most individuals perceive Bai Ying's pet beast as possessing a somewhat unusual quality, yet they do not ponder it deeply. However, a select few scrutinize the dragon scale vine, contemplating the brief skirmish that just transpired. This botanical creature is intriguing. It is no ordinary entity, although the bear is of a lower level. It exhibits a rather ferocious temperament among rare potential pets. Yet, when faced with the botanical beast, it seemed to exhibit a hint of trepidation. A deterrent skill? Impossible. I have not heard of a botanical creature possessing such an ability. Furthermore, that strike which felled the flying beast was no trivial matter, seemingly imbued with spatial attributes. Goodness! Could it be that a botanical creature capable of deterrence, adorned with fiery patterns, and possessing a clone, also wields spatial skills? This little girl is quite remarkable. Could she be a scion of a distinguished family? Yet, I have never heard of her, the chief family, or the neighboring clan, both of whom have a penchant for botanical creatures, yet I have not heard of her. Of course, you have not heard of this little girl. She is not from the capital. Mayor Zhuangliang, both proud and discreet, exchanged a knowing smile with the man seated opposite him. "Oh, it seems you are acquainted." The middle-aged man, with 2 strands of white hair at his temples, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Indeed, this little girl is from our city." "Oh, have you stumbled upon such a fortuitous find? Quite the stroke of luck, I presume?" Zhuangliang dismissed the man's sardonic remarks, reveling in his own satisfaction. This man is merely envious. However, he did not anticipate that Bai Ying's pet would be so intriguing. The girl herself is quite fascinating, indeed. Pets tend to mirror their masters. Chapter 39. Thunderfire Sprite Bai Ying had traversed a distance of 1 to 2 kilometers when she came to a halt. Beginning to sort through the resources she had scavenged from the man, selecting some suitable items, she directly fed them to the dragon scale vine. She was not in a rush to reach any particular destination, taking her time to leisurely seek out what she desired. Although this forest harbored some flying ferocious beasts, and the dragon scale vine had helped capture a few, Bai Ying had yet to encounter one that met her expectations. They were either too feeble or simply did not appeal to her innate talents. It proved to be quite challenging. Before the stationary Bai Ying, further south, several competitors were also heading southward. Observing the towering plumes of smoke in the distance and feeling the successive waves of residual power, they furrowed their brows and muttered to themselves, "What lies ahead?" The pets nearby, with their heightened sensitivity, relayed their thoughts back to their beast masters. The expressions of several beast masters changed dramatically, and they could not help but lower their voices to communicate with their pets. "Are you suggesting that there is a fierce battle between beasts of at least rank 4 ahead? Can you discern whether they are rank 4 or 5 beasts? And how many there are? Are there 2 or more? If 2 rank 4 beasts were indeed fighting, they might consider taking a chance and moving closer to seize an opportunity. However, if there were not just 2, or if they were 2 beasts of rank 5 or higher, even if the combatants sustained injuries, approaching would be tantamount to seeking death. The disparity between the 3rd and 5th tiers is significantly more pronounced than that between the 1st and 3rd. To illustrate, the combat prowess differential between the 1st and 3rd tiers peaks at 100,000, whereas the gap between the 3rd and 5th can reach up to 4,900,000. And this is without accounting for exceptional cases. Observers were uncertain of the exact feedback their pets were providing, but their grim countenances suggested the outcome was not favorable. Should I venture forth and investigate? What if fortune favors me? The temptation lingered, though not universally. Resigned, some opted to change course. After the protracted duel between the 2 ferocious beasts, a few individuals cautiously approached. Upon investigation, the majority concurred on a change of direction, while a minority chose to press onward. Their fates remained unknown, whether lying in wait or succumbing to their injuries. Unaffected by the aftershocks of the battle, Bai Ying proceeded, unaware of the magnitude of the recent conflict. However, after a short distance, she sensed an anomaly, an unsettling tranquility. It wasn't the absence of insects or birdsong, but rather the palpable lack of active ferocious beasts. To be precise, she had yet to encounter a single 3rd-tier beast, which was highly irregular. Bai Ying scrutinized the fallen trees and pulverized vegetation, evidence of recent beastly passage, or rather, a stampede. Continuing her journey, she inadvertently stepped into a small, 30-centimeter diameter puddle, triggering a jolt throughout her body, not a reflexive response to danger, but a purely physiological electric shock. Her complexion slightly shifted as she withdrew her foot, releasing the dragon scale vine. Can you sense the presence of lightning elements here? The dragon scale vine took root deep within the earth, its tendrils swaying gently in the air, reaching out to absorb. The surrounding flora served as her eyes. Even the plants devoid of consciousness could be recognized and governed by the dragon scale vine, which could extract desired information from them. This was not merely a skill, it was the innate power of a natural sovereign. Once the information was gathered, it was meticulously organized and relayed back to Bai Ying. Just moments ago, had ferocious beasts of lightning and fire clashed here? What was the outcome? Had they departed? The plants remained oblivious to whether those two beasts had left. Understanding this situation, Bai Ying now found herself in a dilemma akin to that of her predecessors, to stay or to leave. However, Bai Ying's courage surpassed theirs, and her resolve was bolder. Why not venture forth? Exploration entailed no loss. If danger arose, she could always terminate this 15-day journey. She pressed onward, heading 10 kilometers ahead. The once massive lake had vanished, replaced by a newly formed, vast, charred pit. In the profound silence, wisps of purplish-red gas gradually seeped from the pit's corners, coalescing at its base into a sphere shimmering half in red and half in purple. The smoky vapor enveloped it, ultimately shaping it into a cloud-like entity. It measured merely half a meter in size, with a subtle red glow flickering within the purple mist, while arcs of violet electricity danced and red sparks flickered. Overall, it resembled a diminutive, oddly colored thundercloud. It appeared peculiar yet fragile, as if the thundercloud could be easily shattered. No one could have imagined that it was one of the protagonists of the recent earth-shattering duel. Originally a 6th-tier fierce beast, the Thunder Element Spirit. Now it is more aptly referred to as the Thunderfire Spirit. The Thunderfire Spirit, once a pure thundercloud spirit, was a favored child of nature. Possessing 100% affinity for the thunder element and born with the mysterious potential of a 4th-tier fierce beast. Without any human assistance, it ascended to the 6th tier in just 50 years. Had this been an open realm brimming with thunder attributes, it firmly believed that it could reach new heights within a century. However, this place is a secluded domain, scarce in thunder attributes. In recent years, the power of thunder it could absorb has dwindled, and it realizes that this is not a mere bottleneck but rather a limitation imposed by the realm itself, which can no longer support its advancement. The paths for a fierce beast's evolution are few. One is to accumulate elemental power, and the other is to consume rare treasures of heaven and earth. The route of accumulating power has become unattainable, leaving it with only the second option. Thus, it set its sights on the rare Guangqing, a type of earth fire that, by human classification, would be regarded as a 7th-tier resource. Although it is of the thunder attribute, the resource is of the fire attribute. Nonetheless, fire and thunder attributes complement each other. Consuming this resource should elevate its strength. However, Guangqing is not unclaimed, as the 7th-tier Golden Tiger Flame Sheep considers it its own. Consequently, a confrontation ensued. Chapter 40. The encounter, its strength surpassed that of the Golden Tiger Blaze Sheep, even though the latter was of the 7th tier, while it was merely at the 6th. However, in the midst of combat, it showed no signs of inferiority. Yet, halfway through the confrontation, the sheep, in a fit of rage and humiliation, enveloped itself in the Guangqing true flame and retaliated fiercely. The earth fire inflicted terrifying damage upon it, yet it did not retreat. For the sheep was unable to harness the Guangqing true flame to its fullest potential. Its external application was but a rudimentary use, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while suffering 800 in return. The sheep could do nothing effective against the flame. Its fundamental aim was to utilize that fire for ascension. What purpose would it serve to wield it without a plan? A mere torch? It would be more effective for it to snap its fingers, conjuring lightning to ignite a fire. Thus, during the duel, it endured the searing sensation of the flame, allowing it to consume it gradually. Feigning defeat, it meticulously crafted an illusion of being gravely injured by the Guangqing true flame, leading the sheep to believe victory was within its grasp, prompting it to attack with even greater fervor. This reckless behavior resulted in the lightning elemental core of the thundercloud sprite diminishing in size. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Through what could only be described as a torturous combat process, it managed to seize nearly 1/3 of the flame. Its lightning elemental core had shrunk by 1/3, while it had appropriated 1/3 of the flame. The sheep, unable to utilize the fire effectively, suffered severe burns, causing its strength to diminish by 1/3 as well. In this exchange of blows, they appeared evenly matched. Upon realizing that 1/3 of its precious fire had been stolen, the sheep was consumed by rage. Yet, it dared not employ the flame recklessly any longer. lest it risk being incinerated. It contemplated fleeing, but the thundercloud sprite persistently provoked it, driving the golden tiger blaze sheep to the brink of madness. In a fit of rage, it lost itself, ingesting the fiery essence within, attempting to forcibly evolve and vanquish the thundercloud spirit. As the sheep digested this flame, the thundercloud spirit recklessly launched an assault on the golden tiger flame sheep. Should the golden tiger flame sheep succeed in its forced evolution, not only would the thundercloud spirit be uncertain of its own ability to contend, but the fiery essence would also be doomed, jeopardizing its own evolution. The golden tiger flame sheep, having devoured the flames, was seared by the pure true flame, burning its very organs and marrow. Sensing the dire situation, the thundercloud spirit gritted its teeth and, in a moment of resolve, emulated the golden tiger flame sheep, swallowing the remaining one-third of the flames in a bid for collective evolution. Then it erupted, fortuitously, despite the explosive rejection due to its thunderfire attribute. It survived and experienced a surge in potential, now possessing the status of a pseudo-legend. Alas, it was no longer the 6th-tier thundercloud spirit, but had been reduced to a severely injured 2nd-tier thunderfire spirit. As for the sheep, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, being a corporeal entity rather than an elemental one, it left not even a trace behind. To clarify, the vast crater bore witness to remnants of its existence scattered throughout. The once grand lake had been ravaged and transformed into a vast, charred abyss by the two colossal beasts. An undiscovered biological chain had thus vanished, utterly obliterated. The thunderfire spirit, realizing its diminished rank of only the 2nd tier, found itself engulfed in confusion. Although it had grown stronger, it had simultaneously weakened. It was uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. It had never been this feeble since its inception, and with this thought, it felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Its core of lightning element has diminished to merely 1/10 of its original size, with the remainder transformed from the earth's fire into a core of fire element. Thus it has evolved into a dual element spirit, a lightning fire spirit. Fortunately, although the overall supply of lightning element in this mystic realm is limited, it is in close proximity to the fire element, which is abundant. It may have the potential to transcend its limits, reaching levels of the 7th rank, or even the 8th or 9th. However, it is currently distant from areas rich in fire element, and in its weakened state. It must focus on regaining strength before contemplating the future. From a divine perspective, the direction it travels is opposite to that of Bai Ying. A fateful encounter draws near. Bai Ying has made every effort to evade conductive objects, yet within the confines of the jungle, the space is inherently constricted, and she can always hear the crackling sound of electricity around her, without the feedback from the dragon scale vine. She is acutely aware of the high concentration of lightning element in this area. Anomalies often herald the presence of something sinister. Even if the surroundings appear devoid of any malevolent entities, Bai Ying is convinced that it is merely a matter of her not observing them, rather than their non-existence. As she walks, she sighs. She feels a peculiar affinity with the lightning element. During her last venture into the mystic realm, she too discovered the lightning element within the jungle, subsequently locating a pit teeming with ferocious beasts of lightning attribute. To her astonishment, despite changing mystic realms and jungles, she can still find an abundance of lightning element. Is it possible that fate is signaling her that her second beast companion will be one of the lightning element? If it can fly, that would not be unthinkable. The flying beast of lightning element is now hastening towards Bai Ying's location. The thunderfire sprite discovered the densest area of thunder elements and paused to absorb its energy. However, it sensed an unfamiliar presence high above. A dark, purplish-red thundercloud silently observed the humans, who were cautiously exploring the jungle, partially hidden by the foliage. Having dwelled in this secret realm for decades, the thunderfire sprite was aware of the existence of humans within it. It had witnessed fierce beasts being slain or captured by them, yet it harbored no animosity toward humanity. In this world, there were no distinctions of race, only disparities of strength. In the eyes of humans, it too was a formidable beast. Yet it continued to hunt and seize those very creatures. Initially, it had no intention of confronting this human, for she bore nothing of desire. However, fate had it that she appeared within this forest, in a place where it sought power, thus influencing its intentions. There was no one to blame. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for her mere presence in this locale, the thunderfire sprite mused. In that fleeting moment of being noticed, a chill crept down Bai Ying's spine as goosebumps erupted on her arms. She felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. She scanned her surroundings, but found no trace of any fierce beasts, which was an ominous sign. Swiftly, she summoned the dragon scale vine, which coiled around her to form a protective cage, enveloping her in its embrace. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area. an eerie stillness devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Chapter 41. Two choices. Bai Ying and the dragon scale vine instinctively played the role of the unsuspecting prey, with their remarkable skills of diminishment and differentiation. They successfully bewildered the vast majority of fierce beasts and humans encountering them for the first time. Excluding the thunderfire spirit, had it not possessed the fire elemental core, it might have been ensnared by the illusion of being merely a thundercloud spirit. However, it is no longer that. The layer of dark red dragon breath enveloping the dragon scale vine as tendrils can, if one insists, be categorized as belonging to both the dragon and fire elements. As a being that embodies half the essence of a fire attribute spirit, it is acutely aware of the ominous and formidable power concealed within those unassuming patterns. A power so profound it instills a sense of trepidation within it. This seemingly feeble entity is anything but ordinary. One must tread with caution. The guileful Bai Ying and the dragon scale vine remain oblivious to their impending misfortune. Bai Ying, vigilant, surveyed her surroundings while communicating with the dragon scale vine. After a brief pause of several seconds, the dragon scale vine struck first. A tendril shot forth with lightning speed towards the location of the thunderfire spirit. The tip of the vine unfurling, the dark red dragon breath transforming into a vivid crimson, the surrounding air warping and thinning under the intense heat. The thunderfire spirit, exhibiting even greater swiftness, vanished from its spot, evading the dragon scale vine's grasp with erratic, rapid movements, and darted towards Bai Ying's position. Experience dictated that when confronted with a combination of humans and their beasts, the most effective strategy was to eliminate the human, trapped within her confines. Bai Ying beheld the ominous figure, reminiscent of a thundercloud, lingering at a distance, and an inexplicable chill coursed through her. It felt as if she had caught the attention of death itself. She scarcely had time to contemplate whether she could communicate with her heart's sound, and instead shouted fervently, "Release the cage." Instinctively, the dragon scale vine unlatched the cage as Bai Ying, without hesitation, leaped down from the elevated ground of 7 or 8 meters. At the instant she sprang forth from the dark, purplish-red thundercloud, a lightning bolt, as thick as a chopstick, surged forth, striking with an imperceptible speed at the very location where Bai Ying once stood. The dragon scale vine, renowned for its exceptional defense and seldom subjected to severe damage, was charred at the point of impact. The upper segment of the vine wilted and drooped, falling to the ground. Bai Ying, catching a glimpse of the fate that befell those two vines, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, so close, just a hair's breadth away. A vine coiled around her waist facilitated her swift movement. Simultaneously, she focused her innate abilities, fixating her gaze upon the ominous black cloud. She was determined to unveil the nature of this peculiar phenomenon. Thunderfire spirit, attribute, thunder. Fire level, second-order perfection growth stage, mature, severely injured, potential, pseudo-legendary, excellent, evolutionary possibility, evolution path, thunder, fire compatibility. Extremely high. Bai Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. A beast of second-order perfection with pseudo-legendary potential. No, the full description should read, a beast of second-order perfection with exceptionally high compatibility, possessing pseudo-legendary potential. What fate conspired to bring them together? It was destiny. Bai Ying's expression shifted as she regarded the abnormal thundercloud before her. Dragon scale vine, capture it alive. The dragon scale vine, filled with dismay, sensed that its master appeared to be somewhat impaired in judgment, and perhaps not entirely lucid. The issue at hand was no longer merely one of subduing or capturing, but rather the question of whether they could withstand the onslaught. That slender lightning bolt had already cost it 2 primary vines. Should another strike ensue, it would be left utterly bare, dooming both itself and its master. With a couple of jolts from the vine, Bai Ying felt a tumult in her stomach and a slight dizziness in her vision, yet her mind remained sharp. Do not fear. This ferocious beast is currently in a severely injured state. That last blow must have taken a toll on it as well, and it is unlikely to strike again in the immediate future. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ying murmured to herself, a pseudo-legendary beast should not be easily vanquished. Even when gravely wounded, it ought not to simply perish in the midst of battle. Pure elemental spirits are formidable entities, yet humanity has devised methods to defeat, even slay, such beings. The most direct approaches to vanquishing a pure elemental spirit are twofold. The first involves exhausting its elemental energy, while the second employs opposing elemental forces to obliterate it. Bai Ying, clearly unable to utilize the latter, resolved to defeat the thunderfire spirit through the former method. In her previous research, she had discovered that pure elemental spirits possess an elemental core, which serves as their critical weakness. The Thunderfire spirit resembled a thundercloud. And after a brief moment of reflection, Bai Ying decided to have the dragon scale vine gradually erode its thundercloud with its tendrils, before dispersing it to locate the elemental core. The dragon scale vine multiplied into dozens of tendrils, bravely advancing toward the thundercloud, while the Thunderfire spirit, brimming with confidence, exhibited no intent to evade. As the tendrils penetrated the thundercloud, they were immediately incinerated to ashes by the bouncing embers and flickering lightning. Utilizing the skill Heavenly Support, which harnesses the forces of earth, air, and sunlight, the dragon scale vine's injuries gradually healed, allowing it to divide once more. This exemplifies the advantage of wood attribute beasts in battle, though the electrical elements in this area are exceedingly dense, and the Thunderfire spirits can siphon the electrical energy from the atmosphere. Bai Ying believes that within the forest, the wood element is boundless, while the lightning element is destined to deplete. Therefore, they hold a significant advantage in a protracted battle. The energy replenishment of the Thunderfire spirits should not suffice to counterbalance their consumption. They can wear it down, as long as Bai Ying remains steadfast. As Bai Ying observed, the Thunderfire spirit suddenly ascended, attempting to evade the grasp of the dragon scale vines. The storm clouds churned, and a crimson light flickered, an ominous sign of its impending powerful attack. Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted a command: divide, penetrate, and exhaust it. Her timely and astute warning prompted the vines, serpentine and thunderous, to activate the flame dragon barrier. The dividing tendrils struck forcefully into the heart of the storm clouds, fortified with 50 fire resistance and 15 lightning resistance. A spark erupted from the tempest, landing upon the tendrils of the dragon scale vines. The spark ignited like dry wood, blossoming into a roaring flame that spread from the tips of the vines to their very bodies. The dragon scale vines, having awakened the flame dragon barrier, did not instantly succumb to the flames, but rather surged into the eye of the storm, revealing a core that shimmered in hues of red and purple. With a skillful pursuit, it pierced through the spatial barriers, navigating the intertwining forces of heat and lightning. Although the space distorted around it, the tendrils struck at the Thunderfire spirit's vital point. A cacophony of attacks ensued, and the core erupted forth, crashing to the ground as the storm clouds dissipated. The dragon scale vines severed their connection with the burning replica tendrils, forming a cage of main vines that ensconced the core and placed it before Bai Ying. Gazing at this orb, she felt a twinge of trepidation. She had never fought against a pure elemental spirit, and thus remained uncertain about the correctness of her stance. Nor was she aware if she had struck too harshly, possibly causing its demise. A sense of sorrow enveloped her. Is it still alive? No one responded. Never mind. Let us assume you are alive. The Thunderfire spirit, possessing mastery over the dual elements of thunder and fire, is currently at the pinnacle of the second stage, but in a severely injured state. The key point is, its potential is of a pseudo-legendary caliber. Am I mistaken? The fainting dead Thunderfire spirit was startled upon hearing these words. The voice from outside instilled a sense of dread within her. As she pondered how this individual knew about her condition, the dragon scale vine conveyed the subtle movements of the orb, and Bai Ying felt a wave of relief. Indeed, it was not dead. I am unaware of how you sustained such grievous injuries, yet to regain your former strength, it shall take no less than 50 years. This secret realm is a closed domain, and our nation's military dispatches numerous beast tamers annually to cleanse this area of ferocious beasts, removing those of value and exterminating the rest. You are in such a weakened state, and with such high potential, the likelihood of being captured is substantial. I now present you with two paths. First, accompany me and become my companion. I am confident I can restore you to your peak within a decade. Second, reject my offer, and I shall shatter you. If the Thunderfire spirit could speak, it would undoubtedly regale a plethora of cultural treasures it is familiar with. These are not two choices, but rather one. Chapter 42, Thunder and Wood Initial. In truth, this is indeed a dichotomy. Bai Ying compelled the Thunderfire spirit to choose between survival and dignity. Some ferocious beasts are inherently savage, unruly, and regard humanity as mere insects. Even if ultimately defeated by those whom they deem as mere ants, they would still choose not to lower their noble heads. Some may argue that one should prove their strength and win over such haughty souls, yet Bai Ying holds a different perspective. A forcibly obtained fruit is seldom sweet. Even if it were, what of it? With so many naturally sweet fruits before me, why must I exert such effort? If the Thunderfire spirit is indeed such a ferocious beast, then Bai Ying has no recourse but to shatter it, albeit with a heavy heart. When she first forged the contract with the dragon scale vine, she did not inquire whether it was willing, as it was but a seedling at the time. its intelligence akin to that of a human child of 1 or 2 years, making comprehension questionable at best. Furthermore, being a creature cultivated by humans, its subconscious affinity towards them rendered it unlikely to refuse a contract. However, the Thunderfire spirit is different. It has grown in the wild, a savage being harboring a certain animosity towards humanity. Should Bai Ying attempt to force a contract without the Thunderfire spirit's consent, the likelihood of failure looms large, and the backlash could very well render her foolish. Naturally, Bai Ying would not gamble with her life. She desires the Thunderfire spirit to be her second companion, for it is exceedingly suitable. The pinnacle of her current contracting ability rests at the second tier, with formidable potential, a clear evolutionary path, and the invincible strength of the third tier. Now that she has contracted the Thunderfire spirit, once her own level ascends, she can directly seek out her third companion. It is truly a gift from the heavens, the most fitting, appropriate, and exceptional second companion for her. Bai Ying gazed at the motionless orb and spoke softly. If you consent to the contract, I shall release the cage and bind us in agreement. I advise you to harbor no malicious intentions. My companion can defeat you once and can certainly do so again. Of course, should a second encounter arise, it would not merely be a matter of defeat. I understand that you fierce beasts cherish freedom, yet can one truly consider themselves free while confined in this insular realm, controlled by humans? You have never glimpsed the world beyond this secret domain, have you? Do you not yearn to explore? Forever trapped here, do you not feel a sense of regret? If you join me, you will witness a vast expanse, encounter formidable beasts, and seize the opportunity to engage in battle to conquer them, and perhaps even to ascend to divinity. Anyone can weave grand illusions, yet this vision is grounded in reality. Should you doubt my capabilities, take a moment to observe the very creature that has bested you. I have only entered into a contract with it for a mere 6 months, and yet it now possesses the strength to withstand a 4th-tier challenge. Just half a year ago, it was an ordinary plant-type beast with minimal potential. Now, it has ascended to a mysterious level of power. Are you not intrigued? Although I currently lack wealth, rest assured that when I am prosperous, I shall fulfill my promises. In the realm of nurturing beasts, I am confident that no other human in this secret domain surpasses my prowess. Excluding overall strength, of course. If you choose to agree, simply emit a flicker of purple light followed by a flash of red, and I shall take it as your consent. Should you decline within the next 10 seconds, I must regretfully bid you farewell and say goodbye to this world. At the 5th second, Bai Ying noticed a flicker of purple light followed by a flicker of red, both weak yet present. A smile graced her lips. It worked. As the vine released its hold, Bai Ying gently placed her hand above the Thunderfire spirit. Just as she was about to harness her talent, Bai Ying suddenly paused, a thought striking her. She stared intently at the orb and asked earnestly, "Wait a moment. Could you possibly take me flying?" After a brief interval, Bai Ying activated her talent, channeling her power. Half a minute passed, and the Thunderfire spirit vanished before her eyes, a ripple coursing through the Beastmaster's space as the spirit materialized. The second pet contract was successfully established. Just as she was about to open the interface to examine the Thunderfire spirit's condition, Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically. The contracted pet emitted a surge of formidable energy, prompting her to hastily release both of her pets to absorb this overwhelming force. Upon entering the secret realm, she had been a level 28 Beastmaster. In just half a day, Bai Ying ascended to the rank of level 29 Beastmaster. With her eyes now opened, she accessed the Thunderfire Spirits panel. In that instant, her expression shifted like the changing skies. It was at this moment that she truly comprehended the magnitude of her fortunate acquisition. Thunderfire Spirit, attributes, Thunder, Fire level, 2nd tier. Perfect completion growth stage, mature, severely injured, potential, pseudo-legendary, exceptional, capable of evolution, evolution path, Thunder. Fire skill 1. Advanced, tremor shock for 110,000. Contact with thundercloud will result in an electric shock. Skill 2. Intermediate, true flame incineration, 148,1000. Contact with firecloud will result in combustion. Skill 3. Advanced, thunder punishment, 102,1000. A culmination of pure thunder elements erupts, delivering a staggering 100 thunder attribute attack, exhibiting immense power. Skill 4. Advanced, flame curse, 0-10,000. The essence of pure flame is inherited, incinerating all, even the soul. A mere touch ignites an everlasting blaze. Skill 5. Super, fire thunder blast, 0-1000000. An extreme amalgamation of pure thunder and fire elements, These volatile forces are dreadfully unstable, resulting in catastrophic explosive power. Skill 6. Super, Thunder Prison, 19-1-0-0-0-0-0, Seal, envelopes the enemy within a storm of thunderclouds, creating a lightning barrier that cannot be breached by those of lesser rank. Skill 7. Super, Fire Prison, 0-1-0-0-0-0-0, Seal, envelopes the enemy in pure flame, establishing a fiery barrier inaccessible to those of lesser rank. The torment inflicted upon them was indeed by thunder punishment and flame curse, a testament to their ferocity. The skills of the Dragon Scale Vine pale in comparison to those of the Thunder Fire Spirit. The Dragon Scale Vine possesses not a single super skill, whereas the Thunder Fire Spirit boasts two, albeit sealed, likely due to insufficient rank. Moreover, even the Thunder Fire Spirit's least impressive skills are advanced, while the Dragon Scale Vine retains two basic skills. The disparity is striking. Fortunately, it is now her own companion, and it is others who shall envy her. Bai Ying gazed at the swirling thundercloud before her and inquired, "Do you have a name?" With a fleeting thought, she realized, "Your name is Thunder? Quite imposing. Henceforth, I shall call you Thunder." As they spoke, the previously silent dragon vine suddenly poked Bai Ying with its tendril. Bai Ying turned to see the still injured, waning dragon vine. Understanding its words, Bai Ying slapped her forehead and, gently stroking the dragon vine, apologized. "I'm truly sorry. After all this time together, I still haven't given you a name. What would you like to be called?" The dragon vine requested Bai Ying to name it. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ying replied, "You were a wooden vine from the beginning. The elders often say one must not forget their roots. I believe even a pet should remember its origins, and since you are my first companion, I shall call you Mu Chu. What do you think?" The dragon vine, now named Mu Chu, shook its tendril in delight. Chapter 43, Collaboration. Half an hour later, Bai Ying flew at a low altitude, tracing a semicircle towards the east. Thunder transformed into two crimson wings, partially entwined under Bai Ying's arms, thereby fulfilling her grand dream of soaring through the skies with her pet. However, Bai Ying was not endowed with the ability to merge. If thunder ascended too high, it could encounter formidable aerial beasts, which would hinder their combat capabilities. By flying at a lower altitude, should any urgent situation arise, thunder could easily toss Bai Ying to safety, allowing her to summon Mu Chu to assist in battle. Initially, Bai Ying intended to head south, but thunder informed her that the entire secret realm lacked thunder elements. For it to evolve, their path must lead eastward. The eastern region was rich in fire elements, more conducive for its restoration of power. Thus, without hesitation, Bai Ying altered their course to the east. As a former 6th-tier ferocious beast, Thunder possessed exceptional sensing abilities, capable of detecting most lurking beasts in the jungle well in advance. Once a formidable beast suitable for resources was detected ahead, Bai Ying would instruct Thunder to set it down, subsequently determining the situation to release Mu Chu, who would cooperate with Thunder to subdue it. With Thunder's remarkable sensing and flying abilities, the bounty collected that morning surpassed that of the entire previous day, leaving Bai Ying quite gratified. After a brief respite, Bai Ying discovered several resources suitable for Mu Chu and fed them to her. Although she contemplated offering some of the beasts to Thunder, they lacked any fitting resources. After 2 days of hunting, they had yet to encounter any fire or lightning attributes. Resources of other elements were unsuitable for Thunder. As it was an elemental sprite, mixing elements could yield counterproductive results. Having absorbed these resources, Mu Chu felt on the cusp of a breakthrough. Bai Ying inquired about her progress, and with a slight twitch of her lips, she translated her thoughts. With the absorption of another 1 or 2 million resources, Mu Chu might attain the pinnacle of the 2nd tier. This was indeed splendid news. To eat and to consume within this secret realm, achieving the 2nd tier's perfection, who knows what riches awaited outside this sanctuary. With Thunder and Mu Chu nearing the 2nd tier's apex, Bai Ying, who initially had no intention of competing for a position within the top 5,000, found her resolve shifting. Perhaps a gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle? The following evening, Bai Ying presented Mu Chu with a portion of the resources collected that day, her heart brimming with anticipation as she watched Mu Chu eat. That afternoon, fortune favored them. They encountered a 3rd-tier beast of spatial attributes and, with minimal peril, managed to vanquish it. This marked Bai Ying's first encounter with a spatial beast, and it had nearly resulted in a significant loss. The spatial attribute beast was adept at concealment, rendering Thunder's reconnaissance ineffective. Bai Ying was directly engaged at close range. Had Thunder not reacted swiftly and flung Bai Ying away, his corpse would likely have grown cold. Although it seemed improbable that a Tier 3 spatial beast would enhance Mu Chu's pursuit skill, one must harbor aspirations, however faint. With Thunder vigilant, Bai Ying managed a fitful slumber. In the dead of night, a surge of power coursed violently through him, yet Bai Ying, furrowing his brow, remained supine, sound asleep. Upon awakening, he processed the energy relayed by Mu Chu, advancing further towards level 30. He examined Mu Chu's condition. Alas, the pursuit skill remained unchanged. Divine favor had eluded his supplication, but he chose to pardon the heavens. Having lost some time, the trio resumed their journey. While airborne, Bai Ying contemplated that, given sufficient fire attribute resources, elevating Thunder to the early stages of Tier 3 within the remaining 11 days was not an insurmountable task. However, he must attain level 30 before Thunder reached Tier 3, lest the feedback from the latter's advancement prove detrimental, even life-threatening. With this in mind, Bai Ying instructed Thunder to moderate its absorption of lightning elements in the coming days, to forestall premature breakthrough. For the second time, Thunder experienced the distinct yet erroneous sensation of having boarded a pirate ship. The first instance occurred during the contract ceremony when Bai Ying, hand raised midway, inquired if it could carry a person aloft. Alas, bound together, Thunder could not voice any irreverent thoughts. One can only reluctantly accept the situation. In the afternoon, while flying at a low altitude, Thunder informed Bai Ying of a 4th-tier ferocious beast ahead. This time, Bai Ying resolved not to circumvent it as she had previously. She inquired of Thunder, "Are there any other ferocious beasts in the vicinity? Is this 4th-tier beast in its early or late stages? Can you two handle it?" Thunder, feeling that his abilities had not yet reached such remarkable heights as to discern the precise stage of the beast from such a distance, concluded that the only reason he could ascertain it was a 4th-tier beast was due to its blatant presence, devoid of any concealment. Sighing inwardly, he explained to Bai Ying that they must approach closer to gather more information. However, he was certain that there were no other ferocious beasts within a 2-kilometer radius. "Then draw nearer," Bai Ying urged. "If it is indeed in the early stage of the 4th tier, you and Mu Chu may be able to contend with it. Let us test our skills." After advancing approximately another kilometer, they found themselves less than 1 kilometer from the beast. Some highly sensitive ferocious beasts could sense intruders. Thunder detected this and relayed to Bai Ying, "It is a beast that has just entered the early stage of the 4th tier. Its strength is average." Bai Ying's expression brightened as she declared, "Then lure it over here. I will release Mu Chu, and the two of you can coordinate your efforts." Thunder dutifully went forth to entice the creature. Bai Ying released Mu Chu and positioned herself at a distance from a tree, waiting for Thunder to bring their quarry closer. Before the beast arrived, the sound of its approach preceded it. A dark figure rushed toward Mu Chu's location like an arrow. It was Thunder. A towering black mass, exceeding 3 meters in height, charged forward like a tank, indiscriminately barreling through the undergrowth. As it collided with trees, which, though still immature, stood robustly with trunks the thickness of a palm, they splintered effortlessly, yet the ominous shadow remained unscathed. Bai Ying, perched upon a branch, gazed from a distance. Drawing in a sharp breath, what manner of beast was this? The Zongong infant pig, now in its mature stage, bore a neck adorned with bristles that stood rigidly, devoid of any softness, resembling hardened spikes. Beneath its coarse black fur lay a layer of thick, protective fat, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities even at a mere glance. Its massive jaws were accentuated by 2 menacing tusks, each over a meter long, exuding an aura of grotesque terror. The tusks, yellowed and stained with dried, dark brown blood, were the remnants of past encounters. Whether with humans or other ferocious beasts remained a mystery. At this moment, the creature's eyes blazed crimson, fixated intently upon the looming storm cloud ahead, leaving Bai Ying perplexed as to what transgression had provoked such wrath from the heavens. In an instant, the swift lightning struck the vine upon which Mu Chu rested, coming to a halt, exuding an air of mockery. The Zongong infant pig's gaze intensified, and with a surge of acceleration, it lunged into Mu Chu's range of attack. Bai Ying's heart raced as she observed the impending clash. In that fleeting moment, Mu Chu sprang into action. The slender vine, initially measuring only 2 to 3 meters, surged forth, branching out as the flame dragon wall unfurled. The entire expanse was engulfed by the vines as they surged towards the Zongong infant pig. However, the overwhelming force and terrifying inertia of the pig shattered the vines into countless fragments, rendering them powerless. The once vibrant crimson dragon breath patterns dimmed, and the remnants fell to the ground, gradually vanishing into the ether. Though fierce, it proved useful. The countless entanglements of vines hindered the movement of the steel-encased piglet, slowing its pace to a crawl, as if ensnared in a quagmire, rendering it incapable of approaching. Chapter 44. Victory. Mu Chu's combat strategy had always been quite straightforward. First to control, then to inflict damage. While simplistic, it was effective, resulting in a record of unblemished victories. Previously, when Mu Chu had but one pet, Bai Ying had no choice but to guide Mu Chu towards a versatile evolution. However, with the addition of thunder, Bai Ying felt empowered to selectively enhance Mu Chu's capabilities. This decision was born of necessity. Resources were limited, and finances were scant. Achieving peak evolution in every aspect within a short time frame was nearly impossible, necessitating sacrifices. Thunder undoubtedly possessed an exceedingly formidable offensive power. Thus Mu Chu needed to focus on crowd control and defense. Observing the growing synergy between the two pets, Bai Ying reached a resolution. Meanwhile, Mu Chu had firmly immobilized the steel-encased piglet. The creature, possessing considerable intellect, despite being roused by Thunder's earlier provocation, sensed its precarious predicament and unleashed its full potential. It emitted a thunderous roar, and from a distance, Bai Ying could see the debris and spittle erupting from the piglet's gaping maw. Accompanying this bellow, the space surrounding the piglet abruptly stilled, as the vines spiraling around it seemed to be forcefully crushed by an invisible pressure, fracturing into pieces. Skill, gravitational field. Seizing the moment, the steel-encased piglet twisted and fled. The thunderous force, already poised to strike, remained unaffected by gravity. However, the target moved with remarkable swiftness, making a guaranteed hit elusive, compelling it to await another opportunity. The primary vine exhibited some fissures, yet it did not completely fracture. Only the diverging tendrils were severed. The gravitational field dissipated, and the tendrils re-emerged in mid-air, writhing gracefully. Through their bond, Bai Ying sensed Mu Chu's fury. She remained still, devoid of urgency. Impatience would serve no purpose. She could not reveal her position, for if the concealed steel piglet detected her, they would be compelled to retreat. A pale yellow earth element enveloped the steel piglet's form, forming a delicate membrane. The steel piglet displayed no intention of retreat, stamping its hooves and finding its mark. Charging once more towards Mu Chu, Mu Chu brandished her tendrils menacingly, exuding an aura of determination. As the steel piglet re-entered the attack range, the dragon's breath upon the tendrils glimmered, nearly igniting sparks, while the flame dragon barrier reached its zenith, prepared to surge towards the steel piglet. Just as the steel piglet was about to make contact with the tendrils, it executed a sudden halt, a familiar sensation of doubled gravity enveloping it. This time, the prepared Mu Chu fared better than before. Of the hundreds of attacking tendrils, 40 to 50 were on the verge of making contact. However, the steel piglet, abruptly stopping, lowered its head sharply, baring its fangs and stamping its hooves. Skill, earthquake strike. A fissure surged directly towards Mu Chu's roots, representing a dire threat. The crack traveled with such speed that it appeared almost simultaneously with the tendrils ensnaring Mu Chu. Bai Ying observed quietly, her expression unchanged. I am astounded. That adorable pet seems on the verge of being struck down. What a charming creature it is. I can hardly bear to watch any longer. Is this beast master truly so cold-hearted? With new faces overshadowing the old, it seems that loyalty has become a fleeting memory. In a moment, the camera shifts its focus to Bai Ying. She remains relatively composed while the audience is on the brink of eruption. Among the over 9,000 individuals still within the secret realm, those brave enough to confront a Tier 4 feral beast are exceedingly rare. The live feed camera possesses the capability to capture the energy fluctuations throughout the entire secret realm, with fluctuations between 10,000 and 150,000 being their primary target. At this moment, Bai Ying's two pets engage with the Tier 4 beast, and the energy fluctuations reach 100,000. The camera instinctively turns its gaze towards this scene. Capturing the prior moment, it zooms in on Bai Ying, who is crouched behind a tree, and then shifts its focus to the three battling pets. Whether it be the unseen operators behind the camera or the viewers before the screen, there is a collective curiosity regarding this unfamiliar young man, who has yet to be formally introduced, and whether he can triumph over the Tier 4 beast, emerging as the dark horse of this competition. Bai Ying remains unhurried. While the audience may be oblivious to Mu Chu, she is well aware of his capabilities. Mu Chu possesses a primary skill pursuit that has already completed its cooldown period. This skill, imbued with spatial attributes, is not merely a tool for stealthy attacks against foes. Mu Chu can conceal himself or any of his clones within a spatial rift, traversing space to reach any desired location, albeit the skill being at a rudimentary level limits the distance he can cover. However, It was not difficult for Mu Chu's roots to reach a secure position to evade the impending strike. In fact, the roots did not need to manifest elsewhere. A mere fleeting moment spent within the spatial rift sufficed. As anticipated, despite the formidable impact of the earth-shaking strike from the concealed steel piglet, Mu Chu remained unscathed. In the distance, Bai Ying clung desperately to the swaying branches of a tree, her heart racing with trepidation at the thought of its collapse. Fortunately, the tree stood at a safe distance, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, leaning sturdily against the ground. Witnessing Mu Chu's indifference to the chaos, both the audience and the concealed steel piglet displayed expressions of utter disbelief. The onlookers were momentarily astonished, perhaps to the point of embarrassment, while the concealed steel piglet, utterly horrified, found itself devoid of any chance of survival. Vines ensnared the pig, rendering it immobile as the long-awaited thunder seized this rare opportunity with unwavering determination. Skill, divine punishment. A fine, dark purple lightning struck with blinding speed. As a fourth-tier beast, the concealed steel piglet sensed a terrifying wave surging towards it. Though its eyes failed to capture the phenomenon, it could already sense the looming threat of death. It could no longer afford to struggle against the tightly bound vines. The pale yellow earth element enveloped it in a denser, more uniform layer. This was indeed a sound strategy, for the earth element held an advantage over the lightning element. Yet, the nature of divine punishment was to pierce through defenses. Even Mu Chu's flame dragon barrier could not withstand it, and neither could this pig. A fist-sized hole appeared in the concealed steel piglet's abdomen, enabling a clear view from one end to the other. It let out a tormented howl, thrashing about in a frenzy akin to that of epilepsy, desperately fighting against the grip of death. However, having suffered a loss, Mu Chu would not afford it the opportunity to escape. A vine pierced directly through the scorched, penetrating wound, wreaking havoc from within. In the blink of an eye, the steel-hide swine infant's internal organs were utterly shattered. Yet, to Bai Yin's astonishment, the steel-hide swine infant's vitality proved remarkably tenacious. Despite the rupture of its internal organs portending certain death, it still managed to writhe, albeit feebly, its demise imminent. Ultimately, a supplementary strike of lightning ensured its final collapse, expiring with a resounding thud. Chapter 45. Entering the desert, this swine was ill-suited for either Mu Chu or Lei Ting, leaving Bai Ying no recourse but to consign the fourth-order ferocious beast's carcass to the storage space provided by the organizers. After scouring the vicinity for other naturally occurring resources, she instructed Lei Ting to proceed onward. Unbeknownst to her, her two pet beasts' dispatch of a fourth-order ferocious beast had engendered a profound psychological shock among the external audience and the backstage staff. The audience, in particular, merely attributed it to Bai Yin's formidable strength and her pet beast's prowess. However, the backstage personnel, privy to Bai Yin's dossier, were aware that she had entered the secret realm as a mere level 28 beastmaster, and she had yet to attain level 30. Her level being below 30 implied that her two pet beasts were merely second-order creatures. Two second-order pet beasts vanquishing a fourth-order ferocious beast. This was not merely transcending a level in combat. It was transcending two levels. Regardless of the tempestuous emotions roiling within the hearts of the audience and staff, one thing became unequivocally clear after witnessing this battle. The likelihood of clinching the championship had ostensibly increased. Bai Ying might very well emerge as the dark horse of this competition. Nevertheless, despite such assertions, the vast majority of spectators do not perceive Bai Ying as a contender for the championship. Apart from the formidable 45th level Jiang Yuyun, there are two other strong candidates. The first is the 41st level Beastmaster, Meng Yuan Kue, who possesses the universally renowned mystical potential of the fourth-tier pet, the Tianwei Golden Fox. The Tianwei Golden Fox is an exceedingly rare evolution of the purple light golden fox, which is known to have paved the way for the illustrious 8th-tier Tian Fox, a pet of a renowned 89th level Beastmaster from Honghua. Meng Yuan Kue is the grandson of this esteemed Beastmaster, and upon releasing his pet, he was immediately recognized by the audience, thus establishing himself as a leading favorite for the championship. The other notable Beastmaster is Lin Jian. Although he currently stands at a mere 37th level, he has already contracted 5 pets, 4 of which have reached the 3rd tier. His innate talent allows him to acquire 2 beast spaces for every 10 levels he ascends, meaning he can contract 2 pets with each 10-level increase. This talent is undoubtedly formidable. While his individual combat capabilities may fall short, he compensates with sheer numbers. To elaborate on this, the talents of Beastmasters can be classified not only by attributes but also by their practical application. A more useful classification divides talents into direct combat and auxiliary combat categories. Bai Ying's evolutionary path falls into the auxiliary combat category, as it does not directly influence the battlefield but enhances combat capabilities indirectly. Lin Jian's talent can also be considered auxiliary in nature. In contrast, talents such as those of Yu Xiangqin and Qi Sui are classified as direct combat talents. Thus far, no one has conclusively determined that direct combat talents are superior to auxiliary combat talents, or vice versa. While many can discern the talents of certain contestants with striking characteristics, there remains a majority who struggle to do so, particularly when it comes to the auxiliary combat talents. For instance, Bai Ying has been featured several times, and the audience has witnessed her pet's combat scenes. They have surmised that her talent leans towards assistance, yet the specifics of that support remain elusive. During discussions, no matter how far-fetched the speculations may be, the audience primarily conjectures that Bai Ying possesses the ability to expedite her pet's leveling up, rather than considering its evolutionary potential. As the proportion of fire elements in the air increased, the atmosphere grew increasingly arid. By now, it was already the 5th day since Bai Ying entered this secret realm. Observing the trees in the jungle becoming sparser and the fertile black soil transforming into sandy yellow earth, she realized she was on the cusp of entering the desert region. Exiting the jungle was one thing. Bai Ying had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources for Mu Chu, which she intended to feed it upon reaching level 30, facilitating its swift ascension to Tier 3. This secret realm is indeed vast. Over the past 5 days, Bai Ying encountered no more than 20 contestants. Despite the fact that over 10,000 had entered, unbeknownst to her, only about 7,000 contestants remained in the realm at this point. The past 5 days had seen the elimination of approximately 3,000 individuals, a notably high attrition rate. However, the subsequent 10 days would likely yield a lower number of eliminations. These 5 days had sufficiently allowed the contestants to acclimate to the peculiarities of this secret realm. The desert appears desolate and devoid of life, yet beneath the veil of swirling yellow sands lies a myriad of peculiar and formidable beasts. Even the mighty thunder cannot claim to fully uncover the creatures buried beneath the sands. After all, these ferocious beings, adapted to thrive in such barren environments, possess an innate talent for concealment. They are the most patient of assassins. During their flight, Bai Ying remarked to Thunder, "If we detect a fire element creature, let us boldly engage it to gather resources for your evolution. Together, we shall strive to ascend to the 3rd tier within this secret realm." There is no need to fret about the environment's impact on Mu Chu. It is capable of adaptation. After approximately 2 hours of flight, Bai Ying found herself utterly fatigued. The relentless sandstorms in this arid region, combined with her lack of a mask, meant that the gusts of sand assaulted her face, filling her nostrils with grit. She felt as though she were suffocating. Given her status as a frail and inexperienced beastmaster, Thunder was compelled to pause intermittently to allow her to recover. At times, he even had to unleash a skill to clear the area. Despite Thunder's diligent efforts, subtle currents of electricity would still course through Bai Ying's body. She was unharmed, yet her hair stood on end in a gravity-defying salute. It was difficult for Bai Ying not to suspect that Thunder was doing this on purpose, though she lacked any evidence. While soaring through the skies, she occasionally faced assaults from the hidden beast lurking beneath the desert sands. Even though Thunder flew at considerable heights, those relentless creatures remained undeterred. Compelled to leap and attempt a daring feat, he soon found himself on the receiving end of a formidable reprimand from the thunderous forces, which he adeptly harnessed as resources for his own use. However, encounters were scarce, as the thunder possessed formidable detection abilities and extraordinary swiftness. The skies, too, harbored dangers, rendering the experience far more exhilarating than a mere roller coaster ride, with dizzying twists and turns and spirals ascending into the heavens. Bai Ying felt grateful that she had not lost her wits amidst the chaos. The thrill was palpable. Upon entering the arid expanse, Bai Ying found herself utterly alone. Whether due to the sparse population or the thunder's deliberate avoidance, she relished the solitude. Finding a suitable spot to pause, she spat out the copious yellow sand that nearly filled her mouth, cleared her nostrils of the sand that had threatened to suffocate her, and attended to her ears. Ah! What relief! Chapter 46. The sandstorm. At this moment, over 30 kilometers away from Bai Ying's resting place, yellow sand swirled ominously as a sandstorm, imbued with elemental earth energy, began to take shape, advancing towards her. If the trajectory remained unchanged, within half an hour, this tempest would pose a threat to her, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Before the colossal, forming sandstorm, 3 individuals rode their flying beasts, desperately fleeing towards safety, away from the impending tempest. This natural disaster, instigated by unnatural forces, was a consequence of their actions, yet it was not within the power of these three beast tamers to quell or resolve the calamity. Their only option was to escape the area as swiftly as possible. By a curious twist of fate, the three individuals have chosen different paths. Yet the fleeing figure on the far left fortuitously heads directly towards Bai Ying. At this moment, the camera focuses on the desperate escape of the individual on the far left, for he is none other than Lin Jian, a prominent contender for victory. A level 37 beast master with 5 formidable companions. The camera not only grants him a rare close-up, but also pans towards the direction of his escape, revealing Bai Ying, who is taking a moment to regroup. The unseen operators of the camouflaged camera, along with the audience, are now thoroughly engaged. As both individuals are strong candidates for the championship, one can only wonder what sparks might ignite should their paths cross, especially under such perilous circumstances. Among the trio fleeing, Lin Jian possesses the greatest strength, yet his fortune appears to be rather lacking, as the raging sandstorm looms ominously behind him. The three individuals diverge, and the sandstorm adjusts its trajectory to pursue Lin Jian, yet it still veers towards Bai Ying's location, indicating that luck is decidedly not on Bai Ying's side today. At the heart of the sandstorm lies a terrifying assembly of fearsome beasts, the sandstorm ants. These creatures are found exclusively in arid and desert regions, often appearing in swarms. With a single colony boasting hundreds or even thousands of individuals, a true marvel of the desert. True to their namesake, the sandstorm ants can summon sandstorms and control their general direction of movement. Lin Jian's high level of enmity is the reason the relentless sandstorm continues its pursuit. In less than a minute, Mu Chu and Thunder, who were regrouping, turned their gazes towards the direction of the approaching sandstorm. Both of their companion beasts possessed unique detection abilities, relaying to Bai Ying that there was an anomalous situation ahead, though the nature of this anomaly remained elusive. Bai Ying pondered for a moment. It was evident that whatever warranted such seriousness from her companions was no trivial matter. Moreover, they were in a desert rather than a jungle. Should any unforeseen event occur, they would not hold the upper hand in this environment. Hence, after inquiring with Thunder about the direction of the volcanic range, she declared, "Let us depart towards the volcanoes." Meanwhile, Lin Jian, observing Bai Ying from a distance, felt a twinge of conscience as he contemplated the trouble he had inadvertently caused, fearing that he might involve other contestants should they cross paths. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted to Bai Ying, "Run! The sandstorm is coming." A sandstorm? A flicker of confusion passed through Bai Ying's eyes. She found it rather peculiar for a sandstorm to manifest at this time and place. However, there was no opportunity for deeper contemplation. Thunder swiftly carried Bai Ying towards the northeast to evade the impending disaster. Fortunately, the sandstorm was advancing southeast, allowing them a chance to circumvent its path. At that moment, various concealed ferocious beasts, hidden beneath the sands, began to emerge, compelled by the enormity of the approaching sandstorm. The magnitude of this tempest was far beyond what even fifth-tier beasts could withstand. Most of these creatures, upon encountering such a natural calamity, had no choice but to flee in disarray, regardless of their higher levels compared to the beasts capable of controlling the sandstorm. Since entering the desolate expanse, the persistent menace of a flying beast has loomed, akin to an invisible delicacy, wholly engrossed in its swift pursuit. Were it not for the overwhelming sandstorm, which rendered her mouth unable to fully open, Bai Ying would have burst into laughter. With a hint of suspicion, she inquired of Thunder, receiving confirmation that while the sandstorm had drawn nearer, it was not due to its slow flight. Rather, the tempest had altered its trajectory, shifting from relentlessly trailing that individual to now relentlessly pursuing them. Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically. What kind of absurdity is this? A sandstorm can change direction? How unfortunate for them. Gritting her teeth, she commanded Thunder, "Let us change our course and follow the path that man has taken." Moments later, the ominous storm remained unfazed behind them, prompting Thunder to inform Bai Ying that the sandstorm had indeed redirected, now trailing closely in their wake. What on earth? Bai Ying sensed something was amiss. While it was not unusual for a sandstorm to alter its course, the fact that it did so consistently behind her was decidedly peculiar. At that moment, she spotted the young man ahead, realizing he must possess some connection to this anomaly. She urged Thunder to accelerate, hastening their approach to the man's rear. Wiping her face, she spat out a couple of mouthfuls of sand and called out, "Hey, you there. What is the situation with the sandstorm behind us? Why is it turning?" "It is the sandstorm ants controlling the tempest that can alter its direction." "Goodness, the mystery is solved. This group of rascals must have provoked the sandstorm ants." inciting their wrath and unleashing a storm that now chases this man toward us. Yet, it remains perplexing. Why did it suddenly cease pursuing that individual and instead turn its attention towards her? Is the animosity of that man truly greater than that of someone who has only just entered the desolate wasteland? Why has the focus shifted towards herself, when she has done nothing to provoke them? Could it be that those ants perceive her as a more significant threat than that man? Is this not absurd? What threat could a mere novice beast master of merely 20 levels possibly pose? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the violet wings behind Bai Ying suddenly fluttered, and a spark of inspiration illuminated her. There exists one creature, a being that once appeared in the wasteland, one that the sandstorm ants might recognize and harbor a grudge against, whose level of animosity surpasses that of the human who has just entered this secret realm. Indeed, there is one within her team. Thunder, do you have an acquaintance among those ants? Chapter 47, Love Blossoms Originally. These ants were part of a vast family consisting of tens of thousands. They did not initially roam the desolate jungle, but rather inhabited the regions near the edge of the desert, close to a volcano. The reason why only a few hundred sandstorm ants remain, having been compelled to abandon their homeland, is directly tied to Thunder. During a confrontation with a fire elemental beast amidst the volcanic cluster, Thunder, lacking geographical advantages and supplies, faced defeat. In a foul mood, while traversing the desert, Thunder was provoked by the leader of this ant colony, a fifth-tier sandstorm ant king. Enraged, Thunder unleashed his fury, decimating their once mighty family from tens of thousands to merely a few dozen. After reducing that formidable ant to mere remnants, Thunder dusted himself off and departed. The multitude of ants, having lost their fifth-tier ant king and so many comrades, found themselves in a dire predicament. Their previous arrogance had led them to overlook the surrounding ferocious beasts, and now, faced with utter devastation, they could no longer maintain their foothold in that place. Thus, they relocated as a collective, and within less than a year, their numbers swelled from mere dozens to hundreds. Although the original ants that had once encountered the Thunder may have perished, some dead, others aged, only a few remained. The hatred born from their lineage endured. Therefore, when they sensed the presence of Thunder once more, they pursued relentlessly. Upon hearing Thunder's words, Bai Ying was completely astonished. Left in a state of utter disbelief for a full 3 seconds, rendered speechless. Indeed, regardless of what the previous 3 individuals had inflicted upon these colossal ants, none could compare to the profound enmity instilled by Thunder, which had reduced their numbers from tens of thousands to mere dozens, driving them from their familiar homeland. This grievance was far heavier than that of a father slain or a wife abducted, a vendetta that could not be reconciled. The relentless pursuit was, in some measure, understandable. Yet, Bai Ying was incredulous, her complexion paling as the realization struck her. How fortunate she had deemed herself to have encountered a companion beast that seemed to fulfill all her desires. Little did she know that a pitfall awaited her. A gaping chasm of trouble. Wiping her face, she grimaced internally, questioning, had you truly offended this horde of ferocious beasts? Were there any such mortal enemies at our intended destination? What was the temperament of that fire attribute beast? What tier was it? If we were to cross paths, would it lead to our demise? After a pensive pause, Thunder mumbled, feigning forgetfulness regarding any offenses he might have committed. Simply stating he had skirmishes with most of the 6th and 7th order ferocious beasts. Bai Ying felt a wave of despair wash over her. What fate had befallen her? Her first pet was a spendthrift, and the second, a mischievous imp. With a sigh, sensing Thunder's reluctance, Bai Ying inquired listlessly, do you believe these ants will persist in their pursuit once we venture into the volcanic region? Bai Ying contemplated for a moment, then declared, let us proceed toward the volcanic region. The high-order ferocious beasts typically maintain fixed territories and generally do not roam aimlessly. Therefore, endeavor to circumvent their domains and conceal your aura diligently. We shall acquire some fire-attributed resources there, enough to elevate you to the 3rd tier, after which we shall depart. Thunder acquiesced with satisfaction. Swiftly altering their course, the pair advanced toward the volcanic region. Previously, Bai Ying would pause every 2 to 3 hours to partake in sustenance, hydrate, and refresh her countenance. However, with the sandstorm relentlessly pursuing them, they dared not tarry. Sustenance and hydration were consumed mid-air. With only a mouthful of water and a half-mouthful of sand, a minor inconvenience. As for the large ants, they ceased their pursuit once the soil began to exhibit a slightly scorched umber hue, prompting Bai Ying to breathe a sigh of relief. Entrusting Thunder to lead the way, they stealthily approached the 3rd and 4th tier ferocious beasts, intent on acquiring the maximum resources in the shortest possible time before their departure. Little did she know of the melancholy, ennui, and disappointment that plagued the hearts of the spectators who eagerly anticipated her encounter with Lin Jian. They initially believed that Bai Ying and Lin Jian would spark extraordinary chemistry. Yet to their surprise, the two merely exchanged courteous nods as they hurriedly passed each other by. With sunflower seeds in hand, they were on the verge of exclaiming, "Is this it? Just this?" However, their disappointment was short-lived. When the camera shifted to Lin Jian, the onlookers, invigorated, clutched their peanuts and sunflower seeds, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. After evading a sandstorm, Lin Jian found herself perplexed by its change in direction and was curious about the brief yet intense encounter with Bai Ying that had seemingly ignited animosity. After much contemplation, she altered her course, trailing the sandstorm and following Bai Ying to a volcanic region, although the two had yet to cross paths. As long as they remained within this area and both sought resources from the third and fourth tier ferocious beasts, an encounter was inevitable. Thunder, who had stirred up trouble, was particularly eager to accompany Bai Ying, leading her towards the fiery beasts etched in her memory. Their first encounter was with a third-tier fire attribute beast, which Thunder single-handedly dispatched without any assistance from Muchu. For now, only fourth-tier beasts warranted their collaboration, while typically, Muchu would protect Bai Ying while Thunder took the lead. In just half a day's time, Bai Ying managed to acquire 5 third-tier beasts and 1 fourth-tier beast, 4 of which were of the fire element, 1 of the earth element. And the fourth-tier beast possessed both fire and wind attributes. To her delight, within the territory of the fourth-tier beast, Bai Ying discovered a fourth-tier treasure known as the Locking Hole Rosy Cloud. She felt a surge of excitement. Was this a divine compensation? She was utterly enchanted. Chapter 48. The Thunderous Truth. Locking Hole Herb is a botanical resource devoid of sentience. It is merely a plant. Yet it belongs to the category of rare treasures of nature. Bai Ying's elation stems from the fact that Locking Hole Herb can be consumed not only by her beasts but also by beast tamers. Although those of the wood attribute are more suited to utilize it, and beasts are more compatible than humans for Bai Ying, the paramount concern is to elevate her status as a beast tamer. By ingesting this resource, she is certain to break through to level 30. This single aspect is sufficient to persuade her. Moreover, this locale is exceptionally conducive for consumption. The fourth-tier fierce beasts reign over this small area. Even though the overlord has been vanquished, its residual aura lingers, deterring third-tier beasts from approaching, while other fourth-tier beasts would be reluctant to draw near. It is remarkably safe here. Bai Ying assigned her 2 beasts the task of vigilance, and without hesitation, she began to munch on the herb. Surprisingly, despite being grass, it possessed a delectable sweetness. Observers were envious as they watched Bai Ying unreservedly consume a Locking Hole herb, a rarity seldom found in the market. Many were incensed, labeling her a prodigal for her actions. Although this resource is indeed consumable by humans, its value is far greater when utilized by beasts. Bai Ying, with no hesitation, swallowed it down, despite not being of the wood attribute herself. This extravagant display of consumption, discarding something valued at 1 million, left many aghast. However, no matter how envious or distressed they felt, they were powerless to leap through the screen and confront Bai Ying for her extravagance. They could only watch on the screen as Bai Ying consumed the resources, her eyes squinting in delight at the exquisite flavor. Soon, overwhelmed by an abundance of energy, her face flushed, and she had to close her eyes to regulate her breath. The gentle power surging within her gradually aided Bai Ying in her breakthrough. 3 hours later, she exhaled a cloud of murky air and opened her eyes, revealing a satisfied smile. Level 31. At this moment, the comment section erupted with excitement. The first viewer to notice Bai Ying's ascension to level 30 observed a pure white light screen manifest beneath her feet. This luminous display was familiar to all, appearing with every 10-level breakthrough. It was the result of the fluctuating powers of the beast-taming space. This phenomenon was undeniably genuine. Even if the summoning array's colors could be fabricated, this could not. This indicated that Bai Ying had just reached level 30. Was this contestant merely at level 30? Then her beasts must be at only 2nd tier. How could that be possible? Have you ever witnessed a 2nd-tier beast vanquish a 4th-tier ferocious beast? What could be the explanation for this? Had her beasts advanced prematurely, compressing the potential of the beast tamer? That seemed unlikely, if such were the case. The contestant's physical quality would undoubtedly be subpar. Although she appeared somewhat fragile, she was, overall, quite healthy. So what about her 2 beasts? Could 2 2nd-tier ferocious beasts truly defeat a 4th-tier Sangong baby pig? That Sangong baby pig was no weak 4th-tier creature. What on earth? Could it be that Bai Ying's talent was inherently combat-oriented? Could she enhance her beast's combat capabilities, enabling them to battle above their level? It is conceivable. Conceivable, my foot. This isn't merely a level up. This is a leap of 2 levels. What kind of talent is so formidable? The comments section is bustling with heated discussions. Unbeknownst to Bai Ying, after her breakthrough, she summoned the Thunder Guardian and entrusted the wood attribute resources to Mu Chu, enabling it to directly ascend to the 3rd tier. The presence of thunder makes this place particularly hazardous. Bai Ying will not miss any opportunity to enhance her strength. Moreover, Mu Chu only needs to elevate its level, as its potential level is already sufficiently high, posing no bottlenecks. While most individuals tend to simultaneously elevate their companion beast's potential levels during breakthroughs, Mu Chu does not require this, suggesting that the time needed for its advancement will be brief. It simply needs to harness enough wood attribute power from these resources to achieve its breakthrough. The audience is again filled with confusion. Is she intending to upgrade that beast? How can she accomplish this with just these items? Although these resources are beneficial, they are rather eclectic. What form of evolution does she intend for it? To those above, it appears she has not prepared potential evolution resources. How can one neglect to prepare potential evolution resources? If the potential is inadequate, the upgrade will not succeed. Is she unaware of this? To those above, I merely suggest, have you considered the possibility that perhaps she does not need to enhance potential at all? For instance, if that beast's potential is sufficiently high, there may be no need to raise potential while simultaneously increasing levels. Bai Ying and Mu Chu spent an entire night in a relentless pursuit of ascension, ultimately reaching the 3rd tier. After this transformation, Mu Chu's 10 tendrils, without any reduction in size, evolved from an average length of 10 meters to an impressive 25 meters. Standing at the base of Mu Chu, Bai Ying felt diminutive, akin to a solitary figure beneath a towering 25-meter edifice. A sense of melancholy enveloped her as Mu Chu's form became increasingly abstract. Had it not been for the intricate patterns adorning the tendrils that bestowed a semblance of aesthetic beauty, it might have reached a level of despair akin to a child's inconsolable wailing. Previously, Lei Ting had rested upon Mu Chu as though it were a purplish-red leaf adorning a tendril, but now, Lei Ting perched atop Mu Chu like a fleeting, incongruous shadow, unworthy even of the title of leaf. Gazing upon this colossal entity, Lei Ting found it difficult to suppress feelings of envy, a sentiment intertwined with complexity. In the past, if anyone had suggested that it would one day covet a 3rd-tier companion beast, Lei Ting would have obliterated such a notion with unrelenting force. Yet now, it could only lament the capricious nature of existence. Amidst this tumult of emotions, Lei Ting felt a renewed confidence in Bai Ying's words. Following this individual, it believed it could grow stronger. Bai Ying lacked the means to measure combat prowess, unaware of Mu Chu's current standing, though she speculated it might be around 200,000. Observing Lei Ting's hesitant approach, Bai Ying instinctively reached out to offer solace. With a crackle, her hair was caught in an electric pull, and Lei Ting, feeling aggrieved, knew instinctively that anyone who ventured too close would face the wrath of electricity. Thunder felt that Bai Ying's words held merit. Even though both she and Mu Chu had evolved to the 3rd tier, they were still no match for their former adversaries. If their whereabouts were discovered, it would spell disaster for them. Moreover, during the pivotal moment of their evolution, should danger arise, only Mu Chu would be capable of fighting back, which was akin to surrendering. At dawn, Thunder surged forth like a bullet, brimming with enthusiasm. One of Thunder's truths: the harder you strive, the stronger you become. Chapter 49. I surrender on the 3rd day of entering the volcanic cluster, marking the 10th day within the secret realm, amidst the anticipation of the crowd and the spectators. Bai Ying and Lin Jian crossed paths once more. Bai Ying gazed at the male figure seated upon the wolf's back, feeling a mix of confusion and wariness. There was something familiar about him. However, she could not recognize Lin Jian, as he appeared vastly different from the disheveled figure she had encountered during his hasty retreat. Covered in dust. Despite the sense of familiarity, Bai Ying dismissed it. Regardless of recognition, they were adversaries in this context. Observing the man who stood resolutely in the middle of the path, his peculiar gaze fixed upon her, Bai Ying furrowed her brows and cautiously remarked, "Brother, you are blocking the way. Could you step aside?" "Hello, I am Lin Jian." Why the self-introduction? It's unnecessary, but one ought to be polite. "Hello, my name is Bai Ying. Could you please move? You are obstructing my path." Lin Jian, perched upon the wolf's back, shook his head, his gaze piercing as he earnestly addressed her, "Classmate Bai Ying, though it may be somewhat presumptuous, might I invite you to a duel with me?" At first, Bai Ying felt rather uncomfortable under the piercing gaze of the man before her. However, upon hearing his words, a sudden realization struck her: he was not infatuated with her. but rather a combat enthusiast. A wave of relief washed over her. Yet, knowing this did not compel Bai Ying to acquiesce. She shook her head and politely declined the student who introduced himself as Lin Jian, stating, "I am not inclined to engage in battle at the moment. I have many resources to gather, and this is not an ideal venue for a duel." Seated upon his wolf, Lin Jian showed no intention of departing. He regarded Bai Ying with a shy smile and gently inquired, "What resources do you seek?" Bai Ying raised an eyebrow and replied, "Fire attribute resources." "Very well," he responded. "If you agree to duel me, I shall provide you with 10 third-tier fire attribute resources. Even if you lose, consider it compensation for my interruption. Should you emerge victorious, I will grant you an additional 2 fourth-tier fire attribute resources as a prize for our contest. What do you say?" Bai Ying's demeanor shifted abruptly as she glanced at the time. "All right, we have 26 minutes left for the duel. Let us begin. I am eager to start. Summon your beasts, Beastmaster." In the face of Bai Ying, Lin Jian harbored no intention of concealing his true strength, for it was he who proposed the duel. To give his all would be the utmost respect for Bai Ying. There was no reason to hold back. He summoned his other beasts. And Bai Ying observed with interest 3 flying creatures, a wolf, and a large python. How comprehensive! Upon the emergence of his 2 aerial companions, Bai Ying immediately recognized the individual before her, the one who had fled to her side and led her into peril. One of the creatures was familiar to her. Possessing the remarkable ability to harness its innate powers, it was a testament to the wonders of evolution. Not only could it discern the scientific names of foes, but it could also unveil their ranks and attributes, knowledge she had acquired during her skirmishes with thunder. The first was a third-tier flying beast, the azure mist crane, embodying the element of water. The others included a third-tier ice serpent viper, characterized by its ice and fire attributes, a third-tier cloud-winged thunder sparrow, possessing wind and thunder properties, a third-tier thousand black vengeful wolf king, affiliated with poison, and a second-tier Xiantian butterfly, associated with the mental realm. As she observed, Bai Ying summoned her fully evolved companion, Mu Chu, whose tendrils, reduced in size, extended only 10 meters upon landing. The 2 flying beasts paled in comparison, as did the serpent and the wolf. While the poisonous wolf held a certain novelty, it was regrettable. Her own 2 companions exhibited no fear of poison. Thunder was innately immune, and Mu Chu boasted formidable defenses, equipped with draconic breath and high resistance. Alone, she felt no trepidation. That wolf and its abilities would never touch her. Lost in thought, Mu Chu extended its tendrils to encircle Bai Ying's waist, pulling her backward. She smiled at the forest, declaring, "Let us begin. I am prepared." With a mental command, a butterfly, resplendent in shades of gray and white, took to the air, its 2-meter wings fluttering gracefully. It showed no intent to approach Thunder or Mu Chu, even slightly veering away from Thunder's presence. A creature of the mental realm. It was a classification Bai Ying had never encountered in her numerous battles against beast tamers and ferocious beasts. It was sufficiently rare, intriguingly peculiar, and perhaps remarkably powerful. The other beasts posed little threat, save for the butterfly. With a mere thought, Bai Ying urged the Thunder to pursue the Xiantian butterfly. Yet the 2 avian creatures were not mere spectators. They surged directly towards the Thunder. For reasons unknown, Bai Ying instinctively cast a glance into the forest. A figure had dismounted from the wolf's back, standing silently beneath a tree. Given the urgency to determine a victor swiftly, the forest would not linger in testing Mu Chu. Remaining distant would merely foster a stalemate. The ground could not compete with Mu Chu, nor could it contend with the thunder in the sky. Fellow student in the woods, how shall you break this impasse? The expansive silver-white wings flickered, seemingly shimmering with a mysterious dark hue. Even the Xiantian butterfly's daunting eyes, larger than a fist, appeared increasingly endearing. For reasons she could not fathom, Bai Ying felt that mere observation from afar was no longer sufficient. A desire to engage closely with the butterfly surged within her. How delightful it would be to touch this exquisite creature. As she parted her lips, poised to speak, a sudden, subtle jolt of electricity coursed through her fingers, igniting a faint sting. Bai Ying was jolted awake, the sensation snapping her back to reality. This mild current posed little danger but was sufficient to rouse her senses. I'm fine now, Thunder, let go. Noticing Bai Ying had regained her composure, both Thunder and Mu Chu visibly relaxed, charging once more towards their adversaries. Bai Ying, without needing to touch, could feel the cold sweat trickling down her back. Indeed, the unknown harbored risks. Having never engaged with the mental realm, I found myself easily ensnared, despite my internal caution. Fortunately, I had Thunder and Mu Chu by my side. Otherwise, I might have unwittingly wandered into the heart of the battle, possibly within the enemy strike zone, thereby concluding this skirmish with an utterly perfect yet hasty finale. One must not be arrogant, nor underestimate anyone, I reminded myself. Observing Bai Ying in the forest, a flicker of regret appeared in his eyes. Mental manipulation was the unique skill of a Xianshan butterfly. This creature possessed exceedingly frail defenses, moderate flight speed, and alarmingly low combat statistics. Yet it wielded an uncanny ability to control opponents, making it an extremely rare and formidable companion, his trump card. Bai Ying broke free from the control. Regaining it in such a short span was nearly impossible. His two flying beasts were clearly no match for that strange thundercloud. The assaults from the Wolf King and the Python were ineffectual against that vine-like creature. In Chapter 50, Volcanic Eruption Breakthrough, a hint of confusion flashed in Bai Ying's eyes, though his demeanor remained serene, embodying the poise of a seasoned expert. Despite the forest's attacks having minimal impact on our side, and although it appeared that we were at a disadvantage, how could one who had reached this stage, possessing such a multitude of beasts and resources, and daring to provoke others, lack a hidden ace? To concede without revealing one's trump card is folly. Why bestow upon oneself an abundance of fire attribute resources, if not for a greater purpose? Is this merely the act of a benevolent soul? Could it be that the initial thought that this person harbored an interest in me was indeed real? Was everything that followed merely a subtle pretext for this individual to express their intentions under the guise of a competition? Let us not indulge in excessive self-admiration. Dear Bai Ying, Bai Ying reminded herself internally. Yet, gazing at the gentle man before her, she could not help but think, men are truly formidable. Their nature is inscrutable. Nevertheless, since he has chosen not to engage further, why should she feign innocence? After all, she had garnered benefits without pretense. Still, a person capable of contracting 5 or 6 beasts at a level exceeding 30 must surely rank among the upper echelons of this multitude, correct? If she triumphed over him, does that not imply her standing among the top 5,000? Bai Ying extended her hand, stating, "The resources you promised me." In response, she observed the expression on Lin Jian's face morph into one of awkward, yet gentle amusement. I apologized, Bai Ying. At present, I do not possess that many fire attribute resources. Bai Ying's countenance darkened. Was he deceiving her? Indeed, it seemed no man could be trusted. Noticing the shift in Bai Ying's demeanor, Lin Jian hastily interjected, Bai Ying, if you could grant me a day's time, I can provide you with a 4th-tier fire attribute beast resource and 6 3rd-tier fire attribute resources. Please accept this for now. I sincerely apologize and hope you can allow me a day to make good on my promise. Would that be acceptable? Bai Ying nodded, her expression stoic. What else could she do? His sincerity left her no room for reproach or retaliation. Internally, she resolved that should she encounter a similar circumstance in the future, she must insist on receiving the items before making any agreements. Otherwise, she would find herself perpetually at a disadvantage. Time is indeed money. On the 11th day within the secret realm, at 7 in the evening, Bai Ying acquired all the fire attribute resources she required from the forest. Upon realizing that she had obtained everything she needed, she waved goodbye to Lin Jian, signaling her departure. Lin Jian smiled gently and courteously at Bai Ying before riding away on his wolf in the opposite direction. After placing the fire attribute resources into her spatial storage, Bai Ying beamed at the waiting Lei Tang, exclaiming, "We have secured our resources. Now, let us proceed to that absolutely safe location you mentioned. Once we arrive, you will be able to evolve." Lei Tang, filled with excitement, unleashed a flurry of sparks within the stormy clouds above, causing Bai Ying to instinctively take a step back. The sight of those electric flashes and flames made her wince, as she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her perpetually gravity-defying hair. She thought to herself that, given her low profile, there shouldn't be any cameras capturing her. Even if she were to inadvertently appear on screen, it would be unlikely that anyone would record her being zapped like a hedgehog, unbeknownst to her. The viewers who attentively observed her battle with Lin Jian had already immortalized the moment her hair stood on end from Lei Tang's electric surge, turning it into a widely circulated meme. The so-called absolutely safe location Lei Tang spoke of was situated within a volcanic cluster, specifically at the mouth of a volcano. This area had once been his territory, and while Bai Ying hesitated to question it, she couldn't help but wonder why a being of pure lightning would have dominion over a region so rich in fire elements. Fortunately, this territory was far removed from his former adversaries, and the high-level ferocious beasts were unaware of Lei Tang's domain. Given Lei Tang's aversion to the presence of fourth-tier or higher beasts in his territory, there were scarcely any formidable creatures nearby, with only a few mid-tier beasts scattered about. For beasts of the 6th rank and below, that area is a realm of death, for they cannot contend with the might of thunder. However, in 10 days to half a month, the situation may change. After nearly a month of absence, it is tantamount to being gravely injured or perishing. By then, a new master shall claim dominion over that territory. Upon entering the domain deemed absolutely safe by thunder, its previously serpentine path transformed into a straight line. Bai Ying lamented that the thunder bear she encountered earlier was indeed a bear, and its strength was genuinely formidable. Approaching a volcano. The ambient temperature soared to 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Even as a skilled beast master, Bai Ying found it nearly impossible to remain there for an extended period. Beyond half a day, her condition would deteriorate drastically. She laid out all the fire attribute resources before thunder, saying, "Absorb these. Mu Chu and I shall stand guard over you." One by one, the fire attribute resources vanished. Initially, thunder appeared as a mere small orb, yet as it consumed, it swelled until it enveloped the entire beast's form, taking on a pale reddish-purple hue. Bai Ying marveled at the revelation that high-ranking beasts or familiars possessed the ability to shrink or expand. How delightful! If Mu Chu were to ascend to a higher rank, would it grow legs? Could it move on its own? I must consider this while searching for resources in the future. As Bai Ying gazed at the volcano beneath her, her expression shifted. The fire element, particularly from the depths, surged with intensity. Could it be that the volcano was on the brink of eruption? She was but two-legged, and Mu Chu had no legs at all. The only one capable of swift flight, thunder, had yet to complete its evolution. She cannot ascertain whether there is any correlation between the evolution of thunder and the sudden activity of the volcano. However, if the volcano truly awakens, remaining here might spell doom for her. Even a half-elemental spirit like thunder would likely meet a dismal fate. Surely, fortune cannot be that cruel, she thought. Glancing at the nearby crater and then at thunder, which was on the cusp of evolution, Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically as she gritted her teeth and said to Mu Chu, "You must keep a vigilant watch on the volcano while I monitor thunder. I estimate it will complete its evolution in approximately half an hour. We cannot abandon it. Let us take a chance. If the volcano erupts within this half hour, I shall activate the survival necklace. If not, we shall rejoice together." This half hour became the most anxious and tense time for Bai Ying. Every 5 minutes, Mu Chu updated her, and as thunder's evolution progressed, the volcanic fire elements grew increasingly restless, shifting from activity every half hour to every 10 minutes, and now to every 2 minutes. Sweat trickled down her forehead into her eyes, stinging painfully, yet Bai Ying dared not move, clutching the survival necklace tightly. Without needing Mu Chu's updates, she could feel the agitated fire elements herself. A heavy weight settled in her heart. She feared they might truly run out of time. Chapter 51. The conclusion of evolution from her bond. Bai Ying learned that thunder had merely 2 minutes left until complete evolution. Mu Chu placed Bai Ying inside a cage woven from vines, which was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sunlight. The volcano was on the brink of eruption, and outside, acid rain began to fall, while white smoke billowed from the crater, accompanied by a pungent scent of sulfur. At this moment, this place has become a forbidden zone for life, inhospitable to any living being. Mu Chu has enclosed Bai Ying within a protective cage, utilizing her skills to create a viable environment through photosynthesis. The duo, one person and one pet, waits in serene anticipation, praying that the thunder will successfully evolve before the impending volcanic eruption. Bai Ying is uncertain of the effectiveness of the survival necklace around her neck. Will it endure the natural disaster for even a few seconds? The rumbling continues, growing ever louder, with only a minute remaining. The volcano beneath their feet begins to tremble slightly, and although Mu Chu firmly plants herself in place, she cannot entirely resist the effects. Bai Ying takes a deep breath and silently counts down in her mind. Countdown: 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The sound of thunder signals successful evolution. The suffocating heat that surrounded them vanishes in an instant, as if they have escaped from an oven. At the prompting of the thunder, Bai Ying opens her eyes and glances down, realizing that the once menacing volcano now appears no larger than a coin, shrouded in a gray haze. As thunder ascends, it offers Bai Ying no time to admire the view, soaring swiftly into the distance. In the next moment, she witnesses a towering mushroom cloud erupting forth, accompanied by a cascade of fiery, molten lava. Strangely, as Bai Ying gazes upon the charred and crimson scene, her thoughts drift to the creature that carries her through the air with such speed. The Thunderfire sprite, a fusion of fire and lightning elements, once fully matured, could very well exude an aura more imposing and artistic than that of the volcano itself. This thought fills her with a sense of eager anticipation. Although Bai Ying has yet to observe the newly elevated attributes of thunder, its velocity is undeniably far superior to what it was before. If we were to liken the former Thunderfire spirit's rapid advance to a bullet discharged from a gun, then its current speed resembles the descent of lightning from the heavens, representing two distinct levels. Indeed, what did that adage say? There is no fastest, there is only faster. They must venture to another location. Bai Ying glanced down once more, striving to discern her surroundings, only to realize she stood at the confluence of a volcanic region and a desolate expanse. She urged Thunder to halt and guide her down. If the volcanic area was perilous, even the low-tier ferocious beasts residing within, despite their fire attributes, could not linger there for long, as they would flee outward towards the desert. Given this, waiting here for a while might yield significant results. After sharing her thoughts with Thunder, it concurred, finding Bai Ying's reasoning quite astute. It was not inherently averse to trouble, rather, it thrived on creating it. Thunder ascended to survey the area, identifying a narrow passage that ferocious beasts would traverse when fleeing the volcanic domain. With patience, it awaited the arrival of the panicked creatures. While waiting, Bai Ying concealed herself within the vines of Mu Chu, utilizing her innate ability to assess Thunder's condition. She felt immensely satisfied, although the two seemingly formidable skills remained sealed. Its other abilities had significantly enhanced. Skills related to the fire element had all leveled up. At this juncture, Bai Ying surmised that the sudden eruption of the volcano was likely closely linked to Thunder. Reflecting on her earlier fright and observing the advancement of her mid-tier skills, Bai Ying ground her teeth, vowing to endure. Moreover, Thunder's appearance had undergone a transformation of dramatic proportions. Why was this so? The erstwhile Thunder now manifested as a crimson-tinged cumulonimbus cloud, spanning half a meter in diameter, had sprouted a pair of diaphanous wings. One, a violet appendage crackling with electrical discharges, shimmered ethereally. The other, a scarlet expanse, pulsed with nascent embers. Despite the peculiar nature of these translucent pinions, which, when juxtaposed with the Thunder's diminutive form, evoked a certain endearing quality, they were, in fact, the catalyst for its augmented velocity. Bai Ying's conjecture proved prescient. Scarcely 15 minutes had elapsed when a trio of third-order ferocious beasts came hurtling towards their position. The vanguard consisted of airborne predators, against which Bai Ying deemed it imprudent to expend the Thunder's energies, preferring to await the subsequent wave. Hot on their heels came a phalanx of swift third-order beasts, their advance resembling a veritable stampede. Bai Ying, eschewing all compunction, unleashed the Thunder and Mu Chu to wreak havoc, nearly decimating the entire assemblage. A mere handful of diminutive creatures, possessing the arcane arts of aerial and subterranean locomotion, managed to elude the carnage, deeming them insufficient to satiate even the most meager appetite. Bai Ying magnanimously granted them their freedom. In the wake of this initial onslaught came a more ponderous cohort of beasts, against which Bai Ying selectively intervened, culling some while sparing others. This was succeeded by a heterogeneous mlang of third and fourth-order beasts, against the former of which Bai Ying directed his lethal attentions, judiciously withdrawing before the latter could coalesce into a concerted assault, making a swift and timely escape. They, having borne witness to Bai Ying's more ruthless proclivities, were momentarily rendered speechless by the audacity of his stratagems. After a considerable interval, someone commented languidly, "At first glance, it is difficult to discern who among us embodies the ferocious and brutal beast." The post garnered over 10,000 likes. Thus, relatively speaking, the jungle remains a rather safe haven. Observing the lush greenery in the distance, Bai Ying was deeply moved. Reflecting on her hair, singed and curled from the high temperatures, she felt the thick layer of gauze covering her face and spat out a couple of mouthfuls of sandy saliva. She was alive. In the days that followed, Bai Ying diligently lay in wait for those ferocious beasts, believing her combat prowess to be above average, likely placing her among the top 5,000 competitors. However, most of her resources had been allocated to nurturing her two pet beasts, hence the resources she submitted to the organizers were not as plentiful as she had envisioned. In terms of resources, she might not secure a position within the top 5,000 and would need to exert more effort. Chapter 52, the Hundredzhang Research Institute. Unbeknownst to Bai Ying, who thought her capabilities reflected an average contestant S strength, She was actually representing the pinnacle of combat prowess within the senior group. She found herself embroiled in fierce battles with fourth-tier ferocious beasts in the jungle. Ordinary third-tier beasts no longer captured her interest. Her two pets had thoroughly instilled the meaning of play got into the fourth-tier beasts of this jungle, etching the images of Bai Ying, Mu Chu, and Lei Ting deep into their memories. Upon their next encounter, they would flee at the first sight, hoping never to cross paths again. For days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Bai Ying's strength had indeed reached a level capable of countering ambushes, yet she held no disdain for engaging with fellow competitors, unless provoked by them first. After dedicating the entire morning, Bai Ying finally comprehended that Lin Jian, the very individual who had invited her to a contest and subsequently conceded defeat, was, in fact, a leading contender for the high school division championship at the national tournament. Although Lin Jian had not deployed his complete arsenal of strategies, he willingly acknowledged his loss. Prior to this, while Bai Ying was playfully referred to as a dark horse, few genuinely believed that she could rival Lin Jian's stature. However, the situation has now undergone a transformation. Bai Ying has ascended to the ranks of a championship favorite. Having navigated a perilous path through a field of over 10,000 participants, thereby stepping into the public eye, she has achieved renown, captivating the attention of the nation. Initially, Bai Ying experienced elation, but her enthusiasm soon waned as she realized the drawbacks of fame. By midday, her facial muscles were fatigued from constant smiling, as individuals, both familiar and unfamiliar, sought to engage her in conversation. Furthermore, some individuals masked their true intentions behind pleasantries, while their eyes betrayed scrutiny and malice, causing her considerable distress. As noon approached, Bai Ying found respite when Mayor Zhuang Liang summoned her away. Upon arriving at the hotel's tea room, a puzzling feature for a hotel, Bai Ying was escorted inside by a young woman. There, she observed two individuals, Mayor Zhuang, whom she knew reasonably well, and an unfamiliar, imposing middle-aged man who appeared older than the mayor. The middle-aged man possessed a deeply furrowed brow, indicative of a habitual tendency to frown, projecting an air of severity, even aggressiveness. However, as he turned his gaze upon Bai Ying, his expression softened, devoid of severity or frown lines. "Greetings, esteemed sirs," Bai Ying courteously addressed the mayor and the commanding gentleman. Zhuang Liang beckoned Bai Ying to take a seat and introduced her, saying, "This is Mr. Bian Xingxi, the esteemed director of the Baizhang Research Institute." Bai Ying stood and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Bian," before settling into the chair indicated by Zhuang Liang. Zhuang Liang glanced at Bai Ying and smiled at Bian Xingxi, saying, "This is our city's promising talent, Bai Ying." Bian Xingxi nodded politely, casting a brief glance at Bai Ying before remarking, "The youth is formidable." Zhuang Liang smiled subtly, and Bai Ying reciprocated with a restrained smile. "When did I become a promising talent? I am unaware. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential." Zhuang Liang, avoiding unnecessary chatter, promptly conveyed the reason for inviting Bai Ying. It turned out that Mr. Bian had a keen interest in Mu Chu and wished to observe the situation closely. Of course, he would not impose if Bai Ying was unwilling. However, Bian Xingxi would not engage in this observation without reciprocity. In exchange, he offered Bai Ying the opportunity to select an extraordinarily rare and promising pet from their research institute as her third pet. As Bai Ying listened to Zhuang Liang, she understood that anyone treated with such seriousness by the mayor must be a significant figure. It was likely true that such a prominent individual expressed genuine interest in Mu Chu, but would he truly be willing to offer an extraordinarily rare pet for this interest? Perhaps there were ulterior motives at play. A mere observation might lead to inquiries about evolutionary progress, which Bai Ying found acceptable. No one would surmise the extent of her latent abilities. As for whether her evolutionary trajectory might be replicated, Bai Ying remained unconcerned. Securing a complimentary pet, a perk procured for her by the esteemed mayor, was an advantageous arrangement. Bai Ying nodded, a touch of well-placed delight gracing her countenance as she addressed the pair. "Indeed, I am amenable. However, where shall we conduct our observations? Would it be within these confines? It seems this locale is unsuitable for releasing a pet." Bai Ying offered a smiling nod. Zhuang Liang, who had maintained silence until the accord was reached, interjected, "Bian Xingxi, now that the matter is settled, let us proceed forthwith. I would be grateful if you could procure a vehicle. We shall follow you momentarily." Bian Xingxi acknowledged with a nod and departed. Presently, only Zhuang Liang and Bai Ying remained in the chamber. Bai Ying lifted her gaze to meet Zhuang Liang's, expressing, "I extend my gratitude, Mr. Mayor. I have a query. The Research Institute likely houses a diverse array of pets. Does the mayor have any recommendations? My knowledge may be incomplete. I would appreciate the mayor's discerning guidance. Zhuang Liang chuckled, inwardly acknowledging Bai Yin's perspicacity. He tapped the table and addressed Bai Yin. What do you perceive as your current deficiency? Having observed your competition, your wood-attributed pet possesses comprehensive capabilities and formidable defenses. Its sole drawback lies in its limited agility, a deficiency that has already been rectified. Your second pet exhibits remarkable agility and potent offensive capabilities, forming an exceptional partnership with your initial pet. What, in your estimation, do you currently lack? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yin responded, self-preservation. Indeed, even with Mu Chu's adeptness at safeguarding her, a level 30 Beastmaster possesses virtually no capacity for self-defense. If an enemy were to launch a targeted strike against Mu Chu, it is likely that she would remain relatively unscathed, despite her already sustaining significant injuries. However, beast tamers, particularly those specializing in support roles, possess little means of self-defense prior to reaching level 60. They are compelled to rely on the abilities of their companion beasts. Zhuang Liang nodded in agreement. Yet he uttered a remark that left Mu Chu feeling somewhat disappointed. Although there are indeed some companion beasts within the Research Institute that can enhance a beast tamer's self-preservation capabilities, I believe none of those beasts would suit you. It is not that they are inadequate, but rather that they lack distinctive qualities. Therefore, I do not recommend these protective beasts from the Research Institute. What you currently lack is not self-defense capabilities, but resources. Chapter 53. The house Bai Ying found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, for her, self-preservation was secondary, and her true deficiency lay in resources. Yet, how did her need for resources relate to Bian Xingxi offering her a companion beast? Bai Ying cast a puzzled glance towards Zhuang Liang, who responded with a mysterious smile. Do you know what the Research Institute focuses on? Bai Ying shook her head. In truth, she had only learned today of an institute called Baizhang, whose director was named Bian Xingxi. Their laboratory investigates the skill characteristics of advanced companion beasts, particularly the formalization of elite high-level skills. They have bred a particularly unique kind of companion beast, one that can manifest formalization even at the intermediate level, making it a prized possession of their institute. Pausing for emphasis, Zhuang Liang added, since you are allowed to choose, there are no stipulations regarding which type you may select. Ah, indeed. It seems that Bian Xing has remained unchanged over the years, still placing great emphasis on commitment, a truly admirable trait. Mayor Zhuang Liang nearly implied that Bai Ying should contract one of the treasures from their research institute, assuring her that should she encounter any difficulties during its cultivation, she could readily seek assistance from the institute. Even if the institute were reluctant to involve themselves with Bai Ying, they would undoubtedly attend to their precious gem. Provided Bai Ying possesses sufficient audacity, she could almost effortlessly secure resources for her third beast. However, she feels that her own boldness may not be quite so formidable. As for whether the director might have second thoughts midway, Mayor Zhuang has made it abundantly clear. The director values promises greatly, and once Bai Ying makes her choice, no matter how heart-wrenching it may be, he will not retract his word. In her heart, Bai Ying mused that such trustworthy individuals are truly delightful. The director is a good man, and Mayor Zhuang is undoubtedly a magnanimous one. Bai Ying blinked innocently and inquired, Mr. Zhuang, could you elaborate further? For instance, what does that beast look like? Zhuang Liang, emulating Bai Ying, mischievously blinked back, stating, deliberately leading the conversation is rather dull. The arrangements of fate are the finest of all. In truth, Mayor, are you not also somewhat uncertain about the true appearance of the treasure from the Research Institute? Such talk of fate is rather whimsical. Though she silently grumbled a couple of phrases, Bai Ying remained relatively unperturbed. Her innate talent is akin to a powerful aura, capable of reflecting even the most ferocious wild beasts. Thus, acquiring a rather unique beast should pose no challenge. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the three of them arrived at the Research Institute, under the guidance of Bian Xingxi. Bai Ying entered a room and placed Mu Chu in the position indicated by the assistant. They awaited the forthcoming examination of the pet. The room, only the size of a basketball court, prompted Mu Chu to utilize its shrinking ability upon emergence, maintaining a size of 5 meters to prevent any damage to the surroundings. Following the assistant's commands, Mu Chu swayed its body, unleashing skills that were minimally disruptive to the environment. However, within just 2 to 3 minutes, the monitoring system in the room displayed Mu Chu's combat power value at 240,000 for a pet beast at the early stage of the third tier. Such a combat power level without exerting full effort undeniably indicated that Mu Chu possessed remarkable potential. The assistant adjusted the settings further while Bai Ying stayed close by. Although she was aware that the director would not inflict harm upon Mu Chu, she remained in the room, unwilling to leave the pet alone. The assistant's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite their testing results already affirming Mu Chu's extraordinary nature, she still found it hard to believe Bai Ying's words. Having just reached adulthood and entering the early third tier with such mysterious potential was a feat akin to the offspring of legendary tier pets at levels 8 or 9. Suppressing her astonishment, the assistant inquired about the resources Mu Chu used during its evolution. Bai Ying, not one to withhold information, explained in detail. She too was intrigued, pondering whether Mu Chu's emergence was merely a coincidence or if she had indeed discovered a unique and potent path to evolution. Observing the expression of the director, it was evident that he was quite pleased with Mu Chu's performance. In less than 10 minutes, the director vanished once more, and the assistant led Bai Ying towards another building, which was the breeding center of their research institute. Upon entering, Bai Ying was astonished to discover that the breeding center differed significantly from the animal husbandry facility she had previously encountered. Instead of segregating various categories of pets, they cohabited different species in a shared environment. In the outskirts of the city, they had developed diverse topographical settings to provide a comfortable space for the distinct creatures. Even those pets with less amiable temperaments refrained from expressing their discontent, as they felt uneasy away from their preferred surroundings. Conversely, the sociable and affable pets thrived harmoniously alongside their neighbors. This nurturing atmosphere invigorated the creatures, imbuing them with vitality. She observed a shell-armored beast coldly surveying the area in the marshland, while melodious bird calls resonated from the jungle terrain, accompanied by glimpses of colorful shadows darting about. Above, various flying beasts circled gracefully, and she spotted a serpentine creature entwined in the branches of a tree, where a pet with a notably large tail perched above it. The assistant patiently introduced Bai Ying to the pets she encountered. As Bai Ying accompanied the assistant, her innate talent awakened. Allowing her to perceive the general attributes of the creatures, she endeavored to locate the extraordinary pet mentioned by the mayor, yet despite her thorough search, she found none. Bai Ying felt a twinge of regret. Was she truly destined to bid farewell to the precious gem of the Research Institute? Lost in thought, she found herself before an anthropomorphic structure within the enchanting breeding center, where a quaint house stood tall. The dwelling was modest, perhaps occupying a mere 3 to 4 square meters, and appeared to rise only 2 meters high. It seemed unlikely to serve as accommodation for the caretakers, rendering its presence rather peculiar. Intrigued, Bai Ying gazed at the house and inquired of her assistant, "What is that? Surely it is not meant for human habitation? Is it intended for the pets?" The assistant, following Bai Ying's gaze, also observed the unusual abode, her lips curling into a perpetual smile as she replied, "Indeed. That house is designated for a particular pet that prefers human-like living conditions over a natural environment. Thus, we constructed this dwelling for it. There are 2 more such houses, and this is the closest one to us. If Miss Bai is interested, I can take you to see it." Bai Ying nodded in agreement, poised to follow her assistant. Despite her fervent desire to locate the extraordinary pet, her prolonged search had yielded no results, perhaps indicating a lack of fate. She had also noted a couple of other pets that piqued her interest. If she ultimately failed to find the one she sought, she would gladly choose from those instead. Just as the assistant was about to lead Bai Ying away, a pet leisurely emerged from the house. Bai Ying halted, turning her gaze toward the creature. The sleek and glossy fur, the short and upward curving tail, the adorably clumsy head, and the glistening black eyes. Within this abode resided a small puppy. Bai Ying could hardly restrain her expression. Instinctively, she activated her innate talent and directed her gaze toward the pup. Blackhound, attributes, unknown level, initial 1 growth stage, puppy potential, ordinary to excellent, evolvable, evolution path, unknown compatibility, extremely high. To her astonishment, the attributes of this breed, the Blackhound, were intriguingly marked as unknown. Bai Ying nearly failed to maintain her composure once more. Her talent had scanned countless pets and even fierce beasts. She had encountered poison types, psychic types, dragon types, and elemental types. Yet this peculiar situation had never arisen. It was utterly bizarre. Even her talent could not discern its attributes. Could this be the extraordinary type of pet that Mr. Zhuang Liang was reluctant to disclose? The Research Institute had evidently invested heavily in creating an unusual environment for this creature, suggesting a high probability that it was indeed the mysterious pet. Despite the Blackhound's low potential and unknown attributes, its compatibility with her was remarkably high. Throughout her observations, even the compatibility of the other 2 pets which Bai Ying found satisfactory, was merely average. Judging by her innate abilities, this creature appeared particularly suited for her, and she felt a genuine curiosity toward this unknown. Should she take a gamble? Within mere seconds, Bai Ying reached her decision. She paused and gazed at the little puppy, which was still looking back at her. Upon encountering the small black dog, which tilted its large head and gazed intently with its moist, dark eyes, Bai Ying felt her heart melt. She turned to her assistant and said, "Miss Assistant, I have made my choice. I wish to have this little dog." In that moment, she observed the assistant's previously cheerful demeanor falter, her smile freezing in place. The assistant glanced between Bai Ying and the dog, the word "no" nearly escaping her lips. Yet, after a moment's consideration, she recalled that the dean had not explicitly prohibited Bai Ying from selecting a black dog. The dean had only mentioned that Miss Bai Ying could choose a pet with below-average potential, and indeed, the small black dog fell within that range. For a brief moment, she found herself in a quandary. Within less than 2 seconds, a strained smile reemerged on the assistant's face as she said, "This pet possesses only ordinary potential, Miss Bai. Would you like to reconsider?" It would be ideal if Bai Ying could come to this conclusion herself. Observing the assistant's almost faltering smile, Bai Ying realized she might have stumbled upon a particularly special pet. Special, yet adorable. Shaking her head, Bai Ying resolutely replied, "Miss Assistant, there is no need for a change. I choose this one. Even if it is ordinary, it matters not. I am confident I can nurture it well." Miss Julie fell silent, her gaze fixed upon Bai Ying's sincere and clear-eyed expression, uncertain whether Bai Ying truly grasped the implications of her words. However, Bai Ying's steadfastness made it difficult for her to press the issue. Although the dean had not expressly forbidden Bai Ying from taking this pet, it was indeed of great significance to their research institute. She could not simply nod in agreement. Apologetically, she addressed Bai Ying, "Very well. I shall inform the director that you have made your selection. Please wait here patiently for a moment." Bai Ying nodded, seemingly oblivious to the assistant's predicament, never suggesting that if it posed a challenge for them, she might consider choosing another. Instead, she stated, "That is only proper. I shall wait here. So please do not worry." Miss Julie could only manage a wry smile as she stepped away, reporting the formidable dilemma she faced to Bian Xingxi, who was enjoying tea with Zhuang Liang. Bian Xingxi instinctively wanted to assert that it was, of course, unacceptable to allow her to choose another. However, with Zhuang Liang by his side, observing him intently as he answered a call and setting down his tea, he found himself unable to voice such sentiments in front of his old friend, especially as Zhuang Liang, misjudging the silence for concern, inquired, "What troubles you? Have you encountered any issues? At this hour, isn't your assistant accompanying Bai Ying in selecting her pet? Have they run into difficulties? Did Bai Ying select something unsuitable?" He sighed, recalling that he had neglected to remind her that while she could choose freely, it shouldn't feel as though she were in her own home. She needed to exercise some restraint. "Old Bian, if she truly selects something inappropriate, you must express that to her. It would be perfectly acceptable for Bai Ying to choose another, and she certainly would not take offense." Under the assistant's urging, Bian Xingxi managed to squeeze out a few words. "Very well, if she likes it, then let her have it." With a heart bleeding internally, one must still maintain an air of nonchalance on the exterior. Putting down the phone, I smiled at Zhuang Liang and said, "How could that be? A gentleman's word is his bond. Since I have consented to let Bai Ying choose at her leisure, how could I possibly go back on my word? Is old Bian the kind of person to act in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Liang chuckled and poured a cup of tea for Bian Xingxi, saying, "Indeed, our old Bian is not one to behave so." I added, "It's my fault. My fault? How could I say such a thing? Allow me to raise a toast to you. Here is to the great wrongdoer." The assistant, having received affirmation, felt a twinge of hesitation within, sensing that the director might regret the words spoken today. However, matters concerning superiors were not her place to intervene. She could only comply. Meanwhile, Bai Ying had formed a friendly rapport with a small black dog that bore an uncanny resemblance to the ordinary dogs outside. The little creature had approached her from the doorway, separated only by a glass wall. Bai Ying found herself utterly enchanted by this small black dog, whose adorable presence melted her heart. As the dog gazed at her with its dark, moist eyes and wagged its fluffy tail joyfully, Bai Ying felt her heart nearly dissolve. She crouched down to establish a more egalitarian stance, addressing the little dog through the glass barrier. "Would you like to come with me?" After posing the question with a mischievous smile, she continued, "If you don't wish to, simply let me know. If you remain silent, I shall take it as a yes." "Ah, it seems you are indeed willing. Just look at how your little tail wags." I must be quite an understanding beastmaster. Chapter 55. The Black Dog Mos well. The director has consented. The assistant, radiating a warm smile, spoke cheerfully. Bai Ying nodded, her face lighting up with joy. Then, the assistant, adopting a more serious tone, addressed her. Miss Bai, since you have chosen this particular pet beast, I must share some important considerations with you. To be frank, this pet is an exceptionally unique creature cultivated by our research institute, and we possess only 3 of them. Furthermore, our institute has its own direction for the training of this black dog, which may conflict with the plans you envision. While we do not have the authority to interfere with your choices, we sincerely hope you will give careful thought to the training protocols we provide. Bai Ying nodded in understanding, stating, I acknowledge that, and I will respect your institute's training model. Yet I may not adhere strictly to your guidelines if I believe my approach is more suitable. She then inquired, could you enlighten me on what makes this pet so special? This knowledge would greatly assist me in devising a more rational evolution plan. The assistant sighed inwardly, realizing that Bai Ying was, indeed, unaware of the peculiarities of this creature, having unwittingly chosen it, and yet the director had consented, despite her internal struggle. She maintained her professionalism and clarified matters for Bai Ying. From the assistant, Bai Ying gleaned a wealth of comprehensive and detailed information, just as Mr. Zhuangliang had mentioned. This little black dog possesses the potential to awaken rule-based skills at the intermediate level. However, this awakening is probabilistic, not guaranteed. The Institute has conducted extensive research and found that the likelihood of skill awakening is closely tied to blood purity. The purer the lineage, the greater the chances of awakening. The lineage of Bai Ying's little black dog is exceptionally distinguished, with a high probability of awakening. Their research institute is investigating the correlation between skill awakening and evolution, planning distinct evolutionary paths for the 3 little black dogs. At this juncture, the assistant reflects that Bai Ying is a remarkable young beast master. Perhaps this is the reason the director is inclined to entrust the training of the little black dog to her. As for the types of skills the little black dog may awaken, the assistant refrains from mentioning them, possibly out of concern that such knowledge might induce anxiety in Bai Ying, potentially harming the little black dog. Since the assistant remains silent, Bai Ying chooses not to inquire further. Having contracted the 3rd pet beast, Bai Ying eagerly anticipates the upcoming competition before 8 o'clock in the evening, hoping it will be a survival contest. Who wouldn't adore a complimentary, high-quality buffet? Bai Ying examines Moses' attribute panel. Black dog, attributes, unknown level, early first-stage growth period, puppy phase potential, ordinary, excellent, capable of evolution, path of evolution, unknown skill 1, basic, bite, 17-100. Inflicts damage by pinning the prey with its claws and biting. Skill 2, basic, tracking 1-100, utilizes its excellent sense of smell to track enemies, regardless of scent, while its abilities are average and its potential ordinary. Bai Ying feels no discontent with Mose. Its charm lies not only in its cuteness but also in its unique lineage and innate talents. Though Mose has yet to exhibit its distinctiveness and lacks the formidable strength of Mu Qi and Lei Ting, the joy of nurturing is a sentiment not everyone comprehends. The existing competitions, namely Mu Chue and Thunder, are sufficiently captivating. Bai Ying's objective in participating is not to clinch the championship, but rather to ascertain her standing among her peers in high school. Perhaps, with a pet beast endowed with exceptional protective capabilities, she could venture further. However, such ambition is unnecessary. The opportunity to vie for the championship will remain for the next 2 years, and this rare pet beast is a fortuitous encounter, not a guarantee. Some beast tamers revel in the fervor of battle, while others find joy in nurturing their pets. Bai Ying appreciates both aspects, yet her preference leans towards the latter. She delights in the peculiarities of unique pet beasts, particularly in cultivating their strength. This is her source of joy. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the top 5,000 participants were unveiled on the official website, and Bai Ying's ranking was neither high nor low, 94th place. Initially, some viewers who followed her expressed confusion. Given her formidable prowess, a position within the top 10 seemed justifiable. Yet, why was she placed at 94? Her admirers echoed this sentiment, choosing not to elaborate further. As for Bai Ying, she was thoroughly satisfied with her performance. Her investment of 10 million resources was not in vain. She had secured a spot in the top 100 of the high school category. It was worth it. Among all participants from Yang'ing City, Bai Ying achieved the best result, entering the top 100. 7 others also advanced to the semifinals, but none surpassed her ranking, with the highest being outside the top 500. Yu Xiangchen and Qi Sui were regretfully eliminated, reaching their limit. Aware of their own capabilities, they bore no significant disappointment. As Bai Ying's classmates, they sought her out to celebrate her achievement as soon as the rankings were announced. Even the typically aloof and contrived Chi Sui extended her blessings to Bai Ying. She urged her not to be eliminated in the semifinals, as the top 10 would receive a substantial reward, quite fitting for someone of your financial stature. Should the rewards be claimed by others, you would be left to weep in solitude. Bai Ying's eyes sparkled with realization. She had not previously noticed that there were rewards for the top 10. Perhaps she should exert herself a bit more. Although the words were not particularly flattering, they were spoken by the proud Chi Sui, and Bai Ying felt a sense of satisfaction. That night, Bai Ying refrained from inquiring about the nature of the rewards. After conversing briefly with the two, they departed, and before leaving, Yu Xiangchen reminded Bai Ying to rest early and conserve her energy. Bai Ying could only chuckle at the class leader's knack for persuasion. Along with the rankings came the announcement of the semifinals format, which would utilize a chaotic battle system. 5,000 participants would be divided into 100 groups of 50 for a free-for-all. Only one individual from each arena would advance, while the remaining 49 would be eliminated. This format was even more merciless than the 100-person free-for-all organized by Yongying City. However, Bai Ying harbored little concern and slept soundly through the night. Chapter 56, Electric Shock. The semifinals were set to take place the following afternoon, with participants selected randomly on-site. 50 individuals would compete in each match, with 10 matches occurring simultaneously. Once a match concluded, without waiting for the others, another 50 would be drawn to commence a new round. The selection was entirely random. It was possible for the top 2 contenders to face off in a single arena, or for an arena to consist entirely of lower-ranked participants. The next day, under the guidance of the team leader, the group arrived at the competition venue. The venues are distinctly different. Contestants enter the competition site while others are relegated to the audience seats. Only the team leaders from each city and the eliminated participants may occupy the audience area, while everyone else must watch the live broadcast. Each competition site is equipped with its own streaming room, allowing spectators to choose whom to watch. True to its status as the capital, Bai Ying, who considers herself somewhat knowledgeable, was utterly astonished, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief at the grandeur of the venue. The training ground in Yongying City consists of multiple arenas the size of football fields, while the capital's competition site is a staggering 1/10 the size of Yongying City. How extravagant! Bai Ying could hardly believe that such a vast space was allocated for their semifinal event. It seemed rather excessive. How luxurious! She sat in the contestant-exclusive audience area for a full day and a half before finally hearing the announcement that she had been randomly selected as one of the first-round contestants for the semifinals on the morning of the third day. In Yongying City, the 100-person free-for-all places contestants on the arena, whereas the capital's venue is not composed of individual arenas, but rather a large expanse divided into distinct sections. Each independent area is separated by a blue-purple light barrier, rendering adjacent activities invisible. Bai Ying was unsure whether this blue-purple light was a technological marvel or a special skill. The barrier appeared thin, yet remarkably sturdy. While watching the live stream, she observed dozens of pet beasts unleashing their skills against the same light barrier, which remained unyielding. Truly impressive. The arena was divided into 50 small squares, with the referee instructing the participants to stand in their designated positions. Only upon the referee's signal could they leave their assigned squares, a precautionary measure to prevent any contestant from being targeted. Though useful, it was not of paramount significance. As the referee's command echoed, the azure and violet light enveloping them flickered and transformed into a pure blue hue. Bai Ying, however, paid no heed to this. At the very moment the referee's voice subsided, a summoning array illuminated beneath her feet. In the next instant, Mu Chu and Lei Ting materialized simultaneously. Mu Chu rooted himself in an incredibly short span of time, rising without any intention of controlling his size. In the blink of an eye, a colossal beast towering 20 meters captured everyone's attention. At that moment, Bai Ying vanished from sight, cloaked by Mu Chu's vines. Just as Mu Chu reached his maximum expansion, a myriad of colorful attacks rained down upon him. Despite the astonishing resilience of Mu Chu, the onslaught caused some of his vines to fray, yet he remained unscathed. Utilizing the skill heaven and earth bestow, the hundreds of vines that branched out surged toward the beast tamers. As the saying goes, what comes must go. Mu Chu established a makeshift artillery position, while Lei Ting unleashed powerful assaults indiscriminately upon the surrounding creatures. Under Bai Ying's restraint, he refrained from delivering lethal blows to the humans. The creatures could endure severe wounds, as long as they did not perish instantly. They could survive within the beast-taming space. However, should the beast-tamers suffer fatal injuries, death would be inevitable. In such a competition, there was no need for deadly force, thus Lei Ting's primary focus remained on the creatures, even though the competitors on the field were strangers to one another. An unspoken understanding prevailed among them at this moment. The majority focused their efforts on Bai Ying, while a small faction sought to capitalize on the chaos, opportunistically eliminating nearby contestants. After all, they were all adversaries. Whether eliminated sooner or later mattered little. Waves of attack surged forth, and Bai Ying contemplated the conclusion of the match, pondering how Mu Chu's defensive capabilities would surely reach new heights. The advancements in fire resistance, attributed to a 55 enhancement and the formidable 226 level fire attribute beast in the secret realm, alongside a 20 increase from thunder and a 10 boost from Lu Wen Mao's ice resistance, as well as enhancements in poison, light and dark attribute resistances, and metal attribute resistance let the storm rage on with greater ferocity. The dragon lineage, true to its reputation, boasted formidable defenses, thick-skinned and resilient, a quality to be admired. If Mu Chu, not even a true dragon, could exhibit such prowess, one could only imagine the might of the legendary dragons. An encounter would undoubtedly be enlightening. While the battles raged outside, Bai Yin's thoughts wandered, contrasting the chaotic scene of beast tamers ducking and dodging, covered in dirt and dust, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of their beasts. If only they knew, they would surely be infuriated. In just over an hour, only a handful of individuals remained in the arena, standing at a safe distance from Bai Ying, too intimidated to make a move. With their inaction, Bai Ying could not afford to linger. She could only urge Thunder to exert itself further, systematically driving away those unwilling to approach Mu Chu. As Thunder chased down the fleeing contestants, Mu Chu extended slender vines to assist in the endeavor. As the thunderstorm pursued relentlessly, the despair among the beast tamers deepened when it turned its wrath upon them. The supersonic thunder was far beyond the reach of third-tier beasts, and often, before the creatures could even react, the thunder had already descended upon the faces of the tamers. Bai Ying and the thunder had engaged in countless harrowing and tear-jerking attempts over the past few days, with the thunder repeatedly adjusting its voltage until it discovered a level that could render a human unconscious without causing fatal harm. Now was the perfect opportunity for revision. Ultimately, apart from Bai Ying, the ground was strewn with the fallen beast tamers, marking a spectacular conclusion to their Group S competition. Chapter 57. Audacious thoughts. When the words Bai Ying advances appeared on the screen, her classmates and the spectators online erupted in jubilant cheers. Although they understood that Bai Ying possessed the strength to secure a place among the top 100, witnessing her being targeted by so many competitors still made them anxious for her. It wasn't until Bai Ying demonstrated her formidable prowess that she conveyed to everyone her fearless stance against both the ferocious beasts and the scheming humans. She could triumph, and she did so with remarkable elegance. The semifinals spanned 7 days, and aside from Bai Ying, another senior from Yongying City also managed to advance, albeit with great difficulty. This senior happened to be from Yongying No. 1 High School as well, with only 2 individuals progressing from the entire Yongying City. It was a matter of concern for the team leaders rather than a cause for celebration. However, the 2 who advanced were both from Yongying No. 1 High School, and among the accompanying leaders was a teacher from the same institution. His emotions were quite intricate. In front of others, he had to furrow his brow and feign dissatisfaction. Yet his lips would occasionally betray him, curving upwards despite his efforts to maintain a stern facade. Upon realizing the incongruity, he would forcefully tighten his brow, resulting in a somewhat distorted expression. Bai Ying had witnessed this phenomenon twice. Initially, she suspected it was a dental issue, but after a few words exchanged with her senior, she observed the teacher's expression, which was decidedly complex, as if he were on the verge of articulating something yet held back. In the following days, although Bai Ying did not participate in any competitions, she attended the venues to observe the contest of others. Beyond mere curiosity, it was imperative for her to ascertain the capabilities of her forthcoming opponents. At the competition, she encountered Lin Jian and the formidable Jiang Yuyun, a level 45 contender boasting 2 fourth-tier beasts, a true frontrunner for the championship. She also witnessed several thrilling combat displays from other strong contenders. Notably, a dark horse emerged in the mixed competition, a figure who had been relatively unnoticed in the preliminary rounds. Jing Chan, a level 43 beast master, ranked in the middle among the 100 who advanced. Her initial lack of recognition in the preliminaries was attributed to her 4 beasts, all of which were at the 3rd tier. However, upon her appearance in the semifinals, she showcased 2 fourth-tier beasts. elevating her to the same echelon as the already renowned Jiang Yuyun. Bai Yin's interest in her was piqued not only by the sudden acquisition of two fourth-tier beasts but also because one of her beasts belonged to the poison category. Jing Chan's remarkable performance in the semifinals was largely due to the prowess of her poisonous beast. In less than an hour, the beastmaster on the same field fell incapacitated due to poison. Had she not judiciously chosen to withdraw, those beastmasters who succumbed to the toxin might have perished. Bai Ying etched this individual into her memory. Her two pets were not susceptible to toxins. One was immune and the other semi-immune. Yet, she felt trepidation. She was merely a fragile and helpless human beastmaster, incapable of withstanding the venom unleashed by her pet. Should she encounter this formidable opponent, she would need to exercise utmost caution. As the final match concluded, Bai Ying perused the list of those who advanced and noticed that among the 100 participants, only 10 had not yet reached level 40, she and Lin Jian being among them. However, it was a source of comfort that although the remaining 90 were all seasoned beastmasters in their 40s, only a little over 20 possessed fourth-tier beasts, of which she only discerned Jiang Yuyun and Jing Chan owning two fourth-tier beasts each. Upon returning to the hotel, the thought that she and Lin Jian had emerged as potential contenders for the championship brought a smile to her face. During their time in the secret realm, she had believed Lin Jian represented the mid-tier combat strength of the senior division, only to discover he was, in fact, a top-tier warrior. Out of the first 100, amidst a pool of over 10,000, it was not an exaggeration to refer to him as such, was it? Opponents lacking fourth-tier beasts were not overly formidable. However, securing a place in the top 10 would not be an effortless endeavor. The final round of elimination matches was scheduled to occur 3 days hence. Following the announcement of the advancing participants, the organizers had already established the format for the next round of eliminations, a single elimination tournament. Contestants would be drawn at random, with pairs competing against one another. The victor would advance while the defeated would be eliminated, and there would be no opportunities for resurrection. In each competition, only one match is held, culminating in the selection of 100 individuals, making every contest worth witnessing. Throughout these 3 days, Bai Ying refrained from devising any battle strategies. However, she did not remain idle. Instead, she grappled with the evolutionary path of Mo's. Mu Chu embodied the wood attribute and dragon lineage, while Lei Tang possessed both lightning and fire attributes. After much contemplation and considering Mo's uniqueness, she contemplated guiding it towards the psychic realm. Yet, resources pertaining to the psychic attribute are both rare and exorbitantly priced. As she was unfamiliar with the capital city, she found it challenging to identify suitable resource channels, leaving her at a loss. Perhaps it would be prudent to set aside the psychic path for now. With a sigh, she pondered whether other attributes might be suitable, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Unable to resist, she reclined on her bed and mused, what if I opt for the adorable attribute? A series that is irresistibly cute. If Mu Chu had the liberty to choose within a certain scope initially, why should Mo's not have the same opportunity? Rather than entangle herself in indecision, it would be more beneficial to allow Mo's to make its own choice. Once Mo's has decided, she would then seek the necessary resources. With her innate talent, she firmly believed that no matter how peculiar the path, Mo's would thrive. After conversing with the hotel manager, she requested permission to release a pet beast in the hotel for some fresh air. She assured the manager that her pet posed no threat and would not damage the room's decor. The manager asked Bai Ying to sign a liability waiver, stating that any damages incurred would be her responsibility. Upon signing, she was granted permission to release Mo's. Bai Ying then proceeded to showcase various battle scenes of pets and fierce beasts she had collected, featuring creatures with the basic 5 elemental attributes, as well as those of lightning, ice, and wind. Bai Ying even discovered extraordinary battle scenes featuring dragon, elf, and poison types, which required a considerable expenditure. Mo's, intrigued by the diverse array of combat styles, observed alongside his companion. After they had finished watching, Bai Ying solemnly embraced Mo's little black face and said, choose the one you favor most. That will be your future. Although Mo's appeared merely as a small puppy, he was indeed a pet beast. Following his contract with Bai Ying, he could comprehend her simple words. Upon grasping her intent, Mo's raised his tiny paw to press on one small box. But just as Bai Ying was about to speak, he lifted his paw again and pressed it on another box. Bai Ying looked over, stunned. The psychic and light types. Once she realized this, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily, as she never anticipated that Mo's choices would so eerily align with her own preferences. Not only did they coincide, but he also raised the stakes. He aspired not only to be a radiant puppy within the psychic realm, but also to flourish within the light type. Such potential. He indeed possessed great promise. Yet Bai Ying instantly recognized the formidable challenges ahead. The resources for light and psychic types were exceedingly rare. If the resources for the thunder type were slightly more scarce than those of the ordinary 5 elemental attributes, then light types were even rarer than thunder types, and psychic types were even more elusive still. Bai Ying gasped, feeling a delightful warmth radiating from the adorable, charming little puppy, who seemed almost too precious to handle. Chapter 58. Moses' choice. Bai Ying was a person of integrity. Words once spoken were akin to water that has been spilled. Gazing at Moses' stubborn yet innocent and endearing dark eyes, Bai Ying struggled to maintain her precarious dignity, utterly at a loss for words. It became evident that those who are overly concerned with appearances often find themselves at a disadvantage, as exemplified by Bai Ying and Bianxingxi. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and affectionately ruffle Moses' fluffy form, almost as if to say she would rub him bald, before forcing a smile and conceding, "All right. Let's go with this." Initially, Bai Ying, who had taken away someone else's precious darling, intended to avoid troubling the assistant as much as possible. Unless there were issues in Moses' daily life or evolutionary progress, she was resolute in her decision not to contact the research institute. However, as time passed, Bai Ying hesitated, slowly retrieving the business card from the assistant and fixating on the number, sinking into a state of despair. The slap of reality came too swiftly, leaving her heartbroken. Since forming a contract with Bai Ying, Mose had reached the mid-stage of the first level within the beast mastery space. Capable of evolving 3 times during his juvenile phase, Bai Ying was reluctant to squander these opportunities. To date, Mose had not undergone a single evolution. Back at the research institute, he was still young, and they had not yet determined his evolutionary path before Bai Ying took him away. Stealing herself, Bai Ying dialed the assistant's number. Upon hearing the assistant's warm and gentle voice, she felt a shiver run down her spine as she introduced herself. "Hello. This is Bai Ying." "Ah, Miss Bai, hello. How can I assist you? Is there a problem with Mose?" Bai Ying let out a wry smile and said, "Well, it's not too much trouble. I just wish to inquire whether your research institute possesses resources related to the mental or light attributes. I would like to guide Mose in that direction, but I currently lack such resources. If available, may I purchase some from your institute?" The assistant paused for a moment, then realized and replied, "Are you suggesting that you intend to develop Mose in the realms of light or mental attributes?" Bai Ying nodded, then quickly remembered that her gesture could not be seen, and hastily affirmed, "Indeed." The assistant furrowed her brow and said, "Miss Bai, the situation is as follows. In our studies of the Mose species, we have never encountered any individual pursuing the path of mental or light attributes. Are you absolutely certain of this?" Bai Ying quickly responded, "Yes. If we can secure this, it would be half the battle won." The assistant meticulously reported the entirety of their conversation to Bianxingxi, who pondered for a moment and inquired about her confidence level. She claimed to have a 60 to 70% certainty. Indeed, the assistant confirmed. Bianxingxi formulated a plan in her mind. Though she observed the assistant's expression of skepticism towards that figure, she surprisingly found herself inclined to believe it. It was not so much a matter of trusting Bai Ying, whom she had only just met, but rather placing her faith in Zhuang Liang. One cannot be an ordinary individual to garner Zhuang Liang's favor, even if they presently appear quite unremarkable. The Research Institute is precisely focused on examining the unique evolutionary directions and the implications on bloodlines regarding the black dog species. Although the black dog race has not manifested any attributes of light or psychic types, this does not preclude the possibility of such developments. After all, many species within the realm of companion beasts have been birthed through the hands of numerous beast masters. Perhaps Bai Ying truly possesses this potential. Should the black dog in her possession embark on a path towards light or psychic attributes, it would indeed be a boon for their research institute. There exists a plethora of resources pertaining to the light attribute, totaling approximately 469 items, 201 of the 3rd tier, 123 of the 4th tier, 59 of the 5th tier, 53 of the 6th tier, 28 of the 7th tier, and 5 of the 8th tier. She may select a few from the 3rd and 4th tier resources, with only one from the psychic category, while she can opt for a greater number from the light category. A discount of 50% on the original price will be extended to her, with the remaining balance to be covered by me. If assistance is to be rendered, it must be thorough, and there is no necessity to obstruct her with financial burdens. However, it would be imprudent to offer everything for free. For human nature harbors an inclination towards greed. Although Bianxingxi harbors trust in Zhuang Liang, he remains cautious of entangling his research institute with a parasite. Bai Ying calculated and selected 4 resources for Moze: 1 third-tier psychic resource, 2 third-tier light resources, and 1 fourth-tier light resource. The total expenditure for these resources amounted to 5.2 million. With this 5.2 million spent, Bai Ying could declare herself bankrupt both internally and externally. During the preliminary advancement, the school and Yang'ing City rewarded her with 500,000 and 1 million respectively, and upon progressing through the semifinals, the school and Yang'ing City further rewarded her with an additional 1 million and 2 million. Coupled with her personal savings, she barely managed to accumulate just over 5.2 million. For resources were directly handed over to Bai Ying, rendering her a pauper. Though she felt disheartened, Bai Ying found no one to confide in. The Research Institute soon delivered the resources to her hotel, laying them before her and allowing her to awaken her innate abilities. To her delight, the small black dog exhibited a certain degree of affinity with both the mental and light attributes. The success rate for simultaneously utilizing 3 light attribute resources stood at 53, while employing 2 Tier 3 light resources together yielded an impressive 84. However, any combination of a light attribute resource with a mental attribute resource never exceeded a success rate of 50. When using mental attribute resources alone, the success rate reached 71. Bai Ying collected the resources, reasoning that statistically, guiding the small black dog towards the light attribute seemed more appropriate and had a higher likelihood of success. Nevertheless, she speculated that if she first directed Moze towards the light attribute before employing the mental resources, the success rate might drop below 71. Based on the knowledge she had acquired and the experience gained through evolution, Bai Ying understood that the light and mental attributes, while not in significant conflict, did indeed possess some degree of opposition. The scarcity of mental resources was concerning. Acquiring additional mental resources could potentially enhance her success rate. However, Bai Ying could no longer request mental resources from the Research Institute, primarily due to a lack of funds and the likelihood that they could not spare another item for her. After some contemplation, she resolved to store these resources for the time being. Whether to pursue the light or mental attributes first seemed ill-advised. It would be more prudent to wait until she secured a place among the top 10. The top 10 would yield substantial rewards, whether in monetary form or additional resources, both of which would be advantageous for Bai Ying. If she could obtain a resource that is genuinely useful to her, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Should it prove to be of no use, she could always sell it to acquire resources of a more spiritual nature. The plan is straightforward. On the day of the competition, the venue is vast beyond imagination, with the familiar blue-purple light screen at its center and newly arranged chairs surrounding it. The contestants were seated according to their assigned numbers, awaiting the official commencement of the event. Unlike the previous 2 competitions, this time the organizers had selected 4 distinguished hosts, all young and hailing from the 4 premier universities, renowned for their popularity and acclaim. Their fame, however, stemmed not solely from their exceptional hosting abilities or the prestigious institutions they represented, but rather from their prowess as formidable beast masters, each boasting a minimum level of 63. It is noteworthy that in university, one can graduate early upon reaching level 55, and these individuals were all in their 3rd year. Their presence served dual purposes: to allow the universities to scout for promising talent and to enhance the viewing experience for the audience. The first match featured 2 individuals whom Bai Ying recognized, albeit vaguely. Both were male. One commanded 3 Tier 3 beasts, while the other had 3 Tier 3 beasts and 1 Tier 4 beast, illustrating a clear comparison between a level 30 beast master and a level 40 beast master. Unless the level 30 beast master possessed some extraordinary qualities, the outcome of this competition seemed inevitable. Indeed, half an hour later, the level 30 beast master was defeated. Bai Ying scrutinized each match with utmost attention. Throughout the morning, 8 contests unfolded, during which she diligently noted distinctive traits of her opponents on paper. However, among the 16 competitors that morning, she did not encounter a single favorite for the championship. As the 5th match of the afternoon commenced, Bai Ying spotted her name on the large screen, facing an unfamiliar opponent named Xing Ko. Nevertheless, she was aware of his reputation as an exceptional level 42 beast master, boasting a formidable Tier 4 Earth-type beast, the Rohan Steel Rhinoceros. His other 3 beasts were also Earth-type: a Tier 3 Lynxy Weasel, a Tier 3 Curse Scorpion, and a Tier 3 Bone Fragment Steelbird. Upon witnessing Bai Ying, alongside this level 42 Beastmaster with a Tier 4 beast, both the audience and fellow competitors were invigorated. This match was poised to be the highlight of the day, featuring a dark horse capable of defeating Tier 4 savage beasts and a beast master with a Tier 4 companion, leaving the outcome shrouded in suspense. Xingqiu, at 18 years of age, stood impressively over 2 meters tall, his rugged features giving him an appearance more akin to someone in their mid-20s, exuding a sense of maturity. The imposing stature of such a tall individual naturally instilled a degree of intimidation. Bai Ying had to strain her neck to meet his gaze. After exchanging a courteous greeting, Xingqiu stepped back, showing no signs of underestimating her, as he was well aware of her formidable track record, approaching her with a cautious and respectful demeanor. At the referee's command, Bai Ying unleashed her with initial and thunder beast. Simultaneously, Xingqiu released his own beasts. A quick glance confirmed that, as before, there had been no alterations. Xingqiu did not test his pet beasts, but instead maintained a distance. He had studied Bai Ying's combat style and was aware of the impressive endurance of her 2 pets. An unprepared probe would merely deplete his own resources without affecting Bai Ying. Thus, he immediately employed his innate ability. Bai Ying, having researched him as well, recognized that his talent was akin to Chi Sui's, a fusion ability. A beast master of over level 40 could merge with 2 pets. Xingqiu opted for the Arhat Steel Rhino and the Steel Winged Bird, while Bai Ying could indeed dash towards her opponent with the speed of lightning to eliminate any third-tier pet. She understood that even with such swiftness, becoming ensnared in the enemy's encirclement could lead to difficulties. One must not underestimate any adversary. Ultimately, Bai Ying chose a defensive counterattack strategy. Upon witnessing the fusion, which had more than tripled Xingqiu's size, she exhaled deeply. With a ground-type fusion ability, the current Xingqiu possessed flight capabilities and the formidable attributes of the Arhat Steel Rhino: thick skin, high health, and great strength. Moreover, the Earth type inherently countered both fire and lightning attributes. However, it was not without its drawbacks. To wield the power of the Earth element, Xingqiu would need to engage in close combat, as the soil element offered limited ranged attacks. Likewise, Muchu required proximity to maximize its advantages. With clarity of thought, Bai Ying devised her battle plan. Muchu as the main force, supported by lightning. Bai Ying entrusted Muchu to handle Xingqiu while lightning would deal with the remaining 2 third-tier pets. As expected, Xingqiu attempted to manipulate the earth elements from the air to assault the roots of Muchu, yet the roots boasted considerable defense and were deeply entrenched, covering a vast area. The wood element inherently restrains the earth element, and Xingqiu's tentative assault proved ineffective. Observing the futility of his ranged attack, Xingqiu became enveloped in a thick, earthy hue of elemental energy, unfurling his wings and gathering momentum, akin to a cannonball hurtling toward Bai Ying, demonstrating his cleverness. He refrained from targeting Muchu and instead set his sights on the protected Bai Ying. At this moment, several captivated hosts, akin to casual conversants, remarked, "Do you think Xingqiu's attack will be effective? Against another opponent, it might yield considerable results, but against Bai Ying, it remains uncertain." Indeed, while Xingqiu's impact and defense were formidable, Bai Ying's plant-type companion had not been unfamiliar with stronger adversaries in this regard, such as the concealed steel piglet, which, despite possessing the same attributes and similar strength, failed to achieve success due to superior skills. Let us witness whether a twist in events unfolds. The hosts and external commentary were muted by the luminous barrier, leaving the 2 combatants unaware of the outside discourse. This time, despite being the target of Xingqiu's assault, Bai Ying neither flinched nor retreated. In the past, to avoid being locked onto by the enemy, Muchu would maneuver the vines to shift positions, ensuring Bai Ying remained in an absolute safe haven. Bai Ying's gaze toward Xingqiu was serene, and Muchu remained still. Xingqiu instinctively sensed something amiss, but it was too late. As he entered Muchu's attack range, a multitude of robust, menacing, and grotesquely large vines, adorned with mysterious and perilous patterns, surged forth from the ground. All the vines converged upward, forming a colossal birdcage in the center of the arena. The stage was set. As the cage materialized, Bai Ying naturally ceased to serve as bait and immediately shifted her position. The vines did not withstand the sudden impact from above. A vacant area appeared where Xingqiu had fallen. Those not directly struck found the dispersed force negligible. For the birds trapped within the cage, escaping became an arduous challenge, and those ambushed upon landing faced similar difficulties in taking flight again. The situation grew increasingly dire before Xingqiu could find an opportunity for escape. The external distraction provided by Lei Ting relinquished his 2 third-tier beasts and entered the cage to assist Muchu. In less than half an hour, Xingqiu exhausted his strength and, in a state of unwillingness, collapsed before Bai Ying. The referee announced Bai Ying's victory. Chapter 60, Bai Ying versus. Lin Jian cheers erupted from the audience, and the online community rejoiced as well. Although spectators had previously witnessed Bai Ying's two-beast triumph over fourth-tier fierce beasts during the preliminaries, that victory was achieved through overwhelming numbers against opponents devoid of beast tamers. Bai Ying's earlier success had garnered her attention, earning her the moniker of the Dark Horse, but this latest victory incited a frenzy among her admirers. Many naturally revel in the narrative of the underdog triumphing over the stronger opponent, a trope that, despite its predictability, remains endlessly enjoyable. In terms of rankings, this was a quintessential case of the weak overcoming the strong, and Bai Ying had garnered a considerable fan base. The previous matches had established her as one of the favorites for the championship, yet the audience rankings had not reflected this. Among 10 contestants, she ranked second to last, with Lin Jian undoubtedly occupying the last place. However, if Bai Ying were to glance at the internet now, she would discover that her ranking had surged to 6th place. After the competitors present wholeheartedly cheered for Bai Ying, their gazes towards her shifted, becoming increasingly vigilant and profound. Many who believed themselves weaker than Xing Ko secretly prayed, particularly those beast tamers at level 40 without a 4th-tier beast, hoping to avoid an encounter with Bai Ying. This was not solely due to her formidable strength. It was also because she was merely a level 31 beast tamer. Being vanquished by a level 31 tamer would be a blow to their pride as tamer of over level 40. Unbeknownst to Bai Ying, others' thoughts were far from her mind. She merely reflected that, at the current pace of the competition, she would not need to prepare for a second match for the next 4 or 5 days. Nonetheless, she continued to attend the matches daily, observing her potential adversaries. The time invested proved invaluable. Bai Ying not only witnessed the contest of 2 formidable frontrunners, but also encountered some challenging opponents who, despite lacking talent, secured swift victories. These contenders may have gone unnoticed in the initial matches, yet they shone brightly in one-on-one battles. Excluding the 2 seemingly formidable contenders who possessed dual 4th-tier ferocious beasts, Bai Ying focused her attention on another 10 individuals, all of whom achieved victory in remarkably short spans, warranting her careful observation. On the final match of the 5th day, the last contender advanced. The list of 50 participants was unveiled, and Bai Ying recognized a familiar face among them. Lin Jian had also successfully progressed. Observing his match closely, Bai Ying noted that not only did he win, but he did so with remarkable finesse. His butterfly proved invaluable, and should they meet again, he may not be so easily dealt with. The last match concluded at 3 in the afternoon, with the subsequent round set to commence the following morning at 7. There was a palpable sense of anticipation. At 7 the next morning, 50 contestants gathered early, and the 4 hosts arrived punctually. After 5 days of interaction, Bai Ying had developed a certain familiarity and fondness for the hosts, despite their differing styles of thinking. The names of the 50 contestants scrolled rapidly across the large screen, and upon the host's command, the scrolling came to a halt. Bai Ying looked up and was momentarily stunned. What incredible luck to have drawn the first position. Upon gazing at her opponent, she was taken aback yet again. It was a well-known figure, Lin Jian, who had previously issued a challenge during the survival competition and then, without deploying his trump card, had seemingly surrendered, a ruthless individual with intentions toward her. Truly, a fateful confrontation. This sentiment resonated with both the contestants on-site and the online audience. Bai Ying and Lin Jian rose simultaneously, standing a short distance apart, facing each other. Lin Jian smiled and nodded at Bai Ying, who reciprocated the gesture. At the referee's command, Lin Jian released a total of 6 pet beasts. Under the protection of Mu Chu, Bai Ying furrowed her brows, observing a 6th pet beast that Lin Jian had never unleashed before. Aside from the 2nd-tier Xianshan butterfly that had advanced to the 3rd tier, had he contracted an additional pet beast? This had never been revealed before. Was this indeed his trump card? The newly contracted pet beast was quite diminutive, merely the size of a palm, resembling a beetle. Bai Ying stood at a distance, unable to discern the entirety of the creature. Its attributes and level remained unknown, as her talents did not permit her to extract such information. She remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the peculiar creature, her heart brimming with caution as she urged Mu Chu and Lei Ting to remain vigilant. From a distance, she observed as the diminutive beetle flitted behind the Xianshan butterfly, vanishing from sight. Having learned from her previous misstep, Bai Ying resolutely averted her gaze from the butterfly this time. However, the reality proved more intricate than she had anticipated. Unable to identify the beetle herself, the host, equipped with the advantages of a camera and seasoned experience, swiftly discerned the species. To her astonishment, their classmate Lin Jian had contracted a Gufeng beetle, known for its amplification abilities. Indeed, The Gufeng beetle is a remarkably unique third-tier beast, lacking any offensive skills until it reaches the 7th tier. Nevertheless, it is highly coveted among beast tamers. Its capabilities render it immensely desirable, yet its lack of self-defense renders it scarce and immensely valuable. It seems our classmate Lin Jian has made ample preparations for this competition. Will this fated confrontation alter the outcome? Let us await the unfolding of events. The Gufeng beetle, prior to reaching the 7th tier, possesses but a single skill, amplifier. This skill enhances the power of the nearest beast or ferocious creature, currently unleashing its skills. At the 1st tier, the amplification is 5, at the 2nd tier, 10, and at the 3rd tier, 15. Lin Jian's Gufeng beetle is indeed at the 3rd tier. Chapter 61. The Epileptic Muchu. Bai Ying may not have recognized the Gufeng beetle, but her intuition suggested it was likely Lin Jian's hidden trump card, long kept in reserve. In the survival competition, he would rather concede than reveal it, undoubtedly due to the terrifying nature of this beetle. Bai Ying held no disdain. Thunder had already surged towards the Xianqian butterfly. Having realized after battling in the woods that the Xianqian butterfly was the sole beast capable of causing them distress, thus, eliminating it was imperative. Although Thunder's charge appeared somewhat reckless, Muchu was right behind, ready to assist in controlling the battlefield. Together, they were invincible. However, events did not unfold as Thunder had anticipated. Midway, it was intercepted by 2 other flying beasts, and the ground creatures unleashed skills to disrupt, preventing Thunder from reaching the Xianqian butterfly, albeit without inflicting harm. Thunder, caught in place, anxiously inquired why Bai Ying and Muchu were not offering assistance. Had they encountered trouble? Muchu was indeed in grave peril. From the spectator's perspective, the answer was evident. At that moment, Muchu resembled someone afflicted by epilepsy, with all the vines thrashing uncontrollably. Even the cage where Bai Ying was situated trembled. Something was amiss. She realized that Muchu had likely fallen under the influence of the Xianqian butterfly. Bai Ying sensed the cage shifting, and it was highly probable that Muchu would hurl herself into the center of the battlefield, or perhaps onto the face of the opposing beast. A wave of unease washed over her as she informed Thunder of Muchu's predicament, urging him to remain vigilant regarding his position. Thunder swiftly repelled the 2 flying beasts and advanced towards Bai Ying. At that moment, Bai Ying found herself positioned directly above the 2 ground creatures, which were poised and ready to spring into action. As she was about to open the cage and cast Bai Ying out, Muchu briefly regained consciousness amidst her struggles. In an instant, Bai Ying connected with Muchu, and a flurry of thoughts raced through her mind like a fleeting panorama. She resolved to turn the situation to her advantage. You should still throw me down, extend a vine for me to leverage, and leave the rest to me. Keep striving, and aim to prolong your clarity. Feigning a failure to resist, Muchu unlocked the cage, allowing Bai Ying to soar forth. Utilizing the vine that Muchu had extended, she leaped and narrowly evaded the direct onslaught of 2 fierce beasts. The disparity between beasts and humans was indeed vast, even after avoiding the most concentrated area of energy. Bai Ying still felt the effects, suffering from frostbite on her arms and thighs, along with inhaling a noxious gas that left her momentarily dizzy, nearly causing her to stumble. After unleashing a wave of skills, the 2 beasts, trusting in the control exerted over Muchu, did not anticipate her betrayal. Consequently, when the vine erupted from the earth, the 2 beasts were caught off guard. Thunder approached, and the 2 contenders bore their injuries, one external and one internal. Thunder still had the capacity to unleash another thunderous retribution or a fiery incantation, or perhaps a fiery thunder explosion. However, there were still 4 beasts to contend with. The unidentified beetle, alongside the Xianqian butterfly, could be considered as one entity, yet there remained 2 flying beasts. It was uncertain whether Thunder could approach the Xianqian butterfly undetected amidst the vigilance of the 4 beasts. Relying solely on Thunder would be insufficient. A strategy was imperative. The optimal solution would be to eliminate the threats in the forest, yet that posed significant challenges due to the proximity of the forest to the Xianqian butterfly. Should Thunder launch a direct assault, it was highly likely that before achieving success, he would succumb to the control of the Xianqian butterfly and be compelled to surrender. The 1vs1 competition stipulates that any beast returning to the beast mastery space is eliminated and may not re-enter the arena. Thunder, accompanied by Bai Ying, evades the aerial assaults of the flying beasts. As they are forced into close quarters, Thunder expands its form, flapping its wings to envelop the outstretched wings or claws of the opponent in a tempest of clouds, inflicting damage with its storm. However, this tactic is fraught with peril, as a moment's inattention could harm Bai Ying. When facing a psychic-type adversary, one must either possess formidable mental strength to achieve immunity and secure an effortless victory, or, if unfortunate enough to be ensnared, allow an unaffected ally or beast to turn the tide. Should these strategies fail, one must devise a means to deliver a substantial stimulus to the controlled individual or beast, whether through emotional provocation or physical pain. If the stimulus is sufficiently intense, it may momentarily rouse the consciousness of the ensnared entity, enabling a swift resolution to the psychic menace. However, to act recklessly could lead to one's own peril, incurring tremendous distress or anguish. Perhaps she has discovered the ideal recipient for Thunder's abilities. Muchu exhibits resistance to Thunder's full-force assault, while it may inflict injury upon her. It would not be fatal, nor would it incapacitate her completely. In a state of semi-consciousness, she oscillates between trembling uncontrollably and using her vines to obstruct the enemy's flying beasts, while also aiding herself in evading their attacks. Bai Ying perseveres in her evasive maneuvers until she finally witnesses the moment of clarity in Muchu. After consulting with Muchu and receiving an affirmative response, she feels a surge of determination. In the moment when Muchu became rigid, Thunder swept low across the sky, releasing Bai Ying. Bai Ying deftly caught hold of Muchu's vine and hastily ran in the direction away from the thunder. A flicker of doubt flashed in the eyes of those observing in the forest. In the next instant, their eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 62. A strike to reverse destiny. The audience, fond of Bai Ying, had their hearts in their throats during those brief minutes for the onlookers. With their clarity of perception, could discern that Bai Ying was at a disadvantage in this competition. Two formidable beasts, one exhausted from exertion and the other under control, left the question. How would Bai Ying turn the tide? Was she destined to falter at this juncture? Was the outcome of this fateful confrontation truly fated to be rewritten? Among the four hosts, two exhibited a clear bias in their analysis, seemingly doubting Bai Ying's potential for a breakthrough. At that moment, Muchu, once again under control, extended its vine toward the rapidly approaching thunder. The thunder pierced through the gaps, swiftly closing in on the roots of Muchu, as if it were a moth drawn to a flame, willingly ensnaring itself, courting its own demise. Some audience members even expressed their confusion through messages. Could it be that the thunder was also under control? Was it not said that elemental spirits were immune to psychic manipulation? By now, the thunder had reached the roots of Muchu, its two small wings vibrating at a high frequency, radiating a brilliant purple light. From the storm clouds emerged a lightning bolt as thick as a chopstick, striking directly at one of Muchu's main vines. The immense force of the lightning charred the already resilient vine, nearly severing it in two. This excruciating blow, tantamount to a severe injury, momentarily jolted Muchu into a state of awareness. Without the slightest hesitation, Muchu directed a long-forgotten pursuit skill towards the Xianqian butterfly. However, his reaction was sluggish, and the speed of the two flying beasts was insufficient. The spatial skill surged forward, traversing nearly 500 meters to appear at the side of the Xianqian butterfly. Vines lashed out fiercely, bringing both the butterfly and the Gufeng beetle crashing to the ground. As they fell, Muchu activated the flame dragon barrier. The dragon breath upon the vines, ablaze with searing flames, ignited the wings of the Xianqian butterfly. One of the beetle's wings was also injured, temporarily robbing it of its ability to fly. At this moment, the forest was devoid of allies. He stood alone, with the predatory gaze of thunder and the furious demeanor of Muchu directed at him. Reflecting on the swift and tumultuous shift in circumstances that had transpired in less than a minute, he let out a bitter laugh and said to Bai Ying, "I concede. It is I who have lost, not merely that I surrender." In terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to her. The audience was left dumbfounded, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Just a second ago, the forest had been dominated by him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, Bai Ying's thunder had attacked its own beast, leaving everyone bewildered? How did Bai Ying turn defeat into victory? They had presumed that thunder was under the control of the psychic butterfly, yet little did they know it was a self-directed performance. By attacking its own ally, the ally strangely regained consciousness and swiftly overcame the beast that had controlled it, achieving an extraordinary turnaround and securing the ultimate triumph. A brief silence enveloped the arena before Bai Ying was met with thunderous applause. Those who favored her, who had been lamenting just moments before, now stood in ecstatic jubilation. They had not anticipated that Bai Ying could turn defeat into victory through her peculiar, suicidal offensive. At this moment, the two hosts, who had remained neutral until now, exchanged a knowing smile. One host remarked, "It is widely acknowledged that when battling with a psychic entity, the optimal strategy is to avoid being controlled." The second best approach is to be weak when under control yet strong when free, allowing the unconstrained to vanquish the psychic's familiar and thereby secure victory. However, if neither of these strategies proves effective, one must resort to the final and most desperate measure, to employ immense stimuli to jolt the mind of the controlled individual. This method carries a certain probability of awakening those who are ensnared, potentially leading to triumph over the psychic entity. Our esteemed classmate Bai Ying has indeed employed this last strategy to turn the tides and emerge victorious. Indeed, while Lin Jian's Gufeng beetle left us astounded and delighted. And his combination of the psychic Xianchun butterfly and the Gufeng beetle was a significant highlight. It is unfortunate that he encountered Bai Ying. In the face of peril, she remained composed and resourceful, discovering the correct solution. Having succumbed to Bai Ying's prowess on 2 occasions, one might ponder the existence of fate in this world. Had Lin Jian not faced Bai Ying, perhaps he would have had further opportunities. However, regrettably, this is where his journey must come to a halt. Nonetheless, it is important to note that Lin Jian is still merely a sophomore, with a whole year ahead of him. After a year of refinement and introspection, for someone like him, a prodigy, it is undeniably possible to achieve astonishing progress. Speaking of which, our classmate Bai Ying is reportedly still a first-year high school student, correct? Do you think Bai Ying has the potential to secure a position within the top 10? Could he become the first student in recent years to transition from high school to university immediately? It is difficult to say, indeed. However, let us await the outcome with anticipation. As Bai Ying and Lin Jian descended from the stage, Bai Ying turned first, casting a glance at the visibly dejected Lin Jian. With the support of medical personnel, he addressed Lin Jian, who was also heading for a checkup. Your butterfly is truly formidable. My wooden initial immunity to the psychic realm was surprisingly affected. Is that the renowned Gufeng beetle? Bai Ying nearly leapt from the stretcher in astonishment. Well, even if it is the Gufeng beetle, it still faced defeat. Ah, it's all right. Next year, you will surely emerge victorious. I believe you will either be first or second. Who is the first? If I do not place in the top 10 this time, it must surely be me. Lin Jian? Lin Jian? Doctor, Lin Jian has fainted. Lin Jian opened his eyes, glaring at Bai Ying. I did not faint. Oh. Why don't you speak more eloquently? You truly lack in communication skills. Chapter 63. Entering the top 10, the venom in Bai Ying was quite severe. The toxin from that beast could incapacitate even first and second-tier ferocious creatures. Although Lin Jian had managed to reduce both the quantity and quality of the pet's venom, even in minute traces, it remained exceedingly perilous to fragile humans. Consequently, Bai Ying spent a full 2 days on her sickbed, while Lin Jian, occupying the adjacent bed, had already recovered and been discharged a day prior. During these 2 days, she adhered to medical advice, languidly lying in bed while watching live broadcasts, witnessing various contestants engage in intense and thrilling battles to determine their fates. At last, on the day of her discharge, this round of competition concluded. 25 victors emerged, and a draw would take place the following day. One fortunate individual would receive a bye, and once this fortunate soul was identified, they would proceed to the next round of competition. The next day, Bai Ying gazed upon the enormous electronic screen, taking note of the sparse assembly of 25 participants at the venue. These individuals appeared as minuscule, inconsequential ants upon the vast expanse of the earth. As the time approached, the host animated the atmosphere, and alongside the host's voice, the names of the 25 contestants scrolled across the large screen. Bai Ying did not fixate on the screen. Instead, she curiously surveyed the expressions of those around her. She observed some faces radiant with excitement, others devoid of emotion, a few adorned with a hint of derision, and some with reddening eyes. Upon examining the now-still screen, Bai Ying matched the name with the man whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oh, it is he. Regarding the upcoming Bai Ying held no particular anticipation. If it were her, naturally entering the top 10 would be splendid. However, if it were not meant to be, it would matter little. Destiny, not permitting her to take shortcuts, would necessitate her compliance with fate's design and rely solely on her own prowess. The unfamiliar fortunate individual, with a hint of redness at the corners of his eyes and a rosy glow upon his cheeks, could not restrain himself from rising from his seat. The competitors cast various meaningful glances in his direction, and as the camera drew near, he joyfully waved at it, inhaled deeply, and settled back down. The moment of buys had arrived, and the next round of eliminations awaited the remaining 24 contestants. On the first day, a total of 5 matches were held. The competitors' skills had sharpened, their vigilance heightened, resulting in prolonged battles, two of the participants engaged in a fierce contest that lasted an astonishing 3.5 hours. It was truly formidable. On the second day, during the second match, Bai Ying faced a female opponent. Among the 25 contestants, including Bai Ying, there were only 8 female competitors. Thus, it was indeed rare to witness 2 women battling in the arena. Bai Ying had observed this female classmate. She was a level 45 Beastmaster with a tier 4 pet, matching the level of her classmate Jiang Yuyun, though their levels were equal. Possessing only one tier 4 pet suggested a lack of potential, unless her contract duration was excessively short. Analyzing the situation of her 3 pets, it was clear she belonged to the latter category, which indicated a singular truth, a deficiency in wealth, channels, and resources, even in the realm of Beastmasters. It remained a world dictated by assets. Bai Ying recognized this with clarity and lucidity. Although her pet had already reached the 4th tier, it possessed no particularly extraordinary abilities. And the Beastmaster herself lacked formidable combat talent. Bai Ying engaged in a prolonged struggle for over 40 minutes, ultimately securing victory in this round. On the morning of the 3rd day, 12 individuals emerged triumphant, and with the fortunate one who had received a Bai, only Bai Ying, a first-year student, remained among them. The other 12 were all 3rd-year students, with not a single second-year among them. 13 contenders required another Bai. As the large screen gradually came to a halt, Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback when a name appeared. The lucky individual receiving the Bai was none other than Jiang Yuyun. Widely acknowledged as the most formidable competitor in this tournament, Jiang Yuyun remained remarkably composed, barely lifting an eyelid until the host called out his name, prompting him to glance up. Observing Jiang Yuyun's visage, Bai Ying couldn't help but lament the inequities of fate. Not only had this individual been bestowed with immense strength and financial prowess, but also with striking good looks. Jiang Yuyun possessed an androgynous appearance, characterized by a gentle countenance. Yet no one would mistake him for a female. His demeanor exuded an air of aloofness, and though his gaze revealed no hint of arrogance, it nonetheless imparted an unmistakable sense of unattainable detachment. At that moment, Jiang Yuyun displayed no trace of joy at being the fortunate recipient of the Bai. Starkly contrasting with the previous individual who wore a sheepish smile, acutely aware of his inferiority. Yet, no one paid him any heed. While the first Bai recipient evoked envy and jealousy, Jiang Yuyun instilled a profound sense of helplessness. Alas, this is the epitome of a favored child of destiny. Until now. The timing of the competition has been impeccably managed, with 2 matches held each day, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Bai Ying is slated for the morning match on the 3rd day. This time, Bai Ying's opponent is a male classmate, a level 44 Beastmaster, accompanied by a 4th-tier beast. His strength is comparable to that of the female classmate she previously faced, yet he ultimately succumbed to Bai Ying, particularly because his 4th-tier beast, possessing both wood and earth attributes, was countered by Bai Ying's 2 beasts, leading to a swift conclusion of the battle in just over 30 minutes. Bai Ying was taken aback, realizing that securing a position in the top 10 was less challenging than the struggle to enter the top 25. With this victory, Bai Ying has already assured herself a place among the top 7. Thus, even in the event of defeat, her worst outcome would be 7th place. After 6 matches, there was no need to wait for the following day, as the organizers directly announced the final round's format on site. The 6 individuals who failed to advance from the 13th to 7th round will engage in head-to-head matches over the next 5 days, utilizing a points system. The 3 with the highest scores will progress to secure the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions. However, they will not have the opportunity to compete against those who have already advanced. The 6 successful contenders will also compete under the points system, with final rankings determined by their scores. Each victory grants 1 point, while losses do not incur penalties. Although this competition format is time-consuming, it thoroughly embodies fairness and impartiality, leaving no room for luck. As each participant must compete against the other 6, a draw is unnecessary. The organizers will arrange the matches. Whether this was a deliberate decision by the organizers remains uncertain, but it appears intentional, as the announced list reveals that the very first match in the initial round features a clash between the 2 competitors boasting 2 4th-tier beasts, showcasing the pinnacle of strength in this competition. The match between Jiang Yuyun and Jing Chan is scheduled for 5 days later. Bai Ying decided to return to the venue on that day to witness the captivating spectacle of their fierce contest, a once-in-a-lifetime showdown. As for her own match, it has been arranged by the organizers to take place as the final bout of the first round. Upon seeing the name of her opponent, even the seasoned Bai Ying could not help but darken in expression. Her adversary is none other than the Beastmaster who, with the aid of a remarkable 4th-tier pet, managed to exhaust her opponent for 3.5 hours, ultimately forcing them to surrender. What a calamity! Chapter 64, Jiang Yuyun vs. Jing Chan. On the morning of the 6th day, with the referee's command, both competitors summoned their pets. Before Jing Chan appeared a translucent, luminescent jellyfish floating in midair, accompanied by a snow-white spider the size of a person with red eyes, a palm-sized emerald green toad that resembled a piece of jade, and a menacingly large, black and yellow variant of a killer bee, its wings vibrating at a high frequency. The attributes included a 4th-tier initial stage mutated holy light jellyfish of the poison, space, and water types, a 4th-tier initial stage blood jade spider of the poison type, a 3rd-tier late-stage emerald toad of poison and wood attributes, and a 3rd-tier mid-stage killer bee of poison and fire attributes. Bai Ying squinted as she examined the properties of the holy light jellyfish. It is well known that Jing Chan possesses only one 4th-tier poison-type pet, the blood jade spider. As for the mutated holy light jellyfish, there had been no mention of it possessing any poisonous attributes. Rather, it was said to have exceptionally powerful healing capabilities, capable of mending substantial injuries in a short period, whether for humans or beasts alike. Although the starlight jellyfish bears the name starlight, it is not inherently of the light attribute. Rather, it emits a faint bioluminescence that resembles the radiance of holy light in the depths of the ocean, hence its name. Its aesthetic appeal has garnered significant fame, and it is said that the starlight jellyfish generally possesses spatial and water attributes, with reports of a rare toxic attribute being scarce. Could this explain the presence of a mutation? Bai Ying pondered thoughtfully. Outsiders remain unaware of the jellyfish's toxic nature, and Jing Chan had deliberately concealed this attribute during previous encounters. If Jiang Yuyun were to let her guard down, she might indeed find herself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Bai Ying cast a glance at Jiang Yuyun. Even though it was not her first encounter, she could not help but feel a pang of jealousy at Jiang Yuyun's extravagant display of wealth. In the realm of 4th-tier beasts, the lineup was formidable: a mid-tier fallen Pegasus of the dark attribute, a low-tier frost apostle of the ice attribute, a perfected bloodthirsty bat of the 3rd tier in the dark attribute, and a mid-tier thunder dragon of the earth attribute. She despised the affluent. Below the stage, apart from Bai Ying's awe at Jiang Yuyun's wealth, the other 4 individuals felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness upon witnessing the formidable lineup she presented. All of them possessed 4th-tier beasts as well, yet they understood that their companions paled in comparison to Jiang Yuyun's. Take the fallen Pegasus, for instance. Its potential level was publicly acknowledged as mysterious potential. In contrast, their own 4th-tier beasts were merely classified as super rare. Do not underestimate this classification. Despite all being 4th tier, the combat prowess of the fallen Pegasus surpassed theirs, and most critically, Jiang Yuyun possessed 2 such extraordinary beasts. The humanoid frost apostle, towering at 2.5 meters, is cloaked in a thick layer of white fur, boasting formidable defensive capabilities and formidable ice attribute attacks, along with an enigmatic potential. Such an adversary seems overwhelmingly powerful. Yet on the surface, Jiang Yuyun possesses a distinct advantage, whether in the level or potential of her companion beasts. However, the presence of 4 toxic-type beasts poses a significant threat, capable of causing Jiang Yuyun to stumble unexpectedly. The situation is not entirely one-sided, creating an atmosphere ripe with anticipation. Jing Chan initiates the assault. The seemingly diminutive, hand-sized, adorable toad swiftly transforms into a towering creature, now the height of a person. Despite its initially charming appearance, once enlarged, it becomes akin to a warty toad, evoking a visceral discomfort. The toad emits a resounding croak, and moments later, a verdant mist erupts from its mouth, enveloping a 50-meter radius in a matter of mere seconds. The spectators outside and Jiang Yuyun on the opposite side are rendered blind to the happenings within the mist. Yet the hissing sounds emanating from the obscured area are unmistakable, suggesting that a sinister arrangement is underway. As the mist spreads towards Jiang Yuyun, its hue lightens, though it remains uncertain whether its toxicity diminishes. Without awaiting the complete encroachment of the fog, Jiang Yuyun directs her gaze towards a jet-black celestial steed, adorned with expansive wings and possessing blood-red eyes. The sound of its hooves echoes as it takes flight, skillfully executing the ability known as Black Orb Storm. A whirlwind arises from the ground, creating a void that is swiftly reclaimed by the encroaching mist. It is evident that the miasma possesses the capacity for proliferation. Unless its root cause is addressed, it will continue to spread over time, as the relentless assaults of the fallen Pegasus cannot be sustained indefinitely. Should Jiang Yuyun fail to eliminate this miasma swiftly, both he and his 4 companion beasts shall remain ensnared within its toxic grasp, for they do not possess complete immunity to the venom. The fleeting glimpse he caught moments ago unveiled the circumstances on the battlefield. In the expansive area shrouded by the miasma, delicate threads refracted the golden sunlight, only to vanish beneath the veil of toxicity. These threads, spun by a venomous spider, are perilous. One can only imagine the fate that would befall Jiang Yuyun should he be unprepared and allow his companion beasts to become ensnared. Even those with partial immunity would find themselves paralyzed and incapacitated within mere moments. Neither the holy light jellyfish nor Jing Chan made an appearance. However, Jiang Yuyun was not without recourse. His third-tier beast, the Thunder Dragon, advanced with its stout, armored claws, while he positioned himself at the rear. The elemental force of Earth radiated from the Thunder Dragon, creating tremors across the ground. This maneuver, if executed with greater surprise, could potentially disrupt the battle on the opposing side, yet under Jing Chan's vigilant gaze, such a tactic would clearly be ineffective. Nevertheless, the seismic waves generated by the Thunder Dragon were not intended to disrupt the enemy. Rather, they served to provide feedback on the entire battlefield's terrain, including the areas concealed by the miasma. Jing Chan's airborne companion beast could not grant her the ability to fly. Thus, she was inevitably bound to the ground. The seismic waves conveyed the circumstances within the poisonous mist to Jiang Yuyun, while the fallen black steed in the sky had already received her command. Without any visibility, it surged towards a specific point, unleashing a jet of black flame stretching a meter long. The dark fire reacted violently with the toxic barrier, intertwining in a fierce embrace. However, the energy contained within the black flame was far greater and more concentrated, overpowering the dispersed poison that blanketed half the battlefield. It merely caused a momentary hesitation in the black flame before it broke through. The transparent threads were scorched and severed, as if the carefully laid plans had come to naught. Nevertheless, Jiang Yuyun, through the seismic waves, was able to ascertain the whereabouts of Jing Chan, who in turn managed to evade the most perilous attacks utilizing the threads. As the black flame descended, the area was left desolate. Jiang Yuyun's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this outcome. The seismic waves from the thunderous dragon continued to prove useful, allowing Jiang Yuyun to track in real time. It seemed that the cat-and-mouse game had lost its allure. The bloodthirsty bat, long concealed in Jiang Yuyun's shadow, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes wide and, like an arrow, darted into the poisonous mist. From the audience's perspective in Chapter 65, the bloodthirsty bat's entry undoubtedly caused some trouble for Jing Chan. In the sky, the wings of the fallen celestial steed glimmered with a sinister, inky sheen, while its hooves ignited with black flames, indicating a formidable move was at hand. Bai Ying's 2 beasts, a pseudo-legendary creature and one of mysterious potential, suggested to her that the latter should possess one or more advanced skills. The ferocity of the recent storm in the black flame, while formidable, did not equate to the power of an advanced skill. Therefore, the buildup observed might very well be the elusive advanced skill that no one had yet witnessed. She squinted her eyes, watching as the fallen Pegasus brewed a skill that sent shivers down her spine, even through the violet barrier. A question lingered in her mind. Why did their advanced skills exude such an impressive aura? Both of her beloved beasts had unleashed high-level abilities at the competition, yet none possessed such a formidable sense of oppression. The absolute suppression of the tall over the short? Impossible. How could this dark steed soar like thunder? The terrifying dominance of the large over the small? Unthinkable. In the presence of Mu Chu, this fallen Pegasus seemed like a mere younger brother. Thus, the issue must lie with me? Surely not. It must be because the fallen Pegasus was imbued with a sense of darkness that evoked profundity. In contrast, her own beasts were vibrant and colorful, adorned in hues of red paired with purple or green, evoking a festive spirit. Yes, it had to be so. At that moment, a colossal cross, engulfed in black flames, cleaved through the air above the battlefield. The once inconspicuous Earth Dragon, which had been silently emitting seismic waves to probe the enemy's position, suddenly unleashed its fury. The tremors that merely shook the ground now resembled a true earthquake, causing the earth to convulse violently, cracking the specially forged ground. Clods of earth and unique materials erupted, disrupting the steadily developing miasma. Faint sounds emanated from within the noxious fog, and just then, the enormous cross descended from the sky, causing the verdant miasma to dissipate silently, as if ice met water. It was a scene of effortless destruction. This moment was captured by the keen aerial cameras. allowing the audience and Jiang Yuyun to once again trace the fleeting figure of Jing Chan, who had vanished upon entering the arena. Jing Chan sat upon the blood-jade white spider, awkwardly making her way towards an area untouched by the black flame cross-slash, and largely unaffected by the impact of the roaring dragon. The emerald toad was nowhere in sight, nor was the bloodthirsty bat, which did not belong to her. While the bees remained absent, the noxious miasma had suffered a devastating blow, yet the onlookers soon realized that the poisonous fog swiftly extinguished the weakened black flames. The radius of the toxic haze began to contract, and the fallen Pegasus descended, seemingly devoid of any further power to strike. It appeared as if both parties had suffered equally, yet the true state of affairs was known only to the two involved. The full-force strike from the fallen Pegasus had cost Jing Chan a third-tier companion beast, and the situation was undeniably turning unfavorable for her. Jing Chan was injured. The seismic feedback allowed Jiang Yuyun to discern that Jing Chan was in a precarious state. The Frost Apostle, who had faithfully guarded her side, calmly ventured into the poisonous mist, as it possessed high attack, substantial health, and formidable defense, along with a degree of immunity to toxins. Although the others were unaware of Jing Chan's precise condition, they could infer that it was not promising, likely nearing its conclusion. Most shared this belief. Jiang Yuyun's 3 companion beasts exerted themselves vigorously, indicating that Jing Chan must have sustained injuries. Otherwise, Jiang Yuyun would not have dared to send 2 of her beasts into the miasma. However, upon reflection, Bai Ying's gaze flickered. With a healing-capable holy light jellyfish at her disposal, could Jing Chan's injuries truly be so dire? Was it possible that what she contemplated had eluded Jiang Yuyun's thoughts? Was this a case of fishing for legal violations or merely a calculated ruse? The miasma diminished in size, evidently indicating that the assaults or disturbances from the 3 beasts had caused considerable trouble for Jing Chan. Just as the poisonous fog enveloped an area of about 20 square meters, a dark brown entity suddenly surged forth from the miasma, hurtling at an astonishing speed towards Jiang Yuyun. It was the elusive killer bee that had yet to make an appearance. The spectators below, witnessing the swift approach of the killer bee towards Jiang Yuyun, wondered if this was indeed Jing Chan's desperate counterattack. Would it prove effective? Jiang Yuyun's expression remained unfazed. Following closely behind the miasma, a larger black creature emerged, her bloodthirsty bat. Although the bat's speed was comparable to that of the killer bee, it could not close the gap to intercept the bee that was mere moments away from brushing against Jiang Yuyun's face. When the killer bee was merely 2 meters away, the fallen Pegasus, seemingly utilizing all its strength, emitted an indescribably eerie shriek. At the instant of this cry, the killer bee, with a clear target in sight, abruptly veered off course and narrowly missed colliding with Jiang Yuyun. As the onlookers lamented the failure of the killer bee or marveled at Jiang Yuyun's composed and meticulous demeanor, a moment of astonishment struck. A radiant holy light jellyfish, shimmering with golden brilliance under the sun, suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yuyun. It extended its delicate, translucent tentacles, swiftly and bizarrely lunging towards her shoulder. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the unexpected emergence of the holy light jellyfish. Even the 4 hosts were momentarily astonished, but their extensive experience allowed them to quickly regain composure. Most of Jing Chan's pets were of the poison type. In fact, one could assert that they were all poison types. The deeply concealed holy light jellyfish was Jing Chan's true trump card, while the blood-jade white spider merely served as a decoy. They soon deduced that Jing Chan's innate talent must also pertain to the poison category. And the origin of the holy light jellyfish remained uncertain, whether it was born this way or influenced by Jing Chan's abilities. Just as the tentacles of the holy light jellyfish were poised to pierce through Jiang Yuyun's shoulder, an inexplicable stasis enveloped the space around the jellyfish. Jiang Yuyun turned her head, gazing serenely at the holy light jellyfish, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As if to convey through the jellyfish to the concealed Jing Chan within the poisonous miasma, I have always been wary of your trick. Then, with a swift motion, a tail from the thunder dragon struck out. Simultaneously, a plume of dark flame from the fallen black horse emerged before the holy light jellyfish. Just as the attack was about to land, a female voice resonated from the miasma. I concede. Chapter 66, Bai Ying versus Luo Jie. The audience erupted in cheers for Jiang Yuyun's formidable prowess and victory, yet only a select few, including Bai Ying, pondered the nature of the power that had ensnared the holy light jellyfish in that final moment. Was it an unused skill of her pet? Or perhaps a latent talent that Jiang Yuyun had concealed until now? Bai Ying possessed deeper insight into the attributes of the holy light jellyfish. It was of the spatial attribute, and its sudden appearance behind Jiang Yuyun undoubtedly invoked the powers of space. Thus, what force could possibly restrain the spatially attuned holy light jellyfish in place? Was it a superior form of spatial power? It is impossible for either Jiang Yuyun or her pet to wield the spatial power capable of overwhelming a fourth-tier holy light jellyfish. Thus, it must be a force of a higher attribute. Bai Ying swiftly discerned the attribute of time as the power that could directly suppress spatial energy. Although devoid of spatial force, it could solidify the moment of attack. Time would be frozen precisely at the instant it intended to strike, rendering even the spatially endowed holy light jellyfish defenseless and unable to escape. As Bai Ying observed the departing figure, an indescribable pressure enveloped her. Upon introspection, she sorrowfully realized that neither Thunder nor Mu Chu, even at their utmost potential, could surpass Jiang Yuyun. This was not an exercise in self-deprecation, but rather a conclusion drawn from objective facts and rational judgment. For the time being, she could not defeat Jiang Yuyun. Yet she believed that given 3 years, nay, even just 1 year, she would attain combat prowess sufficient to contend with Jiang Yuyun, with the outcome being a coin toss. Even if Jiang Yuyun possessed the most enigmatic, terrifying, and elusive attribute power, Bai Ying felt no trepidation. After all, her own talents appeared rather extraordinary. Compared to Jiang Yuyun, it was uncertain who might be deemed more exceptional. With a sigh of relief, Bai Ying rose to partake in a meal. The establishment provided lunch and dinner for the contestants, and the quality of the fare was remarkably high. One would scarcely spend less than tens of thousands outside for such sustenance. Here, one could eat freely and even request more if not satiated, a truly generous arrangement. A few days later, it was Bai Ying's turn. Bai Ying gazed at her adorable, plump opponent, who stood a head and a half taller than her, took a deep breath, and exhaled, ready to commence their mutual torment. This contestant possessed a formidable fourth-tier pet beast, whose attributes, while rather commonplace, were of the earth element. However, the creature's abilities were remarkably peculiar, and the tactics employed by its beast master were particularly loathsome. The strategy could be distilled to a single word: cowardice. The dual-element fourth-tier pet, the sea rock giant turtle, was well known among the competitors. They were all aware of Luo Jia's proclaimed talent. His innate ability, earth resonance, allowed him to draw upon the strength of the earth to sustain his pet beast, enabling it to endure without sustenance for an astonishing year and a half, theoretically speaking. This power bore a striking resemblance to Mu Chu's celestial burden, representing an exceptionally potent form of talent, especially when combined with his pet and tactics. Against opponents lacking sufficient endurance or the means to breach defenses, they could be inexorably worn down. It was indeed a most disconcerting combination. The spacious shell of the sea rock giant turtle could easily accommodate the rotund Luo Jia, allowing this duo to execute a strategy of self-preservation while their adversaries could do nothing but watch in frustration. Bai Ying was determined not to allow him to persist in such a manner, with the structure of the competition imposing a time limit. If no victor emerged after 6 hours, both parties would be deemed to have drawn, resulting in 0 points. At the judge's command, in the blink of an eye, a colossal turtle, towering 5 to 6 meters, materialized before the audience. Without waiting for others to comprehend, a shadow suddenly darted into the shell of the colossal tortoise. A pale yellow elemental force enveloped the giant turtle, and soon a massive stone resembling the tortoise emerged onto the arena. The swift thunder arrived just a moment too late. By the time it reached the scene, the giant tortoise was already shrouded in earthy elements. Observing this obstinate stone that seemed intent on wearing her down, Bai Ying let out a cold laugh. Playing tactical games with me? While the earth element could indeed insulate against the majority of elemental powers, it was merely the majority, not the entirety. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, thunder enlarged its form, enveloping itself within the immense stone. Within the storm clouds, it continuously unleashed the forces of lightning and flame, intensifying the output of its fire. This flame, fundamentally a manifestation of geothermal energy, was an exceptionally potent fire element, characterized by its extraordinarily high temperature. The surface of the earth element-formed rock became scorched black, even though it was constituted of non-natural forces. Once thunder had completed its coverage, Mu Chu, who had been waiting patiently, manipulated the powers of nature, allowing tendrils to entwine the rock and activating the skill flame dragon arm. The tendrils, imbued with a terrifyingly powerful dragon's breath pattern, flickered ominously, giving rise to a rudimentary version of a dual-fuel steamer. Even if your beast can endure, how long can you, as a human, hold out? The relentless heating continued, persistently pressuring the occupant within to abandon this steadfast approach. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. 25 minutes went by. And it was just a little shy of half an hour. Suddenly, Mu Chu and Lei Ting sensed the vibrations of the earth. Yet their companion beasts did not cease their efforts. Instead, they intensified their release of searing heat. Particularly, Mu Chu continued to unleash and sustain her power. However, before half an hour had elapsed, the rocky formations of earth elements began to crumble. Bai Ying instructed the two beasts to halt as a figure slowly emerged from within, who faintly uttered "I concede" before collapsing. The once pristine garments appeared wrinkled, resembling fabric that had been repeatedly soaked and dried in perspiration. The individual was subsequently carried away, severely dehydrated and in need of medical attention. Holding her breath with concern for the person's condition, Bai Ying was aware that her strategy should have been effective. Yet she remained uncertain about the severity of the outcome. Ultimately, she exhaled in relief upon hearing from the doctor that there were no significant issues. It was a relief that nothing serious had occurred. Otherwise, she would hesitate to employ such tactics in the future. Chapter 67, Bai Ying vs. Jing Chan. In the following days, Bai Ying faced a series of competitions, each proceeding relatively smoothly, as individuals as peculiar as Luo Jie were rare. Whether intentional or not, the organizers scheduled her matches such that she only faced Jing Chan after completing battles with 4 others. After her encounter with Jing Chan, she would then face Jiang Yuyun in her final contest. As Bai Ying and Jing Chan simultaneously summoned their companion beasts, Bai Ying entered the encircled trap devised by Mu Chu without hesitation, while Lei Ting enveloped her from the outside. He carved out a hollow circular space with his body, where Bai Ying took refuge. This imperfect circle was the result of countless electric shocks and burns endured by Bai Ying, and the countless reprimands Lei Ting had endured to create it. The outermost layer is Mu Chu's cage, within which lies thunder, and at the very center resides Bai Ying. Beneath these 2 layers of defense, the toxic gas released from outside should be unable to penetrate, ensuring Bai Ying's safety. Thunder is immune to toxins, and Mu Chu also possesses formidable resistance. Bai Ying merely needs to devise a method to safeguard herself. Following the previous confrontation between Dang Chan and Jiang Yuyun, Bai Ying began to contemplate her strategy against these 2 adversaries. Currently, Jiang Yuyun, despite her cunning, cannot be defeated. However, Jing Chan presents a more viable challenge. She perceives that Jing Chan's 4 pets are all of the poison type and lack robust defensive capabilities, with 2 of her pets exhibiting strong immunity to toxins. Jing Chan's combat effectiveness has been significantly diminished. Among the 4 pets, the only one that poses a substantial threat is the spatially attribute poison jellyfish. Should the Holy Light jellyfish bypass Thunder and Mu Chu to confront Bai Ying directly, the match would conclude. Therefore, to prevent this jellyfish from swiftly locating her and appearing abruptly before her, Bai Ying has instructed Mu Chu to construct several identical cages to confuse both the jellyfish and Deng Chan regarding their precise positions. This time, the strategy is for Thunder to protect Bai Ying while Mu Chu engages the opponent. She has come to a clear realization that although she is a weakness for Mu Chu and Thunder, does not Jing Chan also constitute a vulnerability for those 4 pets? The Emerald Toad's toxic miasma envelopes the entire arena, yet similarly, Mu Chu, possessing the ability to differentiate, can command the battlefield. Mu Chu's vines nearly envelop the entire arena, presenting some pressure, yet it is manageable. Jing Chan concealed herself adeptly, clearly aware that the essence of this battle lay in which side's pet could better protect its beast master, and which side's pet could seize control of the opponent's beast master before the other. The miasma posed a slight hindrance to Mu Chu, yet its impact was negligible. It was a balance of destruction and restoration. The killer bees posed an even lesser threat to Mu Chu, while their stingers might pierce through her defenses. The venom they carried was hardly consequential. Even if the toxin infiltrated the vines, it would swiftly be incinerated by the dragon's breath that enveloped Mu Chu's tendrils. The blood jade white spider presented no significant danger either, merely being exceedingly swift and agile. Although Mu Chu lacked the seismic wave ability of the thunder dragon, she could ascertain the general location of her enemies through the principle of bearing the heavens and supporting the earth, and misjudgments were inconsequential. Previously, there was the notion of firepower coverage. Now, the scene was dominated by the coverage of vines. There was no refuge for Ding Chan anywhere on the battlefield, forcing Jing Chan to tread upon Mu Chu's vines, inevitably revealing her position. Time ticked away, second by second. The match between Bai Ying and Jing Chan was undoubtedly unfriendly for the audience, virtually devoid of any entertainment value. Above loomed the sprawling, menacing vines, while below, the toxic miasma, a murky green, obscured all traces and blinded the spectators. The key figures were absent, and the details of the confrontation were indescribable. In that crowded vista, no useful information could be discerned. Truly, one felt numb. 17 minutes had elapsed. In the next moment, the several vines beneath Mu Chu, corroded by 3 types of toxins, lost over a dozen differentiated tendrils in one main vine, while the roots of other main vines also sustained considerable damage, wasting some strength. Mu Chu continued to draw power from both the earth and the sky to sustain endurance. At the 23rd minute, and again at the 33rd minute, the holy light jellyfish located the cage where Bai Ying resided, entering the attack range of Thunder. Thunder reacted swiftly, inflicting injury upon the holy light jellyfish with the combined might of electricity and flame, forcing Bai Ying to relocate. By the 35th minute, having suffered significant damage to its silk from Mu Chu, the blood jade white spider found itself burdened with Jing Chan as it descended onto Mu Chu's vines. Receiving feedback, Mu Chu pinpointed Jing Chan's location, and the differentiating vines spread across the area. The blood jade white spider was compelled to make a hasty retreat. However, the vines enveloped in dragon breath posed a substantial hindrance, resulting in Jing Chan being caught off guard and scorched by a slender vine emanating a searing heat. By the 36th minute, Jing Chan was left with only 2 4th-tier pets still in play. By the 38th minute, as the poisonous mist gradually dissipated, Bai Ying was discovered again in another cage. This time, the holy light jellyfish nearly breached the range of Thunder's attacks. With a translucent tentacle mere millimeters away from Bai Ying's arm, Thunder had no choice but to carry Bai Ying into the air, skillfully evading the assaults of the holy light jellyfish. At this juncture, the toxins had entirely cleared, allowing the spectators outside to finally glimpse the unfolding events within. To their astonishment, Jing Chan, riding on the back of the blood jade white spider, was clumsily evading Mu Chu's vine attacks, while Bai Ying, aided by Thunder, nimbly darted left and right, tracing an S-shaped path to avoid the ambush of the holy light jellyfish. The 2 beast tamers appeared far more flustered than their respective beasts. Soon, the onlookers noticed that both of Jing Chan's tier 3 beasts had vanished. A beast tamer of over level 40, possessing 2 tier 4 beasts, was surprisingly at a disadvantage against a mere level 31 tamer, and the disadvantage was considerable. After watching for 5 or 6 minutes, the audience grasped the essence of the match. It was not a straightforward 1-versus-1 confrontation between beast tamers. Rather, it resembled a game of hide and seek. Chapter 68. Bai Ying versus Jing Chan. As seconds slipped away, Bai Ying understood that if the status quo remained, the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be herself. Although the holy light jellyfish wielded spatial attribute skills, its potential talent and level of power were insufficient to sustain the continuous use of such abilities. In fact, Bai Ying was already astounded that the holy light jellyfish had activated its spatial abilities nearly 10 times in a short span. After all, Mu Chu also possessed spatial attributes, yet had only managed to employ its pursuit skill once in the past 24 hours. Bai Ying speculated that the significant disparity between Mu Chu and the holy light jellyfish stemmed from 2 primary reasons. First, the spatial attributes of the holy light jellyfish were innate. Second, the level of its spatial skill was comparatively high. However, Bai Ying believed that the holy light jellyfish must be nearing its limit for teleportation, otherwise, that species would be excessively formidable. The teleportation ability of the holy light jellyfish cannot be utilized indefinitely, yet Thunder and Mu Chu remain unburdened by such concerns. Thunder, with its potential akin to a pseudo-legend, can soar at high speeds over short distances, virtually devoid of a cooldown period. Even with Bai Ying in tow, it poses no challenge. If unaccompanied by Bai Ying, Thunder could achieve even greater velocities. However, such rapidity would be too much for Bai Ying's physique, resulting in horrific injuries under such extreme conditions. Mu Chu possesses the advanced skill of bearing the heavens, enduring until the very end without a hint of distress, maintaining the current state. It is evident to both parties that the ultimate victor will be Bai Ying. Thus, Bai Ying remains vigilant, pondering whether Jing Chan would concede and cease her resistance. Given her temperament, such a surrender is inconceivable. Even when exhibiting signs of despair, Jing Chan would not easily relent within half an hour. She is bound to initiate a final counterattack. There can only be one victor in this contest. As Thunder lifts Bai Ying higher and higher, the space for survival of Jing Chan on the ground diminishes under Mu Chu's relentless pressure. The audience's nerves are taut, their sensitivity to the unfolding drama alerting them to the impending storm. At this moment, 9 seconds have elapsed since the last offensive by the holy light jellyfish. The cooldown period for its teleportation skill spans from 8 to 12 seconds, a conclusion drawn by Bai Ying's keen observation. She urges Thunder to remain cautious. No sooner has her thought concluded than a flash of purple light emanates from Thunder, causing Bai Yin's pupils to constrict as she witnesses the semi-transparent tentacles of the holy light jellyfish piercing through the layer of faint lightning enveloping Thunder, reaching towards her waist. This is dire. As Jing Chan observed the scene before her, a surge of joy welled within her. In the fleeting moment when the vine lashed out, she found herself unable to evade the impending strike from Mu Chu's vine. With no time to spare, Jing Chan relinquished her position atop the blood jade white spider and leapt down. Her sole objective was to endure until Bai Ying succumbed. Bai Ying, too, was caught off guard. In that instant, she commanded the Thunder to disperse the Holy Light Mother, while simultaneously igniting her own wounds with flames to mitigate the toxin's eruption. Concurrently, she issued a directive to Mu Chu, who, having never employed a pursuit maneuver, unhesitatingly thrust forth her vine. In the blurred moment of Bai Yin's vision, Mu Chu's vine pierced Jing Chan's arm, rendering her unconscious. As Bai Yin collapsed, Jing Chan fell as well. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The spectators stunned as they witnessed the unimaginable transformation unfold before them within mere moments. Was this a mutual demise? A stalemate? Or something else entirely? The two unconscious competitors were promptly escorted away from medical attention, particularly Bai Yin, as the toxin of the Holy Light Mother was dreadfully potent. For humans, swift treatment was imperative, otherwise, prolonged exposure could lead to lingering repercussions. This was precisely the reason why competitors dreaded facing toxin-afflicted beasts during the tournament. While one's own beast might withstand the ordeal, the beast masters sharing the arena might not be so fortunate. In the final bout, should Bai Yin triumph over Jiang Yuyun, she would emerge as the champion of the competition. Conversely, if she were to falter against Jiang Yuyun, both Jing Chan and Bai Yin's scores would align, necessitating a tiebreaker to vie for second place. Bai Yin, when faced with Jiang Yuyun, did not share the blind and fervent admiration of her numerous fans. Believing she possessed the capability to triumph over Jiang Yuyun, she was acutely aware of the chasm that existed between herself and Jiang Yuyun, an undeniable reality. It was beyond her control. Fate had not granted her the privilege of being born in the same year as Jiang Yuyun, a safeguard for talents like Jiang Yuyun. For a fleeting moment, Bai Yin indulged in a bit of self-admiration, while she harbored no mundane aspirations for victory. The prospect of engaging in a duel with the nation's top contender from the high school division, recognized for her extraordinary prowess, compelled Bai Yin to approach the challenge with utmost seriousness and dedication. 40 minutes later, Bai Yin stifled the surge of blood rising in her throat, suppressing her discontent. Despite her grievous injuries, Mu Chu and Lei Ting exchanged a resigned yet serene smile with Jiang Yuyun across the field, uttering the words, "I concede." Jiang Yuyun, whose own fierce companion had vanished from the arena, fixed his gaze upon Bai Yin and remarked, "Your two companions are quite formidable. In another 6 months, you may very well catch up to my current self." After a brief pause, he added, "It's a pity the competition cannot be postponed for 6 months. I believe it would be far more intriguing then." With a cool tilt of her head, Bai Yin retorted, "In 6 months, it will not be your present self that I will surpass, but rather the you of that time, and perhaps even exceed you." Jiang Yuyun appeared momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, eliciting ecstatic screams from the female spectators outside the arena. Regarding Bai Yin's near-provocative demeanor, he chose not to respond and turned away. Bai Yin shrugged, pondering whether she had indeed been dismissed by a formidable rival. It matters not. Being overlooked is of little consequence, for one can always substantiate their words through sheer capability. Within a span of 6 months, provided the resources are adequate, Bai Yin should be able to elevate Xiao Mo to the 3rd tier. As for Mu Chu and Lei Ting, while it may be ambitious to expect them to ascend to the 4th tier, they should certainly attain the latter stages of the 3rd tier, if not achieve complete mastery of it. Given their strength, it would not be unreasonable for them to challenge an opponent at the late 3rd tier, or even one who has reached full mastery of the 4th tier. With a sigh, Bai Yin departed from the arena. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin felt a tinge of resignation. She had not anticipated that after her initial match with Jing Chan, a second contest would follow. However, one could not place the blame on others. It was her own lack of tenacity that led to this predicament. Why had she not triumphed over Jiang Yuyun? Had she succeeded, there would have been no need for further competition, but alas, victory eluded her. Chapter 69, Conclusion of the High School Group Competition in the second match against Jing Chan. Bai Yin did not replicate the strategy she employed in their previous encounter, which had involved a drawn-out battle. Instead, she unexpectedly initiated a blitzkrieg. In their last competition, Bai Ying had clearly had the upper hand against Jing Chan, yet the prolonged engagement had ultimately resulted in a stalemate. Learning from this experience, once both summoned their beasts, Bai Ying disregarded her own safety and stood atop a vine conjured by Mu Chu without any protective measures. Under Bai Ying's command, Mu Chu and Lei Ting launched a frenzied assault towards Jing Chan. Before Jing Chan could deploy her luminous jellyfish for a direct attack on the unguarded Bai Ying, Lei Ting had already expanded to nearly 20 or 30 meters, engulfing all adversaries, including Jing Chan. Mu Chu then divided, creating an enormous cage that enveloped all opponents, forming a dual-layered confinement space. The immense cage materialized before the audience, who felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, as if they had encountered it before. Indeed, they had. During the encounter with that rather timid turtle and its beast master, when Bai Ying had employed the dual fire technique. Immediately, she activated the flame spell and the flame dragon barrier, unleashing a searing fire-based assault that inflicted significant distress upon the four defensively weak poison-type beasts. Even the fourth-tier sacred light jellyfish found itself in discomfort. Although it belonged to the light element, it was not entirely immune to fire attacks. Almost instantaneously, it heeded Jing Chan's command to vacate the area and launch an assault on Bai Ying. However, Mu Chu also possessed spatial attributes. Beyond mere pursuit skills, it could effortlessly perceive fluctuations in space. The moment it sensed these spatial ripples, Mu Chu unhesitatingly shifted the vine tethered to Bai Ying's waist, guiding her in a different direction. This was a lesson learned from Bai Ying's previous competition, accumulating valuable experience. Although the sacred light jellyfish could teleport, it was unable to alter its trajectory mid-teleportation. When shifting through space, it could only reach its predetermined destination. By exploiting this trait, as long as Mu Chu divided its focus to keenly grasp the spatial fluctuations and react accordingly, Bai Ying would remain relatively safe. The onslaught of thunder and Mu Chu's attacks on Jing Chan persisted, whether it was the poisonous miasma, the toxin-laden web strands, or the stingers of the killer bees. All faltered under the fiery assault, rendering the beasts incapable of escaping this zone. Jing Chan found herself in a particularly dire situation. At least the previous turtle had been able to alleviate some of the fire's intensity for her, but her current beasts were unable to do the same. The power of the flames is indeed unimaginable. Within a mere 15 minutes, Jing Chan declared her surrender. The national high school competition has concluded splendidly. The first place is awarded to Jiang Yuyun, the second to Bai Ying, and the third to Jing Chan. Those who watched Bai Ying's performance closely were often left in a daze as they witnessed her ascend the stage to receive her award, particularly her teachers and senior peers. In the past, they had jovially remarked to Bai Ying that someone had once secured a spot among the top 10 in the national competition during their first year of high school, thereby gaining entry into one of the 4 prestigious universities and becoming a college freshman right after entering high school. They merely intended to inspire the current cohort of freshmen. Never truly believing that anyone among them could achieve such a feat, however, they were astounded to discover that Bai Ying had indeed accomplished it. She became, within decades, the sole individual to transition from high school to university status immediately upon entering the first year of high school. If memory serves correctly, the last prodigy who entered the top 10 as a first-year high school student merely reached the top 50, securing the 37th position in their only participation in the national competition, unlike Bai Ying, who soared directly to second place. Thus, in nearly 50 years, Bai Ying stands as the pinnacle of prodigies. On the evening when the rankings were confirmed, Bai Ying learned just how substantial the rewards for securing second place in this national high school competition were. In addition to the inherent glory and the opportunity to enroll in any university of her choosing, she was also entitled to receive 1 6th-tier resource, 1 5th-tier resource, and 1 4th-tier resource from the repositories offered by several universities. Indeed, as the second-place winner in this national competition for high school students, she possesses the privilege of selecting her own prize, a choice driven by the monetary value offered. Bai Ying's thoughts are entirely consumed by the resources provided by the competition organizers. Following the guidance of her contact, she accessed a resource website to filter the options she desired. Bai Ying contemplated her selections carefully, choosing a 6th-tier resource of thunder or fire attributes for her current companion. Thunder could propel it to the late 3rd tier, or even achieve a perfect 3rd tier without any adverse effects. After all, Thunder's original power resided at the 6th tier, thus, restoring its strength would not result in any disparity between its power and level. Nevertheless, this option seemed impractical. While such a fleeting enhancement of strength is achievable, utilizing the rare opportunity to select any resource on such commonplace attributes as fire or thunder is indeed unwise. To elevate thunder's strength to the late third tier or perfection, approximately 10 fourth-tier resources would suffice, as fourth-tier resources are relatively common, while sixth-tier resources are scarce. This opportunity should ideally be employed to enhance the potential of her beloved creature or even alter its very species. Fire attribute resources are available elsewhere and are not worth considering. Light attribute resources are rare, but the most elusive are the spiritual resources of Mose, along with the dragon and spatial attributes of Moku. Thus, the most prudent choice would be to select one fifth-tier resource and one sixth-tier resource, specifically a spiritual resource, a dragon attribute, or a spatial attribute. Given the inadequacy of Mose's class strength, even if provided with a sixth-tier spiritual resource, she would not be able to assimilate it within a short period. Thus, the optimal choice would be to select a fourth-tier spiritual resource for her, alongside a sixth-tier dragon resource and a fifth-tier spatial resource. In light of this, Thunder must endure some grievances. After conferring with the three cherished beasts, I conveyed to the somewhat aggrieved Thunder, this time, I wish to prioritize resources for Mose and Muchu. In the upcoming 6 months, I will primarily seek fire and lightning attributes, aiming to elevate your strength to the late third tier or the pinnacle of the third tier within this time frame, bringing you closer to advancement. Is that agreeable? Thunder acquiesced. Bai Ying exhaled in relief and began to search for the desired resources within the repository. Fortunately, there was a sixth-tier dragon resource available for her acquisition, as well as a fifth-tier spatial resource and a fourth-tier spiritual resource. Upon submitting the list, Bai Ying felt confident that assimilating these resources would significantly elevate her overall strength. Chapter 70. Moses' New Skill. Preceding the resources were the enrollment commitments from several universities for Bai Ying. Wanling University offered a sum of 8 million, allowing her to choose any department with full tuition coverage for 4 years. Budong University proposed 7 million, including a sixth-tier resource and the option to select any department, also with full tuition waivers for 4 years. Beihang University extended similar conditions as Budong University. Xifang University has offered a staggering sum of 8 million, allowing the selection of any institution alongside full tuition exemption. Furthermore, they extend the privilege for Bai Ying to choose a sixth-tier resource from the university's repository without charge, and they promise to present her with an exceptionally rare and potent beast as her fourth companion upon reaching level 40, provided it is obtainable through the university's channels. The sincerity of this offer is profound. Upon examining the conditions laid forth by Xifang University, Bai Ying surmises that no other institution could surpass this proposal. Indeed, after thorough contemplation, it becomes evident that Xifang University presents the most advantageous terms. Before her lies the offer of an extraordinarily rare and powerful beast, one with unique attributes valued at no less than 3 to 4 million, coupled with a sixth-tier resource and 8 million in cash. The generosity of Xifang University is almost palpable. Thus, she resolves to accept their offer. Although Xifang University may not rank among the top 3 in Honghua, it certainly claims a position within the top 5, justifying its designation as a prestigious institution. While it may not rival Wanling University, it is nonetheless commendable, and Bai Ying believes that her attendance there would not be a misstep. Regarding Xifang University's ranking, Bai Ying expresses her pride in her alma mater today, with the anticipation that her alma mater shall take pride in her in the future. Having made her decision, she does not linger or negotiate further. She adheres to the principle of seizing the moment without succumbing to greed. Bai Ying promptly contacts her liaison from Xifang University, informing them of her choice and exchanging pleasantries before concluding the call. After making her decision, Bai Ying did not notify the other universities, believing that by tomorrow, the liaison officers of those institutions would be aware of her choice to attend Xifang University. Subsequently, she shared her decision with Yang, a teacher from Yanging No. 1 high school, part of the leading team in Yanging City. It was indeed a source of regret that such a remarkable student had only spent a little over half a year at their school. However, amidst the sorrow, they expressed their respect for Bai Ying's choice, acknowledging that a prodigy like her could not be contained within the confines of a modest institution like Yanging No. 1 high school or even the small city of Yanging. They felt it was imperative for Bai Ying to pursue a more enriching environment, to explore broader horizons, and to engage with more accomplished peers. This was what the teachers anticipated, and it brought comfort to the elders. After 3 days, Bai Ying finally received the resources she had chosen, along with the enrollment decisions of 49 others. She did not hear them all, but she knew that Jiang Yuyun and Jing Chan had seemingly opted for Wanling University, with 3 individuals from the top 10 selecting it, one of whom was ranked 9th. Among the top 10, it appeared that only she and the 6th-ranked student, Luo Jia, a remarkably skilled tamer of the turtle beast, had chosen Sifang University. Taking a deep breath, she organized all the resources and released Mo's, utilizing her talent to assess the situation. There were 3 light-type resources and 2 mental-type resources. It was clear that using them all at once would be unfeasible, as the sheer force might overwhelm Mo's. Upon retrieving 2 resources from the psychic category, the success rate reached an impressive 79, while the mutation rate stood at 49. However, there remained no movement in the direction of mutation. Bai Ying furrowed her brow, questioning whether the evolution of Mo's towards the psychic realm could be deemed a mutation. That assistant had clearly stated that Mo's lineage had never exhibited traits of either the light or psychic categories. If this were not the case, could it be that the resources for the psychic transformation were still insufficient, or perhaps evolving into a psychic being was more challenging than anticipated? Observing the nearly 80 success rate, Bai Ying resolved to summon Mo's without further hesitation. As Mo's consumed the resources, a radiant white light enveloped it. Bai Ying fixated on the unfolding transformation, unwilling to divert her attention. 3 hours later, the luminous aura began to wane, revealing a black canine creature that stood half her height before her. Its coat shimmered with a glossy sheen akin to black satin, and its ears, pointed and erect, crowned its head. The youthful, large black eyes had elongated slightly, yet retained their soft expression. 2 sharp fangs protruded subtly from its upper jaw, however. Rather than exuding a menacing aura, they conveyed an indescribable vivacity. Bai Ying observed Mo's, initially anticipating that its evolution might lead to a wolf-like form, one of the prevalent developmental paths for canine companions. Yet, Mo's had defied her expectations. It nuzzled against her hand, and as Bai Ying felt the softness of its fur, her heart swelled with warmth. In both appearance and demeanor, it remained a large black dog. Though it may appear substantial, it remains a mere puppy, still in its infancy. Bai Ying chuckled to herself. After examining Mo's form, Bai Ying opened the panel to review Mo's current species and skill description. Black dog, attribute, psychic level, complete first stage growth period, puppy stage potential, rare, excellent, evolvable, evolution path, unknown skill 1, basic, bite 25-100, grasp the prey with claws and inflict biting damage. Skill 2, basic, tracking 9-100, utilize exceptional olfactory senses to track enemies. Skill 3, intermediate, spirit language, 0-1000, enables seamless communication between 2 of one's beasts for a duration of 30 minutes. Though the species remained unchanged and the skills had only slightly increased, this singular skill was undeniably valuable. Upon reading this skill description, Bai Ying was nearly overwhelmed with joy. A divine skill, truly a remarkable boon. Bai Ying would wager that as the skill level and Mo's rank advanced, the number of beasts affected by spirit language would undoubtedly increase, and its duration would extend. For a beast master, the ability to communicate effortlessly with each of her beasts was invaluable. However, unless facilitated by innate talent or skills, she could not enable her 2 beasts to converse freely amongst themselves. During combat, if her 2 beasts had thoughts or required coordination, it fell to her to relay the messages, or they would rely solely on their combat experience. The ability for them to communicate and coordinate independently might seem trivial. Yet in moments of life and death, it could indeed turn the tide of fate. Bai Ying is merely a human, perhaps capable of commanding on occasion, however. The observational acuity and reflexes of humans pale in comparison to those of their pets, rendering the likelihood of hindrance far greater than any beneficial impact. This skill is indeed invaluable. In Chapter 71, Who Can Resist the Allure of Beauty? The most precarious of mental evolution has succeeded. And as Bai Ying breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze shifted towards the yet-to-begin light evolution. Yet, she chose not to immediately allow Mo's to consume resources for a singular evolution into light. Instead, she permitted him 3 days to acclimate to his suddenly amplified powers and to assimilate the energy resultant from his evolution, to facilitate Mo's familiarization with his new attributes. Bai Ying consulted the hotel front desk to locate a suitable place for training, enlisting the assistance of Mu Chu and Lei Ting. This also provided an opportunity to gauge Mo's new skills. As a particularly unique and exceptionally useful auxiliary pet, Mose received the warm attention of Mu Chu and Lei Ting. Although he did not instantaneously become the group's beloved, he also did not devolve into a mere pawn of the group. Bai Ying felt considerably reassured. 3 days later, the radiant light of evolution once more enveloped Mose, while Bai Ying, alongside Lei Ting and Mu Chu, stood vigil at his side. Several hours later, the luminescence dissipated, revealing Mose before Bai Ying. Externally, there were no notable changes, save for the transformation of his once obsidian irises into a shimmering silver, exuding an air of mystery and pride. Nevertheless, Mose blinked, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze, swiftly dissipating any sense of estrangement. Bai Ying affectionately patted Mose's head and glanced at his status panel, frowning slightly upon discovering that his species was still classified as a black hound. The potential level remains at a rare status, having not ascended to ultra-rare. While Bai Ying can comprehend and accept this unchanged potential, she finds it peculiar that there has been no alteration in her species. In the past, each fluctuation in Mu Chu's potential level was accompanied by a transformation in species, which was indeed a positive development. For instance, the ethereal vine surpasses the wooden vine in prowess, just as the dragon scale vine outshines the ethereal vine. The transformation of species is, to a certain extent, intertwined with shifts in potential. A legendary potential broiler and a legendary potential phoenix should not be classified within the same tier of combat capability. However, if an ordinary potential broiler, through an accumulation of resources and fortuitous opportunities, harbors the potential and direction to evolve towards a phoenix, that presents an entirely different narrative. Bai Ying does not harbor disdain for Mose's black dog species. Rather, she is apprehensive that if Mose remains a black dog, being in his presence may become increasingly perilous. After much contemplation, Bai Ying considers that Mose's unique attributes might be linked to the fact that his properties remained unknown prior to his evolution. The unchanging nature of Mose's species could indeed be what Mayor Zhuang Liang referred to as the distinctive quality of a special pet. Having pondered this, Bai Ying finally turned her attention to Mose's panel. An additional light attribute has been added, along with a new skill. Skill 4, Beginner, Pure Moonlight, Evolvable. Under the illumination of the moon, capture a wisp of moonlight to enhance a combatant's attack power by 5 and provide 15 immunity to dark attributes. Although this skill lacks any offensive capability and remains an auxiliary skill, it possesses considerable strength under the right conditions, despite its significant limitations. Bai Ying observed that the limitations of this skill hinged upon the presence of the moon. It was only effective on nights illuminated by its silvery glow. The enhancement of a combatant's offensive power was not restricted to allies alone, suggesting that the pure moonlight could be bestowed upon any individual or creature. Bai Ying fixed her gaze upon Mose, deep in contemplation. This situation entailed the appropriation of evolutionary resources from 2 esteemed predecessors, leading her to ponder whether even evolution would be directed toward appeasing them. With the emergence of these 2 newfound skills, be it with initiation or thunder, it was likely they would not exploit Mose's vulnerabilities in Bai Ying's absence, but rather would occasionally seek to curry favor. After all, it is well known that within a team, the most formidable figures are not the beast tamers, but rather the healers and support roles. Having reviewed the skills and attributes and confirming Mose's stability, Bai Ying contacted her assistant, informing her that Mose had successfully undergone 2 rounds of evolution, now possessing psychic and light attributes. She also inquired whether Mose's unchanged species was an anomaly or a commonality among all. To her surprise, upon hearing of Mose's successful evolution, the assistant was filled with excitement, instructing Bai Ying to await the arrival of their research institute's vehicle to transport her and Mose for a comprehensive examination. Given that Bai Ying had previously accepted a favor from them, she readily acquiesced. Upon returning to the research institute, the assistant was already waiting at the entrance. Leading Bai Ying to the laboratory, they initiated a thorough examination of Mose. Half an hour later, the assistant, with a slight flush across her cheeks, gazed intently at the experimental data. The experiments have been conducted, and the results have emerged. It was only then that Bai Ying inquired about Mose's situation and received the endorsement from Dean Bien. The assistant informed Bai Ying that this indeed is a characteristic of the Mose race. Members of the Mose tribe do not undergo any transformation until they reach their mysterious potential. Only upon attaining this potential does their race evolve, resulting in distinct differences among individuals. Sifan University is located in a venerable city to the west of Honghua, once a place of great splendor. If Bai Ying were to attend school there, It is likely that she would not return to the capital within the coming year unless representing Sifang University in some event or competition. During the first week back in Ying City, Bai Ying did not attend classes with her peers. Instead, she was preoccupied with various administrative procedures. Throughout this week, she received accolades from Ying No. 1 High School and Ying City for her achievement of second place, rewards that were indeed quite generous. Ying No. 1 High School awarded her 500,000, hoping she would permit the school to display her achievements on a banner at the entrance. With the card in her hand and the principal's earnest gaze upon her, it was difficult for Bai Ying to decline. Ying City presented her with a 6th-tier resource of lightning attribute, a 5th-tier resource of fire attribute, and a 5th-tier resource of wood attribute. Although these attributes may not be particularly extraordinary, they reflect the goodwill of Ying City, and Bai Ying felt no discontent. Congratulations to Xiao Bai Ying for securing second place in the national competition. Bai Ying scratched her head, grinning foolishly. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't know, Sister Sue. You watched the competition too. Of course, I watched Xiao Bai Ying's match. A light laugh from a woman echoed through the phone as Bai Ying found herself grinning foolishly. Are you free tomorrow? She inquired. We have something to discuss at Yuansheng Department Store. All right. Let us meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on the 4th floor of Yuansheng Department Store. Does that work for you? Yes, indeed. Good. Then I shall await your arrival, Xiao Bai Ying. MHM, goodbye, Sister Sue. Farewell. Chapter 72. Transitional chapter. The following day at 9 o'clock. Bai Ying appeared at Yuansheng Department Store, carrying the contract. After concluding her conversation with Su Xiantong, she promptly recalled the agreement she had signed with Yuansheng Department Store. The contract specified that she was to supply the wood spirit essence for an entire year. However, she was set to leave Ying City in September, making the transaction evidently unfeasible. Su Xuantong's call was likely regarding this matter. With this in mind, she decided to bring the contract along to avoid unnecessary back and forth. Upon her arrival at Yuansheng Department Store, Bai Ying encountered Su Xiantong, who, without even glancing at the contract Bai Ying held, cheerfully guided her into a room. Then, she produced a familiar album, which she handed to Bai Ying. Bai Ying paused for a moment, perplexed, and looked up at Su Xiantong. Sister Su, what does this mean? With a smile, Su Xiantong replied, This is the album of all 6-tier resources available at Yuansheng Department Store. You may select any one as a congratulatory gift from us, without even glancing at it. Bai Ying shook her head and responded, One should not accept rewards without merit. This is too extravagant, and I cannot accept it. Su Xuantong's countenance remained impassive, Bai Ying's reaction being entirely within her expectations. Su Xiantong smiled serenely and articulated, Whether as a representative of Yuansheng Department Store or as your elder sister Su, I sincerely hope you will accept this investment from Yuansheng Department Store. This investment does not seek to bind you to Yuansheng Department Store, nor does it demand any future service from you. Rather, this benevolence from Yuansheng Department Store is akin to the expectations and optimism that Ying City and Ying No. 1 High School hold for your future. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yuansheng Department Store's provision of these resources undoubtedly implies a desire for some form of connection with you, be it emotional or beneficial. However, I implore you to believe that this gesture of goodwill will not become a shackle on your freedom. Yuansheng Department Store merely hopes that, upon reaching a certain zenith, your gaze towards us will be imbued with a modicum of goodwill. You are neither the first nor will you be the last to be invested in. In a sense, this is a mutually beneficial association, a transparent and innocuous endeavor, devoid of any adverse consequences. Therefore, you can accept it with complete confidence. Observing Bai Ying's continued hesitation, Su Xiantong pursed her lips into a smile and remarked, Do you recall the level 83 Beastmaster I mentioned to you previously? That Beastmaster is not only our proprietor, but also shares a certain connection with you. Bai Ying instinctively began to ponder whether there were any relatives of her deceased parents with the surname Su. It was only natural for her to think along those lines, especially considering Mr. Su Diao, who had been so generous with both financial contributions and resources. However, she could not recall any such relative with the surname Su. Bai Ying, feeling cautious, inquired, Are you referring to? Mr. Su Diao is an honorary professor at Sifang University. Huh? Oh, she had misjudged the situation. And she could hardly be blamed for that. Who could readily connect those dots? Bai Ying mused silently. Yet, as Su Xiantong had surmised, upon hearing this connection, Bai Ying felt a considerable sense of relief. Absorbing Su Xuantong's words, she reached out to sift through the sixth-tier resources laid before her. Given the genuine intent displayed by Yuanxing Baohua, she decided to graciously accept this goodwill. Without hesitation, she began to search for the rarest items. Her objective clear: the Dragon series. The prior 5th and 6th tier resources were sufficient to elevate Lei Tang to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. In fact, they were more than adequate, requiring careful management. Up to this point, Bai Ying had refrained from allowing Lei Tang to consume those resources out of fear that he might lose control and meet his demise. With Lei Tang's situation now stable, her attention shifted to Mu Chu. Bai Ying suspected that the previous space-type resource and a dragon-type resource would likely be insufficient to further enhance the potential of the dragon scale vine. They either needed more 6th-tier resources or an opportunity to seek out higher-tier resources to achieve a qualitative transformation. After selecting the appropriate 6th-tier resources, Bai Ying produced the contract and expressed her apologies, indicating that she regrettably could not provide the final few months' worth of wood spirit liquid in a timely manner. However, she unexpectedly caught sight of Su Xuantong's joyful smile as the stunning beauty playfully gazed at Bai Ying and inquired, "Did you think that our Yuansheng department store only opened in Yanging City?" Bai Ying was momentarily taken aback. Eventually, she walked out of the Yuansheng department store building, clutching the pristine contract in a daze. As an esteemed professor at Xifang University, Su Diyao also operated a Yuansheng department store in Xifang City. While in Yanging City, Bai Ying could transfer the wooden spirit liquid to the local Yuansheng department store. Once her studies commenced, she could then hand it over to the one in Xifang City. The collaboration would continue. And such cooperation provided Bai Ying with a greater sense of security than mere gifting. There was no bond as intimate as that forged by mutual interests. By the middle of April, these matters were settled. With Bai Ying set to begin her studies in September, there remained 5 months until then. A period she did not intend to squander. Those who are disciplined and diligent might not always succeed, but discipline and effort undoubtedly lead toward success. Although the time appeared ample, it was, in truth, quite limited. Even though Bai Ying was no longer a student at Yanging No. 1 High School, she maintained a close connection with the institution. The principal of Yanging No. 1 High School readily consented to her reasonable requests. They naturally wished for their alumni to thrive and excel. As long as the requests did not contravene the school's principles, they were willing to accommodate them. However, Bai Ying's situation was not suitable for following a fixed class schedule. After discussions among the director of education and several homeroom teachers, they provided Bai Ying with the timetables for various grades and classes. Bai Ying was granted the autonomy to select her courses and attend them at her discretion, provided it did not disrupt the students already enrolled. Several cultivation chambers were also made available to her, granting her priority access, save for the graduating seniors. When Bai Ying learned of Yanging High School's benevolence from Pete, she remained taciturn, choosing instead to etch their kindness into her memory. Ferocious beasts, capable of serving as both pets and resources for human advancement, theoretically possess energy throughout their entire being. However, the energy that pets and humans can assimilate is finite, as is the space individuals can carry in the wild. Therefore, it is imperative to discern and recognize the most valuable components of these beasts. For instance, the blood-sea bream bear that Bai Ying encountered in the competition. Should one vanquish it but be unable to transport the entirety, it would be necessary to dismember the beast, carrying only the most vital parts. The blood-sea bream bear's concentrated energy resides within its paws and heart. Alas, Master Dio is once again using Boss Bai as an example. The chubby boy, drowsy and struggling to stay awake, murmured feebly to his deskmate. Despite their brief, half-year companionship, Bai Ying had cultivated surprisingly strong relationships with her peers. If she acts this way in front of the students, one can only imagine how smug she must be when interacting with people from other schools. A subtle disturbance emanated from the back door, yet it went largely unnoticed amidst the teacher's impassioned lecture. Chi Sui, seated in the back row, sensed the presence and instinctively turned, his eyes widening slightly. The newcomer had taken a seat inconspicuously, listening to the lecture in silence. The teacher, with his back to the class, continued to lecture with fervor. As he opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly remembered that he was in a classroom, and thus closed it, a smile spreading across his face. Clearing his throat, he addressed the audience before him. Where were we? Let us continue. Bai Ying. Lu Jiaoshuo surveyed the room full of young students with necks craned in curiosity, feeling both amused and exasperated. Glancing at the clock, he noticed the eager spirits of the boys and girls in the room and announced, "We shall take a 10-minute break, resuming class thereafter." Lu Diaoshou wished to engage Bai Ying in conversation. As a cultural studies teacher, he had always held Bai Ying in high regard due to her diligence, excellent memory, and commendable academic performance. Bai Ying was indeed one of his proudest students. Upon learning that she would be transferring to another school, he felt a mix of pride and a tinge of regret. Some individuals are simply born with exceptional potential, granting these young minds some space for interaction. Lu Diaoshou took his book and turned to leave. The moment the teacher exited, the classroom erupted with excitement. Bai Ying felt a shiver run down her spine under the intense gaze of her classmates, and with a resigned smile, she said, "Please, ask away, but keep it down. The class next door is still in session." "Well, I will be leaving after this semester," she continued. "Bai Lauda, wouldn't it be better to attend Wanling University? It's the top university, why not go there?" inquired a curious, chubby classmate. "Sifang University is also quite good, and they offer better benefits, which would be more advantageous for my development. Besides, I'll be paving the way for you, if Sifang turns out to be splendid. You all may consider joining as well. When the time comes, we shall have another match. This is Yu Xiangchen." Bai Ying gazed at her usually taciturn friend, smiling and nodding in agreement. All right. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and then L. Diaoshou entered the room, although everyone felt a lingering reluctance to leave. Out of respect for L. Diaoshou, they overcame their restlessness and earnestly listened to the subsequent lesson. The principal and teachers, while feeling reassured, also experienced a sense of gratification. Those teachers who were initially opposed to Bai Ying attending school, believing it would disrupt other studies, fell silent upon witnessing such a conducive learning atmosphere, ceasing their objections. In no time, Bai Ying was fervently absorbing cultural knowledge, bridging the gap between herself and genuine first-year students. 3 months fleetingly slipped away. Before her lay a broader expanse, as well as a daunting abyss. This was her homeland, the starting point of her journey, the inception of her dreams. Chapter 74. The beginning of the semester. Crimson pillars supported a sapphire stone tablet, upon which the golden characters for Sifang University were intricately carved. The harmonious blend of red, blue, and gold created a resplendent yet balanced entrance to the university. Bai Ying gazed at it several times, contemplating that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this would be the place she would inhabit for the next 4 years. Upon entering the gate, her eyes were met with vibrant tints, where a group of youthful and radiant young men and women beamed with bright smiles, engaging in conversation with the freshmen burdened with their backpacks. Initially dazzled by the array of colors, Bai Ying then turned her attention to the names of the departments displayed atop the tents. In the realm of management studies, the history department, military studies, and animal husbandry, Bai Ying chose to pursue military studies, particularly specializing in control. Initially, Bai Ying intended to enroll in the offensive specialization. Yet a moment of inspiration led her to consult the mayor. To her surprise, the mayor directed her towards a distinctive department at Sifang University that might be exceedingly suitable for her, the control specialization within military studies. The control department is among the smallest branches within military studies, yet it enjoys the same financial resources as the more populous offensive specialization. Furthermore, although the control department has fewer students, they are exceptionally talented. Mediocrity is a rarity in this field. If Bai Ying had been admitted to Sifang University through the college entrance examination, she would have discovered that the score requirements for the control specialization are among the highest in the institution. The strength of the students reflects the quality of education and resources available. From Zhuang Liang's descriptions and her own research, Bai Ying felt that this specialization resonated with her aspirations. Thus, she firmly decided to select the control department. In a corner of the greenhouse, Bai Ying found the plaque for the control department, where she encountered a young man who starkly contrasted with the other students. This young man, appearing to be around 20, with tousled flaxen curls, leaned on his elbows, seemingly drowsy. Matching his demeanor was the empty desk before him, surrounded by bustling students, yet his own space remained devoid of company. The air was thick with languor. Bai Ying approached the senior, standing before him for 5 seconds before reaching out to gently tap the desk. The curly-haired senior yawned and extended his hand, accepting the notification letter. After glancing at it, he rose without a second thought and led Bai Ying through the necessary procedures. Once the entire process was completed, the curly-haired senior escorted Bai Ying to the base of the dormitory before taking his leave. Upon entering her dormitory, Bai Ying found herself in a single room, relishing the solitude as she had no roommate. As she organized her belongings, her counselor contacted her in the evening to convey the enrollment requirements. After reviewing the information, Bai Ying suddenly understood why last year's freshman at Yongying No. 1 High School had such an extravagant assessment. 3 days later, all first-year students from the combat department were to venture into the 501 secret realm, where they would remain for an entire semester. Everything, be it daily life, studies, or examinations, was to be conducted within the confines of the 501 secret realm. Bai Ying speculated that, given Yanging No. 1 High School's reaction, the methods employed by Sifeng University might not be an isolated case, especially considering that Yanging No. 1's ambition encompasses all prestigious universities, rather than targeting just one. The notion of being confined to a secluded secret realm for an entire semester as a first-year student might very well reflect a recent trend in educational practices. Bai Ying sensed the ominous sin of an unfavorable fate. Besides the information regarding the mandatory stay in the secret realm during the first semester, another crucial detail emerged. The school required various majors within the combat department to form teams, each consisting of 45 members, with stipulations that each team must include both offensive and supportive roles. However, it seems that due to the unfamiliarity among first-year students, the teams are assigned rather than self-selected. Additionally, unless there are irreconcilable conflicts between two members, changing teams is not permitted. The list of teams was published on the campus website the day after enrollment. Bai Ying searched for a short while before spotting her name. She was taken aback. First team, leader, Bai Ying, control system. Members, none. Second team, leader, Rongxi. Control system. Members, none. Eighth team, leader, Lu Xuanyan, offensive system. Member, Luo Jie, support system. She had no teammates? Not only her. But upon reviewing the team compositions, she discovered that all members of the control system were without partners, all operating solo. Whereas there were only 7 students in the control system this year. On the morning of the 4th day, Bai Ying prepared herself to set off. Upon arriving at the destination, she looked around and found no sign of buses or similar vehicles. Could it be that the secret realm was far from our school? Would they need to use flying beasts? There must be quite a few combat students. What size of flying beast would be required to transport everyone? In reality, Bai Ying was overthinking. There were indeed no buses, but also no flying beasts. They did not require such transportation. For the 501 secret realm was located within the confines of Sifeng University. Following the volunteers inside, Bai Ying felt somewhat dazed. It was not surprising that she had not considered this possibility. In Yanging City and the capital, secret realms were heavily guarded and established far from populated areas. Her habitual thinking led Bai Ying to overlook the fact that the secret realm was situated right within the school, amidst the throngs of people. In this school, whether it be the students, the teachers, or the administrators, they all possess a remarkable audacity. The entrance to the enigmatic 501 realm is located within a building, where the first-year students of the combat department, under the guidance of senior volunteers, orderly ventured into the depths of this mystery. The 501 realm is akin to the 226 realm, characterized by a complex and enclosed terrain. Whispers suggest that an 8th-tier ferocious beast once roamed within. However, the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. The entrance manifests as a desert landscape, with temperatures considerably high, yet Bai Ying finds it bearable. For she is a woman who has endured the proximity of an impending volcanic eruption. The school has established camps at various locations within the 501 realm, serving as temporary dormitories and classrooms for the students. Bai Ying procured a map and made her way towards Camp 4, designated as the gathering place for students of the control department. With the assistance of thunder, Bai Ying's pace significantly accelerated, soaring into the sky. She surveyed the terrain in its entirety, correctly orienting herself for a swift approach. In just an hour and a half, she beheld a structure nestled amidst peculiar rocks. Chapter 75. The unfortunate one. Thunder gently set Bai Ying down, and she stood atop a high stone, gazing down at the building with a sense of bewilderment. To refer to it as a building would be somewhat of an affront to architecture itself. It consisted merely of several large stones that had been smoothed and shaped to a modest degree, which an individual lacking any architectural knowledge had haphazardly assembled into a drafty abode. The structure was quite substantial, standing twice the height of an ordinary house. However, after scrutinizing it for some time, Bai Ying could discern no apparent entrance. It is not about entering or not, rather. Those broad gaps resemble doors yet also appear quite unlike them. With a sigh, Bai Ying found the largest crevice within her sight and slipped inside. Contrary to her expectations, the interior was better than anticipated. Although the gaps were wide, the wind and sand did not assault her face. In this well-lit space, Bai Ying glanced around, puzzled, and retrieved her map for a meticulous comparison. confirming that this indeed was their control camp. But where were the people? Why was there not a single soul in sight? Taking a deep breath, she gathered her energy and called out with a booming voice, "Is anyone there?" Narrowing her eyes. The force of thunder enveloped Bai Ying within its embrace. Simultaneously, Muchu rose from the ground, vines intertwining tightly to form a second layer of defense. Only then did Bai Ying turn her attention toward the source of the sound. A familiar curly-haired figure appeared before her, with weary eyes and corners glistening with moisture. Yawning widely. "Ah, is that not the perpetually sleepy senior?" Bai Ying questioned, her voice laced with uncertainty. The curly-haired senior, after finishing his yawn, rubbed his eyes and flicked away something indescribable, casting a glance at Bai Ying. A bit of vigilance, though not excessive. To venture alone into an unfamiliar place amidst a land teeming with fierce beasts, one might commend your bravery or question your fearlessness. Bai Ying paused, intending to assert that this was a gathering spot for the school, thus posing no danger. However, after opening her mouth, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Even a school gathering place does not guarantee safety. What if a formidable beast were to suddenly appear here, and the assembled guards were insufficient to withstand the onslaught? Or what if numerous beasts arrived, drawing away all the defenders, leaving others behind? A beast master below level 60 could easily perish at the hands of a second-tier creature. Regardless, when venturing into unfamiliar territory, one should not place their safety in the hands of others. Curl glanced at Bai Ying, noting her lack of rebuttal, and nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Your first error was boldly entering an unknown area alone. Your second mistake was making such a loud noise in this unfamiliar place. Are you unaware of how acute the hearing of some beasts can be? Do you comprehend the distance that sound could attract predators? Bai Ying paused momentarily and sincerely replied, "I apologize, senior. I erred." Curl waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for apologies. Making mistakes is entirely normal. The issue lies not in the error itself, but in the lessons learned from it. Continue running around this structure until the last control specialist reports in." Indeed, they ran for 2 hours. When the final member arrived at the gathering point, Curl's voice resonated clearly in Bai Ying's ear, his brow glistening with sweat, his complexion pale and tinged with an unusual flush. Under the gaze of the 7 onlookers, he slowly entered the building. Once Bai Ying rejoined the group, Senior Curl rose from the ground and announced, "Now that everyone is present, I shall outline your weekly instructional tasks." Suddenly, 7 stone pillars emerged from the flat, sandy terrain, each topped with a pristine map. The curly-haired senior raised his chin, signaling the 7 individuals to lift the map. He remarked, "The encircled area denotes your task location for the first month's coursework. Starting today, your mission for the first week is to capture 10 fourth-tier ferocious beasts, specifically from the designated area." Bai Ying glanced at the map, which differed from the one she had obtained at the entrance. This pristine map displayed numerous red dots of varying shades, all located around the periphery of the secret realm. Most of the darker red dots were clustered closer to the central area. Bai Ying circled a deep red dot with her finger, situated at the juncture of the inner and outer regions. Clearly, that was her task location. "Senior, does the varying shades of red indicate differing levels of danger?" One of the 7 inquired, while the others remained silent, all ears. Indeed, the darker the hue, the greater the peril posed to beast tamers below level 50. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying lowered her gaze to scrutinize her map once more, her lips twitching. The encircled red dot was unquestionably among the most vivid in the outer region, indicating it was one of the most treacherous areas for beast tamers under level 50. If her recollection served her correctly, she was only level 34 at present. Is it really that severe? What happens if we fail to complete the task? Another person queried. If you fail to accomplish your weekly tasks more than twice within a month, and this continues for 2 consecutive months, it will indicate your unsuitability for the control system, leading to a mandatory transfer to another specialization within the combat category. Silence enveloped the group. Curly stifled a yawn and advised, "I suggest you all proceed to your respective task locations. Some of them are quite distant, and it is already noon." Bai Ying observed that Curly had no intention of continuing his discourse, so she turned and departed. She was indeed the unfortunate soul Curly had mentioned, facing both peril and distance. Thunder guided Bai Ying through the skies, while she consulted her map, skillfully navigating the various shades of red markers, and ultimately arrived at her designated task site without incident. As they approached the outskirts, Thunder descended to a lower altitude. At a safe distance from the crimson markers, Bai Ying instructed Thunder to set her down. Releasing Muchu and Moze, one relied on sensory perception to detect impending danger, while the other utilized olfactory senses. Bai Ying frowned, planning to have Thunder conduct a reconnaissance sweep after nightfall. The map merely indicated that this area was fraught with danger, without specifying the sources of peril or detailing the types of ferocious beasts that might inhabit it. All knowledge would have to be gleaned through her own exploration. She produced some provisions to quell her hunger, taking refuge within a cage crafted by Mu Chu, and awaited the onset of darkness. She hoped for a clear night, with the moon illuminating the vast expanse. Chapter 76. Mission accomplished. The moon hung high, and the stars were sparse over the desolate desert, enveloped in silence. Bai Ying surveyed the night sky and the sandy terrain, then turned to the eerily quiet thunder and commanded, "Let us proceed." Thunder propelled them forward into the treacherous confines of the Crimson Circle. Soaring at a low altitude, thunder masked their presence, while Bai Ying peered down, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the ferocious beasts that roamed this perilous region. A chill coursed through her, for now she understood why this locale had been marked as exceedingly dangerous. The expanse of land, encompassing 50 acres, is not merely a collection of completed food chains, but rather a community. It is a den of serpents. As far as the eye can see, there are snakes of various sizes. Utilizing the brilliant moonlight, Bai Ying activated her innate abilities to discern the species of these serpents. Shadow Python, attribute, Earth level, late stage 3 growth phase, mature potential, rare, excellent, capable of evolution, evolution path, unknown skill 1, basic, constriction, 1, engulfs the prey, leading to suffocation and subsequent consumption. Delving deeper into the serpent's lair, thunder soared with Bai Ying, informing her of the presence of formidable beasts of level 5 ahead. And not just one. Bai Ying gasped. It was no wonder this area was marked as exceedingly perilous. The sheer number of snakes was staggering, with estimates suggesting tens of thousands. Varying in size and length, coiling and entwining, all belonging to the same species. The quantity was overwhelming, and the quality was commendable. After a thorough reconnaissance, Bai Ying instructed Thunder to steer clear of the level 5 serpents. This species claimed an extensive territory, and there must be weaknesses within. As a beast master in her 30s, she could not afford a direct assault and had to resort to targeted strikes. She identified several suitable points of breach and circled them, directing Thunder to the safest entry. Preparing to commence her task. Here, the majority comprised level 3 and below beasts, with Bai Ying only spotting 3 level 4 shadow pythons. For Mu Chu and Thunder at this moment, 3 level 4 beasts would be just about manageable. In a tranquil locale, Bai Ying released her 2 other pets, refraining from hastily activating Moses' spirit language skill, as this ability proved more advantageous during combat. Thunder ascended once more, in order to avoid alerting the formidable 5th-tier beast within. It could not unleash its power in close proximity. Nevertheless, Thunder's presence remained crucial, as it surveyed the movements within the serpent's den from a lofty vantage point. Should Bai Ying's endeavors falter and rouse the formidable inhabitants, Thunder would promptly notify her, facilitating a swift escape. As Thunder soared, Mu Chu delicately manipulated the vines, which concealed their aura, gradually approaching the slumbering serpents. Gliding past a first-tier Yin-Su snake, it remained undisturbed. When Mu Chu's vines brushed against a second-tier Yin-Su snake, the rustling stirred some of the second-tier creatures, yet they neither awakened nor retaliated. With audacity, Mu Chu further suppressed her presence, using her scaly vines to press deeper into the den of Yin-Su snakes. The friction between the scales, coupled with the shadows dancing under the moonlight, eluded the serpent's senses. Thus, she inched closer to the 3rd and 4th-tier beasts. Time trickled away as Mu Chu's 4 vines approached the 3 4th-tier beasts and the surrounding dozen or so 3rd-tier creatures from various angles. Almost all the vines entwined with the serpentine bodies. It was not merely Mu Chu's boldness, but rather the absence of vacant patches of sand in this area, which was instead filled with serpentine forms of all sizes. As the distance widened, Mu Chu's vines suddenly proliferated once more, intricately entwining the defenseless serpent's body and rapidly dragging it away from the serpent's lair. Along the way, encountering a few 1st and 2nd-tier ferocious beasts, Mu Chu spared none. More vines ensnared every shadow serpent involved. Unusual fluctuations roused several slumbering shadow serpents, whose cold, piercing gazes scrutinized the source of the disturbance. However, they observed no signs of struggle, only the faint glimmer of scales meandering into the distance. There was no battle, nor an enemy ambush. The not overly intelligent shadow serpents lowered their raised upper bodies and, bathed in the cool moonlight, closed their eyes once again. In the distance, having already vacated the serpent's nest, Mu Chu, with the assistance of Mose, ended the lives of those 1st and 2nd-tier ferocious beasts while entangling over 100 shadow serpents in slumber. The 3rd and 4th-tier shadow serpents began to resist, But it was too late. They had already departed from the lair and were under Mu Chu's control. A fourth-tier shadow serpent struggled, its body cloaked in earth elements. A slick layer of yellow sand enabling it to break free and tumble to the ground. Bai Ying paid no heed to the escaping shadow serpent, seemingly flustered and unable to attend to it. Yet, just as the serpent was about to traverse the stony terrain, a spark suddenly ignited upon its body. The searing pain penetrated to the marrow, and it writhed in agony, extending its forked tongue in an attempt to call for its kin nearby. However, a swirling mass of dark purple clouds enveloped it, informing the thunder that a serpent had fled from a certain location. Mu Chu, enhanced by Moze, prepared to confront the remaining two fourth-tier shadow serpents. As for the third-tier shadow snakes that were inadvertently taken away, they had long since been severed by Mu Chu's vines on the way. Indeed, Mu Chu employed the most primitive method, gripping both the head and tail of the shadow snakes with sheer brute force, tearing them asunder and discarding the fragments. The two fourth-tier shadow snakes were left grievously injured, and upon the arrival of thunder, they met their demise within half an hour, as all three fourth-tier shadow snakes fell in unison. The crackling of thunder accompanied by flashes of lightning evaporated the sanguinescence, and the remains were tidied away. Bai Ying lifted her gaze to the sky. It was still early, and there were more tasks to accomplish. As the moonlight waned and the dawn began to break, Bai Ying had successfully completed her first week's mission: 11 fourth-tier shadow snakes, over 100 third-tier shadow snakes, and countless first- and second-tier shadow snakes. Noticing the distant stirrings of the shadow snake horde, Bai Ying felt no inclination to linger in that location. That night, seizing the opportunity while the fifth-tier ferocious beast rested, she eliminated its numerous offspring, knowing that once they discovered the slaughter, the entire clan would undoubtedly mobilize to seek vengeance. Remaining there would be perilous. After Thunder conducted a thorough reconnaissance, Bai Ying returned to the camp, only to find the curly-haired senior wide awake, seemingly oblivious to Bai Ying's astonished expression. The senior raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you completed the task?" Bai Ying nodded, tossing the 10 snake bodies from her spatial storage onto the ground. When she remained still, the senior asked, "Is there an issue? Do you know where the trading location is?" "Apart from camp number 4, all camps have trading spots. You might want to check camp number 2, it is the closest." Bai Ying twitched her lips in response, expressed her gratitude, and then found a corner to release Mu Chu, beginning to catch up on her rest. Awakened and refreshed, Bai Ying arose, only to find that the curly-haired senior had once again vanished. After examining the route, Bai Ying noted the absence of crimson patches between Camp 4 and Camp 2, indicating a relative lack of peril. While the light red zones posed no navigational challenges for Thunder, the deep red areas still warranted caution. Having ascertained the path, Bai Ying directed Thunder to convey her towards Camp 2. She possessed a substantial cache of Tier 3 Een serpent resources that she was eager to trade, lest her spatial storage become encumbered. Even from a distance, Bai Ying observed small groups of individuals making their way towards their shared destination. These clusters of people, whether concealed or openly traversing the landscape, led Bai Ying to surmise that these were likely squads. Approximately 1 kilometer from their intended location, Bai Ying instructed Thunder to descend. The map explicitly stipulated that no aerial pet beasts were permitted within this radius of Camp 2. All beast tamers were required to proceed on foot, under penalty of attack from Camp 2's defenders. Bai Ying had no desire to incur such a risk. As she approached and beheld the full extent of Camp 2, Bai Ying inwardly lamented the state of Camp 4. The disparity between the two camps was stark. Camp 4 was little more than a dilapidated, drafty structure, even more rudimentary than an unfinished building. In contrast, Camp 2 resembled a miniature town. Before her lay a diverse array of dwellings constructed from yellow sand, massive stones, and transformed vegetation. These abodes, though modest in size, some accommodating 1 or 2 individuals, others 3 or 4, were clearly private residences. Some were securely locked, leaving their occupancy uncertain. In front of certain houses, vendors had set up stalls, offering a myriad of wares. Bai Ying, unhurried in her transactions, began to meander through the offerings. Noticing her approach, a vendor raised his head, eagerly beckoning, "Would you care to take a look, classmate? Choose any weapon from our selection of 2-headed, 3-tiered ferocious beasts." After completing a circuit of the stalls, Bai Ying stopped at a corner where a mat was laid out. Crouching down, she pointed to a piece of paper on the mat and inquired, "How much for this?" It was not merely the paper she sought, but rather the content inscribed upon it. Resources of botanical ferocious beasts, ranging from levels 1 to 4. The vendor discreetly scrutinized Bai Ying before stating, "You must be a newcomer. Am I correct?" Bai Ying nodded, perceiving no point in concealing her status as a novice. The demeanor and aura of a newcomer are not easily masked. While it is true that being a newcomer may render one vulnerable to exploitation, Bai Ying was willing to accept a reasonable approach. You are a newcomer, which means you likely possess no points. Transactions within the secret realm do not accept cash. However, if you lack points, we can engage in bartering, provided you present items of interest to us. Do you accept Earth attribute resources? Indeed. Are they natural resources or ferocious beast resources? Natural resources refer to those that are born and nurtured by nature, devoid of sentience. Ferocious beast resources. What kind of ferocious beasts? What tiers? Bean Su Snake. Available in both 3rd and 4th tiers. Bean Su Snake. We do accept them, if you wish to exchange for points. A 3rd tier Bean Su Snake is worth 1 point, while a 4th tier is worth 10 points. In terms of bartering, 3 3rd tier Bean Su Snakes can be exchanged for 2 botanical ferocious beast resources. How many do you possess? How will you provide me with the points if I calculate them? Bai Ying inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The individual regarded her with astonishment, scrutinizing her from head to toe before questioning. What is your major? Control systems, Bai Ying replied. You study control systems? He exclaimed, nodding in acknowledgement. Who was your advisor this semester? How could you not be informed about this? Jiang, Senior Kuyongshin, she answered. At this, the man's lips twitched slightly as he patiently began to explain to Bai Ying. When you entered the school, didn't they provide you with a badge? Is there not a 0 inscribed on it? That represents your initial points. Sometimes, points within the school hold greater value than cash, especially when it comes to exchanging resources. You will understand that in due time. If our transaction is successful, I will add you as a friend on the campus network and transfer the points to you, which will alter the number on your badge. Bai Ying expressed her gratitude and remarked, then shall we add each other as friends? I possess 101 3rd tier Bean Snake and 1 4th tier Bean Snake, and I wish to exchange them for 55 points, with the remainder converted into resources of plant-based ferocious beasts. Prioritizing the vine category, the senior, seemingly taken aback, cleared his ears and asked, how many do you have? Bai Ying reiterated her inventory. The man fell silent, stood up, and opened the door behind him, gesturing for Bai Ying to enter. Come in, let us verify the goods. Without hesitation, Bai Ying stepped inside. The room was quite spacious, constructed from massive stones, likely accommodating 5 or 6 individuals comfortably. He gestured for Bai Ying to proceed, saying, let us inspect the items. Release them for me to see. Bai Ying deftly discarded all the Bean Snakes. In an instant, an undeniable stench of blood permeated the house. Bai Ying, who had yet to speak, suddenly heard a woman's voice emanating from a small room. Was that cursed one inspecting goods inside the house again? Bai Ying instinctively complied. Then, with a loud bang, the stone door was kicked open, revealing a tall woman with a dark expression glaring fiercely in their direction. The young man, appearing embarrassed, spoke up, Captain. I didn't mean to. The female captain surveyed the bloodstains scattered across the living room and the lingering metallic odor, her expression darkening further. Standing beside the young man, Bai Ying could sense his anxiety, and involuntarily, she too felt a wave of tension. Warily, she regarded the woman, uncertain whether she was simply irritable, excessively fastidious, or perhaps a combination of both. Bai Ying wondered if she would be thrown out for failing to complete the transaction. How unjust that would be. The woman cast a glance at Bai Ying before turning her attention back to the young man, her voice dripping with menace. Explain yourself. Why are you inspecting goods in the house again? What assurances did you give me before? Have you finished? No? Then inspect them. Bai Ying silently watched as the young man was berated, and before the captain's gaze shifted to her, she retrieved over 100 Bean Snakes once more. Chapter 78, the second week's task ultimately. Bai Ying acquired 55 points and 19 resources of 3rd tier botanical variety. 18. 6 resources, let's round it to 19. Add me as a friend, and I will take you to select resources, the female captain informed Bai Ying. All right, she replied. The transaction completed. Bai Ying added this female captain as a friend, discovering she was a level 20 strong attack specialist named AI Han. After gathering her resources, Bai Ying inquired about some basic knowledge of the camp before departing. Camp 2 was primarily a support camp, yet it could accommodate individuals from other specialties. However, those from different specialties wishing to stay overnight were required to pay the support camp counselor 5 points per night. Despite its dilapidated state, the camp offered safety without any fees, a small consolation. On her return, Bai Ying found the abandoned building devoid of any presence, but she paid it no mind. She released Mu Chu and Lei Ting, feeding them the carefully selected plant-based resources. Both pets had already reached the late stages of Tier 3 due to the influx of resources ranked 5 and 6, rendering ordinary Tier 3 resources largely insignificant, merely a trivial snack. The resources Bai Ying had chosen were primarily intended for skill enhancement. Through daily practice and the nourishment of diverse resources, Muchu's basic skills had generally increased by 1 or 2 levels, while Lei Ting and Moze exhibited little progress. This was to be expected. Lei Ting's foundational skills were exceptionally strong, with the lowest being at the intermediate level, making advancement exceedingly challenging. Moze, having only recently become Bai Ying's pet, possessed unique skills and faced a scarcity of resources, hindering its growth. Thus, priority was given to Muchu. After consuming 19 resources, Muchu's skills remained stagnant, yet Bai Ying felt no disappointment, as she had grown accustomed to such outcomes. The notion of wasted resources was inconsequential, after all. The realm was abundant with various ferocious beast resources. Just as Muchu finished digesting all the ferocious beast resources, individuals began to appear in the abandoned building that very evening. It is not the curly-haired senior, but rather a fellow student from the control department who was of the same cohort. This towering figure, standing at a height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, appears to be named Rongxi. Upon entering, Rongxi cast a few glances in Bai Ying's direction before retreating to a distant corner, quietly awaiting the arrival of the curly-haired senior. Today marks the 4th day of the week, and with only 3 days remaining, the first week's tasks are nearing completion. The other 5 individuals must fulfill their assignments within this short time frame. Bai Ying and Muchu are relatively grounded, while Lei Ting possesses a restless spirit, yearning for freedom. Even in the absence of a suitable beast-taming space for training in a non-special environment, it prefers to remain outdoors. Bai Ying does not confine it, allowing it to roam freely, yet cautions it against provoking its kind, lest it be mistaken for a ferocious beast, a situation she would be unable to rectify in a timely manner. Lei Ting makes sporadic appearances throughout the day, each time bringing Bai Ying a morsel to eat or some naturally occurring resource before vanishing once more. At 8 o'clock on the morning of the 7th day, the curly-haired senior made his entrance. Surveying the 6 individuals in the room, he stated, "Please submit your task cards and details." All 5, excluding Bai Ying, complied. The senior collected the resources and task cards, announcing, "You have completed your first week's assignments. Here is your task for the second week." At this moment, someone could no longer contain themselves. "But there is still another person. The deadline is only at noon today." "Who informed you that the deadline is at noon today?" He retorted, "I merely stated that you had 7 days. I did not specify when today's deadline is." The individual fell silent, their expression betraying a hint of dissatisfaction, yet they refrained from voicing any further objections. The map on the task card remains unchanged. Only the task details have varied. There are 44th tier beasts and 103rd tier beasts. Bai Ying, feeling compelled, inquired, "Senior Ku, is there an error with the task card?" Ku Yongxin raised an eyebrow, took Bai Ying's task card, glanced at it, returned it, and replied, "There is no mistake. This is indeed your task. But there may not even be 44th tier beasts present," Bai Ying lamented. "There are," Ku Yongxin stated coolly, providing no further justification. Bai Ying found herself at a loss for words, much like the others. The remaining 5 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions revealing their confusion. In silent agreement, they turned their attention to their own task cards, unable to suppress their existential doubts. As Ku Yongxin yawned and prepared to depart, Rongxi posed a question. "Senior Ku, if Bai Ying's task card is correct, does that imply there is an issue with ours? Why does my task card only require 15 4th-tier beasts?" Ku Yongxin narrowed his eyes, absent-mindedly wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, and replied listlessly, "What is the issue? It simply states 15, doesn't it? Why? She eliminated more than 10 4th-tier beasts in a single night, while your weakest took at least 4 days. Are you not aware of the discrepancy?" He then turned to Bai Ying, his expression reflecting fatigue. "The school aims to enhance your abilities, not merely to facilitate the slaughter of beasts. The first week serves to assess your levels. The subsequent weeks are designed to elevate your skills. Do you have any objections?" Bai Ying shook her head. Ku Yongxin turned to the others, inquiring, "Do you have any objections?" "None," came the unanimous reply. Satisfied, Ku Yongxin nodded and vanished from the crowd. Bai Ying felt uneasy under the gaze of the 5 individuals and summoned thunder to the mission site. As she soared through the skies, she reflected on the task at hand, unable to suppress a sigh. On the first night, she had managed to slay 11 4th-tier ferocious beasts, taking advantage of the tribe's momentary inattention. However, upon awakening the next day, she discovered that a portion of her subordinates had dwindled, as those 5 fifth-tier Insu snakes would undoubtedly become wary. In the following days, Bai Ying refrained from approaching this area, uncertain if the 5th-tier Insu snakes had relaxed their vigilance. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that replicating her first night's success was nearly impossible. The previous ambush had occurred under the cover of darkness. This time, she would observe the daytime activities of the Insu snakes. If they dispersed, perhaps she could seize the opportunity to strike. 10 kilometers from the snake den, Bai Ying deliberately concealed her presence, searching for traces of the Insu snakes. She encountered a couple of 3rd-tier Insu snakes, which she swiftly dispatched with thunder. Circumnavigating the snake den, she moved laterally, studying the behavioral patterns of the Insu snakes. Bai Ying noted their fondness for a small, earth attribute beast known as the Silk Moon Earth Mouse. She observed several instances of the Insu snakes hunting the Silk Moon Earth Mice and speculated that perhaps she could use them as bait to ensnare the Insu snakes later on. Spiraling inward, with observation as her primary focus, Bai Ying spent the day hunting, ultimately claiming over 20 3rd-tier Insu snakes and 9 4th-tier ones. This efficiency, however, was rather lackluster. That night, Bai Ying stealthily infiltrated the serpent's den, discovering that all the shadow snakes within were exhibiting signs of agitation. With patience, Bai Ying waited until the late hours, only to realize that the shadow snakes had organized a shift for the night watch. From various directions of the den, serpents with indifferent, slitted eyes vigilantly observed the outside movements. Typically, 1 4th-tier shadow snake and several 3rd-tier shadow snakes stood guard in each direction. Reluctantly, Bai Ying abandoned the plan for another ambush. Recognizing that the commotion in the den that evening and the subsequent night watch were likely connected to the substantial number of 3rd and 4th-tier shadow snakes she had hunted earlier that day. With the night ambush plan rendered futile, Bai Ying resolved to exert greater effort during the day. On the second day of her hunting expedition, Bai Ying was discovered by a cunning 5th-tier shadow snake king, which used the 4th-tier shadow snake as bait. Had it not been for Thunder, her genuine 3rd-tier pet with exceptional exploratory abilities, Bai Ying might have fallen prey to the entanglement of 2 5th-tier shadow snake kings. However, with the mission incomplete, she knew she could only evade temporarily, not indefinitely. Thus, for the next 3 days, Bai Ying engaged in a race against the 2 shadow snake kings. Initially, when the shadow snake kings first arrived, Bai Ying had only accomplished a fraction of her hunting plan. Yet now, she was able to swagger away with all her spoils, having successfully completed her objective in merely 3 days. Despite her diligent efforts, by the 4th day of the mission, Bai Ying had only managed to fulfill half of her task. She had nearly completed the hunting of 3rd-tier shadow snakes, having captured over 80, but had only succeeded in hunting 17 4th-tier shadow snakes thus far. It is not that Bai Ying is lacking in effort. Rather, the 4th-tier serpents have become increasingly elusive. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Ying concealed herself within the confines of Mu Chu's cage, her gaze fixed on her task list, letting out a deep sigh. It would not suffice to merely search actively over the past few days. The slow progress was compounded by the risk of being detected by the 5th-tier Serpent King. A strategic shift was imperative. The Silk Moon Earth threat she had previously encountered could be of use. Merely utilizing daylight hours would be inadequate. Nighttime must also be harnessed. Yes, this is the most favorable outcome of her plan. If only one 5th-tier Serpent King were lured away, Mu Chu would be left in grave danger. How could she ensure that both Serpent Kings would be diverted? Thunder and her? Those 2 Serpent Kings had seen her and were aware that Thunder obeyed her commands. Simply having Thunder visible would not provide sufficient allure. With her presence, the enmity would undoubtedly reach its peak. But where should Moze be positioned? If he accompanied her in Thunder, leaving Mu Chu alone to face dozens of 4th-tier ferocious beasts and thousands of 3rd-tier serpents, Bai Ying felt a pang of unease. Yet, if Moze were to remain with Mu Chu, she harbored concerns for his safety. She needed to ponder this further. A realization struck her. The moon hung bright amidst the sparse stars. In the tranquil night, serpents of varying lengths coiled and clustered within the scattered underbrush. The gentle breeze stirring fine sand and the rough scales of the serpents, producing a soft rustling sound. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, its subtle black-purple hue merging seamlessly with the night, perfectly concealed. As it reached the center, the seemingly innocuous cloud erupted with a thunderous roar. A spark and a flash of lightning striking fiercely upon the 2 Serpent Kings. The formidable defenses of the serpentine scales turned charred black, and a faint aroma of flesh wafted through the air. With a powerful strike, the defenses of the 2 Shadow Serpent Kings were breached, leaving them with injuries neither light nor severe. One of the Shadow Serpent Kings elevated its body, its eyes filled with a frenzied ferocity, while the other emitted a hissing sound, its gaze equally maddened and cruel. Yet, neither of the serpentine rulers made a move, seemingly unwilling to abandon their nest. At that moment, Thunder's belly split open, revealing the ensnared Mose, whose silver-white eyes gleamed with a provocative glint. Even as the two fifth-tier beasts below scrutinized it with predatory intent, it felt no trace of fear. Rather, it exuded confidence. Amidst the cacophony of hisses, Mose opened its mouth, and with a sound akin to a sizzle, a jet of water erupted forth. The two Shadow Serpent Kings instinctively recoiled to the sides, unveiling a collection of eggs of varying sizes concealed beneath their serpentine forms. The water jet did not drench the serpents. Instead, it fell upon the snake eggs like celestial blossoms. Remarkably, nothing transpired from this aqueous display. The water bore no venom, nor was it a skill. It was merely saliva. Clearly, after a moment of bewilderment, the two Serpent Kings comprehended the situation. Retaining their remaining sanity, they became even more ferocious. An unlisted skill provocation had an effect of 100%. Thunder sprang into action, accompanied by the still yapping Mose, soaring in a particular direction. The two serpents pursued relentlessly, enraged to the point of wanting to shred the two flying beasts to pieces. As the two fifth-tier Shadow Serpent Kings departed, 8 fourth-tier perfected Shadow Serpents encircled the center, using their bodies to shield the snake eggs, either protecting them or preparing to incubate them. As the thunderous news arrived, Bai Ying turned to Muchu, who had been lurking in the shadows, and commanded, "Act swiftly and decisively." The tendrils of Muchu extended, deliberately avoiding the direction of the serpent eggs at the center. Through recent observations of the Insu serpents, Bai Ying noted that the two Insu Serpent Kings rarely left their lair, emerging only to pursue Bai Ying. If they failed to catch up, they would promptly return to the nest to incubate their eggs. Once the two Serpent Kings departed, the fourth-tier Insu serpents would take their place. Bai Ying suspected that should he venture towards that direction, the 8 fourth-tier Insu serpents would immediately converge and attack Muchu. By avoiding that path, perhaps not all would arrive at once. Time was of the essence. The longer they lingered, the heavier the blows they would endure. Muchu and Bai Ying had a clear objective: to target the early and mid-fourth-tier Insu serpents, ensuring they did not stray too close to the serpent nest center. The chaos among the Insu serpents caused them to slither about, brushing against one another. Such a scene would surely overwhelm anyone lacking a formidable heart. The tendrils ruthlessly overturned every Insu serpent in their path, binding those that met the criteria for encirclement and extermination. No single Insu serpent stood a chance against Muchu, yet the sheer number of them was staggering. For every serpent that fell, 10 more surged forth to take its place. Lacking quality, they compensated with quantity. In mere moments, thousands of Insu serpents entwined and bit down. Each of Muchu's extended tendrils became ensheathed in a layer of serpent skin. Bai Ying felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Muchu reported that several of his avatar tendrils had been bitten off, and with such overwhelming force, their formidable defenses would likely not hold for long. In this fleeting minute, 100 third-tier serpents have been vanquished, alongside 10 fourth-tier serpents, bringing the total to 27. 13 more remain to accomplish the task. The entire army of branch vines has been obliterated, and under the moonlight, Muchu barely maintains a balance between his gains and losses. At this moment, sensing Muchu's facade of bravado, 2 of the 5 fourth-tier consummate serpents guarding the serpent eggs glide toward him. Countless fourth-tier and below serpents swarm forth, confronting Muchu directly with the 5 fourth-tier consummate serpents, pushing him beyond his limits. Bai Ying cannot discern the movements of the camouflaged serpents. Yet Muchu possesses the ability to sense them. Those fourth-tier serpents, having been intimidated by Muchu, cautiously trail behind the 5 fourth-tier consummate serpents and once again encircle him. At a certain distance, Bai Ying takes a deep breath, retrieves a specially crafted box, and opens it. Inside lies a milky white stone, the size of a head, known as the Cleansing Stone, a 5th-tier spatial resource that Bai Ying had obtained. Absorbing half of its essence, once Thunder recovers, he intends to release the surplus power. This resource can elevate the levels, potential, and skills of his beast, as well as temporarily enhance its combat prowess. The resource is imbued with potent elemental energy, and should his beast find itself in dire straits during battle, unleashing this formidable force could serve as a trump card. Yet, it pains him to part with such a precious 5th-tier spatial resource. Millions indeed. As 5 shadowy serpents entwined around Muchu's essence, the piercing sound of creaking and the unsettling rustle echoed in Bai Ying's ears. The purity stone in her hand was abruptly constricted in two by the extending tendrils, one half vanishing before her eyes, while Bai Ying remained unfazed, retrieving the other half and securing it. The profound force of spatial attributes permeated through Mu Chu's essence, and the innumerable shadowy serpents engaged in a fierce struggle with the tendrils, which suddenly multiplied, breaching the confines of space. The newly formed tendrils surged past the lesser shadowy serpents, reaching the formidable fourth-tier serpents enveloping the exterior, entwining them with the fiery dragon barrier, squeezing tightly. The essence of the dragon is more effective against reptiles than any other elements. Throughout the prior conflict, Bai Ying had meticulously restrained Mu Chu's dragon aura to avert provoking the two serpent kings. Although dragons possess a lethal intimidation towards reptiles, Mu Chu's lower rank belies its potential. Provoking two fifth-tier serpent kings could result in unpredictable outcomes. The sudden onslaught, combined with the intimidating presence of a superior race coursing through their bloodline, rendered the five shadowy serpents immobile, let alone the lesser ones. With astonishing ease, Mu Chu accomplished Bai Ying's task, exterminating a sufficient number of fourth-tier shadowy serpents. Bai Ying stored the serpent's remains within her spatial realm, a slender tendril coiling around her waist. In an instant, a flash before her eyes and a rush of wind by her ears propelled her into the air. Thunder carried her away, vanishing into the distance. Although Thunder had strategically lured two fifth-tier serpent kings to other designated perilous zones, aiming to divert their attention and ensure they remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the serpent nest and the solitary escape of a certain individual with her cherished companions, Bai Ying remained acutely aware that caution is the mother of safety. Upon returning to the camp, it was already the early hours of the following day. As Bai Ying entered, she perceptively sensed the presence of two other individuals within the camp. One was Rongxi, while the other exuded an aura that was entirely unfamiliar to her. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Bai Ying summoned Mu Chu and indulged in a brief slumber. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already noon. The vast, dilapidated building was eerily empty. Neither Rongxi nor the stranger was in sight. Preferring to avoid unnecessary entanglements, Bai Ying dismounted from Mu Chu to assess its condition. The reason she only allowed Mu Chu to absorb half of the resources the previous night stemmed from two considerations. First, the scarcity of resources warranted careful usage, and second, Bai Ying harbored reservations about permitting her two companion beasts to absorb excessive high-tier resources. She feared that they might uncontrollably ascend to the fourth tier, which could result in a backlash of energy overwhelming her beast-controlling space, potentially leading to her own demise. Over the past 6 months, despite her relentless efforts in cultivation, she had only reached level 34, while her two companion beasts had already attained the late stages of the third tier. Not only did she hesitate to allow them to break through to the fourth tier, but she also refrained from risking their advancement to the peak of the third tier. With no changes in level, she felt a sense of relief. Their potential remained unchanged, as did their species, both appearing normal. However, their skills had indeed transformed. It was evident that the enhancement of skills was not solely dependent on evolution and the accumulation of similar abilities, but also intrinsically linked to their quality. Skill 4. Beginner, Pursuit, 93-100. The vine can perform a short-range pursuit, with limited distance, usable once every 18 hours and not stackable. Previously, it was 84-100. With a cooldown of 20 hours. After expending half of a fifth-tier resource, it reached 90. How realistic this is, one might wonder. It could be aptly termed the path of evolution. Otherwise, it might as well be called the path of monetary investment. Quite straightforward and profound, Bai Ying mused internally. Nevertheless, any improvement is ultimately beneficial. 3 days passed once again, and one afternoon, Bai Ying encountered a person with an unfamiliar aura. The individual was quite talkative. Noticing Bai Ying idling in a dilapidated building and appearing quite alert, he approached her. It was then that Bai Ying realized this was her former senior, Mu Chi. From the 21st level control department, they were also undertaking certain semester tasks within this secret realm, albeit not on the outskirts but rather in the inner area. This senior had been at the camp to procure some supplies for the past few days. Given the distance from other camps, Bai Ying wondered why he did not choose to stay at a different one. To earn points, Mu Chi replied, his tone resolute. Sensing Bai Ying's puzzled expression, he added meaningfully, youngster, do not squander your points lightly. One day, you will comprehend their significance. Chapter 81. Third week task. Bai Ying nodded in realization. It was simply a matter of financial constraints. Subsequently, he politely vanished from her sight. On the final day of the week, Ku Yongxin appeared, scanning the crowd. This time, not a single individual was absent. With an ambiguous nod, Kyoshi addressed everyone. Here are the task cards and the corresponding task details. Bai Ying produced 40 Tier 4 Yin Essence Serpents and 100 Tier 3 Yin Essence Serpents, arranging them into a small mountain of serpentine bodies. The sanguinary aura was so intense that the entire space seemed to be submerged in a sea of blood. Apart from Kyoshi and Bai Ying, the others experienced a sudden shift in their complexions. Each of them had roughly 10 Tier 4 fierce beast carcasses arrayed before them. Yet the impact was nowhere near as staggering as the small mountain before Bai Ying. Sensing the distinct gazes of those around her, Bai Ying sighed inwardly. Now was her opportunity to showcase her prowess. If the next week's task still involved Yin Essence Serpents, she feared she might not complete the third week's task. In that case, she would not receive such gazes, but rather ones of sympathy and pity. Kyoshi disregarded the thoughts and expressions of the others, collected all the task details, and issued new task cards to Bai Ying and the others. Bai Ying glanced at her task card, her brow relaxing. It was no longer Yin Essence Serpents, which was a relief. However, the deep crimson color of the Yin Essence Serpent nest seemed to have faded. Had the danger factor diminished due to her relentless hunting of Yin Essence Serpents over the past 2 weeks? This real-time broadcast was quite sensitive, which was truly excellent. Then, she turned her attention to her new task location. It was in another direction, also a deep crimson spot near the middle perimeter. She examined the task details. Hunt 8 Tier 4 Great Perfection Fierce Beasts, with the requirement that they be from 8 different species. Silence pervaded the night. Bai Ying's complexion visibly deteriorated. The task was 8 Tier 4 Great Perfection Fierce Beasts from 8 different species, which meant the task location must contain more than 8 species. In that place, where numerous ethnic groups coexist, the situation is undoubtedly intricate. Complexity implies that one cannot achieve objectives through simplistic or forceful means, unless one possesses overwhelming power to suppress all. It is evident that Bai Ying currently lacks such strength. She has come to realize that the tasks assigned by the school are indeed designed to hone her abilities. The preceding weeks required her to learn how to confront a collective threat in a uniform environment, while this week's challenge is to provoke each race in a multifaceted setting without facing dire consequences. Bai Ying has gained insight. The school's intentions are profoundly thoughtful. Yet, has the environment at their institution deteriorated to such an alarming extent? Each week since her enrollment has been dedicated to mastering survival in an environment rife with ferocious beasts. She feels a mix of gratitude and trepidation. Though her mind brims with countless complaints, she remains silent. After stowing away her task card, Bai Ying proceeds to camp number 2, seeking the same dwelling from her prior transaction. At the entrance, she encounters an unfamiliar woman setting up a stall, presumably a member of their team. Bai Ying informs her of her connection to Ning Han and her desire to trade, to which the woman responds kindly, ushering her inside. Following the usual exchange of Yin-Su snakes, Bai Ying produces her task card and inquires about information regarding a specific location marked on the map. The woman, glancing at the card, displays no surprise. She too has undergone similar experiences. However, upon observing the designated location Bai Ying indicated, her expression shifts. Is this your task location? She asks, her tone peculiar. Bai Ying nods in affirmation. Are you truly a newcomer? The woman queries again, and Bai Ying nods once more. The woman's countenance grew increasingly enigmatic, seemingly interwoven with a hint of sympathy and compassion. Information could be acquired for a price, categorized into 3 tiers, 5 points, 10 points, and 15 points. The cheaper options provided only a brief overview, while the more expensive ones offered intricate details. Regardless of the choice made, one would not incur a loss. Bai Ying pondered for a moment and stated, 5 points. She was not particularly affluent and preferred to conserve her points. The individual instructed Bai Ying to wait briefly before retreating into a room to retrieve 2 sheets of paper, which contained the intelligence Bai Ying had purchased. Holding the papers, Bai Ying scrutinized them closely, finally comprehending the complexity behind the woman's expression. Bai Ying's mission destination was an oasis nestled within the desert. This oasis was home to 2 formidable beast factions, the Giants. Outside the oasis, desert beasts lurked menacingly. The intelligence acquired by the students revealed that within the oasis, one of the beast factions consisted of the Stone Giants, led by a formidable mid-stage 5th-tier stone demon. The other faction was comprised of the enigmatic wood spirits, rumored to encompass all sentient plant beasts residing in the oasis. Furthermore, it was said that the enigmatic wood spirits were a remarkably mysterious breed of beast, seldom witnessed by mortal eyes. Legends suggested that the oasis itself was formed from the dominion of a singular enigmatic with spirit. The desert beasts comprised a flock of vultures led by a dominant mid-stage, fifth-tier red-eyed black-feathered vulture, alongside various other beasts that had taken refuge in the oasis. In summary, the situation surrounding the oasis was exceedingly intricate, and the beasts inhabiting it were indeed formidable adversaries. It was undeniably a challenging predicament. Having grasped the general circumstances, Bai Ying departed, soaring towards the location of the oasis. She places considerable emphasis on the enigmatic wood fairy and the crimson-eyed black-feathered griffin. The former is a fifth-tier beast of the plant domain, and any conflict with it would significantly impact Mu Chu. The latter, the crimson-eyed black-feathered griffin, harbors an unfriendly disposition towards thunder. In such a complex scenario, the strategy of fleeting encounters would undoubtedly yield diminished results. However, despite the emergence of a dynamic equilibrium within the oasis, opportunities for exploitation still abound. Reports indicate that the enigmatic wood fairy and the golem clan share a favorable relationship, exhibiting a subtle symbiotic connection, yet their ties with the outsiders from the desert are considerably less intimate. Amidst the swirling sands, Bai Ying squinted her eyes. Among the fierce beasts, adversarial factions exist, and for an outsider of her relatively modest strength, it is imperative to avoid antagonizing both sides, lest she find herself unable to survive. The presence of these two dominant forces within the oasis suggests that other beast races may find it challenging to thrive, with fewer high-tier species likely in existence. Her mission involves 8 distinct races of fierce beasts. Thus it would be prudent for her to focus her objectives on the desert beasts. After flying for nearly half a day, Bai Ying finally glimpsed a distinct glimmer in the distance. Overwhelmed with fatigue, she chose not to approach the oasis directly but instructed Thunder to pause for a brief respite. The situation within the oasis remained unclear, and caution was warranted. After a refreshing break, Bai Ying directed Thunder to circle the oasis before making their entrance. At that moment, beneath the blanket of yellow sand, a pair of eyes appeared, intently observing the peculiar movements of Thunder. As Thunder dashed into the oasis, the owner of those eyes finally spoke. "Captain, just now, a strange beast resembling a mass of ominous clouds entered." Concealed in the shadows, the captain spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I have observed. It is of no concern, as long as it does not hinder our plans." Chapter 82. The Oasis. Mu Chu gazed downwards, immediately sensing the vibrant and rich wood element of this oasis. The flora thrived in a manner incomprehensible to Bai Ying, flourishing with exuberance. Some plants, upon inspection, were evidently fierce beasts, while others, discerned only through innate abilities, were merely robust specimens, not mutated into monstrous forms. This place was truly a paradise for vegetation, seemingly thriving within the barren, desolate expanse of the desert. Utilizing her abilities along with the perception of Thunder towards the fierce beasts, Bai Ying descended to a relatively safe location, summoning Mu Chu to investigate the conditions of this area. The moment Mu Chu stirred, Bai Ying's expression shifted dramatically. The seemingly innocuous, stationary plants around them began to move. Their eerie growth and transformation entwined their stems and root systems around Mu Chu's vines, their dense roots straining to penetrate into the tendrils. Once inside, these plants would siphon Mu Chu's energy and nutrients, a silent and lethal strangulation unique to flora. Fortunately, Mu Chu's defenses were formidable. The surface of the vines was enveloped in draconic breath. With a slight release of energy, the ordinary plants, triggered by an unknown force, were scorched, their vitality consumed. Bai Ying's countenance darkened. They did not heed Mu Chu's command, as if they were not of the same essence. This was peculiar. There was something amiss with this oasis. Bai Ying's expression altered, prompting a re-evaluation of their strategy. From the depths of space, she unearthed a long-forgotten, lavishly priced flower pot. Gently, she nestled the wooden sprout within its confines. Bai Ying cradled the pot, advancing forward with her innate talent. Her gift allowed her to discern fierce beasts of the 7th rank and below. Those above, she had yet to venture a trial, lacking sufficient data. This ability was undeniably a remarkable advantage, yet in practical combat, particularly against wild beasts, it proved to be of limited utility. After all, by the time Bai Ying identified a fierce creature, it would likely be drooling inches from her face. However, within this oasis, her talent flourished. Plant-based beasts exhibited a peculiar trait. They struggled with mobility, often preferring to ambush their prey through stillness. Bai Ying's keen perception enabled her to distinguish between genuine flora and beasts masquerading as plants, allowing her to choose between direct confrontation or a strategic detour. She was reluctant to incite the wrath of the enigmatic wood spirits dwelling in the oasis, as these peculiar plant beasts might very well be their kin or loyal subordinates. Nevertheless, her desire to avoid trouble did not equate to a willingness to endure it passively. Should any foolhardy creature provoke her, Bai Ying would not hesitate. Muchu regarded all the flora around them with a predatory gaze. As she traversed this peculiar landscape, Bai Ying encountered a myriad of strange plants and fierce beasts, greatly broadening her horizons. At dusk, she finally ascended a small hill, where once resided a formidable fourth-tier plant beast. After it attempted to engage her, Bai Ying graciously accepted its essence, claiming its former lair as her own. From this vantage point, she unleashed a thunderous display and gazed towards the nearest junction of oasis and desert. She sought to discern the extent of the animosity between the desert predators and the denizens of the oasis. At the horizon of the sands, specks darker than the night emerged, numerous and dense. As these specks drew nearer, Bai Ying's eyes widened, revealing a vast, heterogeneous assemblage. The procession comprised a diverse array of aerial familiars, not all of which were familiar to Bai Ying, yet her innate abilities allowed her to identify one of her objectives. At the heart of the group was a kindred species, though the fifth-tier predator remained unseen. Nevertheless, Bai Ying recognized the leading fourth-tier red-eyed vultures. Could there be two at the pinnacle of the fourth tier? Bai Ying was uncertain and scrutinized further. The desert faction had dispatched an aerial contingent, exuding an aggressive aura, hardly indicative of benevolent intentions. What, then, of the oasis? Bai Ying turned her gaze towards the oasis with piqued interest. Despite the troubles the oasis had caused her earlier, she harbored no ill will, having suffered no losses. With the aid of her tools, Bai Ying observed that the oasis's periphery appeared undisturbed, marked only by jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. Nothing extraordinary, as the oasis's edge had presented a similar visage upon her arrival. Thus, what form would the oasis's retaliation take? The oasis remained unhurried, and Bai Ying, too, remained patient, observing silently. The velocity of the aerial familiars was remarkable, and swiftly the vanguard of the formation advanced into the oasis. However, these winged creatures did not immediately descend, but instead circled in the air, emitting prolonged cries, as if awaiting an opportune moment or a directive. As the central part of the flying brigade approached the edge of the oasis, Bai Ying suddenly heard an exceedingly shrill and piercing screech emanating from the center. With this cry, the flying beasts ahead seemed to receive some sort of command, plunging downwards in a chaotic frenzy. It was not merely a dive. Various elemental fluctuations surged forth, the skills unleashed by those ferocious creatures. These abilities rushed into the oasis first, shredding countless plants into mere remnants and powder. From above, the scene was one of utter disarray. It appeared as though the oasis had no means of defense, yet Bai Ying understood that the few ferocious beasts struck by these skills were predominantly ordinary flora. Bai Ying furrowed her brow, pondering whether the oasis had been outmaneuvered by the desert beasts or if the flying creatures were deliberately clearing the area. Surely, they must recognize that these ordinary plants possess unique qualities? The answer eluded her, and she suppressed her curiosity to observe further. The toppled plants revealed hidden treasures of heaven and earth, laden with bountiful fruits and vibrant blossoms flourishing on the ground. Bai Ying's gaze deepened. These were indeed valuable resources. The flowers still in bloom appeared to be of tier 3 or 4, and those fruits seemed far from ordinary. Truly, conflicts arise not without reason, but rather from entangled interests. The flying beasts, upon spotting their targets, were filled with avarice and longing. The swiftest among them was merely a dozen or so meters away from the fruits hanging from the branches, a distance that would vanish in an instant. Before a blink could occur, the flying beast opened its maw and seized a fruit, the juice bursting within its formidable beak. The delectable flavor and abundant energy spurred the creature to eagerly seek a second fruit, when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 83, Desert Versus. Oasis. The gnarled and robust branches of the ancient tree twisted defiantly, its trunk a formidable presence. As the bird's body entered the canopy, the ancient tree awakened. The dark brown bark surged towards the great bird with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible, entwining around it in a moment of ferocious power. The first morsel of fruit still lingered in the bird's beak when its neck was crushed, lamenting as it plummeted to the roots of the ancient tree. The towering giant, brimming with life and laden with fruit, required not only vitality but also the sustenance of flesh and blood. The great bird coveted the tree's fruit, while the ancient tree yearned for the bird's lifeblood. It remained to be seen who would realize their desires. The tragic demise of the first great bird did not instill fear in the others. Rather, it ignited their primal ferocity. In the sky, one bird after another dove down with ferocity, some exhaling flames, colliding with the branches of the ancient tree, causing sap to erupt and limbs to shatter. Before the branches could touch the ground, they were seized by the descending talons, whisked away into the sky. The fruit swayed precariously on the branches, a clear indication that one great bird had succeeded. This interplay of partial triumph and partial demise fueled an intense battle between the savage beasts of the oasis and the desert. By the sidelines, Bai Ying watched with rapt attention. Nearby, a bloody spectacle unfolded among the peculiar flowers and grasses hidden in the underbrush, where vibrant greens and dark browns had long since lost their original hues, now transformed into vivid red and glistening wetness. The birds in the sky appeared frenzied, heedless of their losses, plunging downward again and again. An increasing number of birds descended. Fewer perished, and many returned with spoils. The ancient trees and the restless flora appeared fatigued, perhaps saturated. As the vanguard suffered significant losses, Bai Ying observed the vultures at the heart of the flying beasts becoming agitated, inclined to dive downwards. A few vultures tentatively descended, discovering no resistance, prompting the remaining ones to follow suit in a sequential plunge. As these vultures began their descent, the great birds of the vanguard ceased their assault. Bai Ying pondered whether social structures and hierarchies might also exist among ferocious beasts. Indeed, they were creatures of considerable intelligence, not to be underestimated. The initial few vultures initiated exploratory attacks, reaping substantial rewards despite sustaining some strikes. However, these assaults did not inflict any significant harm upon them. Yet, as the flock approached a certain altitude above the ground, the seemingly innocuous terrain of the basin suddenly erupted. Jagged boulders thrust upward, and the sharp stone blades emitted a piercing shriek, hurtling towards the rapidly approaching vultures. Faced with such imminent danger, the vultures could only emit frantic cries, their eyes blood-red, their bodies exhibiting a peculiar flowing yellow hue. The airflow around them altered minutely, and their diving posture slightly shifted, as did their trajectory. However, the proximity was too close. Even with directional adjustments, not every vulture could evade the blades. Soon after, a cacophony of anguished screams ensued. A few vultures managed to evade the blades, some sustaining minor injuries, others grievously wounded, while a handful met their demise, struck fatally. The outcome of the vultures' assault was dismal, yielding scarcely any gains and resulting in considerable losses. Bai Ying gazed at the peculiar colossal stones capable of hurling themselves into the sky, half of their forms protruding from the ground, and mused that these must be the rock monsters, one of the two major races of the oasis. True to their name, the rock monsters appeared as mere boulders from a distance, had they not stirred to life. Bai Ying would have never surmised their sentience or ferocity without the aid of her innate abilities. The clarity of vision eluded her, rendering her talents ineffective. Yet, this recent triumph could not definitively establish the oasis's superiority over the desert. After all, the ferocious beasts of the desert encompassed more than just their aerial counterparts. The creatures lurking beneath the surface had remained dormant. The assault on the oasis had only been initiated by a mere third of the desert's forces. Contemplating this, Bai Ying's gaze shifted to the desolate edge of the oasis, where sparse vegetation and jagged stones resided. Narrowing her eyes, she observed that these stones bore a striking resemblance to those larger boulders concealed within the basin. What were these? Rock monsters. It appeared that the oasis had not unveiled its full might. Intriguingly, even the ferocious beasts engaged in combat had begun to strategize. The familiar, discordant screech of the beasts circling above the oasis reached her ears. Inexplicably, this cry seemed to carry an unusual resonance, sending a shiver down her spine. Had the subordinate suffered a setback, inciting the wrath of its leader? Then, all the flying ferocious beasts hovering above the oasis retreated in unison. Bai Ying observed the desert beast's reluctant yet orderly withdrawal, her eyes narrowing. The desert beasts now found themselves on her list of targets, having returned from today's encounter in disgrace. Their strength diminished and morale depleted, they presented an opportune moment that she could not afford to overlook. Bai Ying unleashed her lightning, instructing it to track the fleeing aerial beasts, while she remained at the oasis awaiting further developments. As night descended, Bai Ying was led by thunder to the lair of a formidable fourth-tier flying beast. A creature not resembling a vulture, but rather a member of the vanguard team, one of the few that had sustained minor injuries, yet still managed to accumulate significant rewards. After suffering setbacks and distancing itself from the oasis, the team had fragmented, leaving this fourth-tier beast isolated from its companions yet relatively close to the oasis. Bai Ying resolved to launch a surprise attack on it that very night. This marked Bai Ying's first proactive assault on a fourth-tier flying beast. A challenge not to be taken lightly. It was not the strength of the beast that posed a problem, but rather the likelihood of failing to capture it. Should their approach be detected by the flying beast, their cover would be blown, and the creature could take flight, leaving Bai Ying and her two companions merely to admire Thunder's prowess from afar. Given sufficient time, Thunder might stand a chance. Yet the critical issue lay in the fact that they were in the territory of another. If the fourth-tier beast realized it could not contend with Thunder, would it not seek assistance from the fifth-tier beast? The probability was high, and as it stood, Thunder was not capable of defeating a fifth-tier beast. Thus, the task was fraught with difficulty. The lair of the flying beast was perched upon a sheer cliff in the Gobi Desert. And as Bai Ying craned her neck to gaze upward, her lips twitched in exasperation at the nearly vertical precipice. Who, apart from Thunder, could possibly ascend such heights? Taking a deep breath, Bai Ying reflected on her fortunate encounter with Thunder. Once preparations were complete, she concealed herself within the vines of Muchu, informing Thunder that everything was ready while inwardly lamenting the persistent necessity of hiding as soon as the battle commenced. When would this cycle ever come to an end? Although contemporary beast masters have developed a comprehensive and rational strategy to evade the perils of direct combat, there are still some who can participate in the fray, albeit due to innate talent. Individuals like Bai Ying, whose abilities cannot be directly applied on the battlefield, must wait until reaching level 60 under normal circumstances. Lost in thought within the confines of the vine, Bai Ying suddenly heard a tremendous crash beneath her, swiftly followed by a fierce roar. Thunder had engaged in combat with the flying, ferocious beast. Since joining their little family, Thunder had consistently indulged in such provocative antics. Initially, Bai Ying had worried that Thunder might harbor grievances about these reckless endeavors, but after a conversation, she felt reassured. Indeed, before forming a pact with Bai Ying in the 226 Secret Realm, Thunder had relished challenging every ferocious creature that entered its line of sight, daring to confront beasts of the 7th tier while still at the 6th, nearly leading to its own demise. Thus, this penchant for provocation was not new. Thunder found immense joy in confronting various ferocious beasts, second only to the exhilaration of feeling free. With years of unwavering dedication to this pursuit, Thunder had achieved notable success. Its ambush below was executed with remarkable proficiency. As Bai Ying remained in her reverie, she sensed movement from Muchu. In order to involve both Muchu and Moze in the fray and minimize tactical oversights, Thunder positioned Bai Ying atop the cliff, directly above the flying beast. Muchu, showing no hesitation in utilizing skills, harmonized with Thunder's intents, as Thunder lured the flying beast into Muchu's attack range. Muchu's relentless pursuit pierced through the ferocious creature. The battle concluded. After half an hour of tactical study and merely 2 minutes of combat, Bai Ying disposed of the carcasses of the aerial beasts and their unconsumed spoils into the void. He instructed Thunder to transport him towards the second aerial beast of interest. However, upon arriving at its lair, he discovered 2 creatures that appeared to be a mated pair, rendering any attack ill-advised. After exploring several more locations, Bai Ying could not find another opportunity and reluctantly concluded his hunting endeavors for the night. In the following 3 days, Bai Ying observed the various factions of the oasis and desert embroiled in conflict across its many corners. He initially presumed that the relentless encroachments and attrition warfare by the desert factions would lead to a deteriorating situation for the oasis. Contrary to his expectations, the flora and fauna of the oasis seemed inexhaustible. Regardless of how many desert beasts were dispatched, the next day brought forth an abundance of plant beasts in equal measure. It was not merely the boundlessness of the plants, but rather the unique nature of this oasis, which Bai Ying believed to be the case. Throughout these 3 days, Bai Ying successfully captured 5 fourth-tier pinnacle beasts, 4 from the desert and 1 from the oasis. He surmised that significant events would soon unfold in the coming days. By piecing together the information gathered during his observations, he suspected that considerable movements were afoot within the desert factions. The resting places of these factions were not far from the oasis, which they had encircled, forming a triangular formation, each faction operating with remarkable coordination. Thunder even accompanied Bai Ying to inspect the area. Aside from the nests of the airborne beasts, where signs of habitation were evident, there were no clear indications of the terrestrial or subterranean beasts' presence. Indeed, considerable activity was anticipated. The 2 opposing forces are making significant moves, creating an opportunity for someone like Bai Ying to fish in troubled waters. However, unbeknownst to her, this grand maneuver is intricately connected to her fate. Bai Ying, alongside Mu Chu and Lei Ting, executed a surprise attack on the fearsome beasts of the three major powers in the desert, successfully striking 4 times. The battleground bore unmistakable signs of charred earth and the remnants of large plants dragged across the landscape. When those ferocious beasts glanced in that direction, they speculated that the plants from the oasis had allied with some special beasts to launch a surprise assault upon them. It is understandable why the desert beasts would attribute their troubles to the oasis creatures. The only place capable of nurturing such colossal flora is indeed the oasis. Perhaps there are also elusive humans who remain active in the shadows, yet it is exceedingly rare for anyone to stealthily eliminate a 4th-tier apex beast. Moreover, even if they were to consider this possibility, most desert beasts would dismiss it from their minds, while they harbor a disdain for the humans who incessantly trouble them. Their greed for the extraordinary flowers and fruits guarded by the oasis is far more potent, fueling their desire to seize any opportunity to unite against the oasis. As for the 4th-tier beasts that do not comprehend the nature of their demise, it matters little to the primary factions. Their deaths are inconsequential. Bai Ying shares a certain affinity with those desert beasts, as she too is captivated by the wondrous flora and fruits of the oasis. However, after several observations, she has come to understand that she cannot procure these treasures from the hands of the tree spirits and stone golems. Nevertheless, their allure is irresistible. The miraculous flowers and fruits flourishing in this oasis possess far superior effects compared to those cultivated elsewhere. After feeding some to Mu Chu, she nearly brought him to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, forcing her to cease her generous offerings. Though it cannot be utilized, it can certainly be preserved for future trade, likely fetching a considerable price. However, Bai Ying restrained her avarice, refraining from any rash actions. Maintaining a low profile is indeed prudent, as it allows one to navigate through murky waters. On the 4th day at noon, the aerial patrols of thunder indicated to Bai Ying that the desert forces were stirring. Concealed within the vines of Mu Chu, she vigilantly gazed towards a specific direction, the lair of the subterranean beasts. During a previous ambush against the 3 factions, Bai Ying had nearly fallen victim to the underground creatures, unaware that a particular beast known as the sand earthworm could gnaw through the roots of Mu Chu. Fortunately, Mu Chu possessed commendable combat awareness, swiftly employing a pursuit skill to rend the sand earthworm into shreds. Initially, it was merely severed into 2 segments. Yet soon Mu Chu discovered that the bifurcated sand earthworm remained animated. With no other choice, Mu Chu tore it into fragments, effectively extinguishing its vitality. This sand earthworm could breach even Mu Chu's defenses, suggesting it may serve as a formidable weapon for the desert forces against the beasts of the oasis. If one were to ponder which creature poses the greatest threat to the oasis among all the desert beasts, Bai Ying would assert that it is the faction that has long dwelled beneath the surface. After all, Bai Ying remained uncertain whether the ability to directly assault plant roots was an exclusive trait of the sand earthworm or a common attribute among subterranean beings. As the troops advanced and formations shifted, Bai Ying was taken aback to witness the convergence of 3 distinct factions prior to approaching the oasis. Beasts from the ground, underground, and sky amalgamated, launching an assault towards a verdant expanse of flora. Remarkably, they chose not to target the sparsely vegetated areas. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that the areas with sparse vegetation were likely teeming with colossal stone creatures, whereas the lush zones would inherently harbor fewer of them. These desert beasts are evading the colossal stone creature. Do these desert dwellers perceive the stone behemoth as a more formidable adversary than the botanical fiends? In this assault, are both terrestrial and subterranean beasts subdued by the might of the stone giant? Bai Ying suspects she has grasped a semblance of the truth. As the yellow sands swirl, a multitude of beasts gallop forth. The creatures in the sky emit fierce cries, swooping down in waves to unleash their skills and talents, systematically toppling the lush vegetation below. Some of the terrestrial plant fiends attempt to retaliate, yet the aerial assailants soar too high, rendering them unable to reach their airborne foes, thus falling helplessly one after another. The ground's flora is left in disarray, and the avian task is deemed complete. At this juncture, the subterranean beasts launch their second wave of assault, targeting the roots of the plants. Bai Ying observes with alarm as large swathes of vegetation, spared from aerial bombardment, fall without warning. As the greenery dwindles, the terrestrial fiends plunge into the oasis, colliding head-on with the tardy stone giant. The clash of flesh and rock sends blood and debris flying, a savage spectacle imbued with the beauty of raw power. Bai Ying's gaze sweeps over the battlefield, coming to rest upon a stone giant that deviates from the others. towering above its kin. While the other giants exude a rustic simplicity, this one is suffused with a bold metallic aura. The beasts it confronts, whether in the early stages of the fourth tier or at the zenith of their power, are no match for this formidable entity, the fifth-tier monstrosity, the stone demon. Bai Ying silently articulates its name in her mind. Suddenly, a gust of wind brushes against her, sending a shiver down her spine, compelling her to look up abruptly. A colossal vulture, its signature crimson eyes swirling with avarice and brutality, blotted out the sky above Bai Ying with its immense wings. It turned out that Bai Ying's knoll was not far removed from the battlefield. Sheltered within the tendrils of Muchu, she was nonetheless discovered by the sharp-eyed flock of vultures. A Tier 4 fierce beast descended from their ranks, intending to snatch a small morsel from the battlefield. Bai Ying was rendered speechless at being targeted. She inwardly bemoaned the seemingly supernatural acuity of these flying beasts. Though somewhat taken aback, Bai Ying displayed no alarm. A Tier 4 flying beast, while swift, was no match for Muchu. As the military texts dictate, few can withstand many. Soon, the red-eyed vulture emitted a cry of terror. Bai Ying looked up to see agitation among the flock, with two Tier 4 vultures contemplating a descent. Her gaze hardened, realizing that a peaceful resolution was unattainable, and she urged Muchu to swiftly conclude the battle. Upon hearing this, Muchu further divided its tendrils, nimbly blocking the vulture's path. Delicate vines coiled around the base of the vulture's wings, dragging it to the ground before the entire flock, its piercing shrieks echoing through the air. Only then did Muchu look up at the restless sky. The two vultures that had intended to assist hovered hesitantly at low altitude, refraining from direct assault. Bai Ying was not so naive as to believe that the vultures were intimidated into abandoning their vengeance. She would soon discover their true intentions. In the midst of a congregation of vultures, two fourth-tier, fully matured red-eyed vultures broke away from the flock. They let out a couple of howls, to which 4 or 5 responses echoed from the surrounding ranks, as a total of 6 fourth-tier ferocious beasts swooped down. Bai Ying's pupils constricted. 3 were fully matured, and 3 were in their later stages. This was perilous. During the day, Mo only had the skill of Heart Whisper left, with the only effective ones being Muchu and Thunder. Muchu operated in the open, while Thunder lurked in the shadows. The 6 flying beasts descended in a coordinated formation, with 2 vultures positioned on the second tier. Leading the charge was the outermost fourth-tier fully matured beast, followed by the 3 later stage beasts. Muchu remained still, merely placing Bai Ying closer to the root, while Thunder took position above Bai Ying, ready to launch an assault. As they entered Thunder's attack range, Bai Ying commanded Thunder to initiate the offensive. The target was the central fourth-tier beast. The skill employed was Super Fire Thunder Explosion. The frenzied energies fused violently, on the verge of a catastrophic eruption in a fleeting moment. Muchu forcefully unfurled the vines entwined around Thunder's head, allowing Thunder's skill to glide smoothly through the vines, poised to strike the fourth-tier beast squarely in the face. Muchu's vines extended forth to assist, blocking the retreat of the central beast, compelling it to charge forward. The distance was too short. The avian creature was caught off guard by such a perilous skill lying in wait, and in a moment of surprise, it could only unleash wind blades to slash at the incoming energy. The vultures on either side also employed their skills, attempting to subtly alter the airflow around the avian beast to help it evade the attack unscathed. However, Muchu was not to be trifled with. Embodying a ruthless spirit of mutual destruction, the vines offered the bird no respite. The soaring bird directly encountered the fire thunder explosion, inheriting 80% of its original energy, plummeting to the ground amidst a cascade of black and gray. Bai Ying felt a twinge of regret. If it were to touch the earth, it would cease to be her trophy. 1 first-tier beast, 2 third-tier beasts, and a worthless beast master faced off against 5 fourth-tier ferocious beasts. Oh! And various other fierce creatures lurked menacingly in the surroundings. Truly, it was a fitting reward for a protagonist. Muchu commanded the battlefield, dismantling foes one by one with thunder. Bai Ying issued commands from her position of authority, relying on her 3 beasts to execute her strategy. The dancing vines, with their menacing appearance and colossal forms, seemed more like villains than the smaller flying beasts. However, they exuded a palpable sense of power. Bai Ying observed the birds flitting beneath the swirling vines in the sky, a deepening gravity reflected in her gaze. While it appeared that the birds were merely hiding, in reality, they had not suffered any tangible losses in their encounters with the thunder. Compared to the thunder, their flying speed might have been slightly inferior. Yet in areas beyond Muchu's reach, the outnumbered became the overwhelming force. Although the thunder was immune to most damage, it was not invulnerable. Its elemental core could still sustain injury or shatter. The thunder sought to confine the battlefield within Muchu's attack range, but the aerial ferocious beasts were not foolish. They consciously distanced themselves from Muchu, drawing the battle into the skies. After several back-and-forth exchanges, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. This impasse was challenging to break and could easily lead to an unfavorable outcome for Bai Ying, given her enmity with the desert-flying ferocious beasts. Would the other two allied factions turn against her if they had the opportunity? Likely so, especially since Bai Ying had already eliminated a fourth-tier vulture. This race operates in groups, and Bai Ying believes they are likely to retaliate against enemies who harm their people. From the beginning, Bai Ying chose to operate in the oasis and had an emotional inclination towards it, but it was a subtle emotional preference without practical action. But that is no longer the case. She and the oasis are now bound together to some extent. However, being temporarily bound together is meaningless. First of all, she can barely protect herself and cannot help the oasis. Secondly, even if she did help, the life on the oasis probably wouldn't appreciate it. It might even kill Bai Ying to add to the fun. It's more practical to take care of oneself. First, solve these big troubles in front of her. Bai Ying raised her head, trying to watch the lightning and the 5 fierce beasts entangled in the sky. Bai Ying looked at the fierce beasts in the sky that wanted to dive down but were hesitant, turned her head, and looked at the vulture group in the distance. The vulture group was no longer paying attention to the battle here, but was fighting with the strange creatures that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Bai Ying looked at the battlefield in a daze. Just during this short battle, a group of flying animals only half a person tall suddenly flew out of the oasis. Bai Ying couldn't tell what these animals were, but felt that they looked a bit like bats, with fleshy wings, cyan black color, and rat ears. These animals, which we will tentatively call bats, rushed towards the flying fierce beasts in the high sky, unafraid of death. The provoked flying fierce beasts greeted them one by one, using skills, sharp claws, or sharp beaks to tear and chew these bats to pieces. A batch perished, only for another to emerge from the oasis. And without uttering a word, the flying beasts commenced yet another round of one-sided slaughter. This massacre unfolded over 3 cycles. Bai Ying observed the scene before him, perplexed. Even from a distance, unable to ascertain the level of these bats. He could deduce from the aftermath that they were far from being a worthy adversary to the flying beasts. They could not even be described as foes, but rather as mere fodder. Thus, at such a critical juncture in battle, what purpose did their emergence serve? Were they simply offering themselves as sacrifices? Surely it could not be so. Regardless of whether they were human or beast, the instinct for survival should be paramount. Soon, the battlefield experienced an even stranger phenomenon. As they dove down, preparing to launch a subsequent assault on the ground-dwelling plant beasts and rock monsters, 3 of the flying beasts suddenly encountered a flaw in their flight paths midair. Their wings flapped frantically, resembling convulsions for a brief moment, before they stabilized just before nearing the ground. Then, like arrows shot from a bow, they collided fiercely with a nearby flying beast. The unsuspecting creature was either rendered dazed from the impact, plummeting to the earth to meet its demise at the hands of the lurking oasis beasts, or it veered off course, appearing in an unanticipated location, narrowly regaining control of its flight to avoid the fate of those unfortunate souls. The furious cries resonated across the battlefield, and Bai Ying finally understood the purpose of those valiant bats that had met their end. They resembled parasites, albeit far more terrifying, for their effects manifested in mere minutes. The outcome was beyond the scope of mere adequacy to describe. The enemy is in disarray, while our morale soars. Thunder strikes once more, and Muchu is unrelenting, activating her pursuit skill. Vines surge forth, lunging at the 4th-tier vulture. The vulture's feathers explode in a flurry as it lets out a shriek, flapping its wings to ascend. Thunder pursues relentlessly, but another vulture approaches, intent on providing assistance. However, just as this vulture draws near, a vine unexpectedly manifests at the base of its wing, forcefully piercing through with the weight of spatial attributes. The vulture, having narrowly escaped, and several other ineffectual birds, flap their wings with renewed urgency. Thunder gazes with a sense of dissatisfaction at the fleeing birds. These little creatures once posed no threat, yet now they flee in terror. Despite its frustration, it refrains from pursuing further. Provocation is its penchant, yet its ascension to the 6th tier indicates a fundamental restraint. Nevertheless, the restraint only breeds further indignation. Beastmaster, put in some effort. You are not only the weakest in the team, but also a hindrance to our progress. She masks her sorrow and murderous intent with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ying seizes the moment and instructs Thunder to relocate. Although the oasis currently holds the advantage, that does not guarantee a final victory. The aerial forces have yet to be diminished, and the fifth-tier beast has not yet made its presence known. But now, even a fierce beast cannot remain indefinitely. A fifth-tier beast is beyond her capability to confront. Having forged an enmity, it is best to flee. Yet, Bai Ying does not venture too far, as she still hopes to seize an opportunity. Having ventured too far, the battlefield became obscured, and the outcome remained unknown. Thus, the situation was dire. Steadfast, it was evident that as Bai Ying had just shifted her position, the sky erupted with a familiar yet discordant cacophony. In a hidden corner, a pair of blood-red eyes opened, fixated on a ferocious beast wreaking havoc amidst the flock. The beast abruptly halted, and the surrounding birds surged toward it, feathers swirling, blood mist enveloping the air, and a mass of flesh plummeting down. A spattering of blood rained upon the disheveled greenery below. Chapter 87. Unexpected. The rigidity of the avian creature contradicted logic, suggesting an underlying skill at play. Was it spatial or mental in nature? Or perhaps a unique manipulation of wind elements? Bai Ying could only speculate. Yet she harbored a glimmer of hope that the fifth-tier red-eyed black-feathered griffin belonged to the mental category, for this would enrich MOZ's resources significantly. However, if it were indeed mental, it would pose a greater challenge. Fortunately, Bai Ying's immediate objective did not involve it. The aerial sovereign commenced its counteroffensive, and the terrestrial beast seemed to have received some signal. Over the next 2 hours, Bai Ying witnessed a total of 4 ferocious creatures: the aerial monarch, the red-eyed black-feathered griffin, the terrestrial fifth-tier beast, the clear-wind scarlet armored lynx, the subterranean fifth-tier beast, the green wave centipede, and from the oasis faction, the fifth-tier beast, the boulder demon. The two factions engaged in a fierce clash. The boulder demon was at the pinnacle of the fifth tier, while the green wave centipede was mid-tier, and the clear-wind scarlet armored lynx was early stage. Only by combining their strengths could they stand evenly against the boulder demon. The black-feathered griffin in the sky took the initiative, swiftly obliterating all problematic flying beasts within a matter of minutes. Subsequently, she led the entire flock of aerial beasts in a renewed assault on the verdant floor of the oasis. The ground was a tapestry woven with shades of green and red. Although the colossal stone demon managed to thwart 2 fifth-tier ferocious beasts, it was powerless against the one wreaking havoc in the skies. The flock of birds erupted in an uncontrollable chorus of joyous calls, and the fate of the oasis seemed all but sealed. Bai Ying contemplated whether she had placed her bets on the wrong side. Just as she pondered a potential retreat, an unexpected transformation unfolded. All the blood-red hues of the oasis appeared to be erased in an instant by an unseen force, leaving behind a chaotic landscape brimming with vibrant greenery and unsettling vitality amidst the ruin. At that moment, Bai Ying's expression shifted as she turned to gaze at Mu Chu. Mu Chu trembled slightly. The quiver lasted but a fleeting instant, yet Bai Ying sensed it. A high-tier plant-based ferocious beast? In that brief moment, had Mu Chu detected the presence of a high-level beast? The overwhelming fear rendered her shivering uncontrollably. Bai Ying had never looked so grave. Was it a 7th tier, or perhaps an 8th tier beast? The depths of this region were far more profound than she had anticipated. The thought of retreat had never been so clear and insistent. She dared not linger, feeling an impending crisis looming, while she could still afford to spectate during 5th-tier battles. 7th or 8th-tier confrontations were an entirely different matter. If not now, when would she flee? The birds in the sky also perceived the bizarre turn of events, leaving no time for hesitation. As she approached the edge, Bai Ying's keen eyes spotted 3 or 4 dark figures stealthily attempting to slip into the oasis through the gaps in the battlefield. It was needless to say, they were undoubtedly her classmates. Bai Ying signaled to Lei Ting to descend swiftly, urging him to draw closer to those individuals. The individuals on the ground observed a peculiar aerial object approaching them, instinctively preparing to launch an attack. However, as it drew nearer and revealed a person within, they restrained their urge to strike, yet remained vigilant, watching Bai Ying with caution. The environment within was perilous, the battle fierce, and terror loomed large. Entering was ill-advised. Bai Ying succinctly conveyed this warning before swiftly departing towards the oasis's exterior, not waiting for any inquiries. Yet, the entrance had been easy, but the exit proved treacherous. Bai Ying felt a rush of wind beside her, the world spinning chaotically, and soon her consciousness faded into darkness. Upon awakening, she found herself enveloped in an impenetrable void, devoid of sight or sound, save for the faintest rustling, as if whispering close to her ear. Yet, she could not see nor turn her head, bound tightly. Closing her eyes, she sought to connect with thunder, Before losing consciousness, Thunder had been outside, and she was uncertain of its condition following her ambush. Thunder, in a distressed state, communicated to Bai Ying that they were on the verge of departure when sudden vines erupted from the ground of the oasis, ensnaring her before it could mount a defense, rendering her unconscious. It had only managed to unleash the flame spell, a skill typically infallible against foes below the 5th tier. Yet it had inexplicably failed. Upon learning that Thunder had recovered to some extent within the beast mastery space, Bai Ying felt a sense of relief. However, Thunder's significant recovery also indicated that considerable time had elapsed. 6 days had passed. What day was it now? Realizing that she had been ambushed by some entity, Bai Ying understood what bound her, the very vines that had ensnared her. Even the mighty Thunder cannot withstand the tenacious vines. Summoning the Thunder may inadvertently activate these seemingly innocuous tendrils, and the ensuing consequences remained shrouded in uncertainty. As Bai Ying pondered her escape, she suddenly heard a groan. Someone? Where am I? The voice was unfamiliar yet youthful, likely belonging to those she had encountered at the edge of the oasis. Are you the ones intending to enter the oasis? Bai Ying inquired. Who are you? Where are we? What have you done to us? The individual, startled by Bai Ying's voice, bombarded her with a flurry of questions. In the enveloping darkness, it was just the two of them, and Bai Ying exhibited remarkable patience. I am a level 22 freshman, specializing in control. Which major are you in? I haven't harmed you. Like you, I have also been captured. Do you remember what transpired? I lost consciousness too quickly to grasp what happened. As if Bai Ying's words had stirred fragments of memory, the other person fell silent for several seconds before murmuring. It seems, you were the one who was soaring in the sky? Bai Ying wished to nod but realized it was futile in the darkness, so she replied. Yes, I am Zhu Xingwen from the 9th team of the class of 21. I didn't witness much of what occurred. I only saw the ground crack open. And then something greenish-brown surged forth, and after that, I remember nothing until I found myself here. Bai Ying's mind raced. There was substance to her words. At the very least, the vines that ensnared her were not the same as those that had captured this individual. Senior, how many members did your team have? If all goes as expected, your team members should be here, albeit still in a state of unconsciousness. Our team consists of 4 members. Are you truly a level 22 freshman? Have you come here to undertake a mission? Instead of urgently seeking their companions, the individual posed an unrelated question, which puzzled Bai Ying. Indeed, my task is to operate in this location. How peculiar it is that you, as a freshman, have been assigned to this place. Have you perhaps offended your counselor? After contemplating the lethargic, curly-haired senior, Bai Ying replied uncertainly, probably not. Then why has he sent a freshman like you here? It seems implausible that you haven't offended him. She specializes in the control system. Suddenly, another low, unfamiliar voice emerged from the shadows. Chapter 88, The Underground Space. The young yet composed captain first acknowledged with a grunt, then remarked, she is from the control system. Her audacity to charge directly into the oasis suggests she is among the finest of this year's freshmen. A slightly challenging task is not difficult to comprehend. Is this truly a challenge? Zhu Xingwen muttered. Where is this place? Good heavens. What on earth? After 2 consecutive exclamations, Bai Ying realized that all members of the team had awakened. The good news is that the 5 captured individuals are alive. The bad news is that all 5 survivors have been captured. An external breakthrough seems impossible. We must rely on our own resources. After waiting a moment for her team members to exchange a few words, Bai Ying inquired, do any of you possess a talent that could resolve our current predicament? Perhaps the ability to untie bindings or provide illumination. Bai Ying's sudden interjection momentarily piqued the vigilance of the 2 individuals who had just regained consciousness. Zhu Xingwen kindly took it upon himself to elucidate Bai Ying's situation, yet doubts regarding her identity soon arose. The skepticism stemmed from Zhu Xingwen's earlier jest about being dispatched to this peculiar place immediately upon entering university, which indeed seemed rather odd. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bai Ying inquired, why must my identity be questioned? Is it possible that there are individuals here who do not belong to our institution? Upon hearing her question, the skeptic gradually conceded, I now believe there is no issue with her identity. It is indeed quite typical of a newcomer to be unaware of such matters. Bai Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment, as if her ignorance had inadvertently confirmed her identity. It was once again the loquacious Zhu Xingwen who provided her with clarity. He explained that there are multiple entrances to this secret realm, one located within their university and another situated within the city. The majority of those who enter through their school's gateway are students, while the city entrance is far more diverse in its participants. Although they are all compatriots, conflicts inevitably arise when interests are at stake. While internal disputes within the school may not be as pronounced, external individuals can pose a different challenge altogether. Prolonged exposure within the secret realm often leads to encounters with outsiders, and many students have fallen victim to their schemes, resulting in a general wariness towards external parties among seasoned students. With newfound understanding, Bai Ying expressed her comprehension of the situation. Once identities were established, conversations commenced. The intelligence Bai Ying possessed, having emerged from the heart of the oasis, was certainly beyond the reach of those outside. Thus, the exchange of information predominantly featured Bai Ying's accounts, the suspected high-ranking ferocious beasts affiliated with the oasis, the peculiar circumstances surrounding that area, and the brief entrapment of the oasis's forces. Bai Ying selectively relayed the most critical details. Juxingwen felt a shiver run down her spine. As Bai Ying finished speaking, she could not help but exclaim, "You truly possess remarkable audacity. You dare to venture into the heart of the oasis without any substantial understanding of this region, and without companions. To put it charitably, it is bravery. To speak frankly, it is recklessness. Should we survive this ordeal, it will undoubtedly serve as a cautionary tale." After exchanging a few words, one member of the team mentioned her ability to utilize her pet's power, revealing that she possessed a light attribute creature. After a brief pause of 3 to 5 seconds, a glimmer of light emerged in this dark world. The light was faintly yellow, illuminating their surroundings. Seizing the moment, Bai Ying discerned the dire predicament she and the other 4 unfortunate souls were in. They were suspended in the air, with an abyss below them obscuring their view. Though she could faintly make out some bones, both large and small, leaving her uncertain whether any belonged to humans. To her right, she spotted a person, Juxingwen, bound tightly like a zongzi, with only her face visible. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Bai Ying understood that she must summon thunder and test their chances. Hanging in midair, even if they managed to break free from the vines, lacking a flying pet would result in a fatal fall. Although beast tamers are inherently fragile, they possess the advantage that as long as their consciousness remains intact, they can summon their creatures. With a flash of white light, thunder materialized in this strange and mysterious realm. Prior to its appearance, Bai Ying had instructed thunder to suppress its aura to the best of its ability, and it complied. After a moment of stillness, the vines entwining the group showed no signs of reaction. After some difficulty, Bai Ying managed to use the lightning to burn through the vines that bound him. These vines, though seemingly inert, possessed an extraordinary resilience, reminiscent of an ancient defense. Unlike Yu Mu Chu's dragon scale armor, they were formidable. With the vines completely incinerated, Bai Ying was deftly caught by the lightning before he descended, ensuring a smooth landing. As Bai Ying vanished from sight, elation flickered in the eyes of the other 4. Some among them possessed flying pets and promptly summoned them to assist. However, their pets' offensive capabilities might not match the lightning's potency, potentially prolonging the process. Once Bai Ying was safely on the ground, he summoned Yu Mu Chu and directed the lightning to aid the others. 10 minutes later, all 5 individuals had safely descended. The female beastmaster with the light attribute pet released a dazzling butterfly. The others followed suit, releasing their own pets. Yu Mu Chu shrunk in size, and Bai Ying cradled it in his arms. Despite sharing this unexpected ordeal, they were not intimately acquainted. Bai Ying consciously lagged behind, casting an envious gaze upon the unspoken camaraderie displayed by the quartet. One provided illumination, another guarded the surroundings, and yet another scouted ahead. This was a team. As if sensing Bai Ying's melancholy, Yu Mu Chu extended a tendril, gently caressing Bai Ying's cheek, a gesture of solace and empathy. Bai Ying met its gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. She, too, had companions, even if they lacked the power of speech. Bai Ying nodded, quickening her pace. They were exploring this space, searching for an exit. The captain surveyed the surroundings, gazed at the sky, touched the ground, and inhaled the air, deducing that they were likely either beneath the earth or within the mountains. Given the topography of the oasis, the former seemed more probable. Bai Ying nodded in agreement. They dared not ascend, having already discerned the situation above. It was a dense tangle of vines that sent chills down the spines of the group. Bai Ying felt that describing it as vines was inadequate. It was more fitting to refer to it as a network of roots. The subterranean space was vast, and above them loomed a thick mass of roots. Their progress was painfully slow, as the scattered remains demanded their utmost caution. Zhu Xingwen lagged half a step behind, approached Bai Ying, and whispered, "Do you sense something amiss here?" Zhu Xingwen opened her mouth, intending to counter, but found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she inquired, "What have you observed?" Bai Ying pondered briefly before responding, "Firstly, I concur with Captain Wu's hypothesis. We are indeed underground, most likely beneath the oasis. This raises a critical question. The oasis is surrounded by desert, yet we have not encountered any pillars sustaining this subterranean space. Is it entirely reliant on the flora of the oasis, or perhaps the enigmatic wooden spirits? Secondly, what purpose does this underground space serve? I have clearly observed ferocious beasts above ground, gnawing at the roots of plants, and they have succeeded without falling into this subterranean realm. Thus, does this space exist even deeper underground? Are the roots above and the plants revealed by the oasis not of the same kind? Unbeknownst to them, the other three members of the team listened attentively to Bai Ying's analysis. The only female beast master in the group inquired earnestly, "How can you be so certain that the ferocious beasts lurking underground have not been drawn into this space? Their presence is evident everywhere." She continued, "I may not have a comprehensive view from this distance, but the attacking desert forces would surely have observed the situation closely. If their comrades inexplicably vanished, even if just a few, they could not remain indifferent." Bai Ying recounted, "During my time in the oasis, I was provoked by a bird, and after slaying it, several others descended upon me immediately. Even if the underground forces lacked the cohesion of a flock, they could not overlook such occurrences." The team leader nodded in agreement with Bai Ying's reasoning, adding, "I recognize several remains of the ferocious beasts here, including the 5th Order Light Marquis Indigo Toxin Serpent and the 6th Order Evil Light Purple Scorpion, neither of which belong to the desert forces attacking this time. Furthermore, there are no signs of fresh blood or flesh. How could there be none? Are we not here?" Ji Xingwen murmured. The others fell silent, sensing the atmosphere growing heavy. Bai Ying chuckled and remarked, "Our very existence raises my third question. The area we have surveyed is not insignificant, yet no one has encountered any human remains, has anyone? While the exact dimensions of the underground space remain unknown, I cannot accept that there are human remains in other areas if none exist where we have explored. Moreover, those roots could have easily slain us, yet they chose to bind us in midair, and none among us sustained serious injuries, merely some scrapes. The peculiar wood spirit does not wish to take our lives, at least for the time being. But why has it captured us?" Zhu Xingwen followed Bai Ying's line of thought and posed the question. Bai Ying, single and contemplative, shook her head and replied, "I do not know." She then turned to the other three individuals and said, "I believe that the plant above us is indeed the peculiar wood spirit, with all its roots and stems leading toward it. Such a vast range and formidable power can hardly be attributed to a mere 5th-tier beast. Even a 6th-tier creature would fall short of this magnitude. Having just entered university, I am unfamiliar with the circumstances of this secret realm. Do you, seniors, have any insights?" Zhu Xingwen furrowed his brow in thought, while the others began to ponder as well. As they walked, the female beast master turned to the captain and asked, "Captain Wu, could the rumors of an 8th-tier beast be true?" Zhu Xingwen immediately leaned in closer, inquiring, "What rumors?" Wu Diyu glanced at Zhu Xingwen and said, "Have you not heard the rumors since you recently entered the secret realm? It is said that an 8th-tier beast once appeared in this realm." Zhu Xingwen exchanged a puzzled look with Wu Diyu, questioning whether this was merely a tale spun by the counselor to deter us from recklessly venturing further. Wu Diyu nodded, affirming, "I once thought the same, but now I am not so certain." Bai Ying grasped the implication. Captain Wu believed that this peculiar wood spirit, whose capabilities evidently surpassed that of a 5th-tier beast, might indeed be the fabled 8th-tier creature. Wu Diyu neither affirmed nor denied this notion. The rumor had not yet reached its conclusion. Whispers spoke of an 8th-tier ferocious beast appearing within the secret realm. Remarkably, this beast did not attack the students who first encountered it. Thus, when confronted by the Academy's formidable warriors and ultimately defeated, the creature's life was spared, vanishing without a trace thereafter. Some claimed the beast had perished, others suggested it had been taken by the powerful, and still others believed it remained hidden within the secret realm. In essence, there were multiple versions of the outcome, leaving the truth elusive. Bai nodded, acknowledging certain aspects while noting discrepancies. "What, then, is its purpose in capturing us?" asked Zhu Xingwen, puzzled. Bai Ying shook her head, indicating her own confusion. The absence of human remains among the corpses suggested they were not proactively targeted by these roots. However, if they could not discover a means of escape, survival was not guaranteed. Furthermore, what was the intention behind their capture? Was it merely a disdain for the presence of humans on its territory? If so, wouldn't it have been more effective to simply subdue them with force rather than imprison them? It was indeed perplexing, truly puzzling. Unable to unravel this mystery, they resumed their search for an exit. After an indeterminate passage of time, Bai Ying and her companions finally beheld the boundary of the subterranean space. Above them loomed countless pallid roots, while below, entwined with the roots, lay not sand but enormous boulders. Bai Ying felt a sense of familiarity with these stones. What was it that seemed familiar? Furrowing her brow, she scrutinized the scene. The coloration of these stones bore a striking resemblance to those observed at the oasis's edge. Could it be that this was the subterranean portion of those very stones? One of the individuals in the group murmured, and Bai Ying suddenly understood. The stones bore an uncanny resemblance to the color of the colossal rock creatures. What connection could there be between these stones and the giants? Bai Ying's thoughts were somewhat disordered. The very existence of those rock creatures was peculiar. She had long pondered how they reproduced. Was it through asexual reproduction, bodily replication, or perhaps by transforming stones into monsters? Upon seeing these stones, she felt a flicker of insight, yet her mind remained clouded. With a sigh, Bai Ying reined in her thoughts, silently contemplating. If a solitary tree spirit was beyond her ability to handle, she certainly could not contend with any other ferocious beasts. She truly felt inadequate. Glancing at the other four individuals, she mused, none of us are capable. Chapter 90, an exit? Regardless of what these rock walls might signify. As long as they did not suddenly transform into colossal creatures, it was advantageous for the five of them. This indicated that they had reached the brink of the subterranean realm. Observing the marks they had made, the expressions of everyone, except for Captain Wu, were far from favorable. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's countenance remained unchanged. She had surmised that without an exit, their only recourse was to ascend. With Thunder joining the group, there were a total of 3 flying companion beasts, but only 2 were capable of carrying passengers. Zhu Xingwen possessed a white-headed 3-feathered eagle, which could accommodate 4 individuals. Therefore, Bai Ying proposed that they split up while remaining within each other's line of sight to avoid any unforeseen incidents. As they ascended, the roots became increasingly distinct. Having previously experienced attacks from these entities, even their stillness exerted immense psychological pressure on Bai Ying and the others. Remaining still was one thing, but once movement commenced, the 5 individuals present were utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Bai Ying cautiously approached the intertwining roots above, resembling a vast and intricate ball of yarn. Its beginning and end obscured from view. A thorough search yielded no minute openings sufficient for human passage. The area was impenetrable, sending shivers down one's spine. Eureka! Bai Ying momentarily froze, her expression betraying a flicker of joy, before urging Lei Ting to turn towards Zhu Xingwen and the others. Before them lay a vertical black hole, an unnatural formation that immediately sparked thoughts among the onlookers. The aperture was perfectly circular, composed entirely of roots, yet the roots within were all fractured, as if torn apart by some terrifying force. Bai Ying instinctively thought of Lei Ting. Was this not akin to the destruction wrought during his peak? Surely this was blasted open by the ferocious beasts captured here? Zhu Xingwen inquired, rubbing his hands together in excitement. The female beast master nodded, affirming, it is likely. The predecessors plant trees so that future generations may enjoy their shade. But inadvertently, one might encounter a beast of 5th rank or higher gnawing at your head. A man quipped, rolling his eyes in derision. Zhu Xingwen's exuberance transformed into an awkward smile. That shouldn't be the case, right? He glanced towards Wu Diyu. However, Wu Diyu's countenance had shifted from initial delight to a more grave demeanor. The collective understanding among them was that a perplexing issue had arisen. What's wrong? The female beast master, her brow furrowed with concern, stepped forward and inquired softly. Wu Diyu shook his head and then turned to Bai Ying, whose expression was calm, and asked, what do you think? A trap? Zhu Xingwen pondered for a moment, her eyes widening as she gazed at the black hole with heightened vigilance. The female beast master also realized something and fell into deep thought. Wu Diyu shook his head, saying, it should not be. These roots do not require traps to deal with us. Perhaps we can make another conjecture. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wu Diyu's mouth as he nodded, affirming her words. The female beast master's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wu Diyu, her joy evident. Shall we proceed? Zhu Xingwen asked, torn with uncertainty. Bai Ying smiled and replied, of course we should advance. After all, whether or not it leads to the surface, this is an opportunity we must seize. The others nodded in agreement. The black hole was vast, large enough for even the 3-headed eagle to enter. Bai Ying instructed the other 4, I will go in first. You follow, but do not stay too close. If anything unexpected occurs, retreat immediately. Everyone consented, and with Thunder leading the way, Bai Ying ventured inside. One must admit that the creature responsible for creating the black hole was indeed formidable and quite ruthless. The passage was nearly uniform in width, devoid of twists and turns. Simply ascending straight ahead. As Bai Ying counted silently to 300, she suddenly felt a disorienting sensation, unaware of what transpired in the darkness. Only able to infer from Thunder's words that something was attacking them. The object was not large. Bai Ying's mind stirred. The thunderous force presented a small creature, already lifeless from electrocution, into Bai Ying's hands. Illuminated by the flickering light within the thunder, Bai Ying discerned, albeit with difficulty, that it was a creature resembling a mosquito. Measuring approximately the size of 2 fists, with a mouthpart nearly 40 centimeters long. Its lifeless condition rendered it devoid of any vitality, leaving Bai Ying uncertain of its true nature, as it was not something she had encountered in her studies. With a deep breath, Bai Ying closed her eyes and opened them slowly, only to be greeted by light. This illumination allowed her to comprehend her predicament and identify her adversary, a late-stage, second-tier would attribute ferocious beast known as the blood-sucking mosquito puppet. Though merely a late-stage second-tier creature, it was still daunting due to the sheer numbers. The area illuminated ahead was teeming with swarms of these flying mosquitoes. Behind her, the sound of gasps echoed, followed by a piercing scream. "Damn, I have a fear of clusters," cried Juxingwen, who promptly buried his head behind Captain Wu without a second thought. Such a disgraceful display caused both Captain Wu and the female Beastmaster to scowl in disapproval. However, this was not the time for reprimanding the foolish boy. Thunder stood resolutely in front, expanding its form to obliterate the majority of the blood-sucking mosquitoes, while the few that escaped were swiftly hunted down by Wu Diyu and others. This onslaught drained a significant portion of Thunder's energy. Yet, before them lay an unending abyss of darkness, with no indication of an end in sight. Bai Ying felt an unsettling sensation. How deep underground were they truly? 10,000 meters beneath the surface? Could they genuinely navigate such profound depths? Was it conceivable for an 8th-tier creature to anchor itself so deeply? Or perhaps it was a matter of cognitive perception, leading to a distortion in their spatial judgment? Both of the beasts possess limits to their stamina. We cannot pause. "Let us ascend further," Wu Diyu remarked with a furrowed brow. No one opposed him, and the group continued their ascent. Chapter 91. Domain and Illusion. The Swallowing Mosquito Puppet. The light-emitting spider puppet and the rainfall beetle puppet emerged as 3 waves of adversaries, each wave comprised of foes of relatively low caliber. All below the pinnacle of the 2nd tier, yet the least formidable waves still numbered in the hundreds. Their desire to ascend could only be aided by the white-headed, 3-feathered eagle. However, as the eagle's stamina was depleted, they were compelled to retreat. Yet, all were discontent. They gazed at the perpetually dark expanse above, feeling both unwillingness and trepidation. Humans are creatures drawn to light, while they yearn for illumination. They also harbor a fear of darkness. Darkness is, after all, the most fertile ground for fear to flourish, especially when it is boundless and fraught with peril. Since the onset of the first wave of ferocious beasts, Bai Ying had lapsed into silence. Upon hearing Zhu Xingwen's words, she concurred, "Let us descend. We shall regroup and return." On the journey back, the atmosphere was laden with silence, steeped in melancholy. Mu Chu no longer diminished her form but instead revealed her true size, enveloping the 5 members of the group within her presence. Previously, they had believed the space to contain only the 5 of them, but now, they understood the importance of thorough preparation. Bai Ying leaned against one of Mu Chu's vines, conversing with Lei Ting within the beast-taming space. As they descended, she instructed Lei Ting to maintain an upward velocity, silently counting the passage of time in her mind. She pondered whether to feel regret, for the timing of their ascent seemed precisely aligned. Nestled 10,000 meters beneath the Earth's surface, amidst the deep-seated roots of ancient flora and formidable stones, lie formidable bestial automatons, none exceeding the apex of the 2nd tier in strength. The landscape is replete with the remains of fallen beasts, some of the 3rd tier, others as high as the 7th. Is this a tangible realm, or merely an elaborate illusion? If it is a figment of the imagination, then what constitutes reality? Are these individuals genuine? Bai Ying observed Zhu Xingwen, who was being subjected to a torrential scolding, and noted the tenderness that involuntarily softened the woman's gaze as she glanced at Wu Diyu, despite her domineering demeanor. She also noticed the taciturn man, who maintained a low profile, silently eavesdropping on the exchange. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. If these people were mere fabrications, and their shared experience is equally false, then what was authentic? Lei Ting, with his exceptionally acute senses, had detected nothing amiss. The space, the remains, the bestial automatons, and the individuals all seemed palpably real. Yet, despite all indications of authenticity, Bai Ying couldn't shake the feeling of an underlying incongruity. She scrutinized the quartet, finding no discernible anomaly in their behavior or demeanor. Each character's actions and emotions were fully realized and logically consistent. Bai Ying's side, approaching Wu Diyu. Both Wu Diyu and the female Beastmaster turned their attention to her. I've made a rough calculation. We may be 10,000 meters or even deeper underground. Captain Wu, do you deem this plausible? Bai Ying inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Wu Diyu, seeking to discern any hint of deception. However, Wu Diyu remained remarkably composed. Under normal circumstances, it is inconceivable for us to reach a depth of 10,000 meters underground. Even the roots of an 8th-tier ferocious beast cannot penetrate such depths. Wu Diyu paused, regarding Bai Ying with a glimmer of approval in his gaze for the younger generation, yet acknowledged the existence of exceptional circumstances. If we were ensnared in an illusion, everything abnormal here would indeed be deemed normal. However, illusions are inherently deceptive, containing inherent flaws that I have yet to uncover. Of course, even if there are flaws in the illusions conjured by an 8th-tier ferocious beast, it remains questionable whether we could discern them. This is merely the first scenario. I personally believe we are not ensnared in an illusion. The second scenario, which I wonder if you have gleaned from your readings, is that 8th-tier ferocious beasts have the capability of manifesting domains. Domains? Bai Ying's eyes reflected a profound confusion. A hint of pride adorned his features, as it seemed this particular piece of knowledge was not universally known, warranting a display of erudition. Bai Ying contemplated, but soon furrowed his brow. Assuming the strange wood fairy is indeed an 8th-tier ferocious beast, could its domain possibly extend to such vastness? Wu Diyu gazed at Bai Ying and smiled gently. Certainly, such an expanse is impossible. Perhaps the legendary 10th-tier ferocious beast could achieve such magnitude. But an 8th-tier ferocious beast indisputably cannot. Then, upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt as if thunder had struck beside him. Domains and illusions, domains, the embodiment of power. If falsehoods are underpinned by absolute strength, then what justification is there for falsehood to be regarded as such? At the very least, for those of lesser strength, it is as real as it gets. If this place is both an illusion and a domain, it becomes comprehensible why a black hole would manifest. Why the black tunnel stretches infinitely, occasionally revealing puppets that assail them. However, one aspect remains perplexing. The notion of being trapped yet not killed, what could it possibly desire? Are we to be ensnared here until death? Su Xingwen murmured in despair. To be ensnared until death, indeed? The fact that it does not seek to kill implies the absence of murderous intent. There exists a path to escape, yet it is fraught with challenges, suggesting that one's own strength may not suffice to break free from this predicament. This seems contradictory to the absence of lethal intent. Yet, what if this is a metaphor? A metaphor for the master of this dilemma regarding its own circumstances? The 8th-tier ferocious beast was once sighted, but has since vanished without a trace, existing only in rumor. If the powerful beings of the Academy indeed did not slay it, nor did they release it, might they have sealed it instead? The enchanted wooden spirit, bound by the seal, cannot depart from the secret realm. Yet it may have transcended certain limitations, its power capable of influencing the outside world. This, in essence, is the nature of the opulent oasis that should not exist in the desert. What if, just what if, this secret realm, from which they cannot escape, is the plea for assistance from the enchanted wooden spirit? This notion is audacious and has its flaws, yet Bai Ying possesses an intuition. This line of thought is correct. Chapter 92, Speculation. Bai Ying gazed upwards, surveying the profound darkness and eerie silence surrounding her, murmuring to herself, "Is this a call for help? Such a peculiar method. What assistance? Assistance for whom? Can you reach out to the outside?" Zhu Xingwen did not comprehend Bai Ying's words. He merely caught a vague mention of the word help. For a fleeting moment, his eyes sparkled with hope, believing that Bai Ying could summon assistance from the outside world. Before Bai Ying could utter a word, the female beast tamer beside her shot a glare at Zhu Xingwen and remarked, "If she had a way, would we still be waiting here? Use that thing around your neck to think carefully." Zhu Xingwen shrank his neck and mumbled something, but no one heard him. The female beast tamer's expression changed dramatically as she approached, twisting Zhu Xingwen's ear and shouting, "Are you insulting me?" Zhu Xingwen cried out, "I am not. I didn't. Don't say such things." The other two men in the group watched with amusement as the two engaged in their playful scuffle within this somber atmosphere, neither intervening nor offering words of caution. Bai Ying leaned against the vine of Mu Chu, observing quietly. Once the commotion subsided, she released Moze as a psychic entity. Moze might not discern the illusions created by high-level ferocious beasts, but he could potentially perceive some differences. If this underground space was indeed a manifestation of the Chimu fairy's plight, a silent cry for help. How could she convey to the Chimu fairy that she understood its condition and needs? Should she shout it out loud? That could be attempted, but it seemed somewhat foolish. Bai Ying wore a conflicted expression, pondering whether there might be another approach, when she noticed Zhu Xingwen approaching with a contorted face, rubbing his ear. What were you just saying? I distinctly heard the word help. This Lu Qiu is truly ruthless. The words female tyrant were uttered in a hushed tone, as if fearing that Lu Qiu might overhear and further torment her ears. Bai Ying noticed the adorable angel, Zhu Xingwen, approaching, and a smile gradually illuminated her face. As Zhu Xingwen reached Bai Yin's side and observed the smile upon her countenance, his hand, poised to pat her head, froze, a chill creeping up from his feet. What do you wish to do? Zhu Xingwen inquired dryly. Senior, I would like to ask for your assistance. Bai Ying offered him a resolute gaze and a gesture of encouragement. Zhu Xingwen, visibly conflicted, moved forward, positioning himself directly beneath the black hole. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Are we ready?" Bai Ying echoed, "Ready. You can recite it now." Zhu Xingwen took a deep breath, looked up, and bellowed into the black hole. "We are aware of your demands. Release us, and we will devise a solution for you." He repeated this thrice. After the third repetition, nothing transpired. A sense of unease and disappointment washed over Zhu Xingwen. Although he did not comprehend why Bai Ying instructed him to shout those words, he had hoped for a different outcome. As he prepared to depart, an unexpected jolt coursed through his scalp. A rapidly approaching figure enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. At that very moment, a wooden spike pierced upward through the spot where Zhu Xingwen had stood. While it was natural for Bai Ying to protect others through testing, she initially deemed it unnecessary. However, it turned out to be a well-considered decision. Witnessing Zhu Xingwen's attack, the expressions of the four individuals in the team shifted dramatically. Wu Diyu murmured, "Prepare for battle." Yes, for individuals unleashed their cherished beasts, forming a cohesive system. Bai Ying had no intention of forcibly integrating into this framework, choosing instead to remain grounded. Muchu enshrouded her in layers for protection against unforeseen events. The wooden spikes that emerged from the earth vanished after Zhu Xingwen departed, yet in a fleeting moment, they engaged with Muchu. Muchu's roots, embedded in the soil and possessing a degree of spatial affinity, allowed her to discern the origins of the attacks, preventing the wooden spikes from gaining an advantage. On the surface, Bai Ying was under assault, as it was the location of Muchu's main body. The four in the skies were unable to assist, yet their aid was unnecessary. Would you remain vigilant, warning the others, "Be cautious, trouble from above may soon emerge." No sooner had he spoken than they heard the faint, high-pitched buzzing sound. The four turned towards each direction and simultaneously exclaimed, "A flying beast approaches." Wu Diyu decisively commanded, "Descend. We cannot remain in the air." Bai Ying received Muchu's feedback and once again embraced the four. Lu Qiu and Zhu Xingwen specialized in offensive strategies. Lu Qiu's talent enhanced the physical strength of beasts, augmenting their power by 15. Zhu Xingwen's ability allowed his beast's surface to be cloaked in wind attributes, increasing its speed. Wu Diyu was a support specialist, with a talent for amplifying a beast's sense of smell. The Silent Brother was also in the support category, possessing a talent that diminished their presence. The Silent Brother's ability reduced the awareness of their quintet, significantly diminishing the attacks from the wooden spikes and various puppets in the sky targeting them. After lingering briefly around Muchu's main body, the wooden spikes pivoted to assault the beasts roaming outside. In the heavens, Thunder and the majestic three-feathered eagle launched a full-scale assault, aided by the luminous butterfly. On the ground, the wooden fortress engaged in combat alongside their squad's other beasts, primarily ensuring the safety of both the Beastmaster and their companions. Within the team, none of them intended to release all their beasts at once. Rather, they exhibited a remarkable synergy by adopting a rotational strategy. Bai Ying possessed only 3 beasts, one of which was an auxiliary type, leaving no opportunity for rotation. Seizing the moment, Bai Ying shared her thoughts and speculations with the group, pausing briefly before stating, "I bear good news. My conjectures have received feedback, perhaps even confirmation. The bad news, however, is that this feedback appears to indicate we have provoked it. Yet, probing does not guarantee our survival. On the contrary, the utmost exploration of our capabilities may serve as a catalyst for breaking the seal. For now, we must strive to survive at all costs and endure." Yes. Chapter 93. The enigmatic would spirit this marked Bai Ying's darkest moment before adulthood, devoid of supplies and support, surrounded only by seemingly endless foes. Initially, neither Bai Ying nor Thunder could integrate into Wu Dai's squad, yet throughout the battle, to maximize the coherence of their output, Bai Ying and her beast became instinctively aware of when to act and when to refrain from action without the need for reminders. Time here lost its inherent meaning. Only the fatigue of body and spirit engraved the passage of time. Slaughter, relentless slaughter, aimless slaughter, this realm was filled solely with enemies. After an indeterminate period, the wave of adversaries was repelled. The assembly, inured to the conflict, listlessly awaited the subsequent assault, only to discern, after a fleeting moment, the conspicuous absence of the familiar drone. With languid reflexes, they tarried for a further span of time. It was Zhu Xingwen who first stirred, leaping to his feet with the exclamation, "It's over." Has its probing concluded? Bai Ying, with weary eyes, was about to speak when she noticed a sudden shift in the countenances of those before her. Zhu Xingwen hastened toward her, mouth agape. Though his words were lost to her, a veil of darkness descended upon her vision, accompanied by a subtle vertigo. She shook her head, and indistinct forms materialized in the dim light. Where am I? She pondered. A celestial voice echoed in her mind. This is the core of the oasis, the abode to which I am bound. Who are you? Bai Ying queried, testing her limbs and finding them unconstrained. A dryad. Bai Ying's eyes widened as she strained to perceive the entity before her, yet to no avail. You seek to behold my visage? How curious, mortal, the voice mused. In the ensuing moment, an ethereal, verdant luminescence permeated the darkness. The shimmering viridity, akin to jade or a cerulean lake, cast undulating ripples of light across the tenebrous expanse. Everywhere she gazed, verdure abounded in layered profusion and sublime grandeur. Bai Ying was rendered speechless, gazing in rapturous awe at the resplendent vitality flourishing amidst the stillness. It was a tree, yet one that resembled a blade of grass, an exceptionally beautiful botanical predator. You possess discerning taste, the dryad remarked. Though this is the form I held before my imprisonment. The dryad could perceive her thoughts, Bai Ying realized. It spoke of its former appearance. But what of its current state? Bai Ying surveyed her surroundings, but found no potential objects of interest. Was it deliberately arranged for her not to see anything? Since that was the case, pondering further might only provoke it. Bai Ying steadied her thoughts and inquired, what about the others? The 4 individuals who accompanied you? They remain within the domain. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming their lives. Once our transaction is concluded, I shall release them. What sort of transaction do you wish to propose? You truly feign ignorance, human. Have you not already deduced it within the domain? Is it truly the unsealing of the seal? My guesses often lack completeness. I hope you will enlighten me. I was defeated in combat and subsequently sealed here. He informed me that as long as I do not take the initiative to harm anyone, I may seek one individual to assist me in breaking the seal. Bai Ying could not help but mentally scoff. How outrageous! How could that be possible? Do you not believe me? A sudden surge of murderous intent erupted beneath the exquisite greenery. I dare not, Bai Ying replied, instinctively feeling her muscles tense. Is that so? Indeed. Does it truly matter whether it is real or not? Would you dare to refuse me? What you say must be true. After all, our classmates have always thrived in the oasis, and I have never heard of any inexplicable deaths occurring. This surely reflects your benevolence towards humanity. Words from a being who harbors goodwill towards humans are worthy of trust and respect. Humph. I wonder what I must do to assist you in breaking the seal? Bai Ying refrained from allowing her to continue on this topic, fearful that she might lose control over her thoughts and be overheard. There are 2 paths before you. One you can assist me with at this very moment. Should you aid me in breaking the seal now, I shall bestow upon you a 7th-tier resource. And what are the other option? Bai Ying inquired cautiously. The second path entails waiting until your Thunderfire attribute pet reaches the 8th tier before seeking me out. Naturally, should you choose this route, I can only offer you a 6th-tier resource. I choose the second option. Why? It is simply that I fear you might deceive me. Of course, I do not believe I possess the capability to assist you in breaking the seal at this moment. I do not think I can accomplish it. The mere suggestion implies that you are capable. Then, may I inquire about the first method? There is no escaping it, if I do not ask now. I may perish here. You possess a plant-type pet. I could utilize its body to shatter the seal. What repercussions would this have on it? Naturally, it would no longer survive. My consciousness's arrival would utterly obliterate its own awareness. I refuse. The verdant sea, lush and vibrant, froze in response to my refusal. The palpable intent to kill radiating ominously. Bai Ying trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming at her temples and down her back. Yet, despite the quaking of her body and the torrent of perspiration, Bai Ying clenched her teeth in this suffocating silence, resolute in her stance. Chapter 94. The Agreement. Why? The ethereal voice resonated with unmistakable confusion. You have only been acquainted with it for a little over a year. It is neither the most potent beast among your contracted companions nor the one with the finest lineage. Its demise would indeed inflict a significant wound upon you. Yet it would not prove fatal. Is it truly because its death would result in the eternal loss of a contracted beast, thereby diminishing your combat prowess in the future? Allow me to propose this. Once I break the seal, I can facilitate your contract with a beast of greater potential. A botanical creature that could fill the void left by your current companion, while still retaining your present position. However, Bai Ying is neither a heartless automaton nor an ungrateful benefactor. Mu Chu has shielded her time and again from peril, even at the cost of grievous injury. Unwilling to see her harmed, she has witnessed this and holds it dear to her heart. To speak plainly, apart from Bai Ying's deceased parents, there exists no other soul willing to go to such lengths for her. Bai Ying is both grateful and discerning. It is not merely a pet, it is her ally, her friend, her family. I shall not acquiesce. Should you wish it, I can consent to your second proposal. If you refuse, then you may as well end my life and become adversaries of the Academy, condemned to remain sealed here forever. Bai Ying gazed at the phantoms ahead. Her words still laced with respect, yet her eyes betrayed no semblance of reverence. To display weakness is to genuinely possess it, to engage in feigned humility, however. This does not imply that she would not contest every utterance made by a formidable foe or comply with every demand presented. Bai Ying had already steeled herself for this declaration, certain that death was not imminent, though she could not guarantee her own condition. If she were to be left in a state of ruin, she would accept her misfortune. Even in a state of despair, one can still pursue their goals. It is far better than succumbing to death. The ethereal voice failed to manifest at that moment, while Bai Ying wore an expression of indifference, reminiscent of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, though a flicker of anxiety lingered within her heart. Let us choose the second option. Bai Ying's pupils nearly dilated, her heart pierced by an unknown verdant vine. The emerald tendril siphoned her lifeblood, sending a sharp pain reverberating from her heart to her mind. The agony was nearly unbearable, threatening to overwhelm her voice. Strangely, this grievous wound did not claim her life outright. Get lost, she spat through clenched teeth, her throat strained. They're already outside. Hurry and leave. With determination, Bai Ying advanced toward an exit that had appeared unnoticed. Once the passage vanished behind her, she stood frozen, scanning the surroundings for the four individuals. Soon, she discovered them nestled within a thicket. Upon seeing them, relief washed over her, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. Leaning against a colossal tree, she placed her left hand upon her fiercely beating heart, trembling as she slowly descended into a crouched position. She had narrowly escaped death. The sensation of her heart being pierced and the foreign object tearing through her was still vivid in her memory, yet she had ultimately survived. She gasped for air, her breaths gradually subsiding within the tranquil forest, then fading into silence. Chapter 95. Emergence. Zhu Xingwen slowly awakened, greeted by a sky filled with stars. For a fleeting moment, confusion clouded her eyes until a sudden realization struck her. She bolted upright, scanning her surroundings. Captain? Beneath the sparse starlight, he discerned a shadow standing before him. In an instant of primal vigilance, he focused his gaze, only to be met with overwhelming surprise. Bai Ying. With a smile, Bai Ying nodded gently and reassured him. It's me. Do not worry. Captain Wu and Sister Chiu are right beside you. They succumbed to unconsciousness after our fierce battle. Yet they remain uninjured and should awaken shortly. There is no need for concern. Zhu Xingwen immediately sprang up to check on the conditions of the other three, confirming that they were merely unconscious and unharmed. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Bai Ying, inquiring, after you vanished from the domain. I cannot recall what transpired. Surely, it was you who rescued us? What did you encounter? Did you face any peril? Were you injured? Bai Ying, still smiling, replied. I sustained a minor injury, but it is nothing serious. That individual did not genuinely intend to trouble us. They merely posed a challenge to me before releasing me. Zhu Xingwen found it difficult to believe Bai Ying's account. How could someone who had tormented them within the domain for so long merely release them after a single challenge to Bai Ying? It seemed implausible. Nevertheless, regardless of Zhu Xingwen's persistent inquiries, Bai Ying maintained this narrative. Realizing he had no other recourse, Zhu Xingwen resolved to wait until the captain and the others regained consciousness. Less than half an hour after Zhu Xingwen awoke, the other three began to stir as well. Even Lu Qiu, who appeared to harbor the least fondness for Bai Ying, was the first to inquire about her well-being upon awakening. Bai Ying regarded this somewhat proud beastmaster with a smile and reiterated the reassurances she had previously offered to Zhu Xingwen. Naturally, few were inclined to believe her. Zhu Xingwen, observing that everyone was awake, still wished to inquire further, but was gently restrained by Lu Qiu. Though he didn't comprehend Lu Qiu's reticence, he remained silent. With everyone confirmed to be unharmed, the quintet promptly embarked on their journey, eager to distance themselves from the perilous locale. Upon departing the oasis and entering the desert, a collective sigh of relief escaped the five, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Bai Ying turned to face the quartet, announcing, "I still have a mission to fulfill, and time is of the essence. I must bid you farewell." Zhu Xingwen addressed Bai Ying, "What is your mission? If time is pressing, perhaps we could lend a hand." "I fear my mission is beyond your assistance," Bai Ying responded with some hesitation. Her control-type abilities were typically solitary, and she seemed to imply that external aid was not permissible. "While we recognize your specialization in control, we are not entirely ignorant of its nuances." Wu Diyu interjected with a smile. "Although control types often operate as lone wolves, external assistance is not strictly forbidden. If you trust us, it might be worth a try, especially given the time constraints." Bai Ying deliberated for a moment. She possessed 5 fourth-tier Great Perfection level ferocious beasts, but still required 5 more. Relying solely on herself, she doubted she would succeed. Although the 5 had yet to ascertain the duration of their confinement, what if the allotted time had not yet elapsed? After much contemplation, Bai Ying resolved to accept their assistance. However, upon hearing the specifics of Bai Ying's mission, the expressions of Wu Diyu and the others collectively stiffened. Even Lu Qiu, who rarely engaged in conversation with Bai Ying, gazed at her in astonishment, preempting Zhu Xingwen's question with, "Are you certain you haven't offended your counselor?" Bai Ying, filled with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "It should be non-existent. Given your capabilities, the difficulty of this task is indeed understandable." In contrast, Wu Diyu, though somewhat astonished, maintained a composed demeanor. The 5 of them wasted no time and began their search for prey in the dead of night. Although Bai Ying had consented to their assistance, she merely hoped they would help her intercept the ferocious beast attempting to escape. The confrontation with the foes would be left to her. Wu Diyu and the others respected Bai Ying's decision. After a day and a night, with the help of Wu Diyu and his companions, Bai Ying managed to gather 5 additional ferocious beasts, causing considerable trouble for the forces in the desert. While Bai Ying and her companions harbored a genuine desire to confront the Oasis faction, the terror instilled by the Chimu fairy loomed over them like a shadow. And despite their fierce determination, they could only extend a semblance of warmth to the Oasis. Bidding farewell to Wu Diyu and the others, Bai Ying swiftly made her way towards the camp. By evening, she arrived. Gazing at the tranquil, half-finished building bathed in the sunset's glow, Bai Ying stepped inside. The interior was quiet, occupied by but a single individual. "Senior Muqi?" Bai Ying called out. Upon hearing her voice, Muqi turned, raised an eyebrow upon spotting Bai Ying, and inquired, "Have you completed the task?" Bai Ying nodded and replied, "There was a slight unforeseen circumstance, Senior Muqi." "What day of the week is it?" "Saturday." "How could you lose track of time? Have you encountered some incident?" Muqi asked curiously. Bai Ying glossed over the details, mentally calculating. Within the domain of the Chimu fairy, Bai Ying and her companions had been oblivious to the passage of time, lacking any physiological responses. Yet, based on their experiences, it should have been at least 3 days. However, in reality, it had only been about a day. Therefore, either the domain possessed a different rate of temporal passage, or it was a highly sophisticated illusion that had deceived all of their senses. Bai Ying believed the latter to be the case. Regardless, the fact that it was Saturday was advantageous for Bai Ying. Muqi vanished the next day. Bai Ying was unaware of when Muqi had departed, but it was of no concern to her. As soon as Ku Yongxin appeared, everyone submitted their assignments in turn. Bai Ying was the first to arrive and the first to hand hers in. She produced 10 fourth-order ferocious beast corpses and placed them before Ku Yongxin. Ku Yongxin languidly inquired, "Did you hunt these alone?" Bai Ying shook her head and replied, "I hunted 5 of them myself, and the other 5 were hunted with the assistance of others." Ku Yongxin then asked, "Who assisted you?" "The 8th squad of level 21, led by Captain Wu Diyu." Next, before the next person could move, the others of the same level could not help but interject. "Senior Ku, are we permitted to seek assistance from other squads to complete the task?" Ku Yongxin cast a peculiar glance at the person and retorted, "Why would you not be? But we do not have teammates. Does the absence of teammates necessitate fighting alone?" But the person was stumped, unsure of what to say. Another person immediately added, "Then we are also allowed to seek assistance from others?" Of course, why not? The matter dissipated with Ku Yongxin's series of rhetorical questions, regardless of their true thoughts. Everyone outwardly continued to submit their assignments. In the final moments of submission, a figure arrived late, their complexion ashen and attire disheveled, with a trace of blood staining the hem of their clothing. Upon noticing the presence of others, a flicker of relief crossed their face as they rejoined the group and presented their assignment, managing to meet the deadline. However, Ku Yongshin cast a fleeting glance at the individual's spoils and, with a stoic expression, declared, "Your assignment is void, your grade is invalid." A shadow of confusion and guilt flitted across the individual's visage, yet a determined resolve took hold as they retorted. "Why?" Ku Yongshin, exhibiting signs of impatience, raked a hand through their tousled hair and queried, "Why? Do you not comprehend your own circumstances? I cannot grasp your words. I diligently completed the task, and my companion sustained severe injuries in the process. On what basis do you deem my grade invalid and my assignment void?" The individual's emotions began to escalate. Ku Yongshin regarded them with an impassive stare, the usually lackadaisical senior suddenly adopting a formidable demeanor that exuded pressure. Raising a hand, two fierce beasts erupted from the pile of creatures. Were these captured from the designated task location? The individual hesitated, realizing the futility of their charade as they reluctantly produced the substandard beasts, their expression turning ashen. Noticing the silence, Ku Yongshin waved away the task details, leaving the two inadequate beasts untouched. As the task card was distributed, Bai Ying cast a nervous glance, harboring hopes that her task was not situated in the oasis. Yet, if it were, she felt powerless to alter the outcome. Fortunately, the task location was not in the oasis. Bai Ying gazed into the distance, contemplating that the current mission was, on the whole, less arduous than the previous one. Was the reduction in difficulty due to the collaborative nature of the task? Bai Ying was uncertain, yet held no objections. As the weeks slipped by, the missions were accomplished one after another. Under the strain of various perilous tasks, Bai Ying experienced rapid growth, reaching a new pinnacle as a level 36 Beastmaster. In the final week of the second month, Bai Ying's mission location was the last deep crimson area at the periphery. At that moment, amidst the bizarre rock formations shaped by the relentless winds and shifting sands of the desert, the very fabric of space suddenly warped, giving rise to irregular fissures imperceptible to the naked eye. Abruptly, one of these fissures appeared to be forcefully widened by an external force, revealing a shadowy figure, as the crack vanished almost in tandem with the silhouette's nape. Yet, the joy on the figure's face was fleeting, vanishing almost instantaneously. "Have we arrived?" "Indeed. We have entered the 501 secret realm, Master." "Then let us commence our work. Do not forget your mission." "Rest assured, Master, I shall not overlook it." Observing that the Master of the Beast Space merely urged him onward without inflicting punishment, the individual exhaled in relief and began to survey the surroundings. The 501 secret realm predominantly consisted of arid desert terrain, a primary factor in his deployment here. His talents and the attributes of his master would be most effective in such an environment. Within the 501 secret realm lurked beasts of rank 8 and above, and his objective was to locate these formidable creatures and devise a means to transform them into the vanguard of humanity's territorial conquest. He perceived this task as possessing a certain level of difficulty, yet deemed it achievable. After all, having dwelled in this secluded realm for an extended period, the formidable beasts must yearn for the taste of freedom and harbor a desire for vengeance against the humans who confined them within this enigmatic domain. The beast realm serves as the ancestral home of all ferocious creatures, their stronghold, and a sacred sanctuary for the entire beast kin. Lu Min stepped out from the pile of stones and heard the voices of other humans carried by the wind. Utilizing his innate abilities, he inclined his ear to listen, seemingly catching wind of something amusing, which caused a grin to form on his lips as he quickened his pace toward the source of the sound. The task at hand involved locating 3 Earth Surge gold flowers, a 4th-tier natural resource that exists solely in one location within the 501st secret realm. These flowers emerge from the earth at the end of October or the beginning of November, transitioning from maturity to decay within just a couple of days. The Earth Surge gold flowers hold immense value for Earth and Gold attribute beasts or beast masters, making them highly sought after in the Academy's resource repository, albeit in limited quantities. Typically, the resource repository can expect to yield only a dozen or 2 of these flowers each year. Bai Ying had gathered intelligence before embarking on this journey, aware that the task would not be without its challenges. The enemy she would face included not only the beasts drawn by the Earth Surge gold flowers but also other humans coveting them. Over the course of 2 months on this mission, Bai Ying had encountered numerous individuals, including a couple from other schools, though no significant interactions had occurred. The proximity of the Earth Surge gold flowers to another entrance of the 501st secret realm suggested a complex array of personnel. If a level 50 beast master were to emerge, her chances would be bleak. However, she mused that a level 40 beast master could still be confronted. Observing the increasingly fine sand and sparse vegetation, Bai Ying surmised that they were nearing their destination. She requested Thunder to set her down in a secluded spot, retrieved the flower pot, released Mu Chu, and carried it carefully. Thunder ascended to survey the surroundings. As Bai Ying oriented herself to proceed, she paused abruptly, turning towards the direction Thunder had departed. What did Thunder say? A portly acquaintance of his seemed to be in distress. A portly acquaintance? Someone Thunder knew, and corpulent. She couldn't immediately recall who it was, but Bai Ying knew it must be a classmate or senior. She had to investigate and offer assistance if possible. Meanwhile, concealed within a uniquely shaped boulder were three individuals in dire straits. A petite woman with a pallid complexion clutched a large blade, taller than herself. However, her grip trembled, revealing a gruesome, bleeding wound on her arm. What do we do? The healing balm is ineffective against the venom, and it can't staunch the bleeding. At this rate, the captain might lose her arm, lamented another young woman, her face etched with concern. We can't venture out. We're no match for that monster. Going out means certain death. Luo Jie stated grimly. But, Captain, wait here. Losing an arm is preferable to losing all three of us. Luo Jie, can your pet withstand the onslaught? Lu Xuanyan asked, pursing her lips. Yes, I can continuously draw power from the earth. Although the monster outside is formidable, it can't harm me. But, are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? Luo Jie gazed at the petite girl who stood 2 heads shorter than him, his fist clenching tightly. Feeling utterly helpless as he and his comrades were bullied, he found himself retreating like a timid turtle into its shell. The increasingly pungent scent of blood filled the air, and he bit down hard with his molars. Yet, he had no inkling of what to do next. Closing his eyes, Luo Jie murmured, The earth blooming gold will soon burst into magnificent blossoms. Our only hope is that the creature outside will be lured away by it. Otherwise, we must await rescue. However, since our team was assigned to this mission, it's unlikely that another team will arrive shortly. We possess nothing particularly special, and that monster may not remain here to guard us indefinitely. We must remain hopeful. Lu Xuanyan attempted to comfort the two, though her condition was far from stable. The excessive blood loss caused her vision to flicker between darkness and brightness, and she felt as though she could collapse at any moment. Yet, she understood that the other two in her team were gripped by fear. If she were to faint, their squad would likely meet a dire fate. Lu Xuanyan shared Luo Jie's sentiments. She even hoped that no one would come, for that person was far too formidable. Unless it was the previous year's team. Defeating him would be a formidable challenge. Bai Ying, cradling a flower pot, soared through the sky, casting her gaze downward. She spotted a remarkably peculiar, yet familiar stone formation and instantly recalled the identity of the so-called acquaintance, the rotund figure known as Luo Jie. Despite the apparent solitude, Luo Jie's tortoise remained unnervingly still. It was broad daylight, an unlikely time for rest, suggesting a defensive posture against unseen adversaries. Could there be an invisible enemy lurking nearby? Bai Ying's talent word, yet yielded no anomalies. Were they concealed too well, or did the threat originate beyond the realm of savage beasts? She gestured for Thunder to descend slightly, stirring up dust and pebbles. A breeze had inexplicably arisen. At approximately 30 meters above the ground, Bai Ying halted. Thunder detected no peril, nor did Bai Ying sense anything amiss, yet she harbored a growing suspicion about the ground below. Where did this wind come from? Bai Ying's expression shifted as she commanded, ascend to an altitude where the wind ceases. Thunder immediately obeyed, engulfing Bai Ying within its form and vanishing from the spot. A moment later, a gust of yellow sand swept through the space Bai Ying had just occupied. Sand manipulation? Bai Ying murmured, narrowing her eyes. Not merely manipulation, but transmutation into sand. A male voice echoed from below, tinged with surprise. These countless grains of sand are all me. I am the master of this place. You're insane. Bai Ying retorted. Think bigger. You ought to proclaim yourself the master of the 501st secret realm. Upon meeting you, I should prostrate myself twice. Despite her words, she remained vigilant. Mu Chu, ascertain if you can discern his movements through spatial fluctuations. His presence permeates the entire area below, truly transmuted into sand. Bai Ying mused inwardly. Unleash a barrage of attacks downwards, but be mindful to avoid Luo Jie, boomed the command. Thunder, in response, meticulously dispersed minuscule currents of electricity, directing them indiscriminately towards the ochre sands below. The grains, which had been pirouetting in the breeze, relinquished their hold and descended languidly before the electric surge's arrival. Upon contact, they were revitalized, resuming their dance with renewed vigor. Is that the extent of your capabilities? A male voice scoffed derisively at Bai Ying. Bai Ying narrowed her eyes. Retorting abruptly, Mu Chu, envelop me, as hermetically as possible, with multiple layers. Thunder, overlay the exterior. We shall explore within the sands. Thunder sheathed Bai Ying and plunged directly into the sandy terrain, homing in on Luo Jie's stony tortoise. The instant they breached the surface, the sand, akin to a flesh-eating larva, insinuated itself insidiously, encasing Thunder in layers. However, each stratum of sand that touched Thunder's surface was instantly carbonized by the electricity, layer upon layer. Thunder resembled a plummeting lump of coal. Upon reaching the ground, two fissures cleaved open the charred surface. Mu Chu extended two tendrils, politely tapping the surface of the massive stone. The sound reverberated within, causing a shift in the countenances of the trio. The young girl, her face etched with trepidation, gazed at Luo Jie. Is that monstrosity assailing us? Luo Jie's complexion underwent an initial transformation, followed by a furrowing of his brow, and finally, a gleam of enlightenment in his eyes. It appeared he was communicating with his pet. A radiant smile illuminated his face, but upon glancing at the semi-conscious captain beside him, his smile waned. We are saved. Someone has arrived. Who? Another monstrosity. Shin Sisi wore a bewildered expression. What monstrosity? Luo Jie approached the thinnest part of the shell and called out into the expanse. Bai Ying, is that you? Taking a deep breath, Bai Ying responded, it is I. Splendid. How are things on your end? Can you fend off the monstrous entities outside? Not quite. Then can you lead us to safety? Not really. The smile on Luo Jie's face faltered, and he could distinctly sense the once hopeful gazes behind him dimming. He inhaled deeply, his tone tinged with frustration. Then hurry and run. Find someone to rescue us. We cannot hold on much longer. Do you have any water attribute pets over there? Preferably ones with area attacks. The power doesn't need to be high, but the range must be vast. Yes. I possess an amphibious merman. Its area skill, rainfall, can cover up to 80 square meters without regard to attack power. Shin Sisi spoke anxiously. Bai Ying shouted, excellent, that can save us. Release the skill centered on yourself now. Shin Sisi summoned the merman and unleashed its ability. The sky began to drizzle, raindrops cascading down amidst a tempest that whipped up yellow sands, reluctantly blending the two elements. Thunder, harness the power of the water and strike them down. Bai Ying sneered. Previously, the thunder skill had failed to strike through the swirling sands. Now, with the rain and sand intermingling, Bai Ying commanded the thunder to unleash its skill, significantly amplifying the range and potency of the minuscule electric currents. The rain fell steadily, though lightly, while the sands danced in the air, unable to evade the relentless droplets. After 3 waves of lightning struck, the tempest calmed, and the sands settled. Oh, have you emerged? Bai Ying gazed at the figure emerging beyond the veil of rain, her tone laced with sarcasm. Mu Chu tapped the stone with a vine, prompting Bai Ying to call out, come out, it's safe now. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Jie sprang into action, joyfully lifting the unconscious Lu Xuanyan. Upon seeing him, he couldn't help but exclaim, Bai Ying, please save our captain. That creature's pet is venomous. The wound is bleeding profusely, and at 1 stop, our captain is losing blood rapidly. Bai Ying retrieved the antidote she had purchased from her senior and handed it to Luo Jie, saying, give this a try. She then turned her attention to the peculiar stranger who could transform into sand, noticing that he appeared to be a youth of around 20. He was rather handsome, tall and slender, with a fair complexion, yet an air of gloom lingered around his brow, making him less than endearing. It seems your abilities are rather mediocre, she mused. Earlier, she had sensed something amiss. This individual's true strength was far less formidable than he projected. His powers were strange yet lacking in magnitude. Should he possess greater strength, it was likely that Lei Ting and Mu Chu would struggle to protect her, for the grains of sand, though minuscule, were omnipresent in this vast expanse. Lei Ting's direct assaults were significantly diminished by the sand, yet with the enhancement of water attributes, the combination proved formidable. Water conducts electricity, and the synergy of the two yielded results greater than mere addition, compelling this ever-shifting sand creature to reveal himself. Lu Min fixed his gaze on Bai Ying, a sinister smile creeping across his face, and as the summoning array beneath him activated, a creature even more fearsome than Mu Chu materialized before Bai Ying. A towering tree, approximately 10 meters in height and 2 meters in diameter, stood majestically, its surface a deep, obsidian black. Among its 9 branches, only 3 bore fruit the size of human heads. dark as the night itself. Bai Ying inhaled sharply, not out of fear from the ominous presence, but due to the peculiar sight before her. A grotesque human face grotesquely sprouted from the tree's trunk. This visage possessed the rudimentary features of humanity, yet its proportions and appearance were disturbingly abnormal. A mouth, a meter wide, gaped open to reveal rows of sharp, menacing teeth. The nose was merely a formless blob, and the eyes, triangular and devoid of eyebrows, combined to evoke an unsettling chill down one's spine. Bai Ying steeled herself, activating her innate abilities. This was a third-tier wooden attribute human-face tree. Upon noticing it, Luo Jie's expression shifted dramatically, his voice tense as he cautioned Bai Ying. This creature is toxic. The 3 fruits on its branches, one controls the wind, another emits poison, and the third is unknown. Exercise caution. Bai Ying nodded, retracting her flower pot, while Mu Chu took root between her and the human-face tree. As Mu Chu landed, it shielded Bai Ying and swiftly extended its tendrils to assault the tree. The grotesque face on the tree's trunk, incensed by Mu Chu's attack, emitted a piercing shriek. Although Mu Chu and the thunderous assault hesitated momentarily, the impact was minimal. Yet, Bai Ying felt a sudden jolt to her senses, her consciousness momentarily clouded, causing her to lose awareness of her surroundings. By the time she regained her composure, the thunderous bombardment upon the human-faced tree had commenced. In confronting the wood attribute beast, Bai Ying initially contemplated employing a fiery assault. However, to his astonishment, the thunderous flame spell manifested as sparks, and just as they were about to descend upon the branches of the human-faced tree, one of the heads sprouting from it erupted violently. The sparks veered uncontrollably off course, swept away by a powerful gust that arose from the ground. Observing that the thunder's assault had been thwarted, Bai Ying's expression darkened. He urged Mu Chu to persist, pondering whether the tempest could also disperse Mu Chu's vines. Equally adept in fire attacks, Mu Chu was not inferior to the thunder. Yet, he remained exceedingly vigilant, since the human-faced tree had been summoned. Mu Chu had failed to successfully lock onto Lu Min, remaining elusive and consistently maneuvering outside the deluge's reach, never revealing himself. 2 of the 3 fruits adorning the human-faced tree had already burst under the combined onslaught of Mu Chu and the thunder. And now the third was visibly contracting and expanding, poised for imminent detonation. Victory seemed within grasp, yet Bai Ying felt an even greater sense of caution. This individual had managed to corner Luo Jie and his companions, clearly possessing formidable skills. Now, witnessing their retreat, Bai Ying pondered why this person had not summoned additional beasts. Bai Ying remained alert, while Lu Min wore a furrowed brow, communicating anxiously with his master within the beast control space. He inquired whether his master intended to intervene and eliminate the suddenly appearing woman. Should his master choose to act, defeat would be inconceivable. However, they must swiftly annihilate everyone present to prevent any from escaping, ensuring that the master's presence in the 501 secret realm remained concealed. His master was one of the top 100 ferocious beast races that only appeared in the beast realm, the frenzied blood vine. Once the bloodthirsty vine is recognized, it will face the relentless pursuit and encirclement of all humans within the 501 secret realm. After all, Lu Min is acutely aware of the immense casualties the bloodthirsty vine has inflicted upon humanity. The enmity between them runs deep. He can sense that the woman before him is distinctly different from the worthless beings he encountered earlier. This woman, still in the bloom of youth, poses a considerable challenge, suggesting that she possesses a level of talent akin to that of the human elite. Eradicating the young geniuses among humanity is also one of his tasks. Master, the human-faced tree is on the verge of defeat. Assistance is approaching from 10 miles away. We can either retreat for the time being or request your intervention to swiftly eliminate these troublesome individuals. He heard news carried by the wind, indicating that someone was making their way towards them. His master cursed, uttering a word of disdain for the worthless beings, which Lu Min understood to include himself. However, he dared not voice a reply. As he contemplated the possibility of retreating, he recalled that whenever his master expressed frustration, it typically followed a failed mission, signifying that he must abandon any temptations encountered along the way. Meanwhile, Mu Chu had already ensnared herself around the human-faced tree, unleashing her draconic breath, preparing to exert her utmost effort. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty vine altered its course and said to Lu Min, "Wait a moment, I sense the aura of a dragon. It possesses draconic power. If I consume it, I will advance further." The words of the bloodthirsty vine were laced with excitement and cruelty, startling Lu Min, who had not anticipated that this seemingly random woman's pet would possess the strength of a dragon. The bloodthirsty vine urged Lu Min with urgency, and he dared not hesitate, swiftly releasing his master. The bloodthirsty vine descended and rapidly entwined itself around the human-faced tree, beginning its ascent from the roots. Mu Chu and the bloodthirsty vine made contact with the human-faced tree. Without hesitation, Mu Chu unleashed a breath of dragon fire. The scales upon the vine shimmered as they coiled around the bloodthirsty vine, intent on executing a lethal strangulation.